In the summer of year 1048 of the Pillar calendar, Luo Li once again pushed open the glass door of the Citizen Affairs Application Bureau on Mousetail Street, this time to obtain permission to kill a young girl. "May I ask something presumptuous? Do you want to have sex?" Sui Liasi suddenly asked. She turned to the young man beside her in a deerstalker hat, stretching lazily with her hands folded above her head, languid as a kitten in the afternoon sun. Luo Li paused mid-motion, his hand stopping as he was wiping his sword. "So you do know it's presumptuous? If you're that unsatisfied, I can help you find a few agencies that sell tea," he said. Luo Li answered with deadfish eyes, his tone flat and indifferent. As the representative of an agency, he always needed to know the main lines of business of surrounding agencies. Such familiarity with local trades was in his view a professional virtue for a handler. Within the 13th pillar, the Iron Order Empire, law reigned supreme. All illicit erotic services were considered acts of defiance against both emperor and gods. Thus, clients wishing to buy tea could only come to the Application Bureau in advance to apply for a legal tea purchasing permit. Buying tea without a permit was a heinous crime. Likewise, killing without a permit meant ruin for one's entire household. This was why Luo Li had rushed to the Application Bureau early that morning. "So your sense of shame is acting up," Sui remarked, now simply watching the screen that displayed the queue numbers in the bureau. Her voice remained calm. "I'm still a virgin, you know." Not bad, truly commendable," Luo Li said, putting down his sword and clapping lazily out of satisfied by the praise. Sui gave her head a little pleased shake. Only then did Luo Li notice that she seemed to have dressed up especially today, long black hair, cascading down a black dress, as the main piece accented with silver-white accessories. She exuded a luxurious, yet reserved air. "That's clothing from the fragrance workshop. I remember you're broke, aren't you?" Luo Li quickly asked. "You didn't take out another loan, did you? You know all the loans from your previous life will eventually fall on me to repay. Just getting this permit has almost drained my savings. After doing that kind of thing to me, you still care about a few thousand low-interest ingots? You're really heartless," she murmured. "Don't phrase it in a way that invites misunderstanding." "I only want to kill you, that's all," he replied. Sui blinked her beautiful eyes as if saying, "My dear Luo Li, what nonsense are you talking about?" Of course, Luo Li knew she would never actually utter such crude words. Yet that was the truth. At the cost of an almost empty bank card, Luo Li had gone to such lengths solely to secure a legal murder permit to kill this girl. "So I'm going to die," Sui said, brushing a strand of lint from her clothes. "An inexperienced girl dying in such a rushed way. Isn't it a bit of a waste? What do you think, dear Luo Li?" Number 1036. Luo Li, please proceed to counter 4 for service. After a long wait, Luo Li finally heard his number called, yet he did not hurry to stand. Instead, he looked again at the cheerful girl beside him. "You can still change your mind," he said. Sui shook her head gently, then smoothed her skirt and rose to her feet with light, almost playful steps. "I promised you, remember." "No need to be polite," she said. Standing on tiptoe, she reached out and patted Luo Li on the head. At the counter, the clerk took Luo Li's documents, eyelids drooping as she flipped through them haphazardly. "Let me see, your target is Sui Liasi. Occupation, unemployed vagrant." She looked up briefly. "Tell me, what is your reason for applying?" The clerk spread out the documents and fixed her eyes on Luo Li. Reason for application. Luo Li swiftly searched his memories, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. In his previous life, he had died from falling off a building. One moment his eyes had closed, when they opened again, he had awakened in this world in the body of a young man. At the outset of this transmigration, his situation was a descent straight into hell. If not for the original body's conveniently capable father, he might have long perished somewhere along the borderlands. Not only were his young, vigorous organs to be harvested to pay off debts, but in that inhuman border zone, with such a handsome face, he might even have had his likeness taken in molds squeezed dry of the last scrap of value he possessed as a male human. Yet thanks to that father's relentless struggle, Luo Li eventually entered the pillar domain, transforming from a destabilizing element of society into a respectable taxpayer of the pillar. For a border drifter to obtain household registration within the pillar was no small feat. His father clearly had some skill. Unfortunately, the old man died young, leaving Luo Li one peculiar inheritance. A half-finished alchemical doll, one said to be capable of surpassing even a 5th-tier handler according to the standards of the Ring Continent Association. It remained unfinished because it lacked a body capable of driving it. The doll was but a frame and a soul. It still required flesh and blood to fill its joints and chest cavity. The girl he had stopped last month from performing a high-altitude flight show off a rooftop, Sui, was the body he had found to be most suitable to power the doll. At the time, Luo Li had shouted up at her that instead of killing herself and letting the hospital's organ recovery center profit, she might as well entrust her body to him. It was all in all a terrible line. Yet upon hearing those words, the girl tiptoed back from the edge of the rooftop and threw her arms around him with delight. While Luo Li was immersed in these memories, it was Sui who answered the clerk first. "Because I think I don't really want to live anymore," Sui said, standing at the counter. She pointed at her own cheek with her index finger. "Oh right, I'm Sui Liasi, the target of Mr. Luo Li's application. The clerk glanced at the clock on the desk. Only a few minutes remained until lunch break. She clicked her tongue. This kind of situation is troublesome. I have to remind you, using a legal murder permit as cover for organ trafficking is still taxable. Your application carries a potential risk of tax evasion. Unless you get a certificate from the tax bureau, I can't approve this. She pushed all the documents back across the desk with a sweep of her hand. Seeing this, Luo Li immediately pressed both hands down on the counter. Ma'am, we've been waiting in line for a long time. I run a first-tier agency. These are my tax records. Sorry, that's not part of my considerations. Bring the certificate from the tax bureau and come back later, she interrupted. Can't you make an exception, he asked. An exception? If you've got money, apply for expedited business service. Don't make things difficult for me. Honestly, no money, and you still want to kill someone, she muttered. Listening to her impatient tone, Luo Li turned his head just in time to see a sharply dressed businessman being politely ushered into the bureau's VIP business lounge, several clerks flocking around him as though greeting a beloved father. To obtain this permit, Luo Li had spent both money and effort wasting, who knew how much time running between departments, collecting countless stamps and signatures, spraying who knew how many droplets of spit and explanations. He was just about to argue further when he saw the clerk hang a sign reading "Temporarily closed" on the counter and clock out. Helpless, Luo Li turned to Sui. Are you in a hurry? I probably am not. I don't really know, she replied with a nonchalant little expression. Then let's come back another time. I can mooch a few more meals off you, she said. I'm afraid that after you taste my cooking you won't want to die anymore, he answered. Braggart, she snorted. She walked ahead of him, footsteps light. I know I'm definitely going to die, but I want to die by the hand of my dear Luo Li, she said. In her mouth, death seemed to be no taboo at all. With her hands lightly clasped behind her back, she walked in front of him. What a strange person, he thought. It was like mustering enormous courage to confess to your unattainable crush only for her to give you a hug and then march with you, dragging a mop still dripping with filth from the toilets, to storm the principal's office simply because she knows how much you hate the principal. Sui pushed open the glass door and stepped onto the street outside the bureau. The sunlight was glaring, making Luo Li narrow his eyes slightly. Her figure blurred before him, that dress bought on credit shimmering with tiny points of light. Brother, couldn't get your murder permit approved? Come try our little yellow cow agency. Full service permit handling half off on repeat applications, someone called. The moment Luo Li stepped outside, a crowd of scalpers swarmed around him, thrusting business cards into his hands. Clearly they had had their eyes on him from inside the bureau. Assailed by the noise, Luo Li reached out. His sword crashed down onto the pavement behind him. It was a long blade, its body stamped with a steel emblem. Mon Nu Shurong Agency. Seeing that he was in the trade, the scalpers lost interest and dispersed to hunt for new clients. Across the street, he spotted Sui, standing on the opposite sidewalk, her back to him, head tilted slightly up toward the sky. Luo Li suddenly realized that he still did not know why she wanted to die. He knew her life was painfully clean, like a sheet of utterly blank, white paper, no job, no education, no social ties, and not even a family. Perhaps that was why she sought death, and also why he chose her. After Sui died, his doll would awaken in her body, and her utterly blank life was exactly what Luo Li needed. No one would care whether something inside her had changed, whether she had been taken over by an alchemical doll. Under the gaze of order, all sins would receive their due punishment. No criminal could truly hide. Killing without a permit was especially heinous. Offenders would be fined sums large enough to bankrupt enterprises. In such a world of gods and divine arts, Luo Li dared not gamble that an unlicensed killing would go unnoticed. It sounded absurd, but within the Empire, if you could not shoulder the consequences of your crimes, you had best tuck your tail between your legs and behave. Sui, let's go, Luo Li called, stepping off the curb into the street. Hearing him, Sui turned back. Facing him, she opened her arms gently, as though asking to be gathered into. Time seemed to stretch in that instant. A black business car, trailing a cloying metallic sweetness in its wake, blared its horn and hurtled toward them without the slightest attempt to slow down. Screech, thud. The sound was not particularly loud, it was more like an overripe fruit hitting the ground, carrying a dull, wet quality. Flesh and blood flew. Her long dress burst open in midair like a black lily, blooming in an instant, its silver-white ornaments torn from her body and scattering as points of silver light. Her twisted, broken body tumbled and crashed down before Luo Li. Bones, shattered limbs, bent grotesquely backward, white and red spilling everywhere. Blood, vivid warm red, gushed from beneath her, mingling with the deep black of her clothes, the dust rising from the ground, and the rising chorus of screams and shouts. That's the T-Xiong Agency's emblem. Oh, I never thought I'd see them here. Can I get an autograph? Someone. T-Xiong Agency. The fourth-tier agency, another voice cried. Come on, brother, you don't even know T-Xiong Agency. They're up for evaluation as a fifth-tier agency this year. If they make it, they'll be the first fifth-tier agency in the history of Lion City, our city's pride. That's third-tier handler Night Love. He looked at me so handsome. Night Love, I've used every variety show you've been on. That business car, judging by the emblem, it's from the War Falcon workshop. So rich. The scalpers who had been soliciting outside now all turned their gazes to the figures emerging from the business car. Four tall handlers in black leather coats jumped down, each carrying a black metal gloss suitcase. The young man in the lead carried a black suitcase that seemed almost fused to his arm. He walked with steady steps to stand before the petrified Luo Li. He lifted his hand slightly, signaling his companions to halt, then bowed with impeccable grace. "I offer my deepest apologies for this unfortunate accident and the disturbance it has caused you," he said. "Might I ask you to step aside so we can discuss compensation?" he continued, then glanced back at his companions. "Take off the car emblem or the sponsor will threaten to pull their funding again. So what you are saying is that you ran someone over and killed them, yet I am the one who has to compensate your firm." Yi Lian, dressed in a standard issue suit and overcoat, smoothed his impeccably parted hair, revealing a textbook perfect smile, as if carved from a mold. "Miss Sui Lia's death was an accidental incident. The Security Bureau has already ruled out the possibility of intentional homicide, and we have paid the road cleaning fee to the municipal department and settled Miss Lia's outstanding loans. Accidentally causing a person's death and committing intentional murder are not the same in nature. The latter requires obtaining a permit, while the former can be settled simply with money. But that is one matter, this is another. Because Miss Lia's failed to pay attention to the passing vehicles, she caused this unfortunate accident and inflicted enormous damage on my firm's property, namely a business van from Warfalcon Workshop. Taking into account depreciation, cleaning, and lost working hours, our losses amount to at least 50,000 ding is the currency unit of the empire. The cost of obtaining a killing permit and purchasing the alchemical materials required for an alchemical puppet had already left Luo Li with less than 5,000 ding in his bank account. After a comprehensive calculation on our side, you are required to compensate our firm 12,000 ding. Huh? Luo Li asked in astonishment. You didn't run over me. Why should I be the one paying compensation? Facing Luo Li's question, Yi Lian merely smiled gently. Are you not familiar with the Lion City Vagrants Environmental Security Management Ordinance? Seeing the confusion on Luo Li's face, Yi Lian considerately explained, if a stray cat you keep damages a citizen's car, would you not be required to compensate for it? But Sui is not a stray cat, she is a person. No job, no education, no savings, hasn't even managed to accrue much debt, and has hardly paid any tax to the empire. Frowning, Yi Lian retorted, and that counts as a person. How is that any different from a stray cat? It is merely a human-shaped shell. So, Sui was a stray cat all along. Luo Li could almost see Sui curling her small hands and letting out a soft meow. Yi Lian said, Miss Lia's is a textbook vagrant. By rights, she should have long since returned to the ecological cycle and contributed to the environment. Yet records show that you have been regularly feeding vagrants, even taking them to bathe and see doctors. You and the vagrant have clearly formed a keeper relationship, and you failed to fulfill your responsibilities as a keeper, resulting in the vagrant under your care damaging our firm's vehicle. Obviously, this requires compensation. I am very sorry. It has been a pleasant conversation, but may I ask which method you will use to pay the compensation? Yi Lian glanced at his watch, then slid the compensation contract across the table to Luo Li. Luo Li stared at the glaring compensation figure on the contract. There was no way he could pay 12,000 ding. Next week was Tender Day. He was still counting on winning a bid to keep his firm alive, but securing a bid would itself require a substantial investment. The Security Bureau entrusts regional security work to low-tier firms and selects a fixed date for these firms to compete for contracts. That date is known as Tender Day. The profit from official commissions issued by the Security Bureau is enough to entice every low-tier firm. For Luo Li's firm, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, Tender Day was one of the few chances at a turnaround. At such a critical juncture, he could not possibly divert over 10,000 ding to pay compensation. Just as Luo Li was staring at the contract, lost in thought, Yi Lian interrupted him. Luo Li, 21 years old, representative of the Witch Containment Firm Association, first-tier handler. According to our information, your firm's current operations are worrisome. You are throwing everything into preparing for next week's Tender Day, hoping to barely cling to life, am I right? Considering your strained finances, you don't need to hurry to repay the compensation. The chest can wait for you until Tender Day is over. Luo Li lifted his gaze, thinking, this damned world actually is kind handlers. Being a handler of affairs was a profession with an extremely low entry threshold. In simple terms, handlers were a motley crowd who carried out commissions ranging from, but not limited to, intelligence gathering, legal consulting, target assassination, food delivery, erotic services, to ticket scalping for scripted shows. Those engaged in this work came from all walks of life, but they shared one goal: making money by any means necessary. Based on our analysis, your firm's chances of winning a bid are very slim. Your competitive edge is weak. We fully understand the difficulties your firm is facing, but the chest has helped many firms trapped in similar predicaments. Perhaps you are not aware that Vanguard Prosthetics Workshop has formed a partnership with the chest. If you are willing to have your entire firm undergo prosthetic implantation surgery, the chest can offer you a low-interest loan and advance all surgical costs. Vanguard Workshop's prosthetic technology ranks among the very best in the region. Once you possess their prosthetics, winning bids will become effortless for you. You only need to sign your name on this contract, and we can arrange the surgery immediately. After the surgery, you will become Vanguard Prosthetics Workshop spokesperson in Lion City, and within a year, you will be able to repay all your debts. With animated brows and bright eyes, Yilian painted a beautiful future for Luo Li. Within 3 years, you will become someone many handlers look up to, trampling all those who once scorned you beneath your feet. Mr. Luo Li, you must be very jealous and resentful of me. Driving luxury cars, making big money, indifferent to life and death, sitting here above you discussing compensation. Yilian let a soul-hooking seductive smile curl at his lips. But as long as you accept prosthetic implantation, as long as you become stronger than me and gain commercial value, even if you told me to eat shit, I would only ask whether you want it hot or cold. Mr. Luo Li, do you want to see me eat shit? Looking at this celebrity handler who constantly appeared on variety shows at that impossibly handsome face and those dazzling clothes, Luo Li suddenly felt a strange impulse in his heart. He really did kind of want to see it, but he could not possibly accept those terms. Yilian was not surprised by Luo Li's refusal. He merely told Luo Li to go back to his firm and prepare properly for Tinder Day, and that they would discuss the compensation later. After leaving the chest firm, Luo Li stood by the roadside waiting for a bus, only to see a business van with its logo removed and smeared with bright red blood illegally parked and blocking the lane. Luo Li fell silent for a moment, then took out his phone with a blank expression. The Lion City Security Administration thanks you. Your report on illegal lane-occupying parking has been approved. Please click the link to claim your 50 ding reward. After leaving the Traffic Management Division of the Security Bureau, Luo Li stopped by the funeral home to register Sui's body, waiting for cremation and burial 3 days later. After a long day of running around, Luo Li had just stepped through his front door when his phone began vibrating repeatedly. He pulled it out and saw that the lock screen had been taken over by several push notifications. Speed permit firm, Lion City's permit experts. Professional handling of all types of licenses, killing permits, tea-buying permits, weapons carrying permits, divination practice permits. Discount packages as low as 15% off. Peace firm, want to kill someone. Permits hard to get. What now? For killing, trust Peace. Peace firm wishes your desires come true and your killings be safe. Imperial Development Bank. Dear customer, we have detected that you recently have cash flow needs. You have been pre-approved for a credit limit of up to 5000 ding. Click the link to withdraw funds available in as little as 5 minutes. Ignoring the ads on his lock screen, Luo Li put away his phone and lifted the wooden plank covering the stairs to the basement. The basement was dim, the air filled with faint dust and the smell of old paper. His gaze passed over the scattered documents on the floor and came to rest on the object in the center of the basement, shrouded beneath a heavy dust cloth. He walked over, took a deep breath, and lifted the dust cloth. Dust danced in the shaft of light falling through the basement entrance. Beneath the dust cloth was a dark silver automaton, its alchemical mechanical framework laid bare. This was the inheritance his cheap old man had left him. A supposedly alchemical puppet capable of surpassing fifth-tier handlers, perhaps even touching upon the so-called higher rank. Whether his old man had been bragging or not, Luo Li had clearly taken it to heart. In the 2 years since his father's death, most of the money he earned had been poured into this alchemical puppet. Now the puppet needed only 2 final steps to be complete. First was filling, wrapping the puppet's soul and framework in a suitable body of flesh and blood. Second was ignition, awakening the puppet from its long slumber and melting the congealed life force within. Sui is dead. Luo Li murmured in a low voice, his tone revealing little emotion. She died horribly. Her entire body was shattered. I had originally wanted to buy her a body restoration package, but the funeral home's quote was far beyond my means. Besides, given the state she died in, her body is useless to me now. I can't use it as your vessel. He extended a finger and gently brushed the puppet's cold cheek. It seems you won't be getting your new clothes for now, and we've gotten ourselves into a bit of trouble besides. The chest firm was indeed a problem, especially when he had all but emptied his savings. His firm was on the brink of bankruptcy, and he was still pinning his hopes on next week's Tinder Day. Although Sui can no longer become you, it's all right. They'll figure something out. The last 2 steps in completing the puppet were actually parallel. Luo Li could ignite it first and awaken it in advance, but a puppet without a completed filling would remain incomplete. Luo Li reached out and tapped lightly on the puppet's chest. The alchemical structure at its chest unfolded layer by layer like an onion, revealing the intricate mechanical framework within. He took from a thermal container an irregular, faintly red glowing sphere. This was a firestone, its raw material extracted from a robuer beast's glands, a biological substance that in alchemical theory symbolized awakening. I spent all my wages from the last 2 months on this firestone. Don't be too greedy, or I really won't be able to afford. His tone was gentle, as if the cold, lifeless automaton on the workbench were a family member who had accompanied him for many years. Under the young man's gaze, laden with expectation, exhaustion, and a faint, almost imperceptible plea. The firestone was set into the core of the puppet's chest. It slowly melted, its red, ghostly radiance seeping like blood into the complex mechanical structures and flowing along threads of mithril. Yet when the glow finally faded, the puppet still lay there in silence, utterly motionless. No hum, no vibration. Only the sound of his own breathing gradually calming in the basement. He merely sighed at this outcome. The same result again. To this day, Luo Li had tried countless times to awaken the puppet. The last of the money his father left him had been spent in the process. He was like those unlucky fools in gacha games who keep hitting rock bottom, fully aware of the minuscule odds, yet unable to stop pulling again and again, hoping the next draw would finally pay off, hoping a miracle would descend upon his forgotten wasteland. But the goddess of fortune seemed unwilling to favor this wandering soul from another world. She even took a perverse delight in making faces at him. He spent money on a killing permit only for someone else to do the killing. And there was no refund. In a certain type of comic from his previous life, this would be no different from paying a bride price only for the childhood sweetheart to run off with some blonde punk. A different kind of tragic sap, really. At least in that scenario, the childhood sweetheart might refund a bit of the bride price. He took out his phone and checked his remaining balance, 4363. 23 ding. Then navigated to the credit loan page. Thinking of the 1700 ding he had to repay each month, Luo Li hesitated for a moment. But with Tinder Day just a week away, as long as he won a bid, the future would hold countless opportunities. More importantly, he glanced around at the empty house, then reached out to touch the puppet's rigid face. My old man left you to me, which makes you my family. If you never wake up, you'll be an orphan, the young man whispered under his breath. So, approve the loan. His bank card balance surged, rising to 8363. 23. You are purchasing Robuware Beast Glands. Click to confirm payment of 4250 ding. Confirm. To successfully win a bid on the bidding day is the dream of every low-tier agency. The Public Security Bureau divides the jurisdiction into multiple areas in advance and outsources the security management of these areas to first and second-tier agencies through public security funding akin to recruiting neighborhood police. If the goal is merely to pursue public security funding, this amount of money is not enough to make all low-tier agencies fight for the position of a neighborhood police officer. More importantly, the winning agency will gain jurisdiction within the area, and once they successfully win a bid for an area, the agency will have countless opportunities and reasons to amass wealth within the jurisdiction. Moreover, aside from jurisdiction, the successful bidding agency will also gain immense exposure, causing its commercial value to soar. It can be said that any low-tier agency pursuing advancement cannot afford to miss out on this tremendous opportunity. However, the enormous benefits come at the cost of extremely high risks and fierce competition. Bidding can be deadly, and many low-tier handlers from previous bids have perished due to an unclear understanding of their own capabilities. Imperial law states that from July 9th at 2235 to July 10th at 543 each year is the bidding day for all cities, during which a curfew is enforced throughout the entire pillar territory. During this period, the association's registered handlers who kill other handlers not within closed rooms will not face any repercussions. The Emperor will allow all handlers outside to indulge in unlicensed killings, and the agency that ultimately occupies the bidding area will successfully win the bid. Each year, 1/5 of the agencies that go bankrupt do so because they were slaughtered during the bidding day, but as long as they successfully win a bid on that day, they can become the esteemed neighborhood police of Lion City, becoming external staff of the Public Security Bureau, and become the highly sought-after high-paid security. On July 1st, 1048 of the pillar calendar within the talent market of the Continental Association. Like a train station in a small city during the spring festival, a huge crowd gathered together, and Luo Li felt like a bun squeezed inside a steamer struggling to defend the seat beneath him. When he first heard about the Continental Association and the handling personnel, Luo Li naively thought it was like the Adventurers Guild and adventurers in a fantasy story, fantasizing about exciting adventure stories waiting for him. But clearly reality is a harsh one. A Miss Meiwa is looking to hire 20 tea farmers, daily wage 200 coins a day. Those who have not undergone surgery on their work organs should roll away. Don't dirty Miss Meiwa's bed by dying on it. What? You dare to apply without a Teaseling certificate? Do you not take imperial law seriously? Ali Nuwa Pharmaceutical Workshop is offering a discount trial for a new drug valued at 100 coins, now only requiring 100 coins for a limited number of spots, first come first served. The East City construction site urgently needs day laborers, 80 coins a day. The assembly factory urgently needs packers, 90 coins a day. Those with hand or leg prosthetics will be given priority. High-priced recycling of old computers, second-hand machines, second-hand equipment, corneas hearts. As the shouts of intermediaries filled the hall, a crowd of handlers squeezed onto the buses and departed. This is the place surrounding the magnificent association building known as the Talent Market, filled with the sweat, exhaust, and shouts of low-tier handlers. These first and second-tier handlers do not yet have the qualifications to enter the association building to take high-end commissions, and most can only be dispatched, as cheap labor, through labor dispatch, living a life reminiscent of the Sanha great god. In stark contrast to the noisy and crowded environment, a young woman, with an icy demeanor, sat beside Luo Li. Her frost-white hair shimmered like cold silk, her thin eyes slightly upturned, with pale gray-blue irises radiating an aura of unapproachability. She was dressed exquisitely, draped in a blue and white standard coat, standing out among the plain-clothed low-tier handlers like a swan among a flock of wild ducks. Tixia tugged at her delicate collar, beads of sweat covering her forehead, and said with a grin, "I really want to run naked." "Go ahead, I'll help you take a picture for memories." Luo Li, who was also squeezed in the crowd and feeling unbearably hot, casually replied, "Boss, you promised to find a cost-effective handler to help us participate in the bidding day." Tixia shot Luo Li a sidelong glance. "Where is she? If I said something unexpected happened, and she got hit by a car, would you believe me?" Although the plan was disrupted by the suitcase agency, as long as he successfully awakened the doll, even without the flesh and blood filling, he would still have some fighting power on the bidding day. Although the plan was disrupted by the suitcase agency, as long as he successfully awakened the doll, even without the flesh and blood filling, he would still have some fighting power on the bidding day, although there would be many inconvenient aspects. "Hey boss, as your manager, I have high hopes for you." Tixia sighed. "As long as we successfully win the bid next week, we won't have to squeeze in this place that feels like a furnace anymore." Tixia is a shareholder of Luo Li's agency, holding 60% of the shares, and currently serving. Although she is the manager, there are only 4 people in the agency, and the only second-tier handler seems to have run away. The entire agency is essentially a super makeshift team. As if recalling something, Tixia frowned slightly. "By the way, did you secretly take the surveillance camera from the equipment room?" "No. That was a premium product from the Heidemann workshop. I kept it in the agency's safe. Isn't it only you who knows the safe's password?" Tixia suddenly covered her chest, looking at Luo Li suspiciously. "Boss, you wouldn't be so desperate as to do something like that to me, would you? Don't worry, even if you run naked, I wouldn't care to look at you." Just as Luo Li and his manager were chatting idly, a group of people entered the noisy talent market, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Black suitcases shook in the hands of the group of people in black clothing, while elegant weapons were worn at their waists. Among them were a man and a woman. The man was dressed in the formal attire of the suitcase agency, with a sharp suit beneath a black trench coat. The woman wore a cat-like mask, her long black hair cascading to her shoulders, appearing slender and seemingly very young. Luo Li estimated she looked like a 16 or 17-year-old girl. The man strode to the front of the hall, removed his gentleman's hat, and mockingly faced the densely packed low-tier handlers below. "A bunch of idiots, I'll screw your mothers." Everyone stared in shock at the man, making insulting remarks in public, momentarily falling silent. Only the continuous sound of text message notifications from below broke the silence. Luo Li opened his phone. "The Lion City Public Security Management Bureau reminds you that you have been verbally insulted in public, and the offender Chen Xiang has paid you a compensation of 100 coins. The imperial laws cover all aspects of citizens' lives, and making indecent remarks in public is a violation. Our offenders will compensate all victims with fines. This is why many handlers remain silent after being greeted with foul language. He actually dares to insult people in front of so many. Does he know how much he has to pay?" That's Chen Xiang, a 4th-tier handler from the suitcase agency, a real wealthy person. So rich, what a rich person. A rich person. His insult to me is worth my entire day's wage. The crowd instantly stirred. Within the empire, freely insulting others is exclusive to the wealthy, as only they can afford the compensation for such insults, with verbal abuse symbolizing financial power. Chen Xiang slightly raised his hand in front of the hall, signaling the crowd below to be quiet, then continued to insult. "You bunch of retarded poor bastards, waste that crawled out of your mothers, you're nothing but a pile of non-burnable waste. Existing in this world is a waste of our taxpayers' money. You might as well find a public toilet and flush yourselves down the toilet." "No, flushing down the toilet isn't enough. First take you to feed the dogs. That would benefit the ecological environment." The crowd was boiling. "The Lion City Public Security Management Bureau reminds you that you have been verbally insulted in public, and the offender Chen Xiang has paid you a compensation of 20 coins. The Lion City Public Security Management Bureau reminds you that you have been verbally insulted in public, and the offender Chen Xiang has paid you a compensation of 70 coins. Watching the continuous compensation notifications pop up on his phone, Tixia swallowed hard. "Boss, when do you think we will have enough money to insult people at will? This is the law of the empire. The rich truly use money to bully others, while the poor only complain that the insults from the rich aren't harsh enough or last long enough." Luo Li really wanted to criticize this social reality, but he was indeed giving too much. "Please insult me a few times, but if I get some compensation, I won't have to pawn my kidney." Thank you. I finally have money to buy medicine again, haha. Oh, it feels so good. I feel so good being insulted. I can't believe I can be insulted by a rich person. He truly is too kind, willing to pay to insult us. You bunch of useless people, did you enjoy being insulted?" Chen Xiang smiled. The suitcase agency currently has a commission that needs you. The rewards are substantial. Those who want to take this job line up and get on the bus. As Chen Xiang stopped his verbal insults, the crowd in the talent market was still reluctant to part. Don't worry, there is no danger. Both I and the Sword Princess will ensure your safety. Would 2 fourth-year handlers trick you, bunch of useless people? But we want the clever ones, preferably combat specialized handlers, those who are brain dead and just feeling a need to roll away. Don't waste my time. The commission is to clean up the happy and healthy agency, which has experienced a major incident. As soon as Chen Xiang finished speaking, the woman he referred to as the Sword Princess had already stood at the front of the hall. Although her appearance was completely covered by a kitten mask, Luo Li could still feel a chilling aura emanating from her. Boss, this opportunity is not to be missed. Get on the bus. Tixiao, fearing to miss this chance, pulled Luo Li forward in a sweat. Just as Luo Li was puzzled as to why she was so excited, he heard her say, "That's the 100-faced Sword Princess. Apart from that 5th-tier director, she is now the hottest in the suitcase agency." What Sword Princess? Are you a handler? You don't even recognize an industry star. The Sword Princess is super famous. She is preparing to advance to a 5th-tier handler, and if she succeeds, she will be the youngest 5th-tier handler in the history of Lion City. Tixiao waved her hands excitedly in front of the Sword Princess. She is my idol. Boss, you must not disappoint my hopes. Please help me get the Sword Princess autograph. No. Luo Li refused verbally, but his body was still pushed into the crowd of those participating in the... His gaze involuntarily fell on the Sword Princess, not far away. She seemed to have sensed Luo Li's gaze, and slightly tilted her head. The hollow eyes of the kitten mask seemed to see him through the bustling crowd. She merely swept her gaze across the crowd, coincidentally meeting Luo Li's raised gaze. There was no pause, no emotional transmission. Luo Li was no different from any of the restless low-tier handlers around her. How remarkable, achieving such success at such a young age. Luo Li thought to himself. He then looked down at the balance displayed on his phone, just a little short of being able to buy another Rover Beast's gland. How remarkable, achieving such success at such a young age. Luo Li thought to himself. He then looked down at the balance displayed on this agency located next to the sewer with its sign corroded by acid rain to the point of losing half its letters, had bet all its hopes on the bidding day a week later. But from today onward, the agency's director Zindir felt that the dice of fate were finally rolling in his favor. Big brother, is this the medicine you mortgaged the agency to get back? Zindir was merely a 2nd-tier handler. 3 years ago, he founded this agency with a dream of ensuring that his junior brothers could have enough to eat, borrowing debts that were enough to buy several lives. At first, they barely survived by picking up unwanted commissions from others until last month, when they could only afford to eat the cheapest nutritional paste every 2 days. This is the internal experimental drug from the Alino workshop. Damn it, I really got it. Originally, with his status, it was impossible for him to obtain this Yedoberalise drug, but through a chance opportunity, he gained the qualification to purchase it via the channels of the suitcase agency, so he went all in and acquired it. The value of this drug was enough to trade for a luxury car on the black market, yet they were currently crammed inside this leaky tin hut that leaked in the rain and turned into a steam room on sunny days. For it, Zindir even wagered the bodily rights of all agency members. There are many ways for handlers to enhance their strength, but Zindir knew that only taking drugs was the most suitable method for someone in his financial situation. After all, he could not afford the expensive alchemical equipment, and the use of implants was heavily restricted within the empire. Only taking drugs was the most cost-effective choice. In front of a crowd of juniors, Zindir carefully took out the drug from the constant temperature box, and taking a deep breath, injected it directly into his chest. In an instant, Zindir's figure surged, his muscles growing at a visibly frantic rate. White steam filled the cramped room, and pools of sweat gathered at his feet like streams. Seeing the sweat, Zindir gritted his teeth and shouted through the pain, "Don't waste it, this sweat still contains residual medicinal power." Before he finished speaking, the others in the agency were already on their knees at his feet, greedily licking the sweat from the floor. "This medicine is incredible, ha ha ha. We can actually taste such an expensive medicine. Boss, we will definitely win the bid." With bulging muscles, the handlers in the agency transformed into towering muscle monsters, and as Zindir looked at the twisting muscles on his surface, an overwhelming sense of ecstasy engulfed him. We did it. We can make a fortune now." It was as if he could already see the future, having hot meals every day, no longer sleeping on damp concrete floors, and no longer bowing and scraping to creditors. They could even continuously rise through the ranks, becoming a top agency on par with the suitcase agency. Then in the next moment, his rapidly expanding biceps, like squeezing out a fat particle, pop, burst his head, which was still dreaming of survival. "Gift you a suitcase, grant me enlightenment." The black suitcase twitched violently in his hand, and a pitch-black shadow loomed behind Yuan, pushing her sword-bearing right hand to thrust the ceremonial sword toward the headless muscle monsters before her. The sword shadow spread like ink, cutting down the long arms of the muscle monsters, but new arms grew back within a blink of an eye. Miss Sword Maiden, the potency of the drug provided by Mr. Xinxiang for the Happiness and Health Agency seems quite high. Yelwan cursed inwardly. The reason the suitcase had to tamper with the drugs provided to the Happiness and Health Agency was to raise public doubts about the drug's safety, thereby paving the way for the full promotion of implant surgeries. But this drug is simply outrageous, turning a group of low-tier handlers into such troublesome muscle monsters. If those impoverished handlers outside found out about this, wouldn't the drug sell like hotcakes, leaving no room for implant surgeries? Get out of the way. The cold voice of the Sword Maiden rang out, and with a sword cry a silver-white blade was already unsheathed. The same pitch-black shadow condensed behind her, but it was clearer and more substantial than the shadow behind Yelwan, and one could barely glimpse the outline of a woman. The sword shadows danced chaotically, flesh and blood splattered, and the muscle monsters were dismembered into pieces, with the broken limbs writhing on the ground, frantically surging toward the outside of the agency. After a crisp sound of sheathing, a gnarled wound appeared on the back of the hand of the girl wearing a cat-faced mask. Miss Sword Maiden, I will treat your arm immediately. That pitch-black shadow is the divine skill of enlightenment, and using this deity's divine skill must come at a cost. The twitching of the suitcase and the wound on the girl's hand are both manifestations of this cost. But Yelwan knew that the cost paid by the Sword Maiden was insignificant compared to the power she gained. This was the talent favored by enlightenment. Thinking of this, Yelwan revealed a humble and flattering smile, reciting the prayer, "Gift you a suitcase, grant me enlightenment." The suitcase in his hand twitched violently again. I told you not to use the suitcase on me. The suitcase was knocked away, and before Yelwan could react, his body slammed hard against the wall. The sword sheath pressed against his cheek, and her flowing black hair swirled like a waterfall as the Sword Maiden looked down at the third-tier handler on the ground. If there's a next time, I will make you personally experience the implant surgery you like. Oh dear little Sword Maiden, Yelwan didn't mean it. After all, he rarely goes on missions with you. Muni. The Sword Maiden's voice softened instantly as she spoke quietly. It's okay, let's go. Yelwan, carelessly discarded on the ground, wiped the corner of his mouth, watching the cat girl lead the Sword Maiden away. That annoying woman just had better talent. How could her position attained through talent compare to his own, which he had earned through bribery, deceit, and selling his looks? After fixing his attire, Yelwan restored his usual state of participating in variety shows, wearing a warm smile as he approached the reporters who had been waiting outside the agency. Mr. Yelwan, what are your thoughts on the events at the Happiness and Health Agency? Mr. Yelwan, what do you think about the abuse of drugs and their safety? As a low-tier handler, should we continue to rely on the strength enhancement provided by drugs? Mr. Yelwan, it is said that the Suitcase Agency is working towards the legalization of non-medical implants in the Empire. What do you think are the advantages of implant surgery over drugs? Reporters from various major media outlets had already arrived on the street outside the Happiness and Health Agency, and the writhing limbs that had previously spilled out of the agency had already been cleaned up by the low-tier handlers recruited by the Suitcase Agency. Reporters from various major media outlets had already arrived on the street outside the Happiness and Health Agency, and the writhing limbs that had previously spilled out of the agency had already been cleaned up by the low-tier handlers recruited by the Suitcase. Thinking that the commission released by the Suitcase Agency also included cleaning the floor, Luo Li wanted to sigh, but fortunately the suitcase was rich and the commission fee was not small. Until a black-clad cat-eared beast girl walked out, Luo Li's attention was immediately drawn to her. This world has many races. Besides yellow, white, and black people, there are various subhumans, among which cat people are the most common within the Empire. Luo Li still didn't know how these subhumans came into being. He just felt that this world was incredibly fascinating. In many ways, this world is surprisingly similar to Earth, with the same 4 seasons, the same 24 hours, and the same sun and moon. Even the common language contains some Chinese characters and grammar, but in some aspects this world is exceptionally bizarre, like these adorable beast girls. But would anyone really dislike cat-eared beast girls? Next to that cat girl stood the person Luo Li was asked to get an autograph from by Tisha. Ahem, you are the faceless Sword Maiden. I am your fan. Could you please sign for me? Muni tilted her head, her cat ears on top of her head twitching. Faceless Sword Maiden. Who is that? Are you referring to our little Sword Maiden? Then she clapped her hands, pointing at Luo Li. Ah, I get it, you're a fake fan. Realizing that he had miscalled her code name, Luo Li remained expressionless, as if the mistake was not his. He lowered his head and handed over paper and pen. Miss Sword Maiden, I really like you. It is because I aspire to be a handler like you that I joined this field, so I really want your autograph. The Sword Maiden silently took the paper, signed her code name at the top, and then turned to leave. Luo Li immediately took a photo of the signature and sent it to Tisha. Luo Li photo, Tisha boss, I love you. Luo Li finger hook, Tisha. Get lost. Tisha transfer 50 coins. Luo Li receive payment. Luo Li salute. You over there, are you still playing on your phone? Hurry up and grab a mop to work. Luo Li quickly put down his phone and replied weakly, got it coming. The evening after the events at the Happiness and Health Agency. The girl took off her cat-faced mask, carefully placing it in the drawer, which contained neatly arranged masks of various styles. Foxwolf faceless with a strange smile. Each one was spotless. She liked these, enjoying the feeling they separated her from the outside world. In the dormitory prepared for senior specialists by the suitcase agency, the light was a cold white. The sword maiden was polishing her sword in front of the mirror, and the reflection revealed a face that was completely different from the cold demeanor she exhibited in public. It was an extremely young face with a hint of lingering childishness. Her skin was fair to the point of being almost transparent, her features delicate, her nose straight and proud, her lips a natural light pink, but the black eyes contained an overly heavy calmness and fatigue. Knock knock, a faint knocking sound echoed. Sword maiden, it's time. A deep, steady voice sounded, and as the sword maiden opened the door, she saw the head of the suitcase agency smiling at her. This gentleman with golden hair still maintained a meticulous and proper appearance, his eye sockets slightly sunken, leaning on a pitch-black cane. Director Lyoxis. Feeling a bit tired? Perhaps you could rest for a while. Lyoxis said gently. I made ginger tea today, and it tastes quite good. You can give it a try. Facing the director, who resembled an elder, the sword maiden shook her head. No need, I'm already prepared. Good. Enlightenment favors sincere children. Perhaps you'll become enlightenments which faster than I expected. The sword maiden followed Director Lyoxis through the areas of the suitcase agency that were not open to the public, ultimately arriving at a large metal door intricately engraved with complex geometric patterns. The door slid open silently, revealing a staircase leading downward. At the end of the staircase was a round basement with a massive secret formation diagram drawn on the central floor. Step over here, child. Lyoxis pointed to the center of the ritual. Lyoxis stood outside the formation, his right hand raised. Let's begin. With blood as the contract, with the soul as the guide. Grant me what you need, grant me enlightenment. As the sword maiden chanted, the secret formation diagram on the ground suddenly lit up, silver lines bursting forth with blinding white light, while the dark red paint began to steam, transforming into thin blood-colored mist that swirled around the sword maiden. A sharp pain struck, as if someone were prying open her skull with a red-hot iron bar, forcefully stuffing something foreign into her. Her body trembled slightly, cold sweat instantly beading on her forehead, yet she still bit down on her lip, not letting out a sound, her hand resting on the sword hilt steady as a rock. Her consciousness seemed to be drawn far away, and in a distant place a female shadow dressed in a classical long dress slowly appeared. Her face was blurry, but her posture was graceful, extending her ethereal hands, as if guiding something from the void, and wanting to embrace the sword maiden. A light laugh and a low whisper. It was as if someone was whispering in her ear, gently telling her, "You have heard the enlightenment of miracles, miracle the cut that cannot be cut." At that moment the sword maiden suddenly opened her eyes. She wanted to say something, but the words got stuck in her throat. Cost only after you personally kill your last blood relative can you activate your miracle. A scene was forcefully implanted in her mind, depicting an agency, called the Witch Containment Agency, where a young man sat at a desk. Is it him? His name is Luoli. Is he my brother? What did you hear? Lyoxis asked. Has he granted you the enlightenment of miracles? Stammering, the sword maiden instinctively shook her head, hiding the fact that she had heard a voice in her mind. No, I failed. Is that so? The director displayed a concerned expression, narrowing his eyes as he supported the girl's shoulder. It's okay, I didn't expect you to become his witch so soon. With your talent, there will be many opportunities in the future. Go and rest well for now. As the sword maiden left, the director of the suitcase agency was left alone, submerged in the darkness of the basement. Inside the witch's containment office. Did you go gambling last night? Huh. Luoli turned to look at the effeminate man beside him. Huaisheng seemed to have just washed his face, his exquisitely delicate face still bearing some water droplets, with slightly disheveled strands of hair sticking to his forehead. He scoffed coldly. You look just like a gambler who has lost all their savings, regretting your impulsive actions, while cursing in your heart why luck never favors you. Luoli fell silent. In many ways he was right. Last night, he had once again gambled all his savings on the ignition phase of the puppet, but unfortunately, in this damned money-grabbing game, he had yet again received nothing. He had questioned whether it was his operation that was flawed, but he had meticulously followed the manual left by his father's step. For example, when extracting the glands of the Rober beast, first consume a serving of tomato braised noodles, and after taking the third bite, drop the fork at a distance of 15 centimeters from your left foot, then proceed to the process of creating the firestone. Luoli still did not understand why one had to eat 3 bites of noodles before making the firestone, but he couldn't say it was superstition. After all, this world had deities and divine arts. What if a certain deity favored a good youth who loved eating tomato braised noodles? So in response to Huaisheng's question, Luoli chose to immediately change the subject. Can you lend me some money? Clearly this was effective. His good employee immediately lost the desire to converse with him. Huaisheng, currently the only ordinary employee in the office aside from the boss and the manager. Logically, he should be a chosen hard-working individual, an exploited worker, but unfortunately Huai Sheng was the face of Luo Li's office. Holding his phone, Luo Li began to operate on the back end of the public review platform for his office. In previous years, the offices that successfully won bids had made it into the top 30 of the public review Lian City branch low-tier office rankings, thus gaining immense exposure. Achieving a better ranking on the public review list is the goal of every office. For instance, the case handling office topped the public review Lian City branch office rankings, while the only notable mention for Luo Li's witches containment office was public review Lian City branch must-eat list 5th place witches containment office Huai Sheng. This ranking still held considerable value considering that the night-love establishment he had previously dealt with was only 7th on the must-eat list. As Luo Li was checking the day's ranking changes, the glass door of the office was pushed open and a shadow stood. Luo Li, I want to leave the witches containment office. A tall woman lowered her head, seemingly afraid to meet Luo Li's gaze. Luo Li remembered this was the second-tier handler who had run away last month. Raisai, you just want to resign. I was worried you had died somewhere. Luo Li pulled out a document from under the table. The resignation procedures still need to be completed or the association will come looking for trouble with me. Raisai bit her lips, seemingly wanting to say something, but only clutched her right arm motionless. Nice new clothes. It seems you've become a wealthy lady who can wear clothes from the fragrance workshop. Huai Sheng lazily sank into the sofa behind the desk. Did you go out to find yourself a new sugar daddy, or are you being someone else's mother? You can get a Teasling certificate in a month. It seems you are quite gifted. No, I can't get it. I failed the exam, Raisai answered softly. Useless. Huai Sheng frowned. I passed in 16 days. I know you have always been impressive. Raisai finally looked at Huai Sheng, but with your abilities you shouldn't be staying in this office. It's almost bidding day. I really don't see any possibility of this office winning a bid. Although Boss Luo, you are a good person and Manager Tixia is very nice, bidding day is not child's play. It is too important. I cannot waste any more time with you. Moreover, I suggest you give up on bidding day. With your abilities, you are likely to perish during it. Are you done speaking? Luo Li raised his head. If you are done, then sign the document. Luo Li, I am serious. Then will you participate in bidding day? Luo Li interrupted Raisai, asking in return. I will. That's all that matters, Luo Li replied helplessly. If it weren't for lacking education skills and not being born into a good family, who would come to do this line of work? And without winning a bid, we will eventually have to go to the factory to inhale waste gas until our lungs turn black, or go to the pharmaceutical workshop to test drugs and end up kicked to death in some corner. In recent years, most newly promoted third-tier offices have had a history of winning bids. Luo Li's lifestyle among low-tier handlers could be considered affluent. After all, he still had money to invest in starting the office with Tixia. Most of this money was saved from his previous life at the border, but it turned out that the savings from 10 years of border life were only enough to last a year in the border cities. Perhaps if he hadn't invested in starting an office or spent money to awaken the puppet, his savings could have lasted longer, but Luo Li knew that the capital region was never a suitable place to save money for retirement. With a loud bang, the office door was violently kicked open and a short-haired girl in a colorful punk jacket walked. Although her attire was striking, her short stature made her seem somewhat ridiculous. Raisai, why are you still wasting time with this group of humanoids? The punk girl, hands in pockets, looked up at Luo Li. Oh, you are the head of this so-called witches containment office. It seems your people have a taste just as poor as your naming sense. The smell of poverty is almost suffocating me. Ugh. She made a gesture as if to cover her nose and gag. I do not wish to discuss naming issues with someone from the Happy Family office. Luo Li noticed the office badge on her. Happy Family office, Tylander. Finally, someone thinks that the name Witches Containment Office is rather absurd, huh? Huai Sheng suddenly grinned and agreed with Tylander, completely oblivious to his role as an employee. It seems there are still normal people in this world. Witches are a common strange figure in the folk tales within the empire, often appearing in various entertainment works. Over to the public, Witches Containment Office actually feels similar to Ghost Catching Squad, but unfortunately the largest shareholder of this office, Manager Tixia, is particularly fond of this name. Raisai, is this the office you are so reluctant to leave? Good thing you left with me. Oh, otherwise how much more suffering would you endure? Tylander scoffed. I heard you all were preparing for bidding day, planning to snatch the bid for the Qingshan business district. I advise you to abandon this delusion. Our office will definitely grab the bid for the Qingshan business district. The Happy Family is a second-tier office. Our head was once a handler for a subsidiary of the case handling office, a genuine third-tier handler. If you don't want to die, don't let me see you on bidding day. Tylander put her hands on her hips, her right hand raised, pointing at Luo Li's nose. Oh, Luo Li thought the little shorty was too noisy. It wasn't uncommon for people from other offices to come here to spew trash talk. After all, even low-tier offices have competition, and trash talking is the simplest form of business warfare. However, there is a skill to trash talking. One must avoid crossing the legal line of expressing insulting remarks in public places while inflicting maximum psychological damage on competitors. Tylenor let out a high-pitched sound, then wrapped her arms around Race's slim waist, preparing to head out the door conveniently, giving her waist a squeeze. Tylenor let out a high-pitched sound, then wrapped her arms around Race's slim waist, preparing to head out the door conveniently, giving her waist a squeeze. Huaisheng lifted a newspaper and shook it twice. So it's a private custom order, then there's indeed no need to take the Teasling exam. However, the sound of a sword sheath striking the ground suddenly drew everyone's attention to Luo Li, who was leaning on the sword handle, his eyes slightly lowered. Are you trying to run after acting all high and mighty? Luo Li could ignore the trash talk thrown in his face because it did not anger him, but he could not overlook how competitors could manipulate such things. If they posted news about him not taking action online, his office's reputation would inevitably be affected. A decline in reputation, decreased market acceptance, reduced commercial value, loss of income. Isn't that the same as robbing him in front of his face? Tylenor scoffed, feeling that Luo Li was overestimating himself, daring to confront a senior second-tier handler. Her right hand twitched, and a dagger slipped from her sleeve. She was about to raise the dagger to mock him, but the scene before her shifted from Luo Li's face to the pristine ceiling. Her vision darkened, and a sharp pain surged through her chest like a tide. It wasn't until she heavily fell to the ground that Tylenor realized she had been taken down in an instant by a first-tier handler. She hadn't even seen him strike. Oh my, this is a first-tier handler. Raisai, why didn't you tell me in advance? No, wait, what are you doing? Oh no, don't take off my clothes. Haha, it tickles, stop. Luo Li put down his pen, satisfied, and clapped his hands before finally getting off Tylenor's body. He even took a photo. In the picture, Tylenor's belly was exposed with the words, "I am a dog of the witch's containment office, woof woof," written on it. Miss Tylenor, I believe you wouldn't want this picture to appear on your boss phone, right? Tylenor, transfer 4,500 coins. Tylenor, delete the photo. Otherwise you're dead. Luo Li payment received. Luo Li salute, ignoring Tylenor's furious rants and incessant bombardments of messages. Luo Li directly enabled message blocking. With the money, he had more important matters to attend to. Selecting expedited service on the shopping platform, Luo Li rode his bicycle, turning at various corners, and finally returned to his rental apartment on the outskirts. The house was not small. With the basement, it had a total of 3 floors. Logically, his income would not allow him to rent this house. But when Luo Li first arrived in the capital, he had helped the landlord with a task, and thus earned the qualification to rent it cheaply. The tomato braised noodles have been purchased. Now I can make the firestone. Luo Li couldn't help but complain in his heart. The price of this bowl of noodles equated to half his week's income. Normally, he would only order such a prepared dish on indulgence days. Most of the time, he could only survive on cheap carbohydrates. Pushing the door open to enter the house, it was now dusk, and the dim evening sun streamed through the sheer curtains into the empty living room. Luo Li remembered from his past life that whenever he returned home from school, his parents would always sit in the dim living room waiting for him, and the television would be playing dramas from Channel 8. However, the living room before him was much darker than the one he missed, and he didn't want to spend more money to buy a television. After all, watching it alone was rather boring. Speaking of which, this world was indeed too similar to his previous life. He didn't know if the solar system had diverged or if Mother Earth had split, giving rise to a world filled with familiar feelings, not only geographically, but also culturally. During his time at the border, he had even heard someone speaking a language resembling Chinese. But it was merely a resemblance. It mixed many phonetic characters that didn't convey meaning. However, after hearing it frequently, it still carried a hint of local dialect from his past life. Aside from the language, many aspects of life made Luo Li feel familiar, such as suits, formal wear, and gestures like saluting that carried unique cultural connotations. It felt dissonant and strange. It was hard to imagine a 2-meter tall bear person speaking with a Minnan accent, earnestly trying to sell you bear bile. For this, Luo Li had 2 guesses. 1, he had crossed into a parallel world that plagiarized Earth. 2, he had crossed into the future of Earth. He could only hope it wasn't the second guess. He didn't want to see the place he had lived in the past becoming this ghastly sight in the future. Rubbing his hair, Luo Li stopped his wandering thoughts. After all, this life was a gift, so he would strive to live on, though it was somewhat lonely. Taking out the gland of the Rober beast from the delivery box, Luo Li walked down to the basement, skillfully placing it on the workbench filled with tools. The gland looked like an irregular, multifaceted crystal shimmering with ominous red light under the dim glow. Repeating the work he had done countless times, a cloud of white smoke rose, accompanied by a pungent sulfur smell, as an irregular crystal rough on the surface, yet faintly radiating dark red-hot light, tumbled in the cooling liquid. Carefully using tongs, he took out the crystal and placed it on a tray lined with ice towels. Only when the dark red light gradually dimmed did Luo Li let out a sigh of relief. It worked. The firestone. He didn't stop. Quickly took the firestone to the other workbench, pulled off the dust cover, revealing the dark silver alchemical machinery beneath. Luo Li knocked on the puppet's head, producing a clear tap-tap sound that resonated unusually clearly in the excessively quiet basement. I'm really going to run out of money, he said softly, as if speaking to someone, yet also as if murmuring to himself. If you don't wake up again, you'll really have to go apply for an air purifier job at the factory. His voice generated a weak echo in the empty basement, quickly swallowed by the silence. No one responded, only the cold tools on the workbench and the lifeless construct before him silently accompanied him. So much time had passed since he stepped into the capital. He had no entertainment, no rest. Every penny earned was invested into work and this puppet, and he had even borrowed a considerable amount with his phone constantly buzzing with collection messages. Since his father's death, this puppet had been his longest companion, and although it couldn't speak, Luo Li often came to the basement to chat with it. The dark red patterns spread like awakening neural networks, rapidly extending along the secret silver threads from the center of the firestone, illuminating the entire dark silver body of the puppet. In the next moment, countless secret silver threads surged out from the puppet's body, twinkling with specks of red light, wrapping around Luo Li's right hand, embedding into his flesh. Luo Li's pupils slightly dilated. A rare look of surprise appeared in his dead fish-like eyes. "Would you like to sign a contract to activate the awakening program?" A line of text abruptly appeared before Luo Li's eyes, followed by an overwhelming amount of contract content dazzling with golden hues, leaving a signature box at the end. Under the pull of the secret silver threads, Luo Li's hand touched the signature box. "Contractor Luo Li, welcome to use Meru's workshop products. In the world, alchemists are but dust. Only Melrus shall remain immortal. Loading the Melrus Forbidden Doll Auxiliary Control Program. Please wait." The mithril threads coiling around his arm seemed to have a life of their own, emitting a faint hiss sound as they peeled away from his skin, like silver leeches retreating back into the deep crevice of the doll. The complex mechanical structure of the doll gradually closed the seams, sealing up the outer shell, extending, and in the blink of an eye that body regained its flawless dark silver surface, as smooth as a mirror with not a trace of the internal mysteries visible. Then it sat up. In the dimly lit basement, this scene was exceedingly bizarre. The only light source came from a few dim emergency lights on the wall, barely illuminating this entity in the center of the basement. The doll's face was a smooth plane devoid of features, yet at this moment that face turned to look at the young man at the workbench. However, Luo Li had no time to pay attention to it. Golden letters were constantly appearing before his eyes. "Please move your head, open your mouth, blink." Luo Li subconsciously followed the instructions, but a strange thought popped into his mind. Doesn't this feel a bit like facial recognition for loans? Integrity check in progress. Error body missing. Instances of profanity of enlightenment 0. To ensure complete functionality, please promptly restore the missing parts of the doll. The golden letters vanished, leaving a bold red reminder in the upper right corner of Luo Li's vision. Integrity verification failed. Luo Li stared blankly as he raised his bloodied right hand. Faint silver light spots faintly visible deep within the wounds. Moments later, these light spots disappeared. Contract. The 13 world pillars correspond to 13 giant enterprises. Each pillar possesses its own patented technology. The 13th pillar, the Iron Order Empire, officially known as the Iron Order Empire Trade Group, is most renowned on the continent for its technology product, the contract. The contract text that had just appeared before him and the silvery light spots on his arm indicated that this was an application of the Iron Order Empire's patented technology. Luo Li recalled the content he had seen on the contract. As for enlightenment, it seemed to refer to some deity, and the contract mentioned that the doll's purpose was to profane this deity. The way to profane was to find the Witch of Enlightenment and have her willingly sign the contract. It seemed to refer to some deity, and the contract mentioned that the doll's purpose was to profane this deity. The way to profane was to... His father didn't even go by that name. Although many questions lingered in his mind, Luo Li understood that in this world, anything related to the divine was far from simple. Deities exist in a very abstract concept in this world. People are aware of their concrete existence, yet they do not know in what state they truly exist. The vast majority of people will never have the opportunity to glimpse information related to the divine. Even ordinary people lack the qualifications to enter the church and worship the divine. Within the empire, only those who excel and pass exams to become university students are qualified to become followers of order, thus mastering his divine arts and becoming divine arts practitioners of order. The Divine Path Implementation Plan passed by the Empire in 1031 states that the Divine Path consists of the undergraduate phase, graduate phase, doctoral phase, thousand scholars phase, outstanding scholars phase, and the academician phase at the pinnacle of the Divine Path. Furthermore, if one wishes to join one of the 13 pillars, namely the Iron Order Empire Trade Group, the most basic requirement is to possess a bachelor's degree from the Divine Path. Working as a handyman in the Empire does not count as joining a world pillar. Only obtaining an official position from the Empire counts as being an employee of this giant enterprise. Order is the officially recognized true deity of the Empire, while other deities are classified into two categories: those whose followers are qualified to establish universities and those whose followers are not. The latter's divine arts practitioners are of significantly lesser quality than the former. Luo Li extended his hand, wanting to touch the doll before him, and the dark silver doll extended its hand in response. It resembled a mirror to Luo Li, mimicking all his actions. As Luo Li touched the doll's icy exterior, he felt the hard sensation on his own cheek. It really worked. Luo Li's voice revealed neither joy nor sorrow. Facing the doll, that took substantial time and money to awaken his reaction, was rather bland. Welcome back. The doll tilted its head, seemingly puzzled by Luo Li's words. Its featureless face appeared exceedingly eerie in the dim basement. I prepared many clothes for you, but with your current appearance it's best not to wear those clothes. I'm afraid I might get scared to death. We'll find a suitable body for you. Finding a body isn't difficult, but finding a suitable one will be challenging, especially since Luo Li didn't want to kill indiscriminately. He wasn't a cold-blooded killer who would stop at nothing for profit. Even with Sirwei, he confirmed countless times whether she wished for death. Unfortunately, she died under the wheels of a suitcase. Next week is the bidding day, during which many handlers will die, thus finding a suitable body for the doll should be much simpler, as the Empire wouldn't pursue the handler's unlicensed self-harm during the bidding period. Thinking of this, Luo Li realized he was somewhat hypocritical, clearly intending to take others' lives and identities while still pretending to uphold a false sense of righteousness. But it didn't matter. After all, no one would blame him. He just wanted to feel at ease when facing the doll he lived with day in and day out, rather than having it bear the face of an innocent victim he had recklessly killed. Clang. A clear sound of a sword rang out in the basement as Luo Li drew the standard longsword placed beside the workbench, the blade gleaming with a chilling light in the dim illumination. Come at me, he said. I want to see if you in your incomplete state can be of use on bidding day. With a flick of his wrist, the sword tip pointed towards the ground. The doll tilted its head once more. Even without eyes, Luo Li could read confusion on its face. In the next moment, the dark silver figure darted down from the workbench like a ghost, without a sound of footsteps or wind, only a cold afterimage, and that hand, glinting with metallic coldness, was aimed directly at Luo Li's throat. Luo Li's pupils suddenly contracted. Relying on the combat instincts honed at the border, he abruptly leaned back, while simultaneously raising the longsword to block. A tremendous force transmitted through the sword, causing Luo Li's hands to go numb, and he stumbled backward. Uncontrollably for several steps before regaining his balance. Luo Li was not weak. Having fought for so many years at the border, he certainly had some skills. Even facing a third-tier handler, he was confident he could battle them, which was also the reason he dared to participate in the bidding day. But they were merely third-tier handlers. When faced with high-tier handlers, Luo Li could only run for his life. Luo Li had realized long ago that among handlers who wielded swords, his sword was plain and unadorned, while those high-tier handlers could all unleash sword light and sword energy. The gap between them was like the difference between the special effects of a certain factory's skins and the original skins. The equipment advantage of high-tier handlers far exceeded what ordinary people could imagine. They were all cash players from major first-tier workshops, and a high-end alchemical longsword was enough for Luo Li to awaken the doll hundreds of times. In addition to the equipment gap, there were also divine arts practitioners among the high-tier handlers. Luo Li truly didn't understand why these young masters and ladies who possessed divine arts still came to this arena to roll over their peers. The doll, missing its strike, showed no signs of stopping. The dark silver figure vanished instantaneously, leaving only an afterimage in the air. The featureless cold face suddenly pressed up against Luo Li's vision. Luo Li's heart raced with alarm, and he quickly shouted, "Stop!" Bang! A muffled sound erupted as Luo Li's body was sent flying, rolling several times in the air before crashing into the workbench, burying himself in a pile of clutter. "Stop, stop, stop!" Luo Li gasped for breath while the doll immediately ceased all movements, standing still once more, resuming its silent posture, as if the fierce and bizarre attack from earlier had never happened. The door on the first floor was knocked loudly, and the landlord's displeased voice faintly came through. "Luo Li, what are you doing? Demolishing the place?" Cough, cough, cough. Finally, as if having suppressed it for a long time, a low laugh escaped from his throat, and soon the laughter grew louder and more joyful, even causing him to cough due to the pain, yet he couldn't stop the triumphant grin on his face. He approached the doll, no longer caring whether it would attack him again, and he reached out to pat its cold, smooth forehead, producing a crisp sound. He succeeded. Exhausting his inheritance-bearing loans like a gambler, pushing all his chips onto the table, he finally reclaimed the first round from this damned world. "You are what I exchanged all my possessions and half my life for. So from today on, when I go bankrupt, you must go earn money for me. When I get beaten, you must help me fight back. And if one day I die," he paused, contemplating before speaking, "you remember to take down that bastard who caused my death. For me." The doll quietly looked at him, offering no response. But Luo Li knew it understood, because in the next moment it raised its dark silver hand, mimicking his actions, and gently patted his head. For once she had no assignment scheduled today. Jianji knew this period marked a critical juncture, the Tixiang Agency's imminent ascension to 5th-tier status, demanding the full attention of every member. Yet the director granted her a day's leave, citing her recent ritual as grounds for rest. The director is truly kind. Or is he? Jinji did not believe it. Though he had brought her from the lawless frontier into the pillar territory, she knew precisely why he had done so. She sensed the fragment deep within her mind, the power named Miracle, lying dormant serene. Director Liashes valued her above all for having drawn the Illumination's gaze, her innate gift, one sufficient to mark her as a witch. A true witch is no folkloric monster. In esoteric tradition, the term denotes a woman who has been seen by the Illumination and heard the whisper of a miracle. Only now did Jinji grasp the sheer impossibility of the power the fifth-tier handler had schemed so long to obtain. Miracle, the unslayable cut, and the stars have ratified your art. The edge of your blade shall still all things. Miracle is not itself the power of the Illumination, rather it steals unclaimed miracles from the world and bestows them upon those witches it deigns to behold. Yet every gift exacts its price. And for this capricious deity that price is always pain, each witch must pay in suffering to wield her miracle. Price slay your last living blood relative before your miracle may be unleashed. In recalling her own price, Jinji found it astonishingly light compared to the miracle's magnitude. Any other witch would stare in disbelief, envy, then seethe with resentment at such effortless terms. What in her view was there to suffer? What even was a blood relative? A supermarket discount. Buy one get one. Even if her father appeared before her, she'd cleave him without hesitation, let alone some brother. She recalled a frontier proverb: when one ascends to heaven, the whole family attains enlightenment. Clearly kin existed solely to be sacrificed. Along the Empire's pilgrimage road to the divine, how many university students mortgaged their parents' futures just to earn admission? Why didn't parents mortgage their children instead? Because obtaining a certified kin pledge license demanded rigorous examination, and aging parents stood little chance against vigorous, ambitious students. Those who failed to outpace their parents in securing the license were deemed unfit for societal competition, mere fodder consumed by superior parents on their professional ascent. Jinji counted herself fortunate to have chosen the path of a handler, free from the brutal contest for imperial civil service posts or corporate ladders, because she was an orphan possessing no parents to be converted into stepping stones. Jinji counted herself fortunate to have chosen the path of a handler, free from the brutal contest for imperial civil service posts or corporate ladders, because she was she would honor his final wish, pressing ever further into this world. And so Jinji pushed open the glass door of the Houseway Street Civic Licensing Bureau and was ushered into the business VIP lounge by its manager. Miss Jinji, your agency has activated the Kill First Pay Later service. You needn't have come here in person. Should you require special arrangements, we even offer on-site assistance. The manager offered a deferential smile. And I intend to kill someone too poor to warrant expending a Kill First quota. Besides, I happen to pass by, and surely this won't cost me much time. Kill First Pay Later was an elite service tailored for high-volume clients, eliminating the tedium of reapplying for permits before each sanctioned killing. In essence, a single permit valid for multiple executions. Jinji produced Loli's dossier. She had long since investigated this unseen elder brother, destitute, so impoverished that even a Kill First quota would be wasted on him. A first-tier handler. The manager raised an eyebrow. The procedure should be straightforward. Please wait a few moments. Fees for homicide permits scaled directly with the target's net worth. A billionaire's life and a vagrant's commanded vastly different prices. Naturally, valuation incorporated multiple factors: investment potential, existing insurance policies, age, and more. Within 10 minutes, the manager returned to the VIP lounge, Loli's file in hand. Miss Jinji, here is the finalized cost estimate. Please review. And Jinji accepted the invoice. Beneath her mask, her brow furrowed. So expensive. The price to kill her brother equaled 4 months of her salary. His life, this pauper's life, was appraised at the same value as her earnings over 4 months. When had her wages depreciated so drastically? Are you certain this is correct? Sensing Jinji's razor-edged aura, the manager hastened to reassure her. Our bureau employs a doctoral-level actuary. Every figure bears his divine calculative seal. His numeromantic precision is beyond reproach. Though masked, Jinji's displeasure remained palpable, and the manager quickly added, you need not spend this sum. Next week is the bidding day, and your target is already registered with the Public Order Bureau. He is highly likely to participate. Thus you may kill him on bidding day. No one investigates handlers slain outdoors during the auction. Though only first and second tier agencies may win contracts, higher tier handlers enjoy impunity when killing during bidding day. Jinji gave no reply, thanked the manager, and departed. Outside the VIP chamber, citizens crowded the lobby, yet one ragged man lay pinned to the floor by security guards. He cried out, I merely wish to kill someone. What crime is that? Himwallah. Why torment me? Is killing someone truly so hard? It's just that I can't afford the application fee. How dare you scorn me? Fine, I'll kill without a permit. And what? You'd kill unlicensed. Enraged citizens surged forward, beating the man sprawled on the tiles. We paid dearly for our permits. You undermine our investment. Jinji glanced once, then walked away unmoved. Those leading the assault were none other than black market permits. As for unlicensed killing, she lacked the means to cover its punitive fines, let alone these paupers. Default meant asset seizure by the collection corps. Jinji knew that fate was worse than death. She found a vantage point gazing down upon the vibrant streets below. Perched on the ledge, she dangled her legs over the abyss, swaying gently in the breeze. Far off, nestled in a narrow alley, stood the Witch Containment Agency. Shabby, dilapidated, its stark contrast with the opulent Tixiong Agency Absolute. Hey little Jinji, Na, fluffy furred tail brushed against her. She turned. Meow and I, the cat-like humanoid, stood behind her. Meow and I, you're here. And hum. Meow and I exhaled two melodious snorts. Today's fox, isn't it? And Jinji touched the mask covering her face. Its design, she knew, depicted a charming little fox. Here's the document you requested. Na credential bearing Jinji's front-facing portrait was handed over, though the photo showed her unmasked and the name field read Luo Yang. Thank you. And he, and Meow and I curled affectionately against Luo Yang like a docile kitten. Pillar Universal Calendar Year 1048, July 3rd. 6 days until bidding day. Luo Yang would ensure Luo Li fought on that day. Once she secured her brother's legally certified kin pledge license, she could pledge him to a trust agency, compelling them to force his participation in the bidding day. And there on bidding day she would slay him, claiming her miracle. Boss, I've prepared a big surprise for you. Can you guess who it is? Manager Tixia, who had disappeared for an entire morning, finally appeared in the office. However, rather than being concerned about the manager's unexplained absence, Luo Li was more interested in the girl beside her. She slightly turned her face away, avoiding Luo Li's intense gaze. Her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow beneath her eyes, and her entire demeanor radiated a coldness that deterred strangers. Compared to the girl's exquisite and beautiful face, her attire was overly simple, a white cotton short-sleeve top paired with a gray-black jacket. Yet even such simple clothing exuded a unique sense of cleanliness and sharpness on her. In a city where everyone dyed their hair in vibrant colors, the girl's black hair and black eyes gave Luo Li a sense of familiarity. It's illegal to lure underage girls into office activities, Luo Li said coldly. Huaisheng, holding a newspaper, added, has our office finally taken this step? I've heard that labor dispatch offices are willing to spend a lot of money to purchase these human resources. Have you signed an ironclad contract with this little girl? The ironclad contract is a derivative product of the Empire's technology product contracts. Once both parties sign it, their actions will be strictly bound unless they are willing to pay the penalty for breach of contract. Otherwise, they must fulfill the contract terms. Therefore, ironclad contracts are often used in various commercial scenarios across the continent. Hey, you Empire folks are really hard to communicate with. You have no sense of humor whatsoever. Tixia sighed, and then rubbed a tuft of white hair on her head. Announcing the answer like this is just too boring. Her name is Luo Yang, and she is the biological sister of our boss. Luo Li nodded thoughtfully. Oh, so she is a biological sister. Is that your reaction? Don't you believe? Tixia felt displeased, waved her hand, and took out a paternity test report from her folder. I've already performed a blood relationship test for you. This report has been notarized. It can't be fake. The girl referred to as Luo Yang finally spoke. I found the logic sorcerers and located this place through their reunion service. Upon hearing the girl's statement, both Huaisheng and Luo Li were taken aback. Luo Li, I recommend you quickly confirm whether your biological father is some wealthy person. Logic sorcerers indeed provide reunion services, but these services are not like the touching programs such as Reunion Mission. Typically, those who purchase reunion services have only one goal. For instance, if one's wealthy father is about to die and is at a critical stage of dividing his inheritance, the son usually purchases reunion services to confirm whether his father has left behind any illegitimate children who might compete for inheritance, thus targeting the malicious illegitimate children to protect his rightful inheritance. The most famous reunion agency in the Empire has successfully eliminated thousands of illegitimate children since its establishment, safeguarding countless customers' property. At the same time, it has also helped many illegitimate children eliminate thousands of legitimate children, successfully defending the civil rights of the illegitimate. Now that someone has found Luo Li through reunion services, he quickly recalled his father's situation and then sighed in relief. It's fine, my father passed away long ago. I've already inherited all of his estate. Congratulations. I mean, why can't Xiaoyang just be here to reunite with family? Tixia looked at her boss and employee, unable to suppress another sigh. Why do you always think the worst of people? Heh. Huaisheng sneered. If you weren't a resident of another pillar and not an Empire citizen, I would really think you were a product of the Empire's regulations. Only those people would be so naive and innocent. Heh. Huaisheng sneered. If you weren't a resident of another pillar and not an Empire citizen, I would really think you were a product of the Empire's regulations. Are you really my sister? Even though he knew that the Empire people never had a concept of blood kinship, Luo Li wasn't a pure Empire citizen either, and her call immediately awakened the few soft feelings he had left for this world. Although Luo Li was an only child in his past life, he had a good relationship with his cousin. They both attended the same high school and middle school, and they would always agree to go home together after school on Saturdays. His cousin's family was strict, and she had little pocket money, so Luo Li would take the opportunity to buy her milk tea and snacks while they were heading home together and remind her to finish them before getting home. Even though he had little contact with his cousin after pursuing his master's degree, every time Luo Li thought of this, he would feel a small warmth. Yes, I always thought I was an orphan. Luo Yang nodded, gently, her movements small, carrying her unique shyness and coolness. But now I know I have an older brother. This feeling is just wonderful. I know I no longer have to fight alone. Oh, I have family who can support me. This sounded a bit strange. Luo Li didn't think much of it, just assumed she was emotional and had chosen her words poorly. But at the same time his mind was racing. His father actually had another daughter outside. He had never mentioned it. After Luo Li occupied the original owner's body, he had no memories of the original owner, let alone knowing he had a sister who had been lost for many years. Huaisheng put down the newspaper, observing this pair of siblings with great interest. A hint of playful amusement appeared on his delicate face, clearly finding this more entertaining than the news in the paper. Brother. She still slightly turned her face, not fully looking at Luo Li, but her long eyelashes fluttered one. Actually, I don't know what it feels like to have a family, but I believe I will understand soon. Finally, Luo Li sensed something was off because his little sister had emphasized having with a stronger tone. His 10 years of experience in the borderlands heightened his alertness. Ding! The sound of a text message notification rang out. The Citizens Affairs Application Bureau on Mousetail Street in Lang City reminds you that a relative of yours, Luo Yang, has submitted an application for a legal collateral relative certificate. Please arrive at the examination location on time to take the test. Luo Yang handed the printed exam admission ticket to Luo Li. Brother, I will get the collateral certificate faster than you. Once you become my asset, I will definitely experience the warmth of having family. Boss, I was wrong. The Empire is simply too terrifying. Can I please go home? Inside the taxi, Fijia, Huaisheng, and Luo Li were squeezed together. As for Luo Yang, she had already boarded her prearranged private vehicle and sped toward the examination hall. We're all family. Shouldn't we be joyful? Besides, how much could you possibly fetch as collateral, boss? Fijia was not a citizen of the 13th pillar. Luo Li only knew she hailed from the 10th pillar, a world pillar named Nymph Biotech Group, which held patents on numerous cutting-edge pharmaceuticals and collected licensing fees from top-tier workshops across the continent. Each world pillar maintained its own distinct social structure, giving rise to unique customs and cultures. Though Luo Li knew little of other pillars' societies, he was certain the empire ranked among the most dysfunctional. Don't chatter. Luo Li dared not engage Fijia's incessant prattle. He clutched a copy of 3-hour crash course for the King Collateral Certification exam, reciting passages while wincing at the cost. All official examination materials within the empire were exorbitantly priced. This very manual cost a staggering 1,000 ingots. To put it in perspective, Luo Li's monthly income barely reached 3,000 ingots. Certification, registration, application. The pursuit of credentials permeated every citizen's life. In Luo Li's view, these documents followed a consistent logic. Those with low application fees demanded exceptionally high barriers to entry, whereas those with steep fees offered no guarantee of easier access. The legally sanctioned King Collateral Certificate was among the most rigorously guarded credentials. Only passing the exam granted eligibility. Exam rules stipulated that both applicant and subject must be at least 15 years old and bound by blood relation. Both parties sat the same examination. The higher scorer earned the right to collateralize the other. In essence, whoever secured the King Collateral Certificate first gained legal ownership over their kin. The empire provided childbirth subsidies, payments continuing until the child turned 15. For countless ordinary families, that birthday marked a life-altering examination. Lose to your parents, and your future dissolved into oblivion. Hence the adage, first sword upon reaching shore, slay your biological father. For common citizens of the empire, slaying one's birth parent wasn't cruelty, it was survival. Without wealth, university remained inaccessible. Without a degree, entry into the imperial civil service was impossible. Without civil service status, one decayed in private sector obscurity, or rotted away as a low-tier sanitation worker in the undercity sewers. I'm doomed. Luo Li shut his eyes tight. Why must we even test archaic terminology? I can barely scrawl legible characters in standard tongue. How is this fair? Boss, no matter where you're collateralized, Huaisheng, and I will find a way to redeem you. Tears shimmered in Fijia's formerly aloof gaze as she clasped Luo Li's hand. Better we claim you than let your sister profit from you. Here's a contract. We'll pledge your organs for immediate funds, then use them to buy your freedom. My recommendation, accept your fate. Huaisheng spoke calmly. Your sister has clearly prepared thoroughly. She's already won. Is it still possible to file for a legally sanctioned homicide permit at the Bureau? Huaisheng shattered Luo Li's illusion. Unless you're a VIP guest of the Bureau itself, you cannot obtain such a permit before the exam concludes. Afterward, have you ever seen an asset leap up to stab its owner in the back? Inside the examination hall, directly administered by the Lyon Municipal Bureau of Citizen Affairs Applications. The afternoon session of the King Collateral Certification exam was about to begin. Son, your father stands at a critical juncture for promotion. Civil service positions operate on a strict promote or push principle, and at his age, failure to ascend now seals his professional trajectory forever. He desperately needs funds. Let him collateralize you. An elderly mother knelt beside a youth, gently stroking his head. Father is already in his 40s, with no civil service appointment, yet his capabilities have plateaued. The boy spoke with unnerving maturity. What sense does it make to waste money pursuing K1 level clerk certification? But I am different. I will attend university. The graduate program my father failed to enter. I will conquer it. The doctoral program he never dared dream of. I will claim it too. The Iron Rank Empire Trade Group's hierarchy spanned 12 tiers, from K1 intra-level clerk to K12 imperial chairman, second only to divinity. This ascent demanded unimaginable resources, only the wealthiest and most exceptional could scale its heights. Whether we are family, we must ensure the one with greatest potential advances furthest. Seeing his mother hesitate, the boy merely shook his head. No need to fret, mother. Once I secure the King Collateral certificate and collateralize, father, it will be your turn. I will love you both, carrying your wealth upward, gazing upon vistas higher and more magnificent than any before. Luo Li shivered, listening to surrounding conversations dripping with grotesque filial piety, fatherly benevolence, sonly devotion, motherly grace, daughterly reverence. Brother, you've arrived. Seated quietly in a corner, Luo Yang had long awaited him, hands cradling study materials, radiating serene composure. How's your review going? She tilted her head, her raven-black tresses slid softly across the textbook's pages. Her words brimmed with concern, but her cool profile and rigid posture betrayed quiet detachment. She had deliberately reconnected with Luo Li solely to collateralize him, securing immediate profit and guaranteeing his participation. She had deliberately reconnected with Luo Li solely to collateralize him, securing immediate profit and guaranteeing his participation in the upcoming bid day. She would remember him, perhaps for the rest of her life. Cherishing this peculiar warmth between kin, Luo Li sat beside his sister and asked, "Aren't you worried I might earn the King Collateral certificate before you?" She would remember him, perhaps for the rest of her life. Cherishing this peculiar warmth between kin, Luo Li sat beside his sister and asked. Feeling his warm grip, her pale fingers relaxed like a sleeping kitten nestled gently in his palm. So this was physical contact with family. But brother, why did you slip cheat sheets into my clothing? Did you intend to win by reporting me for cheating? Luo Yang had noticed his maneuver long ago. A level 4 sanitation officer's discipline left no room for such oversight. Impossible. I'd never resort to such despicable tactics. Luo Li spoke with solemn conviction, utterly concealing his clandestine mischief. Is that so? She withdrew her hand. It seems neither can I. Excuse me. I need the restroom. Luo Li hurried off, calling frantically in the lavatory. Huisheng. Top 5 must-eat list. Address me like that again, and I swear I'll walk away immediately. Forget that. Quickly check if I've hidden any cheat sheets on me. He hadn't expected his trick to be discovered. This sister stirred something unusual within him. They felt uncannily like kindred spirits. Your sister's ruthless. 5 microsheets, each no larger than a thumbnail. Even if you somehow outscored her, she could instantly report your concealed notes and nullify your results. The examination for collateralizing family members is underway. Luo Li had only entered the Pillar realm for a year and had never received the Empire's general education, let alone participated in an examination based entirely on its content. He never imagined that one day he would be approached by a sister who fell from the sky, and then at the recognition scene, he would be sent through the examination hall's door. Just when he was at a loss, Luo Yang had already submitted her paper, early glancing at Luo Li before leaving gracefully. Oh no, this is bad. Luo Li, please submit to an inspection. Someone has reported you for cheating. The stern examiner ordered Luo Li to stand up and thoroughly searched him. After finding nothing, he signaled Luo Li to continue answering the questions. Even after the exam time ended, Luo Li couldn't squeeze out a few more words. Just as he was about to get up and leave the examination room, he heard a middle-aged man suddenly stand up and shout loudly, "Examiner, I report my son for cheating." A young boy in the examination room trembled all over. After checking his pocket, he quickly realized something and looked at his father in disbelief. "Dad." The boy's sincere call did not awaken paternal love. "I saw him secretly smuggling answers in his—" The middle-aged man clutched his chest. "Son, you're so foolish to use such crude methods." "No, I didn't. Examiner, this note is not mine. It's my father who is framing me." However, the examiner ignored the boy's pleas and coldly stated, after pulling out a note from his pocket, "Candidate Elt Boli has violated examination discipline and will receive a score of 0 in the written test." Haha, you didn't even want to be checked before entering the examination room. With this level, you still want to collateralize your parents to attend university. If you can't even compare to your parents, how do you expect to climb higher? It's truly laughable. If you're not capable, then just be a resource on your parents' career path. The boy clenched his fists tightly amidst the whispers of the other candidates, his body trembling slightly. You might as well give up on the physical test. Our family cannot waste more money on internal strife. I'm not old yet. With this money I can strive for a few more years. You're young. Your sunk cost isn't as high as mine. You might as well give up on the physical test. Our family cannot waste more money on internal strife. I'm not old yet. With this money I can strive for a few more years. You're young. Your sunk cost isn't as high as mine, so you won't lose much if you die. Your mother is already pregnant with a brother for you. Our family can receive 15 more years of maternity benefits. The boy remained silent, but tears streamed down his face. His dream of attending university was shattered. Once collateralized, what awaited him was only endless toil unless he could redeem himself, otherwise he would be cruelly exploited in factories or mines until death, when his organs would be stripped away. How he wished to become a university student, only then could he exploit others. Luo Li also remained silent. He even thought about comforting this boy who shared the same predicament, but this boy probably didn't have as good a mood as Luo Li. The examination for collateralizing family members consists of a written test and a physical test. The former assesses the candidate's learning ability, while the latter tests their physical fitness, with different weights contributing to the final score. As for the form of the physical test, in a world where all conflicts may ultimately resort to violence, nothing can more efficiently judge the overall physical qualities of candidates than a fight. The examination hall is entirely enclosed, and the lengthy and oppressive passage from the written test room to the physical test arena is adorned with advertisements on both sides of the originally plain white walls, with various advertisement videos playing in rotation, and below these ads are stalls selling potions and staffed by workers. Still worried about the physical test? Afraid of being crushed by strong relatives? A man with an overly enthusiastic smile yelled at the passing candidates, "Instant Ignite Physical Enhancement Agent. High-level task handler certification exam compliance specifically for physical tests. Within 10 minutes of consumption, strength and reaction speed increase by 50%. Give your dear family a surprise at the critical moment." Next to him, an advertisement showed a weak teenager swallowing a glowing green liquid, and the next moment his muscles bulged as he punched his father across the room, with a huge, qualified stamp and virtual confetti flying in the background. "Sir, have you considered our familial leverage financial service? We offer low-interest loans specifically for enhancing expenses before the physical test. Just think, with a small investment, you can ensure stable maternity benefits for the next 15 years and a quality family asset with no capacity for resistance. The return on this investment far exceeds any other." Luo Li felt as if he was not walking through a test corridor, but traversing a weapons market providing comprehensive services for mutual slaughter. He looked at the prices of these potions, all of which were 30% higher than similar products outside. Moreover, the examination regulations stipulated that candidates could only use compliant potions and equipment during the test. As for what was compliant and what wasn't, rest assured anything not purchased within the examination hall is deemed non-compliant. To be safe, Luo Li could only helplessly buy a few cost-effective potions, but upon glancing at the limited balance he had no choice but to send a text to T. Laner. "Luo Li photo. Luo Li, you wouldn't want this photo to appear on your phone, would you? T. Laner, you'll regret it. You will definitely regret it. T. Laner, I will make you pay for it on the bidding day." Luo Li photo. T. Laner transfer 2,000 coins. After thanking Miss T. Laner for her gift, Luo Li immediately muted the messages. Following the instructions on his admission ticket, Luo Li finally found the physical test area with his sister Luo Yang, who was already waiting by the door. She seemed completely unaffected by the surrounding frenzied advertisements, boredly staring at the potholes on the ground. Her long black hair swayed in the breeze, making her stand out awkwardly in the noisy environment. If one overlooked the fact that she was about to put her brother into a collateral contract, this appearance looked quite obedient. "Is it necessary? Even if I am collateralized, I wouldn't be worth much. Brother, you're actually quite valuable." Under the examiner's guidance, Luo Yang stepped into the arena. "Valuable enough that I have to take notice." Luo Li was indeed worth 4 months' salary of a level 4 handler, and Luo Yang felt displeased with his devaluation of himself. "Really?" Luo Li replied non-committally. "We've only known each other for a few hours, and you've already sent me to the examination room. I actually have many questions I want to ask you." "I was too anxious. If you want to blame me, I can apologize to you." "No need." He waved the long sword rented from the examination room. "But do you really want to fight me barehanded? If you're very skilled at fighting, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Brother, for me this might just be a tedious fight, but for you I hope you can take it seriously." "I will." The long sword pointed diagonally to the ground. His center of gravity sank, and Luo Li took a stance. He took a deep breath. "This damned examination. Both sides confirm. The examination begins." Physical tests are ultimately not a fight to the death. Both sides will endeavor to avoid fatal areas. After all, if you kill your son, he won't be worth anything. Lo Yang did not want her false identity to be associated with the Blade Maiden, so she gave up using a sword. Yet even without her most skilled weapon, a fourth-tier handler is not something a first-tier handler can match. More importantly, unlike handlers who heavily rely on equipment, Lo Yang is an enlightenment sorceress mastering the divine art of enlightenment. Enlightenment sorceresses are more adept at direct confrontational combat compared to other sorcerers. Their divine art can provide various enhancements to the sorceress, which can last for a long time as long as the cost is paid in advance. Moreover, as long as the cost is paid in advance and no divine arts are used during the exam, she would not be recognized as an enlightenment sorceress. Lo Yang had already applied various basic enlightenments for herself in advance, which were sufficient for ordinary. Lo Yang looked at Lo Li on the opposite side of the arena, slightly puzzled. Aren't you going to make a move? Tell me, what is the point of this exam for us? Lo Li asked. Since we are both our father's children, if you are short on money, I can help you bear part of it. Brother, delaying will not change the outcome. She calmly stated. Just obediently become my asset. Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. Lo Li tapped his toes slightly, turned his body, and the rented longsword sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, directly stabbing at Lo Yang's seemingly defenseless shoulder. Lo Yang did not even move her feet. Just as the sword tip was about to touch the edge of her clothes, she merely leaned slightly to the side. Her movement, so small, it was nearly elegant, causing the fierce strike to miss as it grazed her body. However, Lo Li's seemingly full-force strike was just a feint. His wrist flicked in an incredible manner, converting the forward force through his waist and abdomen, bringing his body to a sudden stop. The longsword utilized this rotational force to create an almost perfect semicircle, transitioning from a stab to a slash, the blade howling fiercely as it was reversed to strike at Lo Yang's exposed waist. A true look of surprise finally flashed across Lo Yang's calm eyes. She no longer merely relied on evasion. Her right arm, which had been naturally hanging down, suddenly lifted, the matte black armor perfectly meeting the weakest point of the sword's edge. Her true expertise lay in swordsmanship, and just through a brief exchange, she immediately sensed Lo Li's skill level. This fluid connection of attacks was far beyond that of a first-tier handler. Clang! The crisp and loud sound of metal clashing erupted, sending a shower of dazzling sparks. The immense recoil made Lo Li's arm feel numb, but he gritted his teeth, using the force of the collision to take a half step back, quickly creating distance. His longsword still steadily aimed at his opponent, his breathing slightly hurried, yet his gaze grew sharper. Brother, Lo Yang lowered her arm, her gaze towards Lo Li completely changed, filled with scrutiny. You are much stronger than I imagined. You are not bad either. Lo Li panted slightly, feeling the soreness in his arm. Knowing the immense gap in strength, he decisively raised his hand to signal for a pause. Lo Yang did not pursue. She simply asked calmly, are you going to surrender? Let me take a medicine first. Taking out the medicine he had just bought, and not yet warmed up, Lo Li jabbed it directly into his stomach. Almost instantly, a burning pain like lava exploded from the injection site, rapidly spreading along his veins and nerves. Lo Li groaned softly, veins bulging on his forehead, his body involuntarily twitching slightly. But the duration of this agony was extremely short. The arm that had felt somewhat sore before suddenly regained its strength, and his senses became sharper, his heart pounding like a war drum, pumping powerful blood to every limb. But the duration of this agony was extremely short. The arm that had felt somewhat sore before suddenly regained its strength, and his senses became sharper, his heart pounding like a war drum, pumping powerful blood. Cheap and with minimal side effects meant that the effectiveness of the medicine was greatly reduced, or at best, it would just give Lo Li a blue buff. He charged forward again, his speed nearly 30% faster than before. The longsword transformed into a silver flash, no longer merely a stab or slash, but pouring forth like a torrential storm. Clang, 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 clang. The dense sound of clashes echoed in the examination hall. Sparks constantly exploded between the sword's edge and the armor. Each of Lo Li's slashes and thrusts was blocked or deflected by Lo Yang, with minimal movement and precise angles. However, the frown on her brow subtly deepened. On the surface, it seemed she held the advantage, but she clearly felt that the opponent's power and speed were too weak compared to her enhanced self. The only reason Lo Li could last this long was due to his almost monstrous swordsmanship, intuition, and combat skills. The connections and variations of many sword techniques even surprised her, requiring her to concentrate fully. She even developed an absurd feeling, in terms of sword skills, this fourth-tier handler might not even match her brother, who only held a first-tier title. No wonder the application bureau would give Lo Li such a high price. For the two engaged in battle, the atmosphere of this fight was overly calm, completely lacking the roaring and howling from the neighboring examination hall. Here there were only the sharp sounds of swords slicing through the air, the clear ringing of metal colliding, and Lo Yang executed a side kick, sweeping toward Lo Li. Just as he was about to raise his sword to block, he saw Lo Yang charging at him with a short knife gleaming coldly toward his face. Ding! A sound sharper and clearer than metal clashing erupted. The sword guard successfully blocked the short knife, but Lo Li's entire right arm instantly felt numb, nearly losing sensation, and the long sword almost slipped from his hand. Looking at the suddenly appearing short knife, Lo Li asked, "Didn't you say you would fight me barehanded?" "Did I say that?" Lo Yang tilted her head, her black hair fluttering slightly. "Do you believe everything the enemy says?" Before her words fell, she had already closed in like a ghost, the short knife in her hand, transforming into a silver snake, targeting the vulnerable spots where Lo Li's longsword could not defend. With the aid of the weapon, her offensive power suddenly surged several times. Every move aimed directly at critical areas like Lo Li's wrist and elbow. Lo Li felt a flash before his eyes, his sword-holding wrist suddenly experiencing a sharp pain. Unbeknownst to him, Lo Yang had already closed in the back of the short knife, heavily striking his wrist bone. Clatter! The long sword slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. The short knife pointed at his neck. "Brother, you lost." "Yes." Lo Li revealed a relieved smile, then raised his hand high. "Examiner, I report that my sister cheated." Lo Yang paused, instinctively thinking this was Lo Li's dying struggle, just as she was about to speak up to persuade. However, just as her words fell, Lo Yang distinctly felt a heavy foreign object suddenly appear in her right pocket. As if it had been lying there from the start, she only discovered it at this moment. This is the divine art of secret. When did she get hit? When did the secrecy sorceress approach her? How did she remain completely unaware? Lo Yang had long heard of the secrecy sorceress. This group of sorcerers could be called geniuses of black market dealings. Their divine arts can erase the source of funds, conceal the flow of wealth, let alone just hide a small object. Every employee of the 13th pillar has heard something about the relationship between their superiors and the secrecy sorcerers. It is often said the empire's development is a spiral ascent where order is responsible for the ascent and secrecy for the spiral. Where there is order, there must be secrecy. You actually used divine arts to frame me for cheating. Could the secrecy sorceress be idle enough to take on such a commission? She suddenly recalled the effeminate man who had sat next to Lo Li reading the newspaper. It was him, the employee named Huaisheng. Candidate Lo Yang for illegally carrying non-compliant drugs and violating examination discipline. You receive a score of 0 in the physical test. Did we win? Luo Li nodded towards Huaisheng. Thank you. Without your divine technique, I would have been contemplating how to redeem myself right now. While I would like to wish you success in your endeavors. However, Tixia shrugged uncomfortably, her characteristic white hair swaying slightly with the motion. Congratulations on being able to legally mortgage your younger sister. That's still a bit too bizarre for me. If you live in the Empire for another 2 years, you won't have such worries anymore. Huaisheng let out a barely audible sneer. Moreover, I don't believe the 10th pillar would present a harmonious picture of a positively thriving society. Which pillar in the world isn't built upon corpses? Tixia pursed her lips, not engaging in a debate about which pillar was superior or inferior. In this place where everything was exceedingly anthropomorphized, Tixia was one of the few normal people Luo Li had encountered, although she sometimes displayed foolish behavior that was extremely inconsistent with her appearance. Luo Li would always remember a certain day a year ago. The sun was glaring and a young woman with snow-white hair and an outstanding demeanor stepped down nimbly from a convertible sports car, walking straight towards him, who was then still troubled about survival. She looked at Luo Li with her gray-blue eyes and told him, I am willing to invest in you. Oh, let's open an agency. At that moment, Luo Li truly believed he had hit the jackpot, encountering the legendary young lady with an eye for, until later when he witnessed this young lady pedaling a bicycle to work one morning, huffing and puffing and justifying herself by saying, renting a sports car is way too damn expensive. Congratulations, brother. I am now your asset. A calm voice abruptly interrupted Luo Li's recollection. Luo Yang had quietly stood beside the three of them, as if she was meant to be there all along. Compared to the other future assets outside the examination room, whose faces were pale and despondent, she appeared relaxed, as if she had just completed a regular monthly exam. When do you plan to mortgage me? Don't make it sound as simple as buying pre-packaged meals. Luo Li touched the mortgage certificate in his file bag, feeling surprisingly good about it. No rush, we can sit down and have a good talk now. Let's chat. Somewhere else. Where to? To my home. Inside Luo Li's 3 stories. Incest without a license is illegal, Luo Yang said as she looked at the dimly lit small room. Even if you possess my mortgage certificate, it does not mean you own my assets and can infringe upon my rights at will. If you intend to use the mortgage certificate to coerce me into committing a crime, I advise you to abandon that notion. No matter who you mortgage me to, I have the ability to redeem myself. Luo Li was about to say something, but his attention was drawn to a notice posted by the door. The Citizens Code has been updated, he murmured. Hearing this, Luo Yang quickly leaned closer, as if she couldn't afford to waste a second, and began reading the notice. Citizens Code for the entire Iron Order Empire updated on July 4th, 1048 of the Pillar Calendar. 1. There is no entity known as Tsang Yin Funeral within the Empire. If you encounter anyone claiming to be a Tsang Yin Funeral handler, please promptly gouge out your own eyes. Warning. Do not attempt to disguise yourself as Tsang Yin Funeral, you will surely regret your actions. 2. Honey glazed pork tenderloin is not suitable for consumption alongside Liddy's bubble spray. Oh, please do not attempt it. 3. If you receive any non-official recruitment investment or matchmaking information in your dreams, please wake up immediately and gargle with salt water. 4. Do not mimic cat humans making sounds exceeding 75 decibels in front of mirrors late at night, as it will disturb your neighbors. 5. Do not confide your emotional problems to street vending machines. It is highly likely they will not respond to you. There were more than 10 rules in total, and Luo Li quickly memorized them all. In the Empire, typically every 10 days the Citizens Code for the entire Iron Order Empire is updated. These notices bearing the code are automatically posted in various locations within the pillars, and no one knows how they end up on their front doors. When Luo Li first entered the pillar, he was extremely wary of these rules, which were filled with an eerie atmosphere. Every citizen of the Empire knew that the content of the Citizens Code must not be violated. Those who had previously violated the Citizens Code had all disappeared without exception. Luo Li used to be very cautious every day, fearing that he might inadvertently violate a rule. But now it seemed that as long as one didn't deliberately engage in self-destructive behavior, they generally wouldn't violate these bizarre rules. Nevertheless, every citizen of the Empire would still check for updates on the rules promptly and memorize them, just like Luo Yang did now. She half closed her eyes, seemingly rapidly reciting them in her heart, before opening her eyes to say, Song Yin funeral. Is that a high-ranking individual? The handlers range from the first tier at the bottom to the fifth tier at the top, and above the fifth tier, there are high-ranking individuals. She don't talk about the contents of the code. Although there was no explicit rule against discussing the contents of the code, the people of the Empire generally believed that it would bring some kind of misfortune. Luo Yang spoke lightly superstition. Luo Li was taken aback by her words. With such bizarre occurrences, you dare call me superstitious? Rules exist. Understanding them, utilizing them, or avoiding them is the rational approach. Blind fear is superstition. Luo Yang's tone remained flat. Speaking of which, brother, you just mentioned wanting to chat. What do you want to discuss? She walked to the center of the living room, where there were only a few old sofas that looked like they had been picked up from a garbage heap, and a rickety coffee table. She sat down nonchalantly, her posture still straight, contrasting sharply with the surrounding environment. Do you still remember Mom and Dad? I do not remember. Her response was crisp and decisive, without any hesitation or sadness. Since I gained clear memories, I have lived alone in the borderlands. The territory of the continent is clearly divided into 3 tiers: the area directly ruled by the world pillars, the chaotic edges belonging to lawless lands, and the unknown territories yet to be civilized. You actually obtained residency within the Empire. How did you do that? Through my own efforts. Luo Yang answered succinctly, without any intention to elaborate further. Really, life in the borderlands must be tough. Luo Li did not press further. Let's eat. I bought fresh prepackaged meals. He took out several colorful meal boxes, skillfully tore open the packaging, and placed them one by one into the tray of an old heating device. The machine emitted a dull humming sound as it began to work. In the Empire, truly fresh food is exceedingly expensive, and these standardized prepackaged meals produced by various workshops, due to their stable quality and relatively affordable prices, have become a delicacy for many citizens within the Empire to enhance their lives. For Luo Li, this meal was enough to make him feel the pinch. Fortunately, all expenses were covered by Miss T. Laner. With a ding, the heating device signaled completion, and Luo Li placed the steaming meal boxes on the coffee table as the rich scent of industrialized spices instantly filled the small living room. The sauce for the tomato-based noodles exhibited an excessively perfect red color. The synthetic meat patties had a texture so uniform it seemed printed, and the functional beverage was fizzing unnaturally. Luo Li took a large bite of the noodles, and the sweetness of the food instantly spread across his lips and teeth as the weariness of the day seemed to gradually dissolve and transform into soft feathers that floated away. Indeed, this was the kind of food one should eat. If he successfully won the bid next week, would he be able to have prepackaged meals for every meal in the future? Luo Li fantasized about his future life, feeling that simply living had become more hopeful. By the way, does Dad have any inheritance? Luo Yang suddenly reached out her hand towards Luo Li. Share half with me. I clearly said to take off the ring. Amid the enchanting aura, Leishi propped herself up from the bed, feeling the pain beneath her face etched with resentment. It should have been a refreshing morning, yet she felt an overwhelming fatigue and soreness. Leishi, came the sickly sweet voice of Tylaner from behind her hand, unintentionally reaching out to Leishi. I was wrong, please forgive me. You always do this. Leishi swatted Tylaner's hand away, slipping back into her thin clothing that barely covered her exposed shoulders. She fastened the button at her chest, while Tylaner lazily lounged on the bed, a silly grin on her face, resembling a cat that had just stolen a meal. The bidding day is soon. Is it really okay for you to be like this? Leishi was born into an ordinary worker's family within the territory. Her parents were assembly line workers at the Gears workshop, barely making ends meet with their meager wages and child allowances. She had once worked hard in school, dreaming of attending university and becoming a master of order, but her parents died in a machinery accident when she was 13. Had her parents died a little later, she might have been able to pledge them for support, but unfortunately 13-year-old Leishi did not qualify for a pledge certificate. This taught Leishi a harsh lesson early on: parents and opportunities do not wait for anyone. Leaving the witch shelter was also due to Leix's desire not to waste any more time, as that place was no different from. She had not been at the witch shelter long enough to see the boss truly in action, spending most of her time on low-quality commissions from the talent market. Sitting in the talent market felt terrifying, as she could almost see herself being pulled into the abyss by the arms of the poor, sensing that she too was starting to emit the stench of poverty. Unable to endure this feeling of gradual decay, Leishi left, relying on Tylenor's help to join the Happy Family Agency, a rapidly growing second-tier agency. Yet she couldn't help but recall the scene of Luo Li sending Tylenor flying with a single strike. Perhaps Tylenor had simply been careless after all. Luo Li was just a first-tier handler. She shook her head, unwilling to think further. "Damn Luo Li, I swear I will kill you," Tylenor exclaimed as she jumped up from the bed, cursing at her phone. Luo Li photo of supermarket shelves. Luo Li, the pre-prepared meals at the supermarket are on sale. Do you think they look delicious? Tylenor, what the hell does that have to do with me? Luo Li, 116 credits, please pay for me. Tylenor, get lost. Don't you have money? Luo Li photo. Luo Li, you wouldn't want this photo to appear on your superior's phone, would you? Oh. Tylenor slammed her phone onto the bed. After I pay him, he'll block me. I swear I will kill him one. Leishi stared at her companion, who helped her get into the Happy Family Agency, watching Tylenor rage impotent. A wave of nausea flashed through her heart. Yet she concealed the hint of disgust in her eyes and reminded, "We should head to the agency. The director has instructed us not to be late." In the agency, the director had been waiting for quite some time. Beside him stood a man in black, holding a suitcase. The director of Happy Family cleared his throat lightly. "Although our agency is not officially an affiliate of the Suitcase Agency, we have already established a cooperative relationship. Mr. Yi Lian has come here especially for you." Yi Lian's handsome face broke into a friendly smile. "Good morning, colleagues. The handler from the Suitcase Agency actually calls us colleagues. We're actually working with a quasi-affiliate agency. He called us colleagues. What do we do? I'm so happy." As a star handler who frequently faced the public, Yi Lian knew exactly how to cater to the cheap satisfaction of these low-tier wastes. However, it was understandable. After all, merely mentioning the Suitcase Agency's name would attract countless. But no matter how much he despised these low-tier wastes in his heart, he would not let those feelings show, as the Suitcase Agency's long-standing philosophy was people-oriented. To deepen our strategic cooperation and show the Suitcase Agency's care for our colleagues, Yi Lian's voice was gentle and magnetic. We have specially coordinated with the Vanguard Implant Workshop to provide each of you outstanding colleagues with a free implant surgery opportunity. The crowd fell silent in an instant, and after a moment someone weakly asked, "Isn't the imperial law prohibiting non-medical implant surgeries?" Unlike many pillars that fully allow implant surgeries, Pillar 13 prohibits all non-medical implant surgeries, which has led to the huge implant industry outside not being able to penetrate the imperial blue ocean market. Don't worry, we will prepare medical implant licenses for you. Even with Yi Lian's assurance, the low-tier handlers were still exchanging glances. The director's face suddenly turned cold. "All of you have already signed an ironclad contract before joining. Our agency has now decided to proceed with full implantation. Is there anyone who does not comply with the arrangement?" Yi Lian timely took over the conversation, his smile still warm. "Think about it. While your competitors are still using their flesh and blood to resist, you will already possess a workshop-certified enhanced implant. Power, speed, and reaction capabilities will all be enhanced. What does this mean for bidding day? It means a higher survival rate. It means stronger competitiveness. It means you can earn more money. Once you have implants, those who once looked down on you, those who scolded you, those who humiliated and slandered you will all be insignificant. You can crush their heads, spit on their brains, and relish the remnants of regret on their faces. Director, I am willing to undergo the implant surgery." Tylenor nearly jumped up, her face radiating fervor, as if she could envision herself trampling her companion's former boss. Her enthusiasm was like a stone thrown into a cesspool, instantly stirring up a more gruesome chain reaction. The handlers who had been hesitant moments ago suddenly had red eyes, as if fearing they would fall behind. I want one too. Give me a drill. I want those who look down on me to experience the taste of being split open. Damn it. I want to make money. Can I really earn more money? Excellent. This is the wolf-hearted team of Happy Family. The director smiled with satisfaction. Sign the contract, and we will arrange the paperwork and surgery immediately. Rexy, I've spoken with the director. There's no need for you to undergo the cybernetic augmentation procedure. Tylenol held Rex's hand, her voice soft. I prefer you just as you are, unmodified, authentic. But rest assured, even without augmentation, I will continue to support you, fully and unconditionally. Rexy nodded silently. She knew her position at Harmony Family Affairs Agency was peripheral. Resources would never be allocated to her first. After all, she had only gained entry through Tylenol's patronage. In truth, she was little more than Tylenol's personal ward within the agency. What harm was there in being a pet? So long as she avoided poverty, that was enough. Within moments, the armored transport dispatched by Vanguard Cybernetics Workshop arrived, ferrying the agency's team to the so-called licensing site. It was no official institution, merely the entrance ramp to a desolate auxiliary lane of an inner-city. A dense, restless crowd had already gathered. Handlers from dozens of agencies jostled along the roadside, their air thick with feverish anticipation and manic fervor. "What are they waiting for?" Rexy whispered softly to a young handler beside her. His face flushed with excitement as he rubbed his palms together. "For the vehicle, of course. Look, it's coming now." Rexy followed his gaze. A heavily modified freight truck rumbled steadily toward the crowd, its side emblazoned with bold lettering, "Fully Automated Licensing Vehicle." Its engine growled with deep, resonant authority, just as the truck neared the front of the throng. "For power. For wealth. For crushing those who scorn me. For paying off my loans." A deafening roar erupted from the crowd, a cacophony of raw, unhinged conviction. Handlers from every agency surged forward like leaping fish, hurling themselves onto the road with terrifying precision, each aiming their forearm directly into the spinning tire of the oncoming truck. A chorus of grating bone fractures and stifled cries pierced the air. Blood sprayed in crimson arcs, severed limbs and jagged bone fragments gleamed under the sun. One, two, dozens collapsed like scythed wheat, clutching mangled or fully severed arms, yet laughing wildly, eyes blazing with ecstatic delirium. Almost instantly, white uniformed personnel poured from vehicles marked with the insignias of the Licensing Bureau and Municipal Medical Authority. They fanned out across the carnage, moving with practiced efficiency to assess each victim. Name: Colin Miller. Left forearm. Open comminuted fracture of radius and ulna. Meets clinical criteria for medical-grade cybernetic augmentation. License issued. Next. Hurry up, don't block the line. License approved. Remove the patient. Next. Imperial law strictly forbade non-medical cybernetic augmentation, but the legal definition of medical necessity remained deliberately vague. By inflicting injuries calibrated precisely to meet statutory thresholds, applicants could circumvent the law entirely. With the Licensing Bureau's enthusiastic endorsement, obtaining a medical augmentation license became effortless. The Lane City Licensing Bureau general manager dabbed his brow with a handkerchief, murmuring admiringly, "Look at these youths, what indomitable spirit. For power, for ambition, they sacrifice without hesitation. Truly, the future of the Empire." Yilian bowed slightly, smiling warmly. "Precisely so. This is the healthy, upward-striving ethos our society needs." As the first batch of licenses was distributed, the automated licensing vehicle completed its U-turn and rolled once more toward the waiting crowd. Seeing how swiftly the Licensing Bureau dispensed approvals, Harmony Family Affairs Agency's last lingering doubts dissolved. Tylenol bounced with exhilaration, shaking Rexy's arm. "See, soon we'll all be augmented. Our agency will win the contract. 3, 2, 1, jump." Tylenol struck a diving pose, arms stretched forward with theatrical for contract victory. Her fellow handlers from Harmony Family Affairs hurled themselves headlong toward the massive truck. Splutch! A dull, sickening thud, far heavier than any prior bone break. One handler misjudged his leap, his skull met the tires, full force bursting like a crushed melon, splattering gore across nearby bystanders. "Wah, so much pain! So much pain!" Even amid shrieks of agony, Tylenol sneered at her fallen colleague. "What utter incompetence! Can't even pass free licensing." Rexy, I've got my license. Come with me. Let's get augmented right now." Instantly, Rexy and Tylenol were ushered into the vehicle and sped toward the workshop's surgical center. Her blood loss is critical, exceeding the complimentary transfusion quota. The standard free package includes only 800 milliliters of base replacement fluid and rudimentary hemostasis, explained the cybernetic surgeon, glancing at his diagnostic tablet. "This patient has already lost over 120 ml, and hemorrhaging continues. To ensure surgical success and optimal postoperative integration of the cybernetic unit, immediate infusion of high-purity bioactive nutrient solution and enhanced coagulation factor injection is imperative." He tapped his tablet, summoning a new interface with crisp clarity. Standard package 120 ml high-purity bioactive nutrient solution, standard coagulation factor injection, 180 credits. Accelerated recovery package 15 ml high-purity bioactive nutrient solution, enhanced coagulation factor injection, neural regeneration stimulation, 280 credits. Ultimate experience package 200 ml. Given this patient's physiological status and credit rating, we strongly recommend the accelerated recovery package. It maximizes safety margins and guarantees seamless fusion of the cybernetic unit. We suggest applying for the Vanguard Workshop Development Bank co-branded loan. Approval is instantaneous, funds transferred in 1 second. Tylenol lay supine on the operating table, pale-lipped, trembling uncontrollably, consciousness fraying at the edges. Blood still seeped steadily from her severed limb, staining the sterile drape beneath her in spreading crimson pools. Through the haze of pain and shock, Tylenol seemed to grasp the surgeon's words. With ragged, desperate breaths, she rasped, "Buy it. Give me the best. I want the strongest. Tylenol. You don't have that much credit." Rexy pulled up Tylenol's account interface, voice tight with panic. "It's not enough. Low loan. Give me a loan. It hurts. Process it now." Facial recognition confirmed. The loan approval flashed instantly. Simultaneously, assistants rushed in, pushing carts laden with premium biologics and injectables, initiating emergency transfusions and targeted injections. 3 hours later, Tylenol emerged from surgery entranced by her new arms, gleaming metallic, exquisitely engineered. Her cool alloy fingers reached out once more, gently taking Rexy's hand. "I succeeded." Her voice was faint but vibrating with irrepressible triumph. Exhaustion softened her smile. "This is who I was always meant to be." At that moment, a grand screen mounted on the surgical center's wall lit up, playing an uplifting promotional film. On-screen handlers adorned with sleek, dazzling cybernetic augmentations strode confidently down sunlit avenues, faces radiant with self-assurance. A charismatic, resonant voiceover swelled with unwavering conviction. "Choose Vanguard Cybernetics. Embrace infinite potential. Invest in yourself. Win your future. Remember, we all have a brighter tomorrow." Morning. A slightly weary young face appeared in the mirror, its black hair disheveled from a night's sleep, and more importantly, the hair was indeed too long. He mumbled under his breath, "What a hassle." He rummaged through the cluttered shelf by the sink, finding a rubber band previously used for who knows what, then twisted his hair at the back of his head twice and loosely tied it into a ponytail. After leisurely tidying up, there was a knock at the front door downstairs. "Good morning, Mrs. Mifu." Outside stood a graceful woman, Mrs. Mifu, Jiang Chen's landlord, a genuine charm doll. Like various Demahomens, charm dolls are also a fairly common race within the empire, known for their high beauty and strong sexual desires. It is said a single charm doll community can invigorate the tea industry of an entire city. At this moment, she was wearing a uniquely tailored white spaghetti strap dress that accentuated her stunning curves, casually draped with a delicate lace shawl over her shoulders, her bare feet lazily brushing against the cool floor of the porch. "Good morning, my little Jiang Chun. Remember to call me sister. I'm still quite young after all." Mrs. Mifu's smile carried a hint of seduction. "It's time for the rent again. If you really don't have it, I can accept other forms of payment." As she spoke, her fingers teased the fabric over her chest, pretending to pull it down slowly. A glimpse of snow-white skin was faintly visible. "Oh, it's the Northern Hemisphere." Jiang Chen's expression showed little change as he took out his phone. "I've already transferred this month's rent. I purposely came early. Don't you men usually have strong desires in the morning?" Mrs. Mifu playfully lifted her dress to cover the revealing Northern Hemisphere. "Could it be that your sexual orientation is the same as mine, eh? I can introduce you to my sister's husbands." "No need." Jiang Chen sent away this often intrusive charm doll landlord and returned home, where the doll quietly poked its head out from the basement. He opened his phone and a flurry of messages popped up. "Tijia, I found the contact information for a few third-year agents. You should reach out to see if they can assist us in bidding for the firm." Tijia contact recommended. Jiang Chen clicked on the contact information sent by Tijia and found a third-year agent from the United Assistance Agency. "Jiang Chen, hello. Do you have time? I'd like to inquire if you are still accepting bids for the bidding day." Ironbeard gestured. Jiang Chun frowned, thinking how the cultural remnants of these agents were truly pervasive. Jiang Chun transferred 300 coins. Ironbeard payment received. Ironbeard, not available. Fist salute. Jiang Chen immediately felt a pang in his heart. Fortunately, these expenses could be counted on the firm's account. He found a few more third-tier agents, but as soon as they heard Jiang Chun was running a first-tier firm, they all ceased responding, except when it came to receiving red envelopes. Seeing that he had sent out so many red envelopes without stirring any response, Jiang Chun decided to change tactics. "Jiang Chun, hello. Bunny Duck, that's it. Bunny Duck payment received. Bunny Duck, fool, you are not friends with the other party and cannot initiate a conversation temporarily. Bunny Duck, that's it. Bunny Duck payment received. Bunny Duck, fool, you are not friends with the other party and cannot initiate a conversation temporarily. As expected, not a single one of these agents is any good." Jiang Chun patted the doll's shoulder and said, "You must be a good person in the future." The doll tilted its faceless head, seemingly expressing confusion. For the past few days, Jiang Chun had been able to see the message, integrity verification not passed, at the top of his vision. He had also sparred with the doll several times due to his itch, but each time he was swiftly defeated. If an incomplete doll possessed such strength, Jiang Chun began to look forward to how formidable a complete doll would truly be. Moreover, the desecration of enlightenment intrigued him. What exactly was the miracle mentioned during the contract signing? But compared to these, Jiang Chun cared more about the fact that this empty little house finally had a breath of life. "Doll, go make me dinner. Doll, carry me to bed. Doll, help me clean up. Doll, wake me up at 7 tomorrow morning." Jiang Chun had thoroughly measured the functionality of this doll from multiple angles. It was truly a good helper for home life, always willing to work without ever saying no. Now Jiang Chun and the doll sat in front of the computer, both holding controllers ready to embark on a monumental. Agent Rumble 47 is one of the most popular games within the Empire and even across the continent, produced by the Continental Association, allowing players to freely choose agents within the game and battle in dazzling scenes. Among them, the most notable feature of Agent Rumble 47 is that all agent characters in the game have real-life counterparts. For example, the character Rusty Copper Funeral Bell corresponds to the same named entity in reality. However, flesh and blood are destined to be no match for alchemical technology. After playing for over 10 rounds, Jiang Chun didn't win even once against the doll. "I'm done if this is boring." Jiang Chun dropped the controller, but then, as if recalling something, he opened his phone and called Luo Yang. The call was quickly answered, and a somewhat cool and hesitant voice came from the other end. "Brother, sister, come to my house. There's an urgent matter." An hour later. "So, brother." Luo Yang looked at the game screen on the computer. "Is this the urgent matter you mentioned? I thought you were calling me to negotiate about the betrothal certificate." I hurriedly left the agency, only to find out it was just to play a game. "Have you ever played games with family? Is there any special significance to that?" Luo Yang was puzzled. "And don't you already know the answer to that question?" After becoming Jiang Chen's asset, Luo Yang's application for Jiang Chen's legal murder certificate fees had surged. The bidding day was approaching, and even without obtaining Jiang Chen's betrothal certificate, it seemed likely that Jiang Chun would still participate in the bidding. Determined to fulfill her brother's last wishes, Luo Yang ultimately picked up the controller. "I used to play this with." Determined to fulfill her brother's last wishes, Luo Yang replied in her understanding time should be used to improve oneself, accumulate capital, or prepare for examinations. Entertainment was the enemy of efficiency, and interacting without productive output with such a special social relationship unit as family was even harder to comprehend. Only the poor need this kind of cheap entertainment. Luo Yang shook her head. They don't realize that the real purpose of this game is to enhance the association's brand awareness, embedding the image of agents in the public consciousness. "I'm sorry, but I'm just poor." "It seems your job pays well. Are you also an agent?" Luo Yang quickly denied. "Then where do you work?" "I don't want to tell you." The game started, and Luo Yang's choice of character and operations were all very mechanical, lacking the immersion Jiang Chen had. "Brother," during a break between rounds, Luo Yang suddenly spoke. "Last time you told me you were going to participate in the bidding day. If unfortunately you were to die during this bidding day, according to the law, as your only direct blood relative, I have the right to prioritize applying to take over the remaining assets of your firm. Do you need to sign a letter of intent in advance? This can avoid subsequent legal disputes and asset freezing periods, allowing quicker reinvestment into new capital operations." Seeing no way to reclaim the inheritance from a father she had never met, Luo Yang began planning how to obtain Jiang Chen's inheritance after his death. "When we first met, you wanted to mortgage me, and now you're planning to take my inheritance." Jiang Chen sighed. "Clearly you and Dad are family, so why the difference?" Luo Yang's fingers paused on the controller, causing a slight stutter in the character on the screen. What kind of person was Father? After asking this question, she seemed a bit taken aback herself, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, as if surprised that she would ask such a question. He was a grouchy old man, always holed up in the workshop, howling at a pile of blueprints and materials. He didn't have a good temper, especially when disturbed during work. Once I brought him lunch, and he scolded me mercilessly. I was so furious that I could only beat him up. Luo Yang listened to Jiang Chen's slightly teasing words, uninterested, and simply asked, "Did Father leave his inheritance directly to you?" "Yes, he did." Luo Yang understood. Then he must have been a very good father. Under the Empire system, being able to inherit an estate without barriers, avoiding legal disputes and asset depletion, is already considered a model of a loving father. To have a father willing to sacrifice for oneself, and who could also be monetized, is something many in the Empire. Luo Yang manipulated the controller, and the character on the screen under her precise control once again pushed Jiang Chen's character into a dire situation. Although it was her first time playing Agent Rumble 47, she could still suppress Jiang Chen. Could it be that I am a noob? A troubling thought rose in Jiang Chen's mind. Luo Yang had already strung together combos, her rapid-fire skills bombarding Jiang Chen's character. Facing imminent victory, this girl felt only boredom and fatigue. As expected, this was the cheap entertainment of the poor, lacking depth and value. Bang! A muffled sound. Luo Yang slightly turned her head, using her peripheral vision to glance at Jiang Chen's foot, which was resting on the edge of the chair, and had yet to be pulled back, her cool voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible confusion. "Brother, what are you doing?" "Jiang Chen." Little Sword Princess Miao and I pounced on Luo Yang from behind, asking, "Did you go looking for that first-tier ham?" Luo Yang set aside the mask she was cleaning, saying, "Even if him found out, it's no big deal, but please keep it a secret." The power known as miracles still lay there, constantly tempting Luo Yang to pay the price to engage, but she knew it wasn't the right time, because killing her brother now would cost a fortune. Those who do not understand risk management and cost management are useless. Moreover, she was hiding from Director Lai Yaxisai the fact that she had already heard the revelations which remained a hidden danger. She did not believe that the director of the box could tolerate the deception of her subordinates. After killing Luo Li on the day of the bidding once she could unleash the miracle, she would take the opportunity to eliminate Director Lai Yaxisai. By then she would leave amidst the chaos. As long as she possessed strength, she could go anywhere. Miracle the uncut cut. The starry sky approves of your skill. Your sword will bring tranquility to all. Feeling this extremely brief description, Luo Yang was unsure of the true height of this power, but she could fully believe that as long as she possessed miracles, her lower limit would be that of a powerful fifth-tier handler. Oh Miao and I elongated her tone, her cat eyes sparkling with gossip as she leaned in closer, her warm breath brushing against Luo Yang's. Your little sword princess, you wouldn't be interested in that little first-tier, would you? Going to see him so often. Upon seeing Luo Yang's indifferent gaze, eek. Miao and I immediately shrank her neck, her big tail curling up timidly too, was just joking. Then she swiftly changed the subject. Let's go, it's our turn to be on duty at the factory today, and I brought the flowers that little Lila wanted. Is it our turn again? Luo Yang's eyes drooped slightly as she pressed her lips together, then picked a mask from the drawer and put it on her face. The moment the mask touched her cheek, her demeanor turned ice cold once more. Oh, little sword princess, today you are a faceless person, how cool. Miao and I clapped her hands joyfully like a lively little kitten. Miao and I was Luo Yang's roommate. Since Luo Yang joined the box, the two had been living in the same dormitory. Although Luo Yang did not want to admit it, when it came to having acquaintances or helpful people in the box, it seemed that Miao and I was the only one. At first Luo Yang felt irritated by the noisy Cathuman, thinking she disturbed her peace, but eventually she got used to it. After all, cat humans were naturally noisy. She fully respected the lifestyles of different races. Discrimination against minority races was punishable. The two of them clattered out the door. Luo Yang's black clothes swayed in the wind, while she held her mask with one hand, and Miao and I crossed her hands behind her back, bouncing along as she stepped on Luo Yang's shadow. Following the direction of the wind, a certain faceless puppet in a dim corner slowly lowered its hood. A small camera hung from its chest, intently witnessing this scene. The faceless puppet tilted its head towards the direction of the black business car leaving. It's all Night Love's fault. The parking violation was reported by someone else. Miao and I nearly melted into the driver's seat, complaining pitifully. Because of that, I had to go to the Public Security Bureau to pay a fine. That day relearned traffic rules and took forever to get the car back from the Public Security Bureau. The business cars sponsored by the Zhanjuan Workshop are all properties of the office, and each car is managed by a handler. Miao and I is responsible for this particular car. He even dented my car. When I asked him to pay for it, he kept stalling. Boo-hoo, how could someone be so bad? Isn't that right, little sword princess? Luo Yang did not answer. She held something she found under the seat, a small, delicate monitoring device, a product of the Heidemann Workshop, designed for surveillance in special environments. More importantly, this monitoring device was attached with this secrecy divine art, the same as the one that falsely accused Luo Yang of cheating during the examination. Having recently suffered defeat at the hands of the secrecy mage, Luo Yang was particularly cautious during this time. Perhaps because she was becoming a witch, she could sense the traces of divine arts to a certain extent. In hindsight, Luo Li must have taken the opportunity during the physical fitness test to secretly apply the secrecy agent on her. The secrecy mage could make things concealed, making them harder to detect and notice. Had it not been for Luo Li's strength completely capturing Luo Yang's attention during the exam, she would have certainly noticed the traces of divine arts on her in time. Recalling that Luo Li was previously brought into the box office by Night Love to discuss vehicle compensation, Luo Yang immediately realized that the monitoring device was her brother's handiwork. She felt a wave of absurdity. Even if Luo Li's strength reached the level of a third-tier handler, he was still only a third-tier. What courage did he have to dare to act against the box office? Within the box office, led by a fifth-tier director, there were also Luo Yang, Chen Xiang, and 4 other fourth-tier handlers, along with numerous third-tier handlers, any of whom were stronger than Luo Li. What motive could he possibly have? Luo Yang's first reaction was to think that Luo Li had learned of her identity, but this conflicted with the timing of the monitoring device being placed on the business car. Luo Li could only have acted while the car was detained at the Public Security Bureau, at which time Luo Yang had not yet identified herself to Luo Li. Her thoughts fell into a deadlock, unable to find a reasonable explanation. Luo Yang's gaze turned cold as she exerted force with her fingertips. Crack. A barely audible sound echoed as the precise monitoring device was reduced to powder between her fingers. Hey, little sword princess, what's wrong? Miao Ni's puzzled gaze peeked from the rearview mirror. It's nothing, just keep driving. Ew, I'm a bit tired. Luo Yang decided to conceal this matter. Once the director found out, Miao and I, who was responsible for managing this car, would surely be seriously punished. She did not want to see that happen. Although this little cat was somewhat noisy, Luo Yang found her rather interesting. As for whether the secrets of the box office would be leaked because of this, what did that have to do with her? The business car drove towards the suburbs. Ilian City was already a border town, and from the outskirts one could see the borders beyond the enclosing walls. The car stopped in front of an industrial area surrounded by towering rusty and spiked barbed wire. "We've arrived." Meow and I parked the car, hopped out, and pulled out a small bouquet of carefully wrapped wildflowers from the trunk. "Let's go deliver the flowers to little sister Lila." Rows of low warehouses were neatly arranged, and people in matching gray uniforms silently carried out basic tasks such as cleaning and moving under the command of the box's logistics personnel. Luo Yang followed silently behind, her gaze sweeping over the gray-clad individuals. Most of them looked haggard with some bodily deformities, each wearing a metal collar around their necks flickering with weak indicator lights. They were border drifters, not citizens of the Empire, nor defined by the laws of the Empire. Luo Yang passed through the warehouse area, heading towards a larger building. This was the Factory of Enlightenment, which not only produced boxes, but also related products needed by Enlightenment mages from all over the territory. Director Lai Yaxisai was a major shareholder of this factory. In the factory, permeated with the smell of blood, a production line stained with rust and blood was secured with steel nails holding a row of border drifters. Peel the skin and flesh, revealing the framework. The workers shouted in rhythmic unison, accurately cutting into the limbs and torso of the drifters on the production line, with high-speed rotating circular saw blades. Mold fixed, high-pressure shaping. Two workers worked together to stuff a human puppet into a rectangular mold filled with syringes and grooves. The hydraulic lever emitted a dull thud as it locked the mold tightly, with the sound of bones cracking and flesh being forcibly compressed echoing from within, while hot gas, mixed with blood mist and metallic steam, spewed from the mold's exhaust, pushing out some uncompressible fragments and tissue fluids from the seams. Cooling and shaping, checking for defects. The voices of numerous workers overlapped, and the mold suddenly opened, splashing a large amount of cold white cooling fluid onto the formed box body, making a sizzling sound. A worker held a scanner, sweeping it back and forth over the still steaming surface of the box. Carry the Enlightenment. The box is formed. A series of fresh black boxes were sent onto the conveyor belt, and in addition to the box styles, there were also various styles such as bags, suitcases, instrument cases, and travel bags, which would be loaded onto trucks in a few days and sent to Enlightenment mages throughout the territory. Enlightenment loves the flesh and spirit of humans. In exchange for this, the mages can gain its enlightenment. Pay the price to obtain enlightenment. These boxes themselves were containers of the price. Their materials were those cheap border drifters. The heavy smell of blood in the air made her stomach slightly churn, but Luo Yang immediately suppressed it with deeper breaths. She knew she had once been one of those border drifters. If it weren't for her talent in revealing the Enlightenment divine art, she too would have been sent onto the production line, becoming one box after another. Weakness is the original sin. Luo Yang could not tolerate weakness and poverty, which was more nauseating than death. Death might be an instantaneous end, while weakness meant an endless fate defined and disposed of by others. She would become strong by any means necessary. No one could stop her. Luo Yang hated being on duty at the factory. Or rather, she was somewhat afraid. She feared the metallic tang of blood in the air and the clanking sounds of the machines. But she was unwilling to admit it. She did not want to expose the weaknesses in her heart, nor reveal that she had once lay on the same assembly line. Sword Maiden and Meow and I. Director Lyaxis greeted the two with warmth. "Thank you for your hard work. It's exhausting to be on duty here. This red tea from Pillar 9 is quite fragrant. Would you like to try some?" "Sure. You're the best director." Big Sister Cat and Sword Maiden. A little girl looking no more than 8 or 9 years old walked over with a teapot. "Here's your tea." "Lila, look what I brought for you." Meow Ni's cheerful voice stood out starkly in the cold factory. "Some wildflowers you wanted." Lila, dressed in a relatively clean gray uniform, unlike the numb vagrants outside, had no collar around her neck. Her large light brown eyes held a sense of premature understanding of the world, marked by a certain stillness. Meow and I stuffed the bouquet into Lila's arms and ruffled her withered yellow hair. "So how are you doing here? Is anyone bullying you?" Director Lyaxis smiled at Luo Yang. "Sword Maiden Lila is just like you. She is also a favored child of the Enlightenment. Perhaps she will become his witch even faster than you. Such a good child, I almost lost her. Just a bit, really just a bit, like I did with you back then. If I hadn't taken you off the assembly line, you'd probably be a box by now. Don't you think that's a form of rebirth, Grace?" Lila sat in Director Lyaxis' embrace and timidly The director nodded gently. "My child. Knight. Who? Huh. Luo Yang pressed hard against her mask, the edges digging painfully into her face. She breathed heavily as if she had just escaped from drowning. The essence of the factory seemed to cling to her airways, bringing a nauseating sweetness. After taking a few deep breaths inside the mask, she finally removed it, revealing the slightly immature face of a young girl. "Little Sword Maiden, I'm heading out." Meow and I leaned against the door, greeting Luo Yang. After taking a few deep breaths inside the mask, she finally removed it, revealing the slightly immature face of a young girl. "Little Sword Maiden, I'm heading out." Meow. Living alone is quite lonely, meow. And I replied, leaning against the door frame, her fluffy tail swaying gently. You're so wealthy, why do you still live in this cold dormitory at the office? Living alone is quite lonely, meow. And I replied, leaning against the door frame, her fluffy tail swaying gently. You're so wealthy, why do you still live in this cold? Not at all. Meow and I rebutted, stepping closer and lowering her voice slightly with a hint of intimacy, as if sharing a secret. If I ever feel lonely or bored, I just go find a familiar tea farmer to chat with and spend the night. A lazy, satisfied expression appeared on her face. It's very comfortable having someone to talk to, feeling their warmth and heartbeat. At those times I don't feel that emptiness in my heart. Which tea farmer have you set your sights on? Luo Yang frowned at her words. Is his service level high? Worth your long-term investment? As far as I know, high-quality tea farmers charge quite a bit, which will severely impact your savings rate and personal asset accumulation. Didn't you say you wanted to save money for a leap to the 4th tier? Meow and I blinked. Spending a little money can buy a few hours of company relaxation and good mood. No responsibilities, no exhausting emotional investments. Afterward, we each return to our own lives clean and tidy. Isn't that a very efficient way of managing emotions? Much cheaper than gambling, abusing drugs, or bottling up psychological issues. The imperial laws are so strict, who would dare to marry or date casually? But our emotional needs haven't changed, so finding a tea farmer is much more cost-effective. Meow and I continued, and more importantly, it's safe. There are some things I can't even tell you, little sword maiden, but I can easily share with tea farmers. They all sign ironclad contracts, so they can't leak anything. Oh no, I can't chat with you anymore. It's almost time for my appointment. Meow and I hummed a disjointed tune and swirled out the door like a gust of wind. The dormitory door gently closed, trapping the bit of fresh air Meow and I brought outside. The sudden enveloping silence brought a sense of inexplicable loneliness to Luo Yang. The words she couldn't say to Meow and I slowly settling in her chest. Safe, is it? She murmured. Indeed, the dead are the safest. Safe, is it? She murmured. Indeed, hi brother, you're not dead yet. Standing outside was his younger sister Luo Yang, the night casting a slender outline of her figure. Her face showed no expression, just quietly watching him, as if the slightly eerie greeting had not come from her. Luo Li looked at the girl outside the door, fell silent for 2 seconds, and then stepped aside. Are you so eager to inherit my inheritance? Luo Yang was not polite, walking straight in. Did you eat? Luo Yang abruptly asked, her gaze sweeping over the somewhat empty dining table. I just boiled some noodles, there's a little left. Luo Li pointed toward the kitchen and casually asked, do you want to try some? Sure. Really not polite. Luo Yang sat down on the sofa, allowing her body to sink slightly. Her gaze was drawn to an inconspicuous tin can on the coffee table. She extended her index finger, dipped it into the grayish-white powder inside the can, and brought it close to her nose to sniff. Is it ashes? Luo Li put down the bowl and casually replied, it's my friend's ashes. Her body was just cremated today. Then he showed Luo Yang the bracelet on his hand. The funeral home selected additional services without my consent, burning a few relics for my friend and making them into a bracelet. The bracelet even had a name engraved on it. Sevilias. How did she die? She was hit by a car driven by someone from the box office. I was compensated 12,000 taels as a result. Did she mean a lot to you? Not long after we met, but she was considered a friend. Oh. Luo Yang picked up a chopstick of noodles, casually asking, do you want to take revenge for her? Of course. Luo Li's dead fish eyes still held little spirit. I even want to directly take a sword and cut through the box office. But if I did that, I'd be the #1 on the public review's death wish list the next day. Luo Li said helplessly, the most I can do is delay the compensation payment, and that's my biggest act of rebellion. Lies. The girl thought you wouldn't even dare to install a surveillance device on the box office's car. What exactly do you want to do? For the first time, the girl felt curious about Luo Li. But she didn't say much, just nodded, and then lowered her head to eat noodles. It's so bad. Sorry, this is just the usual diet of the poor. Then why did you spend money to cremate your friend's body? Luo Yang asked, puzzled. You're already so poor. Even if you couldn't sell your friend's body, you shouldn't have spent money to redeem it from the medical institute, then spend again to cremate it. Why not? He retorted, at the very least. Her body deserves a place to rest, right? A place. Luo Yang's fingertips lightly tapped the cold tin can. Investing resources into something that cannot yield any return is a classic irrational behavior. If you insist on dealing with it, the most economical way is to apply for a family composting permit, turning the ashes into fertilizer, which could at least nourish the few dying potholes on your windowsill. If you insist on dealing with it, the most economical way is to apply for a family composting permit, turning the ashes into fertilizer, which could at least nourish. Luo Yang probed, you give me the impression of being like some children of optimized employees within the system, shouting about being poor while trying to maintain dignity. You're right, it's not cost-effective and a bit foolish. Luo Li nodded, surprisingly agreeing with her, but unlike you, I still want to try to treat people like people. Whether imperial citizens, border vagrants, or drifters like Sevi, they are first and foremost human in our eyes. Human. Discussing this with you is pointless. Luo Li shook his head. Why are you here so late? I guess you're not so poor that you need to come here to mooch food. I have a question to ask you. Speak. Why haven't you mortgaged me yet? Being mortgaged and then redeemed required a process, and Luo Yang didn't want this matter to interfere with her during crucial moments. Because you're dad's child, so no matter what I'll give you a chance. Upon hearing this, Luo Yang tilted her head slightly, her tone not revealing any joy or anger. Your words sound quite pretentious. Yelyan, I have high hopes for you. The director pushed a cup of green tea in front of Yelyan and said, however, your grasp of the Enlightenment divine technique is still too basic. If you can master a few more divine techniques by the end of the year, I will recommend you to become a fourth-tier handler. Yelyan lowered his head and quickly drank the tea in the cup, saying, Director, I will certainly keep this in mind and not disappoint your expectations. Not bad. Laoxis waved his hand. What a pity. If only you had the talent of the Sword Mistress, you might quickly reach my level. Sword Mistress. There were rumors in the outside world that the Sword Mistress was promoted to fourth-tier handler so quickly due to her connection with the director, and Yelyan could only feel jealousy. Why wasn't he on the director's list? Was it simply because he wasn't a woman? But later, when the Sword Mistress showcased her talent in divine techniques, Yelyan's jealousy only burned hotter. What is so great about talent compared to the efforts Yelyan has put in all these years? Sword Mistress. Does she know what it means to force a smile at the camera on a variety show until her facial muscles twitch just to gain a few more shots and sponsorships? Does she understand what it means to sell her looks for a crucial commission, climbing into the beds of certain big shots with peculiar preferences and being driven all night long? Does she know the frustration and humiliation of bribing imperial officials only to be rejected? The position she obtained through talent cannot compare to the position Yelyan fought for with looks and bribery. His sweat was mixed with blood, tears, and prostatic fluid. The Sword Mistress's so-called talent was nothing in the face of his struggles. Yelyan once asked if he became a woman would the director accept him, but unfortunately the director had no interest in that. Otherwise, he would have already been on the operating table in the workshop preparing for gender reassignment. Yes, I will give it my all. Yelyan bowed and exited the office, gently closing the door. In the moment the door closed, all the humble and gentle expressions on his face receded like the tide, leaving only coldness. Yelyan did not like the atmosphere of the Tiangue office. The hierarchy was stark, and the few fourth-tier handlers were more disgusting than the last. As a third-tier handler, Yelyan often endured their discrimination, but he felt his dignity was equal to theirs. Recently, he sensed something strange about the Sword Mistress's movements. She seemed to always head towards a residential area. A slight investigation revealed the presence of Luoli. He certainly remembered Luoli, the first-tier handler, who still owed him money. Yelyan frowned, thinking, when did low-tier handlers become worthy of interacting with high-tier handlers? This group of low-tier trash should just die far away. The workplace is a battlefield, and since he had discovered the Sword Mistress's anomaly driven by the mindset of seizing every opportunity to find an opponent's flaw, Yelyan burst through Luoli's door. The heavy door was slammed open, splintering wood flying everywhere, and the twisted metal components of the lock clattered to the ground. A handsome figure stood in the dust outside the door, as if he had walked straight out from the pages of a fashion magazine. Yelyan was still dressed in his impeccably tailored uniform, every strand of hair perfectly positioned, and even wore a friendly smile reminiscent of his appearances on variety shows. However, this smile amidst the shattered door frame and the lingering scent of gunpowder appeared particularly eerie. He did not step in immediately. Instead, he gently brushed away non-existent dust from the black case with his gloved finger. Luoli immediately thought that his tampering with the business vehicle had been discovered, but as he glanced behind Yelyan, he was surprised and asked, just you? Luoli tightly gripped his long sword, his gaze fixed on the case in Yelyan's hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. Luoli immediately thought that his tampering with the business vehicle had been discovered, but as he glanced behind Yelyan, he was surprised and asked, just you? Yelyan's smile instantly stiffened for a few seconds. How dare a first-tier waste speak to him like that? Did he really think that dealing with someone like him required the case to mobilize? You need to immediately pay a compensation of 12,000 taels plus a 15% late fee. If you cannot produce this money, I will have to enforce it. I remember you said I didn't need to rush to compensate. Interesting. Do we have a signed iron seal contract? The black case in his hand seemed to twitch slightly, emitting an unsettling click sound. An invisible pressure radiated from him, heavier than before, as if the air had turned into a viscous gel, trying to freeze Luoli's limbs. Luoli murmured, I didn't expect you to come to my door. Looks like I'm lucky. Behind Yelyan, the door that had been burst open was now closed, yet Yelyan showed no reaction to this scene. And to him, Luoli was merely a bottom-tier handler, and he could not imagine what threat the other party posed. To make Luoli recognize the disparity, he lightly tapped his fingers, and countless gilded texts appeared out of thin air before him. Legal tea selling certificate, pay after killing certificate, legal breaking and entering certificate, legal intentional injury certificate, unlimited bail certificate, legal enforcement notarization, unlimited justifiable defense certificate, legal bribery certificate, legal acceptance of bribes certificate, legal tea buying certificate. Lines of gilded text hovered in the air, radiating an undeniable authoritative aura like a wall built from rules and privileges, coldly displaying the vast gap in status between the two. This was an additional service provided by the Application Bureau, allowing purchasers to display their credentials anytime and anywhere. Each of these credentials was worth a considerable sum, requiring a significant amount of money and time. Within the Empire, to be promoted to a higher-tier handler, one must construct their own credential system without exception. For instance, the Unlimited Bail Certificate is fundamental to the handler's credential system, ensuring that a handler can obtain a grace period after violating the law to avoid being forcibly executed before they can pay compensation. Furthermore, apart from handlers, when facing ordinary companies or workshop workers, the basis of the laborer's credential system is the legal violation of labor law certificate. The Empire's labor law stipulates that laborers can only work for 12 hours a day, so laborers must obtain the legal violation of labor law certificate, or else working without a certificate will cost money to the Empire. Luwali had only been in the pillar for a year and had invested almost all his money into the doll, so he had neither the energy nor the financial means to construct his own credential system. The credentials he held were few, consisting of just the Unlimited Justifiable Defense Certificate, Legal Violation of Labor Law Certificate, Weapon Carrying Certificate, and Legal Mortgage of Relative Certificate. Do you see this, Mr. Luwali? Yelian's voice carried a hint of pleasant mockery. This is the power of order. Within my authority, anything I do to you is protected by the Empire's laws. So your wisest choice now is to cooperate with me. The case in his hand made another light click, as if urging, now do you want to continue to stubbornly resist and experience the conveniences of these credentials? Yelian asked, or do you want to obediently let me check your house and see if I can find something interesting? Luwali did not answer, but pulled out a tin can from the living room. Do you remember Sir Elias? Yelian raised an eyebrow. The vagrant who damaged my car. Seeing Luwali preparing to draw his sword for self-defense, Yelian sneered. Overestimating yourself. The Illumination Sorcerer is one of the least restrictive divine sorcerers, yet also one of the most costly. Unlike Order, which only allows university students to become its sorcerers, Illumination requires just 4 divine sorcerers to hold a recruitment ceremony, offering flesh and spirit for a chance to become one of its sorcerers. The cost of low barriers is the high expense of utilizing divine sorcery. Without the favor of Illumination sorcerers, can only purchase expensive human resources to pay the price. In recent years, due to the trade wars among the pillars, quality human resources have been prioritized for the world pillars, making life increasingly difficult for ordinary Illumination sorcerers. What could once buy 2 people now only buys half a person. Therefore, most Illumination sorcerers choose to implement the principle of proximity, flocking to the borders to enhance their strength, as purchasing human resources at the borders incurs no tariffs. Though the methods of enhancing strength differ among sorcerers following different deities, they fundamentally align, continually drawing closer to the deity, persistently practicing the deities will to gain their attention, thereby extracting a fragment of power from their authority to refine into usable divine sorcery. The extent of one's mastery of divine sorcery and the strength of that sorcery directly correlate to the sorcerer's power. Grant you the box, bestow upon me illumination. Yi Lian murmured softly, her voice carrying a rhythm akin to the chanting of poetry. The black box in her hand convulsed violently, emitting a sound that sent chills through the teeth. As the box quivered, a shadow seemingly formed from thick ink suddenly materialized behind Yi Lian. The shadow roughly took on a human shape, yet twisted and shifted, its edges constantly dissipating and reconstituting. Illumination sorcery agony residuum. Flesh and spirit evaporated, satisfying its hunger, and it would bestow illumination upon the insignificant caller. The inky shadow pressed against Yi Lian's back, aiding her in striking with the ceremonial longsword in her hand. The dark ink-like sword energy pierced through the air, tearing a ghastly gash in the wall behind Luo Li, with debris and dust cascading down. A flicker of pain and fury flashed in Yi Lian's eyes. She had intended to incapacitate Luo Li with a single blow to facilitate a search, but did not expect the opponent to evade the vital strike at such close range. You are an Illumination sorcerer? Luo Li asked, steadying himself amidst the swirling dust, effortlessly inquiring. So do you know what a witch is? Well, it doesn't mean what it sounds like from the name of your opportunistic agency. But it's interesting that you know of the connection between witches and illumination. Without further ado, the dark shadow behind him emitted a piercing shriek, and in an instant the entire living room's floor, walls, and ceiling erupted with countless twisted shadow spikes that grew and pierced out like living things. Luo Li suddenly kicked over the old coffee table in front of him, the wooden table torn apart by the shadow spikes, as if it were made of paper, but it bought him a fleeting moment to react. He crouched low to the ground, almost touching it, no longer holding the longsword in his hand, but as if it were an extension of his body, creating a dense arc of silver light. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of intense collisions erupted like rain as the sword's edge clashed frantically with the shadow spikes. Is that all you can do, Mouse? Yi Lian sneered coldly, attempting to disrupt with words while calculating the cost of the divine sorcery, with each passing second realizing her box was rapidly depleting. As you wish. Luo Li's longsword sheathed with a crisp sound, just as Yi Lian was ready to seize the opportunity to defeat Luo Li. Boom. The wooden door beside Yi Lian exploded with a thunderous crack. What? Instead of opening inward or outward, it was completely shattered to powder from the inside, and before the wood chips even settled, a dark silver stream shot out. Fast. Inexpressibly fast. Surpassing the limits of visual capture, transcending the boundaries of neural response. Yi Lian felt a cold, lifeless storm instantly sweep through the entire living room, and the roaring black shadow behind him twisted, collapsed, and melted away, as if thrown into lava, without even a wail. The black box in his hand convulsed violently, as if being cut by countless invisible blades, shattering inch by inch in his palm, transforming into the most basic metallic and fleshy fragments, which sprinkled onto the ground. Yi Lian barely glimpsed the shadow before a figure wrapped in a black cloak flashed before him, slamming him heavily into the ground. Luo Li, what are you doing? Ms. Mi Fu's voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Luo Li quickly waved his hand, signaling the puppet to leave, and the shadow-colored puppet lowered its hood, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The debt collector has come knocking. Luo Li shouted outside the door, immediately hearing Ms. Mi Fu's hurried footsteps, and her voice, filled with anger, drew closer. Debt collection. Can debt collection justify tearing down my house? Who dares to act recklessly on my territory? Before her words fell, Ms. Mi Fu, dressed in a nightgown and with somewhat disheveled hair, stormed to the shattered doorway, only to see Yi Lian lying unconscious on the floor. This is a Tier 3 handler from the box agency. Ms. Mi Fu's voice immediately softened as she hid behind Luo Li. How did you offend him? You actually managed to deal with a Tier 3 handler. She looked astonished. Tier 3 handlers are the backbone of the association and represent the pinnacle for ordinary people. Many spend their entire lives only to reach this height. Ms. Mi Fu, I don't have the money to handle him. I'm counting on you. Luo Li replied, I have some grievances with him. How embarrassing. This is Yi Lian, the number 7 on the must-try list of public reviews. I even gifted him something. Ms. Mi Fu's voice sounded a bit excited. Look, what a charming young man. She nodded, extending her hand to tidy Yi Lian's disheveled suit collar, brushing off the dust from his shoulders, her movements gentle, as if handling a fragile work of art. The aura of the succubus grew increasingly chaotic as she unconsciously extended her tongue to lick her lips. Yi Lian regained consciousness amidst a suffocatingly soft sensation and an overwhelming sweetness. He abruptly opened his eyes, his mind still echoing with the shock of being instantly struck down by that shadow and the pain of the box shattering. A seductive face filled with spring-like charm was inches away, exuding a breath imbued with a certain sweet fragrance. His lips were tightly covered by another pair of soft lips, a nimble tongue, even attempting to pry open his teeth. Yi Lian trembled violently, instinctively wanting to struggle and push away, only to find his limbs heavy and weak, as if all his strength had been drained, making even lifting a finger exceptionally difficult. It was the succubus. The bodily fluids of the succubus could cause muscle relaxation and consciousness muddling. Yi Lian instantly realized why he felt so powerless, and alarm bells rang in his mind. How had he fallen into the hands of a succubus? This sexually voracious race could cause male beings to unknowingly perish beneath them. He had escaped from a succubus room more than once when he was selling tea. Then he saw Luo Li standing off to the side, quietly observing, and all his thoughts exploded in an instant. This first-tier waste. This filthy bug in the mud. How dare he treat me like this? Yi Lian couldn't believe he had been defeated by a first-tier waste. Luo Li wiped the dust off his sword. Waste? Your Tier 3 qualification certificate? Must be fake. Hearing Luo Li's mockery, Yi Lian's eyes nearly bulged with rage. How could he say that when he was just a poor fool who couldn't even afford a certificate? What do you know? My Tier 3 qualification certificate was bought with my own abilities. How dare he claim that his certificate was fake? Wasn't that equivalent to mocking him for buying counterfeit goods? Oh dear, little Luo Li is really impressive. Thank you for helping Sister Hunt. No, you can't treat me like this. This is illegal. Illegal. The succubus licked her lips, smiling as if coated in honey. The alluring face of the succubus slowly pulled away, just as Yi Lian thought his words had finally awakened her conscience. Golden characters began to outline in midair, reflecting in his pupils. Legal rape certificate. By imperial decree, the period from 2235 on July 9th to 0543 on July 10th is designated as Municipal Tender Day across all cities. Tonight is July 8th. Tomorrow's eve will drown this street in blood and storm. A total of 246 low-tier agencies compete for just 24 tender zones, an intensity of rivalry beyond imagination. As Tender Day draws nearer, tensions between agencies grow palpable. Even the talent market sees fewer low-tier operatives accepting commissions. Most critically, the Witch Containment Agency's intention to secure the Qingshan Commercial District has been leaked by Racy. A trivial intelligence in itself, yet rival agencies now treat the agency as disposable street debris to be crushed underfoot. Tillanel await your end. Meet me tonight at Qingshan Commercial District. I'll slaughter you and every one of your staff. Tillanel Racy will never utter your name in my presence again. Ha ha ha. Luoli thumbs up. Ironbeard, your agency seeks Qingshan Commercial District. You're dreadfully unlucky. I've already accepted the commission to seize it. Ironbeard, if you wish to live, pay me a retainer. I guarantee I won't kill you. Luoli, your generosity is deeply appreciated. Racy, Luoli, Qingshan Commercial District is perilous. You cannot win. I urge you to withdraw. Racy, the Allen Harmony Agency has nearly fully equipped its entire roster with cybernetic augmentations. No low-tier agency stands a chance against them. Luoli, fistapalm salute. Madam Mifu, little Luo, Li, don't worry about Night Love, the handsome young man. I'll take excellent care of him. Madam Mifu 3. Luoli, thank you. After clearing the messages on his phone, Luo Li turned his gaze toward the workshop shop's dazzling array of wares. Boss, pick a weapon that feels right in your hand, Tixia said, chin resting thoughtfully in her palm. Our budget is tight. We'll rent today, and you must master its balance before Tender Day. Owing to Tender Day's proximity, the workshop shop had launched a special Tender Day discount zone, and Luo Li surveyed row upon row of prices so steep they bordered on deterrent. After circling the entire store, Luo Li selected the Valor longsword from Heidman Workshop, a blade deliberately unassuming, its surface coated in deep matte black. Its defining feature was a brief optical camouflage activation, rendering the sword nearly invisible to the naked eye. The rental and insurance fees were steep, nearly 15,000 ingots, just to lease it through the morning of July 10th, precisely why Luo Li waited until now to procure equipment. Even this sum was drawn directly from the agency's operational funds, and this was only a rental, not a purchase. For most grassroots operatives, such exorbitant gear costs are simply unsustainable. Instead, they opt for cheaper biochemical enhancements, altering their bodies to amplify strength and capability. Yet lately, Lion City has witnessed numerous fatalities linked to illicit pharmaceutical abuse. News outlets are saturated with analyses on reagent safety, leaving Luo Li and Tixia wary of purchasing any unverified compounds. When exactly will we finally own these tools? Tixia murmured listlessly, arms cradling their newly acquired supplies. You at the very least need a sword uniquely yours. Otherwise, you'll never qualify as a Tier 3 operative. Don't I already have one? Luo Li tapped the standard issue longsword strapped to his back, stamped with the agency's seal, which Containment Agency. That's mass-produced factory stock. Surely your standards for your own blade run higher than that. Look at the 100-Face Swordswoman. Her blade is a premium custom piece from Falcon Forge Workshop. How do you know so much about her? Naturally, the 100-Face Swordswoman is my idol. Youthful, formidable, enigmatic. She embodies everything I envision in an operative. That's the path I intend to walk. Thanks to the Pan-Continent Association's campaigns, operatives enjoy broadly positive public perception on screen. They appear radiant, powerful, and irresistibly charismatic. Heroes who uphold justice and fulfill impossible commissions without fail. Powerful operatives often engage in commercial branding. Nightlove, for instance, frequently appears on variety shows, further burnishing the profession's halo in the public eye. But all this rests on a single prerequisite: power. If you remain a low-tier operative, then regrettably that glossy, glamorous life on screen holds no relevance to you. What awaits you instead is endless waiting in the talent market, commissions priced so low they border on insult, cutthroat sabotage among peers. And nights like this, when renting a marginally superior weapon leaves you hollowed by financial ache, all while facing enemies poised to grind you into dust. Tixia suddenly locked eyes with Luo Li, her gaze fierce and unwavering. Boss, I believe in you. I believe in our agency. Tender Day isn't just a trial, it's our breakthrough. Seize Qingshan Commercial District, and we gain stable revenue visibility. And from there climb step by step. Luo Li watched his fired-up manager expression unchanged, yet his grip on the longsword tightened, steady and resolute. He acknowledged, voice quiet but firm. After a long silence, Luo Li spoke abruptly. What if we secured more than Qingshan? What if we claimed 1 or 2 additional tender zones? Which zone would you choose? Looks like you dream bigger than I do, Tixia replied, staring at him as though he'd sprouted wings. You were just saying you believed in me. Never mind, I'll say no more. Clutching his newly acquired sword, Luo Li hurried home, only to find the floor immaculately swept by his automaton. A wave of quiet satisfaction washed over him. You've worked hard, Luo Li said, gently patting the automaton's shoulder. Rest assured, you'll soon have a flesh-and-blood body of your own. The automaton could neither speak nor express emotion, only tilted its head slightly. Then it removed the camera hanging around its neck and placed it silently into Luo Li's palm. A Falcon Forge high-end custom piece, one sword costing nearly 1 million ingots. My sister truly is wealthy, he murmured softly to himself. July 9th, 130 Pillar Chronology Year 1048. Less than 10 hours remained until the bidding night. On Lion City's popular local live streaming platform Lion Show, a stream titled The Eve of Battle was surging in popularity. Good afternoon, esteemed viewers. Today we are honored to welcome Miss by Mian Jianji, the rising star of T-Xiong Agency and third-ranked Grade 4 handler in Lion City. The swordswoman sat quietly before an elegant backdrop, her face concealed behind a fox mask that curved into a mischievous smile. She gave a slight nod in greeting, poised upright and radiating an icy serenity that stood in stark contrast to the stream's boisterous energy. You all know tonight will be a sleepless one for countless handlers across Lion City. The host continued, heightening the atmosphere. And reliable gear is undoubtedly the key to victory. She gave a slight nod in greeting, poised upright and radiating an icy serenity that stood in stark contrast to the stream's boisterous. Comments flooded the screen. Swordswoman, look at me. Stay safe on bidding night. That fox mask is so alluring. Truly worthy of her title. Her aura is unmatched. Drop the links now. I'll buy exactly what she uses. First up, the Silent Series tactical dagger crafted by the Heidemann Workshop. The host gestured for staff to present. Luo Yang lifted the dagger and executed several swift, lethally graceful maneuvers, sparking another wave of frenzied commentary. 3, 2, 1, links live. The item sold out instantly. As the first round concluded, the host deliberately paused, not rushing to unveil the next product, but pivoted instead to the event consuming everyone's attention. Speaking of tonight's bidding night, you like us surely care not only about gear, but which agencies will rise to prominence, securing the most contracts. Or even further, will any agency claim the title of Bid King this year? He drew out the pause. On screen, a flamboyant interface materialized, boldly proclaiming, Lion City Bidding Night Bid King Prediction. Predict which agency will dominate your region, or go for the ultimate wager. Bet on the agency that secures the most zones wins the most bids. Predict which agency will dominate your region, or go for the ultimate wager. Bet on the agency that secures the most zones wins the most bids and reigns supreme as tonight's Bid King. Comments erupted. Here it is, the most thrilling segment of the year. I'm Al-Anon He Jia Huanlu Agency. They're strongest, they will win the most. You're too naive. The dark horse last year was Hua Hua Agency, and they're competing again this year. Simultaneously, major betting platforms opened dedicated bidding night prediction columns, drawing waves of gamblers eager to stake their fortunes on favored agencies. Every agency registered with the Public Security Bureau appeared on screen. With a single tap, users could transfer funds from their bank accounts into gambling wallets, ready to invest in tonight's blood and thunder spectacle. Odds are live. Check the odds. He Jiahuanlu has the lowest payout. Even the bookmakers favor them. Anyone else just loves seeing who lands dead last. What is Mo New Show Wrong Agency? All agency data on the betting platforms came directly from Public Security Bureau records. Clicking any agency revealed its official registration details. Only 3 handlers registered, all grade 1. Are they here for a team-building exercise? This comment voiced the collective sentiment of countless gamblers. As more viewers clicked open Mo New Show Wrong Agency's pitifully sparse dossier, the stream and betting forums alike filled with irreverent mirth. 3 grade 1s. Are they attending bidding night for a group outing? I checked. Director Luo Li, manager Tixia Olives and staff member Huai Sheng. What exactly can this lineup accomplish? Perform a synchronized collapse on site. Huai Sheng, ranked 5th on the must-eat list. Then perhaps they do possess some latent capability. Once Huai Sheng's name surfaced, Mo New Show Wrong Agency narrowly escaped the bottom rank, only to vanish entirely from discussion. Amid the clamor, the live stream ended. Luo Yang stepped out of the sponsor's brightly lit studio, the cool evening air enveloping her, gently stripping away the residue of manufactured noise. Instinctively, she tightened her coat and pulled out her phone. Her finger hovered over the screen, then dialed a familiar beep, beep, beep. A long, rhythmic, busy tone echoed in the receiver, then silence. No answer. She had last contacted Meow Ni 2 days prior. Since then, the cat girl had vanished without trace. That ever-present fluffy warmth, always buzzing around her, was receding soundlessly like tide withdrawing from shore. Luo Yang lowered the phone in silence. Its fading light reflected coldly off the smooth surface of her fox mask, then winked out. She made no second attempt. Sliding the phone back into her coat pocket, she tucked both hands deep inside and began walking, aimlessly, down the street. Her phone rang again. Not Meow Ni, but the director. Hello, swordswoman, his deep voice resonated. We're ready to conduct your second demon witness ritual. The demon witness ritual, in essence, offered sacrifices to Chidi, the enlightened one, in supplication for his recognition and appointment as his demon. If the recruitment ritual was akin to Chidi's HR department interviewing junior staff, the demon witness ritual was Chidi himself conducting executive interviews. Luo Yang's talent was extraordinary. During her first demon witness ritual, she had earned Chidi's personal approval, though the enlightened one possessed a perverse sense of humor, demanding kinslaying as proof of devotion. Yet Luo Yang felt neither anguish nor hesitation at such a price. Familial bonds were alien to her, meaningless, irrelevant constructs. She'd heard rumors of other pillar territories where power blocks operated along bloodlines, but she found the notion incomprehensible. Even Chidi's stipulation struck her as tedious, devoid of intrigue. Understood, Director, Luo Yang replied calmly into the phone, her voice muffled by the mask, devoid of inflection or emotion. I will attend punctually. After hanging up, she stood still as dusk wind stirred the hem of her coat. Yet a minor, almost imperceptible detail pricked at the edge of her awareness. Meow and I had been missing for 2 days, an uncharacteristic silence. That noisy little cat rarely vanished so utterly, so completely. The doubt was faint, nearly negligible, dwarfed utterly by the miracle awaiting her. Compared to such transcendence, the whereabouts of a cat person meant nothing. She shook her head, dispelling the trivial thought. Only one matter held absolute priority tonight. She would slay Luo Li, and seize the miracle ascending as a true demon. Luo Yang arrived punctually at the depths of the case handling office in that familiar ritual basement. Director Liaxis was already standing outside the central ritual array, still dressed in his well-fitted suit, holding a pitch-black staff, a gentle, yet undeniable smile on his face. You have arrived, Sword Princess, Liaxis' voice echoed in the basement. Then let us begin. Luo Yang nodded expressionlessly and walked to the center of the array. The ritual array suddenly lit up, a blinding white light intertwined with dark red blood mist rising. However, this time Luo Yang felt no pain or discomfort. Her consciousness was drawn far away, reaching the distant starry sky, where she once again glimpsed the elegant silhouette clad in a classical long dress. A soft laugh, ethereal and elusive, seemed to resonate directly in Luo Yang's ear. With blood as a pact, with soul as a guide, grant what you need, bestow enlightenment upon me. Director Liaxis softly recited the incantation, the case at his feet convulsing wildly with surface veins protruding as if alive, the lid slightly opening and closing, producing a sound like a soft whimper. Click, click, click. Director Liaxis extended his hand, gently stroking the violently trembling surface of the case, as if comforting a crying infant. He raised his head to look at Luo Yang in the center of the array, his tone as gentle as ever. How is it? Did you hear anything? No, it seems I have failed again. Well then, Director Liaxis sighed regretfully, reassuring her. Failure is unavoidable. You should go back and rest for now. Luo Yang turned as instructed and walked toward the basement exit. Her steps appeared no different from usual, but just as her fingers were about to touch the cold doorknob, her movement abruptly halted. Director. Meowny. Where did Meowny go? Director Liaxis' gentle smile showed no sign of change, as if he had merely heard a commonplace inquiry. Meowny, she made a mistake that I cannot tolerate. Director Liaxis gently patted the still slightly trembling case. Its sounds seemed to weaken under his soothing touch. I do not wish to punish her this way, but mistakes must be met with punishment, that is certain. So where is she then? She has been here all along. Director Liaxis tossed the case, and Luo Yang caught it steadily, cradling it in her arms. The case felt lighter than expected, its surface still retaining an abnormal warmth, and it even pulsed as if it... Luo Yang's arm holding the case tightened imperceptibly for a moment, as she hurriedly sensed the contents within. This is... Meowny. Meowny. Meowny has been used up. Her voice trembled slightly. She actually let someone put a tracker in the car, and under her negligence that car with the tracker even entered my factory. Director Liaxis shook his head slightly, a look of regret appearing on his face. I gave her a chance, Sword Princess. He looked at Luo Yang, his gaze gentle. I asked her, Meowny, do you know who the Sword Princess has been in contact with recently? But she actually lied to me, a clumsy lie even worse than my Lila. Luo Yang's arm holding the case remained steady, yet her fingertips trembled. After what felt like a century, Luo Yang finally slowly raised her head, not uttering a word about Meowny's fate. She simply spoke 3 words in an unusually calm, unnervingly steady tone. I am leaving. Director Liaxis raised the staff in his hand, but he sensed something and spoke with mild curiosity. My divine art tells me that you wish to kill me. The Enlightenment sorcerers are proficient in the divine arts of flesh and spirit. They can sense the intense killing intent emanating from others' souls. Why, for a cat girl. She indeed has a good relationship with you, but would you kill me for such a reason? Luo Yang herself was unaware of the strong killing intent that surged within her soul. She did not wish to provoke any conflict with the director here, and was about to deny it. Yet a wave of nausea flashed through her mind, and the words of denial lingered on her lips. The case in her hand was light, and at that moment Luo Yang suddenly thought of the tin can at the Luo residence, which also contained the remnants of life, except one was called Sevi Lia's, and the other Meowny. She is not a cat girl. Luo Yang replied, she is Meowny. Director Liaxis seemed to have heard an interesting fallacy. Is there a difference? Just a code name. Just like this case, you can call it a container or the vessel of cost. The essence does not change. The essence is... Luo Yang raised her head, recalling something Luo Li once said. In my eyes, she is. Director Layax's smile faded slightly as he stepped forward, an invisible pressure spreading, making the air in the entire basement thick and heavy. Sword Princess, I appreciate your talent, so I am willing to tolerate some of your mistakes. I will not punish you for trying to cover up Mayani's faults, nor will I blame you for concealing the fact that she has become a witch. If deceiving me makes you stronger, I welcome your deceit. Luo Lihi is your blood relative, which should closely relate to your cost. Interesting, have you paid the price and gained the ability to wield miracles? Otherwise, I cannot think of any reason that would make you dare to confront me. Bang! At that moment, a grand yet cold bell tolled suddenly like a death knell, penetrating layers of barriers, shaking the entire city. It announced that it was now 2230, and the madness of the night was about to unfold. The bidding day was about to begin, and the sanctioned slaughter by the emperor would sweep through every street. From 2235 to 543 the next day, any killing taking place outdoors would not be pursued. In Layax's perception, with the tolling of the bell that announced the beginning of the slaughter, the killing intent emanating from the girl wearing a fox mask in front of him not only did not recede, but surged like a fire doused with gasoline, becoming increasingly intense and chilling. Layaxis chuckled. What makes you think that relying on the miracles I bestowed upon you can defeat me? The bidding day has arrived. It is time to reclaim my investment in you. The ground walls and ceiling, everything around Luo Yang began to twist, melt, and deform like a chocolate house dissolving in high heat. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding buildings completely melted away, and the cold night wind suddenly rushed toward them. Above them, the night sky of Lion City was dyed with surreal colors from neon lights and distant flames, while beneath their feet lay a rough asphalt surface. They found themselves in an unknown outdoor area. Around them, three shadowy figures loomed silently in the night wind stirring the hems of their sharply tailored overcoats. These were the remaining 3 fourth-tier handlers from the case handling office. From the moment Luo Yang stepped into the center of the array and the ritual commenced, she had already fallen into a trap. The so-called ritual was not fundamentally about communicating with the Enlightenment, but was designed to precisely transfer her into this outdoor encirclement that met the conditions for the slaughter of the bidding day. Luo Yang's gaze passed over the 3 fourth-tier handlers, eyeing her hungrily and fixed directly on Layaxis. No roar, no accusation. She grasped the hilt of the blade at her waist. Clang! The clear and long sword cry suddenly tore through the noise of the night. Die! The night wind carried a bloody scent, and the 3 fourth-tier handlers stood like 3 towering walls, sealing off all escape routes. However, compared to Luo Yang's calm demeanor, the 3 fourth-tier handlers surrounding her appeared tense, as if facing a formidable enemy. Qin Xiang held a black box, maintaining his distance from Luo Yang, his voice low and cautious. Be careful, she might unleash a miracle. Keep your distance and just restrain her. He had witnessed the terrifying power Luo Yang displayed during missions. Even without a miracle, she was far from being underestimated. More importantly, their orders were to consume and restrain, not to fight to the death. The true hunter was the director Lai Yaxisai, who was constructing a ritual in the rear. The gazes of the 2 handlers beside Qin Xiang darkened. Even though they did not know what miracle Luo Yang possessed, the fact that she was a genuine, which was enough to make them remain extremely cautious. Luo Yang stood at the center of the encirclement, her dark hair flowing in the night wind across her pale cheeks. She slowly raised the long sword in her hand, the tip steadily pointing to the ground, her aura calm and tranquil as water. A dark shadow coalescing from the Enlightenment divine art appeared behind her. In an instant, her figure became blurry, merging with the night wind, and she surged forward with a speed that far exceeded the reaction time of the 3 handlers, targeting the one on her right. Luo Yang knew that the opponent was a newly promoted 4th-tier handler from the first half of the year, the weakest among them. So fast. His pupils constricted as he quickly activated the divine art. The box in his hand thrashed violently, and a viscous blood shadow erupted from its surface, shielding him in front. Enlightenment divine art blood wall. With a piercing scream, Luo Yang's sword struck hard against the To grant what you need, bestow upon me enlightenment. Luo Yang chanted, a grotesque wound splitting open on her arm, with blood seeping out, not falling, but wrapping around the sword's edge like a living creature, coating her long sword in a layer of eerie blood light. The blood shadow shattered upon impact. The handler who was first attacked along with the box was violently sent flying by an overwhelming force, crashing hard onto the ground and coughing up a mouthful of blood. Waste, Luo Yang's hand pressed against his head, and the 4th-tier handler displayed a look of terror. Luo Yang's fingers plunged into his skull, accompanied by the sickening sound of cracking bones and a shriek that was too horrific to be human. She forcibly pulled his head from his neck, the head still attached to a long bloody spine, as if extracting a bizarre, bone-white long sword from a shell. Luo Yang held the head up in front of her, ignoring the gradually fading expression of terror in its eyes, and quickly recited the prayer of the Enlightenment divine art. Using the body part of her enemy, she crafted a makeshift cost container similar to the black box on the spot. Although she never used factory-produced boxes, it did not mean she was unaware of the importance of cost containers. The remaining two fourth-tier handlers witnessing this horrifying scene no longer held back and unleashed their divine arts towards Luo Yang. Countless dark shadows erupted like giant pythons, crushing everything in their path, fiercely converging towards the center where Luo Yang stood. Luo Yang drove the spine into the ground, and the bone-white spine attached to the head began to writhe like a living creature, with sticky black shadows oozing from its orifices, while the wounds on Luo Yang's body rapidly healed amidst the black shadows. She was simultaneously using the spine to heal her wounds while paying the cost of the divine art with her own flesh and blood. Meanwhile, countless dark shadows like giant pythons had already attacked. Her figure moved like a ghost within a limited space, the long sword in her hand dancing like a perfect dark silver ring. Clang, 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 clang. The dense sounds of collision nearly formed a continuous line as the shadows rushing towards her dissipated under her sword, which glowed with a blood-like light. However, Luo Yang's defense was not without cost. Fine beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, and her complexion grew paler. Luo Yang understood that she could not continue to be worn down. She extended her unarmed left hand, clenched her fist tightly, and blood burst forth from her left arm. With the explosion of her left arm, a blinding light and profound darkness erupted violently, creating a terrifying shockwave that shattered and lifted the stone slabs off the ground. Dust filled the air, momentarily obscuring everyone's vision. When the dust settled slightly, Luo Yang was still standing with her sword, but her complexion was as pale as paper, with a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, while the healing effect from the spine was weakly operating on her limp left arm. A brief silence enveloped the battlefield. Sword Princess, Lai Yaxisai finally stepped forward. I do not know why you have yet to unleash a miracle. Do you intend to hide until the last moment to strike me a fatal blow? But regardless of the reason, it is already too late. Lai Yaxisai smiled as he pulled out an ancient-looking bow. He did not look at Luo Yang, but bowed his head, gently touching the tip of the knife to his chest, in a nearly reverent, "Your form is my form," he whispered, his voice carrying a strange rhythm. The knife tip pierced through his expensive suit, and skin blood seeping out, yet he remained unconcerned. "Your existence is my existence." He turned his wrist, and the knife began to trace along his own body. As the blade passed the outline of his once tall and straight figure, began to twist and shrink, bones making sickening creaking sounds, as if the internal structure was being forcibly restructured. Even more chillingly, the muscles and bones of his face began to writhe and change the features, softening his jaw and narrowing, and the contours between his brows and eyes gradually resembling Luo Yang. He severed his eyes, which were different from Luo Yang's, and removed flesh that was different from hers. The knife flowed through his neck, waist, and legs down to his toes. A warning surged within Luo Yang. A strange feeling of detachment emerged from the depths of her soul, as if something was slowly being pulled away. She looked down at her hand, gripping the sword hilt. Her fingertips seemed to blur for a moment. "Did you think I invested in you solely to cultivate a potential which you might betray me?" Lai Yaxisai stepped forward, and with his actions, chunks of writhing excess flesh dropped to the ground. Miracles, miracles, such intoxicating power. But why does it only favor beautiful women, refusing to bestow the enlightenment of miracles upon us? But it doesn't matter. Lai Yaxis's voice changed pitch, no longer the deep and steady male voice, but a strangely twisted tone, a mix between his own and Luo Yang's. "Since I cannot be granted, let me become the girl favored by enlightenment." Luo Yang felt the sensation of detachment intensify, abruptly, no longer a vague feeling, but a tangible tearing. At the same time, she sensed her existence being covered and replaced by something. The muscles on her shoulder writhed, as if countless faces of Lai Yaxisai were about to break free from within. She immediately wielded her sword, severing the faces on her shoulder, attempting to pull away. "It's painful, isn't it? The feeling of being slowly erased, of being covered, eh?" He raised the hand that had become slender, yet still retained some male skeletal outline, admiring the changes. "The cost of this ritual is quite significant. Did you think the first witch's witnessing ritual was merely to allow you to communicate with enlightenment? Its true purpose is to deeply embed my mark into the very foundation of your existence at the moment your soul is most open and closely connected to it. There's no need to struggle in vain. Once the ritual begins, it binds to my soul, and external forces cannot easily interrupt it. If I were not confident in my ability to control you, how would I dare to let you become a witch and gain miracles?" As he spoke, Luo Yang felt the pull on her existence intensify again. Shadows began to double at the edges of her vision, as if another self was tearing her apart from within. Just as Luo Yang's consciousness was about to be completely devoured by Lai Yaxis's presence, her vision filled with distorted shadows, and that familiar, yet abhorrent face emerging from her own flesh. The tips of her fingers touched something cold, yet still faintly pulsating. She touched the remaining quarter of Miaoni in the box. She had lost. This conclusion was light landing in her heart, without stirring much, ripples like a feather finally falling onto the dust-covered ground. The box beneath her fingertips gently pulsated once more. Very faintly, like the last flicker of a candle. Suddenly, she remembered that Miaoni seemed to have a habit of approaching her at times when she felt quite content to be alone, brushing against her with its fluffy tail and saying some trivial nonsense. At that time she only found it noisy, and now she still found it noisy. Lai Yaxisai was still speaking about costs, about benefits, about his impending rebirth. His voice blended male and female tones, drilling into her ears, yet sounding as if it came through a thick layer of glass, becoming blurred and distant. In her vision, the knuckles gripping the sword turned white from the effort. She seemed to understand a bit why that so-called brother would be willing to spend money to cremate a friend of little value and leave the ashes in that empty house. But it was still too unprofitable. Miaoni, I want to avenge you, please don't blame me. She pierced her fingers through the box beneath her hand, grabbing Miaoni inside, yanking it forcefully out of its confinement. That thing was exposed to the air, presenting an indescribable state. It roughly retained the outline of a Cathuman, but was extremely distorted, like a doll that had been brutally ravaged. Miaoni climbed onto Luo Yang's broken arm, quickly covering her entire left forearm, transforming into a mass resembling a fist. This is Miaoni Fist. Empowered by Miaoni's strength, blood-soaked Luo Yang charged straight at Lai Yaxisai. Are you struggling to the death? Lai Yaxisai felt slightly bored, raising his hand to conjure a divine art to restrain Luo Yang. A dark silver ray of light suddenly cut into the battlefield without warning. It was so fast it surpassed perception, with no sound of wind breaking, not even a hint of killing intent leaking. It was a figure cloaked in black, the hood obscuring most of its face. What is that? Lai Yaxisai roared, his voice a mix of male and female tones, trying to attack this mysterious figure. It paid no heed to Lai Yaxisai, not making any attack or defense posture. It merely tilted its faceless head slightly, as if looking at the almost unsteady Luo Yang. It reached out its hand, and almost at the same moment Lai Yaxisai's divine art struck. Boom! The puppet did not dodge or avoid, or rather it had no strength left for effective defense. The violent force of the divine art struck solidly against its back. The dark silver cloak instantly turned to ash, revealing a smooth, yet cracked body underneath. An incomplete puppet could not withstand a direct confrontation with a fifth-tier handler, but it did not fall, though it bore the attack powerful enough to destroy most existences. When Shun Xiang and another fourth-tier handler reacted to this sudden turn of events and attempted to intercept, the puppet had already used the impact from Lai Yaxisai's attack and its own explosive speed to shoot backward with Luo Yang in its arms like a ghost. Lai Yaxisai's face darkened terribly. He had not expected this strange thing to endure his strike and still be able to move, and at such an eerie speed. He raised his hand again, gathering a more refined and lethal black light at his fingertips, locking onto the rapidly moving shadow. However, the puppet seemed to predict his actions. Just before he made his move, it suddenly crashed into the shadow of a nearby building and completely disappeared from Lai Yaxisai's perception. Chase! Lai Yaxisai roared, transforming into a gray shadow to pursue. Shun Xiang and the others did not dare to delay and hurriedly followed. But this brief moment of delay meant that when they plunged into the shadow, all they saw was an empty ruin and a maze of intersecting alleys. Lai Yaxisai stood amidst the ruins, sensing the swiftly dissipating aura. Interesting. However, she won't escape far. His voice regained a certain calmness, as if he controlled everything. I am about to attain true rebirth within her body. This process cannot be interrupted by anyone. I shall wield miracles. Little sister, you look like you're dying. Luo Li gazed at the blood-soaked figure cradled in the puppet's arms, its body erupting with shifting, screaming faces. The puppet gently placed Luo Yang onto the cold, rough ground. She leaned against the wall, her heavy eyelids lifting with immense effort, drowning in dual agony, exsanguination, and the fracturing of consciousness. Her vision blurred, yet she still recognized the one who had come. A subtle ripple stirred within her pale, detached eyes. Brother, how did you find me? Her voice was hoarse, frail, barely more than a whisper. I couldn't risk you burying me alive on bidding day to inherit my estate. Luo Li crouched beside her, examining the grotesque wounds and unnatural mutations that marred her body. His tone feigned lightness, but his gaze darkened with quiet gravity. So I sent it to follow you. He gestured toward the silent puppet, standing motionless nearby. After Luo Yang was displaced by divine artifice, Luo Li momentarily lost her trace. Yet the puppet, unusually attuned to the Enlightenment divinity, allowed him to track its fading resonance straight to her. But in truth, he had arrived too late. Luo Li reached out as if to touch the face of Lia Haze blooming upon her shoulder, then withdrew his hand with a soft, resigned sigh. Luo Yang remained silent. No denial, no defense. Dozens of faces swelled across her neck, mouths agape in soundless roars vying for dominion over her flesh. Luo Yang remained silent. No denial, no defense. Dozens of faces swelled across her neck, mouths agape in soundless roars vying for dominion over her flesh. She felt time slipping away. Her gaze lingered on Luo Li, on those eyes so like her own now clouded with layered, unreadable emotion. When did you first suspect me? Long before the kinship verification exam ended, I began following you. Is that so? She spoke again, softer still, her voice fraying like mist at dawn. Brother, you're far more formidable than I ever imagined. I've lost. Her gaze drifted slowly toward the dark silver puppet beside her, a presence humming with uncanny resonance. Was this father's legacy to you? Yes. Our father was extraordinary, what a pity. Luo Li finally voiced the question burning in his chest. Why did you try to kill me? That is a question without a beginning. After a long silence, she answered, her voice splintering like glass. Because I am a witch, and the activation condition for my miracle is slaying my last blood relative. So there is no why. She met his eyes, stating it plainly, like citing natural law. Just as hunger demands food, thirst demands water. To awaken the miracle, blood must be spilled. This is the rule. This is order. Don't ask me what witches or miracles truly are. I'm too exhausted. And even my understanding may be false. Eliahaze has likely deceived me all along. As the final syllable left her lips, the puppet, still and silent until then, took a single deliberate step forward. It glided soundlessly toward Luo Yang, its featureless dark silver head tilting downward, gazing upon her. Then it raised its intact arm, palm upturned. Intricate gilded script materialized midair, fluid as living sand, twisting, converging, and coalescing into a flawless, luminous contract. What is this? The covenant bore 2 clauses: voluntary surrender of her body to Luo Li and voluntary transference of her miracle to him. Luo Yang's pupils contracted sharply. She scanned the text with desperate speed, the sudden turn jolting her fading awareness into fleeting clarity. Then buried deep within the ornate clauses, a line blazed forth, bold, gilded, unmistakable desecration of enlightenment. The moment those words seared into her vision, a chillingly familiar whisper brushed her ear. Intimate, terrifying. Kill him. The miracle shall crown you. It promised escape from this dying abyss, offering her immediate dominion over the power known as the unslayable cut, the very force that drove Liahaze mad with obsession. Yet she merely closed her eyes, slowly, deliberately. You meant to kill me just now, eh? Luo Li's voice was calm, utterly still. Yes. She admitted it without hesitation, voice threadbare. It seemed, killing you might halt this vile ritual consuming me. Then why didn't you act? I couldn't. She tilted her chin faintly toward the puppet. It guards you. And if it weren't here, would you have struck? Luo Yang fell silent. Night wind stirred the alley mouth, carrying distant clamor, but could not pierce the suffocating stillness between them. Moments stretched, so long Luo Li thought she'd speak no more, until she exhaled, barely audible, I don't know. She turned her face away, evading his gaze. Stop asking such pointless questions. Her condition worsened rapidly. The faces of Liahaze writhed faster now, spreading like malignant bloom across her skin, bubbling up like horrors boiling beneath the scalding surface. They twisted, silent mouths stretching wide in screams, grins, or weeping, each expression warped beyond humanity. Her once clear eyes now dulled beneath a thick ashen haze, vision scattering, unfocused. Cold sweat soaked the black strands clinging to her forehead, mingling with fresh blood, gluey and grim against her pallid skin. Her once clear eyes now dulled beneath a thick ashen haze, vision scattering, unfocused. Cold sweat soaked the black strands clinging to her forehead, mingling, just as the contract states. What is this puppet truly? And who, exactly, was our father? Her gaze strained toward the hovering golden script, then settled back on Luo Li's face. You don't know. A faint involuntary twitch tugged at her lips, an attempt at a smile distorted by failing muscle control. Luo Li opened his mouth, but his throat tightened, choked by unspoken words. It's not like that. I wish you'd live. Luo Li opened his mouth, but his throat tightened, choked by unspoken words. It's not like that. I wish you'd live. There's so much more I want to say. He said nothing. He could not deny the truth deep within him, the idea already lived, that her flesh and blood would fill the puppet's hollow form. That calculus had long been made. To utter comfort or justification now would only expose the hollowness and hypocrisy of his words. 10 years he'd walked this world, believing himself acclimated. Yet now sorrow welled quiet and sharp. So he simply said, I'm sorry. The apology hung like breath, soft, weightless. I will slay Liahaze. For your vengeance, and for— Luo Yang held his gaze a long moment, then traced her finger across the contract's signature line and signed. Contract sealed. The golden script ignited, shattering into crimson chains of light that lashed around her body with violent precision. The contract says the puppet will claim everything I am and live in my stead upon this world. Drawn by the radiant chains, Luo Yang floated upward, suspended before the puppet, her ink-black hair billowing like smoke in the air. Sounds intriguing. You're strong. Perhaps you'll go further than I ever could. Let her stay with you. Crimson light bound Luo Yang and the dark silver puppet together, tightening, weaving as a vast pulsing cocoon began to envelop them both. Just before the cocoon sealed completely, Luo Li heard her voice one last time. Luo Li. Tell me, what if we'd met from the start? Would things have been different? Faint as a sigh, laced with a ghost of wistfulness. Then, brilliance erupted. VRRR. The crimson radiance imploded inward, receding like a tide vanishing into night. The binding light dissolved into final drifting motes, fusing seamlessly into the being at the center. What stood there was neither the cold dark silver puppet nor the dying Luo Yang. It was a new Luo Yang, identical in every detail, the same ink-black hair, the same porcelain skin, even the torn blood-stained garment replicated flawlessly. She glanced down at her unblemished arm, beneath whose skin faint crimson luminescence pulsed, then lifted her head, meeting Luo Li's eyes with unsettling serenity. She tilted her head slightly and murmured, "Brother." Integrity check passed. By contracting with the witch, you have desecrated enlightenment, reclaiming the stolen lost miracle. Desecrations of enlightenment 1. You have obtained a miracle. Miracle the unslayable cut. The starfield has acknowledged your mastery. Your blade shall bring stillness to all things. All gods across every pantheon were born beneath the stars. At the origin of every mythos across the continent, the fathomless star-forged void, lies the primordial source and final return of all narrative. Just as the stars bestowed divinity upon gods when a being's will craft or conviction ascends beyond mortal limits, that silent stellar sea turns its gaze and bestows the power called miracle upon the soul it deems worthy. And when those miracle wielders pass, their powers become lost miracles, fallen stars vanishing into the world's hidden recesses, destined never to re-emerge. Yet one deity stands apart: enlightenment. Through means incomprehensible to mortals, and at unspeakable cost, enlightenment steals these orphaned, ownerless miracles from the world's edges, then grants them anew to chosen witches. Thus flows the witch's power. Now, before Luo Li's eyes, as Luo Yang's essence was overwritten by the puppet and the miracle fully transferred, his vision tore free. The alley, the blood, the puppet, all dissolved. Luo Li saw an endless barren plain, and upon it a man. The man gripped a long sword, its tip pointed at a shattered black earth, above which loomed an indescribable colossal shadow. The vision shattered. Luo Li snapped back into reality, still in the narrow, blood-scented alley. Zeb Stewart, mortal who wounded a demigod, his swordsmanship acknowledged by the Starfield, granted miracle the unslayable cut. Starfield acknowledged the unslayable cut. Luo Li felt the torrent of sword techniques flooding his mind, along with their latent power, and drew his blade with quiet reverence. A delicate floral scent unfurled from the scabbard. As the blade emerged, petals spiraled into the air, ethereal, not real, dancing in silent orbit around the steel like a rain of blossoms suspended in time. My sword has effects now, he murmured. The blade slid home. The petals vanished instantly. Luo Li turned, facing the new Luo Yang. Are you Luo Yang? I don't know, she replied. I possess Luo Yang's memories, and also those of the puppet. It feels strange. Her voice mirrored Luo Yang's perfectly, yet stripped of that bone-deep chill and exhaustion, replaced instead by something airy, resonant. I am her, and yet not only her. Luo Li stepped forward, gently brushing his fingers across her cheek, warm, lifelike, even pulsing with the faintest subdermal current of blood. It doesn't matter, he said, meeting her dark eyes with solemn certainty. Whether or not you are Luo Yang, you are my family now. We will survive together. Then she nodded. May I call you brother? If you wish. Luo Yang gave a soft, quiet hum, and fell. Then she nodded. May I call you brother? If you wish. Luo Yang gave a soft, quiet hum, and fell silent once more. Luo Li checked the time, July 10th, 0026. 5 hours remained until bidding day ended. 5 hours, more than enough. He stepped out of the alley, unhurried, unassuming, as though merely heading to buy midnight snacks. Luo Yang followed, gliding soundlessly at his side. At the alley's mouth he paused, and looked back. His gaze swept over the blood-stained ground, expression neutral, as if verifying he'd forgotten nothing. Night wind carried dust, and the sour tang of distant refuse. Let's go. Before the sun rises, we'll finish what must be done. Luo Yang always had a dream. In the dream she lay on a cold assembly line, the factory of enlightenment. She lay on her back, the harsh light stinging her eyes, yet she could not close them. The sound of massive rhythmic machinery roared in her ears, the tracks moving steadily beneath her, carrying her forward at a constant pace. She tried to rotate her eyes, catching glimpses of the metal frames on either side fixed with various cutting tools. Not far away, a huge molding machine clanged and smashed, flesh and blood flying as border refugees were crushed into boxes. Why was she here? She remembered she was also a border refugee, and she was among the unluckiest batch captured by merchants and sold into the Pillar territory. She was too weak. Even at the border, she could not defeat boys younger than herself. When she finally regained her senses from the jolting and hunger, she found herself lying here. Next, it would soon be her turn. She could feel the tracks pushing her towards the ever-closing molding machine and smell the nauseating stench of blood ahead. No, a silent syllable exploded within her deadened heart. She did not want to stay here, as she wanted to escape. She could not die like this, could not allow herself to be wantonly trampled in such a weak state. She had to survive. She did not know how she broke free from the steel nails holding her down, as she only knew she had taken a step and was running frantically towards the factory's exit. Stop her. The materials are running away. The chaotic shouts mixed with the mechanical roar as figures in gray uniforms rushed out from both sides to intercept her. She disregarded everything like a small beast driven to desperation, driven by the instinct to survive and the last ounce of strength within her, desperately running through the maze-like factory. Cold metal walls, crisscrossing pipes, and massive reactors emitting heat whizzed past her. She did not know where the exit was, did not know where she could escape, to only that she could not stop, could not return to that assembly line, and could not be crushed into a silent box. Her feet were cut by sharp metal debris, leaving bloody footprints, yet she felt no pain. Her lungs pulled like a ruptured bellows, each breath carrying a metallic taste. She just wanted to escape this cold metal hell, to flee from the clattering of the molding machine that was getting closer. Then Lai Yaxis appeared. He looked at the girl who raised an iron sheet in a feeble attempt to defend herself and smiled gently. You are a child favored by enlightenment. Indeed, perhaps you can become its witch. There were 4 hours left until the bidding day ended. Boom! A huge sound echoed throughout the factory. Taking advantage of the distraction of the factory personnel, Lila hurriedly rushed into the logistics warehouse. This is Dad, this is Mom. Lila searched through the box-filled warehouse, and sister. Having long memorized the locations of her boxed family, she quickly secured the boxes onto the cart. Looking at her neatly boxed family, Lila breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly pushed the cart out of the warehouse. With her family in tow, Lila attracted too much attention, and soon the personnel noticed her actions. It's that damned refugee's doing. She actually wants to take our boxes for free. I only dare to secretly take 1 or 2 defective ones each time, but you dare to take 3 at once. 3. I clearly saw 5. Nonsense. It was 9. Was it? Really? A group of personnel quickly formed a united front, preparing to report a loss of 50 boxes after Lilith's escape. Run faster. Little sister with the balance sheet. You must escape. With the encouragement of the personnel, the wheels of the cart screeched on the rough concrete ground. Lila used all her strength, charging towards a damaged spot at the side door of the factory she remembered. The fresh night breeze had already filled her nostrils, and the broken barbed wire at the exit, along with the endless darkness outside, was right in front of her. Freedom. Just a little faster. However, just as she was about to break through the last barrier and embrace the night, a figure appeared silently at the broken gap, blocking her path. The figure was tall, dressed in familiar clothing, with dark long hair flowing with a faint light under the dim light of the factory, and a damaged fox mask covered her face. Lilith's heart stopped. It was the Sword Maiden. The Sword Maiden from the Box Affairs office. One of the people most valued by the director. In an instant, all her strength seemed to be drained away. The cart pushed forward a short distance due to inertia, finally coming to a stop just a few steps away from the Sword Maiden. Lilith's small body froze in place, her pupils dilated in fear. It's over. All over. She had been caught. Pictures of herself being dragged back to the factory flashed through Lilith's mind. Even the Sword Maiden had personally come. How could she possibly escape? She had been too naive. Sword Maiden. The personnel who had chased Luo Yang together with Chun Xiang trembled as they saw their boss arrive, rushing to the Sword Maiden's side and pinning the fleeing Lila to the ground. Sword Maiden, this refugee blew up a corner of the warehouse, and we are capturing her. One of the leading personnel stepped forward, his face filled with flattery, pointing at Lila, who was pressed to the ground. Fortunately, you arrived in time, or she would have nearly escaped. May I ask, is this the outdoors? She spoke, her voice muffled by the mask, revealing no emotion. The personnel were taken aback, then subconsciously nodded. Sword Maiden, we will leave this refugee to you. Before he could finish, clang! A clear, nearly ethereal sword sound suddenly tore through the noisy air of the factory perimeter. No one saw how the sword was drawn. A dark silver streak of light, like a cold lightning bolt suddenly sweeping across the night sky, darted through the crowd at a speed that surpassed visual capture. Those personnel who had been chattering and smiling suddenly froze in their movements. The next second, thud. The muffled sounds of flesh being cut by sharp instruments and heavy objects falling echoed one after another. The 7 or 8 personnel who had just been lively were now all reduced to incomplete corpses lying on the ground, their blood quickly staining the floor beneath them like spilled ink. The entire scene fell into silence, with only the night wind whistling through the broken barbed wire. The oppressive force suddenly vanished, and Lila raised her head in bewilderment, only to behold a scene reminiscent of hell. She stared in terror, her small body trembling uncontrollably as she looked at the figure standing with the sword. The Sword Maiden slowly sheathed her sword, her movements smooth and natural, as if she had merely brushed off dust from her clothes. She pointed towards the boundless darkness outside the factory. Go! Lila suddenly jolted awake, instantly realizing. She scrambled to her feet from the ground, not even bothering to brush off the dust on her body, using her last bit of strength to drag her family and rush out through the factory's gap. Luo Yang did not stay out. Instead, she immediately turned and headed into the factory's interior. Along the way, scattered personnel saw her, recognized her as the Sword Maiden, and just as respect or fear appeared on their faces, they were knocked unconscious. She did not intentionally hide her presence, stepping forward, treading the cold metallic floor, moving towards the core production area of the factory. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythmic and heavy booming of the molding machine grew closer, the air filled with the acrid scent of fresh blood and the burning smell of metal friction. The workers, dressed in blood-stained gray uniforms, operated the machines, numbly monitoring the processes. No one noticed the unexpected guest at the entrance, or rather no one dared to believe that someone would intrude into the core territory of the box affairs. Luo Yang looked at the refugees fixed to the tracks by steel nails, observing their faces filled with fear, numbness, or utter despair. Some people's gazes overlapped with that of the little girl desperately running in her memories. She raised her hand and placed it on the main control panel of the assembly line. A deafening crackle of electricity erupted, black smoke billowing from the control panel, and the operation of the entire assembly line came to an abrupt halt. The massive molding machine also stopped after a muffled sound of being jammed. All the workers halted their actions, staring in shock at the figure wearing the damaged fox mask beside the control panel. Sword Maiden. A foreman recognized her incredulity on his face. What are you doing? The production task. Luo Yang ignored him, turning to the refugees still fixed to the assembly line who had not yet come to terms with this upheaval. Her voice, muffled by the mask, clearly resonated through the silent factory. You can leave now. The refugees were taken aback, and the workers were also stunned. Leave? Where to? The collars, she added, her gaze sweeping over the metal rings binding the refugees' necks, have already malfunctioned. Almost as soon as her words fell, the indicator light on the collar of the closest refugee extinguished, followed by a crisp click as the metal ring sprang open and fell onto the track, making a clear sound, as if the first domino had been toppled. Click, click, click. The refugees first touched their empty necks in confusion, then overwhelming joy and immense fear surged within them. They looked at each other, then at the unfamiliar Sword Maiden standing by the control panel. Freedom. Could they really be free? Stop them. The foreman finally reacted, letting out a hoarse shout. We can't let them escape. Stop that madwoman. Clang. The sword sound rang out again. She merely raised her sword, but that was enough to deter anyone from acting recklessly. Everyone knew that standing before them was a fourth-tier handler. She merely raised her sword, but that was enough to deter anyone from acting recklessly. Everyone knew that standing before them was a fourth-tier handler. It was unclear who shouted first, but the crowd surged like a flood, breaching a dam, frantically rushing towards every exit of the factory. Sword Maiden. A roar filled with shock and anger erupted from the entrance of the factory. The fourth-tier handler who had previously chased Luo Yang together with Qin Xiang had already found his way here. He was carrying a box of dark shadow, lifting his body, rapidly charging towards Luo Yang. The fourth-tier handler who had previously chased Luo Yang together with Qin Xiang had already found his way here. He was carrying a box of dark shadow. Director Lai Yaxis had instructed him and Qin Xiang to search for the Sword Maiden separately, and he just happened to be near the factory. As long as he could hold the Sword Maiden until the director arrived, she would undoubtedly die. Luo Yang showed no hesitation, retreating sharply in the moment before his words fell, heading towards the large cargo exit that the refugees had broken open on one side of the factory. Trying to escape. The fourth-tier handler, seeing her actions, thought she was fleeing, immediately activated his divine technique. The dark shadow propelled him forward, chasing after her like a released arrow. The night wind blew in without obstruction. Here it was outdoors. Enlightenment divine technique, transforming body into sword. The fourth-tier handler, who followed closely, grabbed a refugee blood light, flickering in his hands as he twisted both hands, extracting a bone-white stabbing sword from the refugee's body. His face contorted. The bone-white stabbing sword let out a piercing scream, transforming into a pale streak of light, directly slashing towards Luo Yang's right shoulder. However, to his surprise, Luo Yang did not dodge. He attributed it to her being struck by the director's divine technique. The Sword Maiden was already at her end, and he could not miss this opportunity. The bone-white stabbing sword precisely sliced into the connection between her right shoulder and arm, the divine technique attached to the sword crazily eroding everything it came into contact with. Her entire right arm was severed at the shoulder joint, the severed arm tracing a parabolic arc in the air before falling to the ground with a thud, twitching twice before going still. The pursuing fourth-tier handler instantly erupted in ecstasy. He seemed to envision the scene where he was awarded for capturing the Sword Maiden after the director arrived. However, his joy only lasted less than half a second before suddenly freezing, transforming into extreme horror and disbelief. The severed surface of her arm writhed violently as a brand new arm visibly grew out from the shoulders. Then Luo Yang picked up the arm that had fallen on the ground, tilting her head. She tried to chant, "I give you flesh and blood, grant me enlightenment." The right arm twitched and evaporated in her hand. Luo Yang looked at her empty left hand, then down at her intact and newly grown right shoulder, feeling the enhancement of the Enlightenment divine technique that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Luo Yang looked at her empty left hand, then down at her intact and newly grown right shoulder, feeling the enhancement of the Enlightenment divine technique that was both familiar. What on earth are you? She drew her sword. A sword struck the throat. The fourth-tier handler's final question froze in his wide-open eyes as his body slumped to the ground, merging with the blood beneath. The released refugees surged towards the factory's exterior, while Luo Yang, as the liberator, stood amidst the crowd, gazing into the distance. Sword Maiden. A voice mingled with both male and female tones erupted outside the factory. Almost at the same moment this voice sounded, it seemed countless tiny insects beneath Luo Yang's skin were suddenly awakened, beginning to writhe and bulge madly. Luo Yang's body still retained Lai Yax's divine technique. Without a hint of hesitation, Luo Yang stomped her foot on the ground. The cement floor beneath her cracked suddenly around her, a powerful recoil propelling her body fiercely away from Lai Yax's position. Trying to flee, Chen Xiang surged forward in pursuit, propelled by a pitch-black phantom that clung to him like an inescapable curse, hurtling toward Luo Yang's retreating figure. Far away, Lai Hysis had already raised her obsidian staff. Dread-inducing shadows coalesced rapidly at its tip, radiating an aura of absolute annihilation, precisely locking onto the vanishing silhouette. VRRR. A sonic rupture tore through the air beside her. Lai Hysis casually snatched the sword hurled toward her, as if plucking a fly from midair. Compared to this high-tier confrontation unfolding before them, the sudden appearance of that sword was as jarringly incongruous as a vocational college student, unprepared and unversed in the exam syllabus, slipping into the Imperial Capital Headquarters elite civil service examination, absurdly out of place, laughably irrelevant, utterly devoid of threat. Lai Hysis did not even deign to glance at the sword thrower. Her focus remained fixed upon the fleeing Luo Yang, the shadow at her staff's tip poised to unleash. She merely tilted her head slightly, casting a frigid sidelong glance toward the direction from which the blade had come. There stood a young man dressed plainly, his dull, lifeless eyes betraying no intensity. Luo Li, his bare hands still frozen mid-gesture of release. His entrance carried no grandeur, no oppressive aura, only an unsettling, profound ordinariness starkly alien against the surrounding chaos. You are Luo Li, her bloodkin. Lai Hysis finally recognized him. Luo Li had made no attempt to conceal his strength. He had indeed thrown the sword with full force. Yet, however refined his technique, his physical power remained pitifully feeble. To Lai Hysis, the throw resembled nothing more than a child's idle play. He offered no reply to her question. Instead, he silently drew the rented longsword, the concealer, from his waist, the deep matte blade absorbing light so completely it seemed to vanish in the dimness, just as he himself did. Too weak, Lai Hysis lost all interest. With a flick of her wrist, she prepared to discard the cheap, sword-like refuse. Even as the black shadow at her staff's tip gathered for final release, ready to obliterate the distant fugitive once and for all, Luo Li did not charge. He did not roar. He assumed no flamboyant stance. Within his mind, the sword art known as the unfettered flow streamed forth like a clear mountain stream, effortless, inevitable. This was the sword art called the unfettered flow, pioneered by the true master of the miracle, the unfettered cut. The stars themselves had acknowledged his mastery, and thus bestowed upon him a miracle bearing that very name. Having acquired this miracle through a pact with which Luo Li inherited not only its name, but the very sword art capable of invoking it. First form, falling petals. Luo Li murmured the technique's name inwardly, swiftly internalizing every movement granted by the miracle. Black shadow erupted from Lai Hysis's staff, like searing black flames scorching the factory's night sky. A delicate floral fragrance drifted softly on the air. Translucent cherry blossom petals materialized out of nothingness, swirling around the sword's tip. Luo Li stepped forward and struck. Petals soared. All-consuming flames dissolved into drifting. Reflected in Lai Hysis's suddenly constricted pupils, her devastating strike, capable of obliterating a fourth-tier handler, defied comprehension. It unraveled before her eyes into a silent, radiant shower of cherry blossoms. This is... For the first time, Lai Hysis's blended voice trembled unmistakably. Her gaze locked onto the lingering cascade of petals, and beyond them the young man standing motionless, sword in hand, his eyes calm as still water. A miracle. This is a miracle. Lai Hysis's voice warped with disbelief. No, it cannot be. This must be a technological artifact from one of the pillars, White Tower Group's signature weapon, or perhaps insect text mimicry. He refused to believe another could earn the star's recognition. This had to be some exorbitant technology from a world. Abandoning ranged assault, Lai Hysis closed the distance like a specter, her obsidian staff shrieking as it cleaved the air, aimed straight for Luo Li's throat. Faced with that lethal thrust, Luo Li merely rotated his wrist. Second form, blooming petals. At the instant blade met staff, several petals flickered into existence, and vanished at the point of contact. Laiahisis felt as though she had plunged her staff into a viscous, boundless sea of flowers. Every ounce of force, every iota of speed, dissolving, redirecting, deflecting upon contact with those fragile petals. Not blocked, dispersed. The black staff's violent arc and the sword's intricate dance collided. Yet no metallic clang resounded, only scattered petals spiraled outward. Frustration mounted as her assault yielded no breakthrough. Laiahisis sensed Luo Li's weakness. His strikes couldn't even draw proper wounds upon her. Yet he defended without counterattacking, flawlessly neutralizing every blow. It was as if she sought to crush a cockroach, only to find it rebounding her fortuitous slipper with impossible precision. She abruptly leapt back, creating distance. Her blended voice thick with fury intoned, "I bear the case for you. Grant me enlightenment." Luo Li's sword traced a perfect arc, where its tip passed the divine art Laiahisis had received through her offering, instantly unraveled, shattering once more into drifting petals. Her prideful divine art proved utterly futile before Luo Li. Luo Yang had fled far beyond reach, and Laiahisis, since Qinxiang's presence, had vanished entirely, surely perished. Her meticulously laid trap had been shattered by this sudden low-tier handler. Damn you! Blind rage eclipsed reason. Laiahisis discarded all finesse and dignity, and abandoned her ineffectual divine arts, relying solely on overwhelming force and speed to crush him outright. Petals swirled, sword shadows crossed and recrossed. At that moment, every eye in the factory fixated upon those two figures. Lyra, fleeing the factory perimeter in panic, witnessed it too. The director she feared most locked in combat with an unfamiliar youth. Who was that? Luo Yang, having already dealt with Qinxiang, also turned toward the factory, gazing upon the sword-wielding youth amid the storm of blossoms. She whispered, "Brother." Boom! With each clash the ground exploded, dust and shattered stone erupting skyward as their forms blurred across the confined space. She whispered, "Brother." Boom! With each clash the ground exploded, dust and shattered stone erupting skyward as their forms blurred across the Luo Li sidestepped to dissipate force. Laiahisis overextended. Her staff slammed empty into the earth, sending a shockwave rippling outward, scattering nearby crates like fallen leaves. Seventh form, burial of blossoms. Luo Li uttered the words softly, voice serene and unwavering. Their bodies crossed, amidst howling winds and cascading debris. Shoo! Like a blade parting finest silk, Laiahisis's forward momentum ceased instantly. She froze mid-lunge, staff still thrust forward, motionless. She raised a trembling hand to her neck, where a thin line of blood now welled. Luo Li shook crimson droplets from his blade. His strength remained insufficient. Even seizing Laiahisis's opening, he failed to sever her head in one stroke. "You dare destroy me? Ha ha ha." A guttural rasp forced its way from her throat. With her last reserves, Laiahisis tore open the ruined front of her suit and plunged both hands into her abdomen, wrenching forth a gleaming iron seal contract. Do you know what the 13th pillar's true technology truly is? Whether covenant or iron seal contract, they are but extensions of that technology. The core of the 13th pillar is law. Luo Li read the contract clearly. Labor agreement. These vagrants dared work illegally, violating imperial labor code. They owe me restitution. Laiahisis brandished the contract. Without funds to pay the fine, they forfeit everything. As her words echoed, the iron seal contract blazed with blinding silver-white light. The radiance swept across the entire factory, precisely enveloping every former laborer who had ever worked there. No, my eyes, I'm blind. My hand. What's happened to my hand? One laborer sprinted. Then his right eyeball detached from its socket without warning, trailing a thread of blood, as if drawn by invisible strings toward Laiahisis. He staggered blindly for several steps before collapsing, clutching his face and shrieking, a sound utterly inhuman. Another laborer felt his arm grow strangely light. Glancing down, he saw his entire left limb severed cleanly at the shoulder. No blood, no wound, the surface mirror smooth, as if the arm had never existed. Its spectral form dissolved into the eerie light gathering around Laiahisis. Kidneys, livers, bone, marrow, skin, all were itemized, priced, and pledged as collateral against the fine. This was the Empire's law, enforcing the labor agreement with cold mechanical inevitability. Laiahisis laughed wildly. Behold, this is the power of order. Before law's majesty, our petty strength means nothing. She spread her arms wide, greedily absorbing the recompense siphoned from the laborers' bodies. I offer you flesh, grant me enlightenment. Her neck wound writhed and sealed beneath the pallid light. Her waning vitality surged anew, greater, wilder, more chaotic than before. Divine art, enlightenment invoked. Laiahisis surrendered the stolen flesh and spirit to enlightenment, beseeching its grace, imploring its mercy. Her body swelled and contorted violently, ill bones cracked and groaned under unnatural tension, stretched, reshaped, broken. The grotesque monstrosity swung its massive arm toward Luo Li's face. Clang! The sword bent instantly, countless petals exploding forth from the impact. Luo Li rolled, channeling every fiber of his being just to stabilize himself. Meanwhile, the laborers continued disintegrating, flesh and spirit streaming toward Liahysis. Erg, aa! The monster roared, a sound so guttural Luo Li nearly believed its mind had shattered. Why do you interfere? You have no idea how much I sacrificed for this miracle. Once I command it, they'll inscribe my name among the 1,000 scholars. Once named a 1,000 scholar, I'll join the Imperial Civil Service. Become a high-ranking official. Luo Li, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, just for that. Even fifth-tier handlers are dogs before officials, if you lack status. The monster's bellow vibrated the air as it lunged. Even fifth-tier handlers are dogs before officials, if you lack status. The monster's bellow vibrated the air as it lunged at Luo Li. You, a worthless first-tier handler. You understand nothing of this world's laws. Only by merging with law, becoming law, can you claim what you desire. They watch my agency, my factory, letting them grow, only to declare one day I violated some They watch my agency, my factory, letting them grow, only to declare one day I violated some obscure statute, and seize everything. Those office-bound parasites, who can't even grip a sword, lord over us simply because they were born well, or passed some damned university exam. I merely failed university, failed to earn a degree, failed to become a disciple of order, so I became a lowly handler forced to wield the vilest divine arts. This is the Empire. Power is all. You and I, we are both lambs of order, fattened and slaughtered. Liahysis bore down upon Luo Li like a falling meteor, wreathed in unstoppable kinetic fury. Boom, boom, boom. Relentless blows fell like a hurricane, each strike capable of shattering mountains and splitting earth. The ground crumbled beneath her like brittle biscuit. The entire factory trembled under her raw, unbridled violence. Luo Li's figure darted through the onslaught like a skiff adrift in a typhoon, his sword moving at its zenith, black arcs and cherry blossoms flashing, blooming, shattering in furious succession. Huh! A guttural wind-like rasp escaped him, replacing all speech. Liahysis's human consciousness, eroded by surging power and divine backlash, was slowly fading. Her attacks grew wilder, covering broader swathes of space. She no longer evaded Luo Li's counters, no longer parried. His blade carved gashes across her frame, but none slowed her advance. Erg! The monster continued its low, bestial growl. Yet beneath this crushing pressure, on the razor's edge between life and death, Luo Li's miraculous sword art unfolded within him with unprecedented clarity and refinement. Yet beneath this crushing pressure, on the razor's edge between life and death, Luo Li's miraculous sword art unfolded within him with unprecedented clarity and refinement. And across life, he slowly raised his sword. The unfettered flow, final form, serene hometown. The stars have recognized your art. Your blade shall bring stillness to all things. No thunderous fanfare, no blinding radiance. An endless sea of blossoms abruptly replaced the ruined factory, blooming riotously beneath Liahysis's feet, encircling her completely. She looked around. The roar of battle, the collapse of the factory, the distant cries of laborers. All external clamor, gently muffled, sealed away by the flower sea. Only absolute peace and tranquility remained. This, where is this? Liahysis's voice emerged dry and hoarse, yet no longer distorted, reverting to its original deep baritone tinged with timeless dreamlike disorientation. Only absolute peace and tranquility remained. This, where is this? Liahysis's voice emerged dry and hoarse, yet no longer distorted, reverting to its original deep. She felt the divine art, source of endless agony and power, utterly gone. Only hollow serenity remained, and a faint quiet relief. No law's edicts, no divine gifts, no burning ambition, no festering resentment. Yet Luo Li's voice rose from the heart of the flower sea. You do not deserve peace. The serene hometown tore apart. A sword cry rent the night, shattering blossoms piercing with dazzling final grace, straight through the monster's chest. The blooming flower sea had never existed. Around them stretched the same blood-smeared ashen ruins of the factory, and the monster roared. It stared incredulous at the youth whose blade pierced its chest. I'll give you anything, name your price. I'll give you anything, name your price. I'll inscribe your name among the 1,000 scholars. I'll grant you wealth. I'll spare the sword maiden. Do you know Servilius? Luo Li asked. Who? It no longer matters. Luo Li closed his eyes, then opened them again. Ender too loud. Truly. Filthy blood sprayed. Cherry red petals burst from Liahysis's pierced chest, replacing gore with fragrance, scattering the scent of blossoms across the factory floor. A fragrance it had never known. Luo Li withdrew his warped bent sword. His arms dropped limply at his sides. Blood trickled from his temple. Petals still fell. Less than 3 hours remained until the bidding deadline. Tixiao, where is Luo Li? Tixiao, where is everyone? No one answers the phone or messages. You aren't running away with the last bit of the agency's funds, are you? Huaxing, well, the witch containment agency has lost without a fight. Everyone is happy. Huaxing, you are this thumbs up. Tixiao was anxiously stomping her feet in the agency, her signature frost-white hair looking somewhat disheveled, and a thin layer of moisture glimmered in her gray-blue eyes. She stubbornly dialed Luo Li's number again, and the cold, busy tone echoed in her ear. It's over, it's over. She slumped in her chair looking utterly disheartened. Suddenly she thought of something. What if the boss got ambushed on the way? What if something happened to him? Meanwhile, Huaxing was leisurely writing something at the front desk. All right, stop wailing. He gently pushed a document in front of Tixiao, his tone flat and undisturbed. This is my resignation letter. Tixia's voice abruptly ceased. She widened her eyes, glanced at the formally worded resignation letter, then at Huaxing's expressionless, delicate face. You? What did you say? She thought she misheard. Resignation letter. Huaxing patiently repeated. Can't you read the words? Do you need me to read it to you? Respectful manager Tixiao. Wait. Why? Tixiao suddenly stood up, interrupting Huaxing. At this moment, the boss life is uncertain, the bidding day is ongoing, and the agency is about to. Are you really resigning? Huaxing tilted his head slightly. Exactly because of that I want to resign. Should I wait until the agency officially declares bankruptcy, and even the last month's salary can't be paid before taking my resume to the job market for temporary work? Besides, I have no interest in wasting time in an agency where even the boss might be gone. Cutting losses and time is a basic quality of an adult. Tixiao opened her mouth to retort, but found her throat blocked by something. Huaxing looked at her, unusually refraining from mockery. He simply watched her silently for a few seconds, then sighed. Tixiao, when I joined the agency, I said I only needed a quiet place to land. But now this place is no longer. Do you want to know how I found you? Tixiao suddenly interrupted Huaxing. Huaxing remembered half a year ago when he was hiding in a sewer on the outskirts of the city. A woman with snow-white hair, dressed as if to attend a banquet, precisely located the maintenance hatch where he was hiding. At that time, he was severely injured, and the hidden divine technique had become unstable due to power depletion. If you need a place to hide thoroughly, she said, then come with me. At that time, Huaxing was very wary of the suddenly appearing Tixiao, but perhaps due to dizziness from blood loss, he didn't think carefully, and ended up on her ship, reluctantly signing a labor contract with the Witch Containment Agency. Only later did he learn that this lady had prepared her battle attire in a car not far away before entering the sewer to search for him, and only after almost confirming his location did she hurriedly change and make a grand entrance. Huaxing asked lightly, will you tell me? Regardless of whether we can win the bid this time, accompany me to rescue. Find Luo Li. I don't want him to get hurt. The phone vibrated. Huaxing glanced at the message on the screen, seeing it was a reply from Luo Li's eyebrows slightly raising. Luo Li, prepare 24 bid documents. Come find me quickly. Luo Li shared a location. Luo Li, I've secured the Bin District No. 7. Avenue District A and Lida commercial area, but I didn't bring the bid documents. Hurry up and come. Tixiao let out a sigh of relief at Luo Li's reply, but after reading Luo Li's message, her heart tightened again. What if the boss went out and got hurt? Has our boss finally gone crazy due to poverty? Just when both thought their boss was talking nonsense, Luo Li directly sent a link. Is this a gambling website for Bid King betting? Tixiao never imagined herself becoming the Bid King, so she hadn't paid much attention to this gambling website's information, as she only knew their agency had consistently maintained a position in the bottom 10. However, both of their expressions froze the moment they saw the content of the website. Bid King Betting Real-Time Ranking, Witch Containment Agency, 154th, 123rd, 92nd, 54th. The ranking was skyrocketing at a visible speed. Countless users flooded the comment section of the Witch Containment Agency. Wait, I just blinked for 10 minutes. Where did this witch containment come from? Reported. There must be a conspiracy. How can a first-tier agency with only 3 people seize 3 lucrative districts? Where's the police department? Aren't they going to intervene? Stop being sour up there. Quickly watch the leaked battle clips. Their director has gone insane. I bet my son staked on the Spark Agency. I'm going to lose another son. Laughing and crying, laughing and crying, laughing and crying. That's the 4th one. That's the 4th one. I have news. The Witch Containment Agency has broken through the 4th bid area. Is the casino doghouse manipulating this? I don't believe it. At that moment, the ranking suddenly soared to 17th place. What the hell? Seeing the agency's ranking, Tixiao doubted whether she was awake. Immediately she reacted. Quick. Prepare the bid documents. With a punch, she smashed the last enemy's head in the Qingshan commercial area, and Tylane's 2 metal fists collided fiercely, sending waves of heat. The Witch Containment Agency didn't even come. She snorted the joints of her mech, emitting slight hydraulic sounds. It seems they have some self-awareness, knowing coming would be a death wish. It's just a shame I didn't get to dismantle that poor boss myself. Lacey stood behind her, looking at the chaos and the unconscious handlers without responding. Even though high-tier agencies can't directly participate in bidding, they will do everything possible to take a share on bidding day, and the Family Happiness Agency, having received assistance from the Suitcase Agency, naturally stands out among many low-tier agencies to earn profits for the Suitcase Agency. In the bloody Qingshan commercial area, 4 or 5 handlers from the Family Happiness Agency awaited, stepping on the corpses smashed by their mechs, anticipating the arrival of the officers to collect the bid documents. The remaining handlers of Family Happiness have been sent to occupy other bid areas. As a hot favorite for this year's Bid King, they have occupied a total of 5 bid areas. As long as they ensure steady control of these 5 areas, they are very likely to become this year's Bid King. The agency with the most bids in the history of Lion City was the Suitcase Agency from 5 years ago, which became the Bid King with the achievement of occupying 7 bid areas. This achievement in a total of 24 bid areas is quite shocking. Lacey was not surprised by the Witch Containment Agency's cowardice. After all, they were too weak. Surviving on such a cruel bidding day might be the wise choice. She even felt a slight relief, glad she didn't have to witness her former colleagues smashed to pieces by Tai Lane's metal. Immediately after, Lacey felt a wave of gratitude, thankful she chose to join Family Happiness rather than stay with the Witch Containment Agency. Otherwise, she would also be hiding in the Dark Agency, with Luo Li and the others too scared to move. Tai Lane's phone buzzed frantically, receiving special alerts set on the gambling platform. Having taken out loans for her mech's surgery, she had bet all her remaining money on Family Happiness, hoping for a big win. Excited, she pulled out her phone. Has our ranking gone up again? Her voice cut off the moment she saw the screen. Her pupils suddenly constricted to the extreme. Bid King Betting Real-Time ranking Family Happiness Agency 3rd place. Bid King Betting Real-Time ranking Witch Containment Agency 2nd place. 2nd place. Tai Lane's voice suddenly rose sharply, becoming piercing. How is this possible? Didn't they not even dare to come to Qingshan commercial area? Ding dong. A new push notification popped up from Lion Show's live broadcast news with the title bold, "A Dark Horse Surges." The director of the Witch Containment Agency single-handedly conquered 5 districts, aiming for the Bid King. Can he ultimately defend the bid area and claim the title of Bid King? This must be a lot. July 9th, 2235 Pillar Chronology Year, 1048. A grand yet chilling bell toll shattered the fragile veneer of civilization over Lion City. Bloodlust and capitalist frenzy broke free from all restraint. Countless viewers flooded the Lion Show livestream platform, plunging the night into even greater madness. The broadcast interface was precisely segmented into dozens of dynamic subpanels, each corresponding to a bloody battlefield. Countless viewers flooded the Lion Show livestream platform, plunging the night into even greater madness. The broadcast interface was precisely segmented into dozens of dynamic. Most captivating of all was the top bidder real-time ranking board at the top of the screen. Ranking numbers leapt with dizzying speed. Each shift signified the ecstatic triumph or wretched despair of countless gamblers and the instantaneous transfer of colossal sums. Viewers, the bell has sounded. Slaughter begins. This is your exclusive live broadcast of Bid Day on the Lion Show. Your host, Old Gene. Greetings, everyone. I'm host Fatso. Old Gene leaned into his microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, new and returning viewers alike, please listen closely as I walk you through this year's core Bid Day rules. Your every wager depends on it. First, as you can see, tonight's Bid Day features 24 bidding zones roughly arranged in an elliptical formation across Lion City's major public districts. The rule is simple: seize control of a zone before the final bell tolls, and successfully deliver your bid document to that district's peace officer to claim victory. But Old Jin's voice grew heavier. Defeating all opponents in a zone does not guarantee your win. You must hold the territory until a mobile peace officer unit arrives and accepts your bid. Peace officers arrive unpredictably. They enter only once combat in the zone has largely subsided. This means you might just finish a brutal conquest, barely catch your breath, only for fresh predators to descend upon you. Old Gene posed a question. Fatso, tell us, how would one become top bidder by securing the most zones? Fatso instantly replied, simple. Scatter your personnel like scattered beans. Launch simultaneous assaults across multiple fronts. Old Gene nodded. Exactly. But such dispersion fragments your strength. Fewer operatives remain to garrison each zone, making them vulnerable to concentrated attacks by rival agencies. You may seize 3 zones one moment, only to have 2 of your strongholds razed the next. Striking the delicate balance between seizing more zones and securing those already claimed will test the strategic acumen of every agency director tonight. Ultimately, the agency securing the most bids shall be crowned this year's top bidder, a title conferring unparalleled commercial value, generous Peace Bureau grants, and massive public exposure. Yet pursuing this crown also invites greatest peril. You become the prime target of every ambitious rival, drawing relentless coordinated assaults. We observe major agencies like Spark and Harmony Family adopting cautious, methodical strategies, first consolidating 1 or 2 core zones before expanding outward, while smaller agencies lurk along the periphery, seeking fleeting opportunities to strike and vanish. One of the 24 bidding zones, Xiaobin District. A livestream operator crouched behind a shattered vendor stall, his lens trained on the open plaza at the market center. There stood a towering woman, her body thick with muscle gripping a roaring chainsaw. Dark crimson speckled her face, her eyes bloodshot, and blazing with slaughter-fueled euphoria locked onto her prey. "Come on, maggots. Let me see what color your guts are." She roared with manic laughter and drove the chainsaw deep into the abdomen of the nearest opponent. Whirling teeth, shredded tactical gear, pulped organs, and sent arterial spray gushing forth like ruptured pipes. Killing without license. Pure ecstasy. She yanked the blade free, dragging a coil of intestine behind it, then whirled toward another young operator frozen in terror. Before the youth could raise his weapon, the chainsaw cleaved diagonally from shoulder blade to waist, splitting him nearly. The operator filming the scene leaned into his mic, voice crackling with excitement. "Folks, that's Mata, the infamous third-tier operator known as Chainsaw Sister. She's already downed 3 rivals. Send gifts if you're feeling the heat." After felling her final foe, Mata pulled out her phone and glanced at her own stream. "User, tonight I win. Tipped 100 ingots. Sis, someone's secretly streaming you. Saw her too. I'll tip big if you do." Mata tilted her head toward the livestream operator hiding behind the stall, clad in a vest bearing the Lion Show logo. His professional exhilaration froze, then curdled into raw, visible terror. Instinctively, he swung his lens toward Mata's blood-smeared face, twisted in rapturous madness. "Folks, something's not right." His voice trembled as he tried retreating, only to meet cold, unyielding brick behind him. Mata didn't move. Instead, she extended her tongue and slowly licked warm fluid from the chainsaw's teeth, then spoke into her phone's mic, voice gravelly and low. "Do you want to see?" Her stream exploded. "Yes." Flooded the screen alongside cascading gift effects. User, Bloody Mata, tipped 5000 ingots. User, I live for this, tipped 600 ingots. Saw her, live now. Mata grinned, teeth stained rush red. She hoisted the dripping chainsaw. Its heavy rhythmic tread echoed sharply through the silent market as she advanced step by step toward the paralyzed operator. "Wait, Ms. Mata, I hold a valid livestream permit. I'm a platform employee. Killing me triggers liability." The operator shrieked incoherently, futilely, raising her stabilizer as a shield. "Shoo." Mata pressed a finger to her lips, even as the chainsaw's roar swelled, drowning out every plea. "Bid day. Outdoors. Killing you. Not illegal. And besides," she added, lifting the chainsaw high, "your stream's popularity now belongs to me." Vroom. The chainsaw's shriek and the stench of death rushed forward, yet no searing agony followed. Instead, a brief, piercing metallic clang, sharp enough to pierce the eardrums, cut through the air. Trembling, the operator forced her eyes open. At the plaza's center, Chainsaw Sister Mata, moments ago an invincible goddess of carnage, lay sprawled, motionless, limbs twisted unnaturally. A young man drenched in blood had appeared, as if from nowhere. He held a sword bent grotesquely at its midpoint, his gaze passing over the fallen chainsaw to settle upon the operator slumped against the stall, more precisely upon her vest. "Lion Show?" Luoli asked. The operator stared blankly, nodding numbly. "You'd know the real-time status of all bidding zones, wouldn't you?" The live broadcast operator stared at the blood-soaked youth before her, her mind momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. "Yes. I am the official live broadcast operator for Lion Show with real-time updates from all city districts." She answered almost instinctively, her voice trembling with the aftershocks of survival. Luoli nodded, shaking off the blood from his sword, the curved blade emitting a faint hum. "Very well, tell me which district is currently the most competitive or which offices are most likely to become the top bidders, and help me plan a route that connects these districts." His tone was as casual as asking which restaurant had discounted prepared meals tonight, yet the content made both the live broadcast operator and the suddenly surging audience feel a sense of absurdity. Who is this guy? So arrogant. Where did this madman come from? The sword is even bent, and he wants to connect the districts. Disperse, disperse. Another one driven mad by the desire for fame, likely knowing there's a live broadcast, and trying to attract attention. Wait, how did he just take down Marta? Did anyone see it clearly? It must be scripted, the host is acting. The live broadcast operator looked at the rapidly scrolling comments, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, but she diligently continued to operate the panel. So the most competitive area right now is Central Square. If you want to connect a route, you could start from the Lower Riverside District, go through No. 7 Avenue, break into the Lida Commercial District, then head towards Central Square. And finally, if you can capture the Qingshan Commercial District. This route would almost cover the richest areas of today's bidding day, but, however, that was simply an impossible task. She didn't dare to voice the last part. "What do I call you?" "Coriander, who loves live broadcasts." "Lead the way." Luoli nodded. "My destination is Qingshan Commercial District. Do you have a vehicle?" Coriander was stunned, instinctively pointing to a modified motorcycle parked in the shadow at the street corner. Her trusty vehicle brightly painted and adorned with the live broadcast platform's logo, its performance decent among civilian models. Yais. Luo Li said, no more striding directly toward the motorcycle. I can't drive, you do it. Coriander fumbled as she climbed onto her little live broadcast vehicle, twisting the throttle, as Luo Li urged her on, speeding into the night city. The night was suffused with blood, and the entire city was in a frenzy. Neon lights and flames painted the sky a murky purplish red as roars, clashing weapons, and explosions sounded like countless beasts rolling and tearing in the mire. Neon signs flowed with colors outlining the silhouettes of the buildings. Enchanting virtual idols on the advertisements posed seductively, while next to them the real-time odds of bloody combats rolled on. Flying broadcast devices belonging to various media outlets hovered above, casting beams onto every battlefield, broadcasting pain and death in real time in exchange for views and donations. This city, known as Laiyin, transformed into a coliseum, exuding the stench of money and blood on the night of the bidding day. Luo Li despised the city. He hated the harsh noise, the hypocritical lights and shadows, and the sweet, nauseating stench in the air, a mix of perfume, alcohol, gunpowder, and blood. It reminded him of certain chaotic dumps on the border, only here was wrapped in a more glamorous, yet more repulsive. He usually wouldn't be so sentimental, as it held no meaning, but too much had happened tonight. He felt a bit tired. Perhaps at this moment no one could realize that the most powerful office in Laiyin City, the Tixiang office, had its director, the fifth-tier operator Lai Yashixi, along with nearly all of its core backbone at the third and fourth tiers, had perished tonight. This news had yet to spread to every corner of the reveling city. However, some keen predators might have already sensed the unusual bloody scent of a power vacuum in the air. Yet they would never expect that the cause of all this was the youth sitting behind on a flashy live broadcast motorcycle, eyes closed in meditation, sword laid across his knees, appearing no different from those low-tier operators struggling to survive in their eyes. Coriander carefully maneuvered the motorcycle, weaving through the chaotic streets. Someone in the live broadcast room had already recognized this as the director of the witch capture office. Coriander sensed that the young director was seemingly injured and now drowsy. Some blood even stuck to Coriander's back, but she dared not speak, even her breathing grew soft. We've arrived at No. 7 Avenue District. In the night, the office occupying the No. 7 Avenue District had already spotted the rapidly approaching motorcycle, glinting with cold light under the neon. They were the Razor office, known for their swift and ruthless blade techniques. Seeing a flashy motorcycle daring to invade their territory, they all revealed cruel smiles, like hyenas closing in on a bewildered prey. They were the Razor office, known for their swift and ruthless blade techniques. Seeing a flashy motorcycle daring to invade their territory, they all revealed cruel smiles, like hyenas. Don't stop. Luo Li's voice was heavy with fatigue. The earlier battle with Lai Yashixi had drained him of too much energy. Crash. Crash through. We will die. Coriander thought she must have misheard. This was outright suicide. She began to regret why she had followed Luo Li here. But with no way to avoid it, she gritted her teeth and tightened the throttle. Seek death. Cut them down. Leave that little girl to me. The Razor members were enraged, or rather excited, by this suicidal charge. They grinned maliciously as they lunged forward, the blades of the first few nearly brushing the motorcycle's tires and front cover. In that instant, Luo Li's wrist holding the sword flicked ever so slightly. There was no dazzling sword light, no sharp wind sound. Only an extremely faint dim arc flickered past his side, like a dragonfly skimming the water. All the Razor members who had rushed forward suddenly froze, then fell one after another. Luo Li's sword had not even been drawn. Finished. Let's go to the Lida commercial district. Coriander's mind was blank. She even forgot her fear, leaving only pure shock. Almost by muscle memory, she pressed the throttle tightly, and the motorcycle let out a whimper in the night. The motorcycle sped forward, and Coriander's blood was boiling. She glanced at her live broadcast room, where the viewer count was skyrocketing at an unprecedented pace. Countless gifts and comments flooded the screen, various gifts shimmering into view. She stared blankly at the screen. It seemed she was about to make a fortune. One of the 24 zoning districts' Lida commercial zone. Lin was a Tier 2 handler. Unlike members of elite agencies, she had no patronage. Unlike divine art practitioners, she wielded no formidable power. She was merely an ordinary handler clinging to subsistence, affiliated with a fragile, barely solvent agency. Today's bidding day was their final gamble. Everything they owned staked on this one desperate throw. Combat in Lida commercial zone was exceptionally brutal. Lin's small agency was swiftly shattered. Her comrades lay dead or grievously maimed. She herself bore severe wounds. Her left arm twisted unnaturally, and a deep gash across her abdomen bled steadily, staining the cheap protective suit she'd scrimped for months to buy, its surface printed with garish, cartoonish motifs. She surveyed the surrounding handlers from rival agencies, eyes sharp with predatory hunger, and knew her fate was sealed. Not only had victory slipped away, survival itself had become a luxury beyond reach. The loan repayment deadline loomed imminently. Ahead lay a fate worse than death. organ harvesting at a black market farm, or dissection as raw material in some clandestine workshop. She refused to accept it, truly refused. Her trembling hand reached for the small, tightly sealed metal case strapped to her waist. The last hope, she possessed a black market, Nirvana 3, enhancement serum purchased at the cost of her entire fortune. Rumored to unleash latent human potential within moments, dramatically amplifying combat prowess, even offering faint possibility of limb regeneration. Its side effects were equally monstrous: organ failure, at best grotesque metamorphosis into abomination at worst. No time for hesitation. A flash of madness ignited in Lin's eyes. With her last reserves of strength, she pried open the metal case and withdrew the vial, its contents shimmering with cold cerulean light. Without pause, she drove the needle deep into her own neck. Ruhar! A guttural, inhuman roar tore from her throat. Blood vessels burst across her sclera as she snatched up a broken blade from the ground and charged her nearest foe like a feral tiger, cleaving man and weapon alike cleanly in two. The sudden transformation stunned the onlookers into silence. Then in unison, covetous gazes locked onto Lin. That's Nirvana 3. She actually possesses such a relic. Now, seize her while the serum's still active. Her flesh is worth more than prime beef right now. I'll take the thighs. The muscle fibers there retain the serum's potency best. Amid shrieks of frenzy, the first attacker lunged, not with a weapon but with bare teeth, biting savagely into Lin's freshly clotted abdominal wound. Arg! Lin screamed, a sound raw with agony, as she thrashed violently, slashing off half the assailant's skull. Yet the warm spatter of blood and brain matter only inflamed the pack further. Second, third, more surged forward, teeth tearing, fingers clawing, like carrion feeders descending upon sacred flesh, ravenous for the serum-laced meat, pulsing with stolen vitality. Get back, you beasts! Lin swung her fractured blade, felling one after another, but for every fallen, two. Agony lanced through her leg as a strip of skin and muscle was ripped away. Her arms were shredded by gnashing jaws. So good. So damn good. That's what rich people's medicine tastes like. Ha ha ha. The deafening roar of motorcycle engines split the night sky, violently scattering the chaos edging Lida commercial zone. A violent stop, tires screeching against coarse pavement, kicking up a storm of dust. From the motorcycle's rear seat, Luali descended, visibly spent, his steps heavy as he walked toward the epicenter of carnage. What sickly bastard crawled out of the gutter? A handler, face slick with blood, lips flecked with torn flesh, lifted his head and growled, his cleaver dripping crimson. Luali did not speak. He did not even glance at him. His gaze swept over Lin, her body reduced to a grotesque, twitching ruin sustained only by the serum's fading fire, and found no pity, no wrath, only exhaustion. Yet exhaustion did not hinder his sword. He's asking for death. Cut him up too. A dozen figures howled and converged, weapons swinging wildly at Luali. His movements held no flourish, sluggish, even weighed down by fatigue. Yet each step landed precisely within the gaps of their assault. Each strike struck true, aimed unerringly at vital points. Sidestep, downward cleave, duck, horizontal sweep, parry, then thrust, seamless and inevitable. He summoned no miracle, only the most fundamental swordsmanship, cutting through the mob with grim, methodical advance. His blade flashed not with brilliance, but with the dull, heavy gleam of dried blood. Luali did not seek slaughter. He harbored no desire to kill. Yet should death come unintentionally, he would bear no guilt for it. Within 2 minutes, the last standing enemy crumpled, his body collapsing softly to the ground. Luali mounted the bike, twisted the throttle. Its engine roared, and carried him onward, a figure drenched in gore, having pierced through multiple districts, vanishing into the night toward the next. Slumped over the saddle, his blood-stained coat billowed violently in the wind, like a tattered, battle-worn banner. The city blurred past him, streaks of light bleeding into formless ribbons, its clamor receding behind, while the silhouette of the next battlefield emerged from the darkness ahead. One of the 24 zoning districts, 7th Avenue sector. One of the 24 zoning districts, Silran Boulevard sector. Swordlight flared. Engines thundered. The young swordsman advanced relentlessly toward the city center. No force could halt him. 3rd district. 4th district. Secured. One of the 24 zoning districts, Willari Heavy Route sector. It began to rain. Cold rain mingled with blood trickled down his cheeks. A dozen eyes glinted in the shadows behind street. The motorcycle carved a razor-sharp arc across the rain-licked asphalt, halting with surgical precision at the entrance to Willari Heavy Route sector. At the handlebars, Xiang Kai's heart hammered wildly. Her left hand clenched the grips tight, her right trembling with exhilaration, yet steadying the live stream lens squarely on that rain-drenched, blood-soaked figure. Friends. The 5th district. He's here, he's really here. Luali has arrived. Her voice soared with frenzied elation, cracking slightly, shattering through the drumming rain, erupting across the live stream. The comment feed exploded, scrolling madly, donation effects flooding the screen, yet she paid them no mind. Xiang Kai nearly believed she'd lost her mind. Just hours earlier she'd thought he was insane. But now, this man had fought his way from the outskirts straight into the city's beating heart. You've profited greatly from me. After bidding day ends, remember to give me half. With that, Luoli turned away, his gaze returning to the shadow-choked sector ahead. Live ranking Auction King Predictor. Witch Containment Agency 2. 5th District. The Witch Containment Agency has seized its 5th District. The portly commentator's voice surged with fervor. Who could have imagined this obscure little agency would become tonight's focal point across all of lying? They might truly claim the title of Auction King this year. No, that's improbable, countered Lao Jin, tone shifting sharply. He's violated the cardinal rule of bidding, clearing without holding. He left no personnel behind to garrison the zones. He filed no formal bid documents. He didn't wait for municipal officers to verify control. 5 districts secured, now utterly vacant, abandoned to the void. The broadcast cut swiftly to footage Lida Commercial Zone 7th Avenue. Other agencies already infiltrating, cautiously reclaiming territory Luoli had just cleansed. Bidding day's rules are merciless. Clearing is merely step 1. Holding ground and formally submitting bids is paramount. Right now he fights the entire city and races against time itself. How long can his stamina endure? While he charges toward his next battleground, others are already scavenging his wake. Yet such sober analysis in the studio drowned instantly beneath the citywide tide of gambling mania. Lion City's night had never burned so fiercely, not only from the bloodshed spilling onto its streets, but from the far more frenzied war unfolding across countless screens where gamblers waged battles of pure, unbridled speculation. Attention viewers. Lao Jin suddenly raised his voice. We've just received special notification from the Imperial Development Bank. To celebrate the unprecedented spectacle of this year's bidding day, all users participating in the Auction King prediction will receive doubled credit limits. Simultaneously, a searing red banner flashed across every live stream viewer's screen. Final betting. Missed tonight. Wait another year. Temporary credit has been deposited into your account. Place your bet within 3 minutes. Your friend, Gambling God Reborn, has just wagered 5,000 ingots. Join now. A small wager. Earn pocket money during your off hours. Loan websites teetered on collapse. Applications flooded in like blizzards. Credit ceilings shattered repeatedly. From countless livestream feeds across the city, low-tier handlers clashed in brutal, chaotic combat. The air thick with noise and iron-rich scent of blood. Remember this moment, friends. This is the allure of bidding day. This is the soul of Lion City's night. No one can resist its pull, because, miss tonight, wait another year. One of the 24 bidding districts, the Central Square. As the most lucrative of all the districts, the fighting here was the fiercest. The top 5 agencies on the rankings had thrown vast manpower into this slaughter. An hour remained until the bidding day ended. The bet on the bid champion had closed, yet the most brutal fighting was only beginning. Countless agencies hidden in the shadows had conserved their strength, poised to overturn the outcome in this final hour. The battle had raged for hours. Each side fought with bloodshot ferocity, but mutual checks and restraints prevented any one party from seizing full control of the square. Bodies lay piled like mountains, spreading flames, steam venting from overloaded augmentation, sparks from clashing blades. Lights of every kind flickered through the smoke, bathing the central square in grotesque, shifting illumination. Mad. They're all mad. A Huahua Shiwisuo member hiding behind the ruined fountain murmured as he watched. As the final phase of the bidding day began, in barely 10 minutes his squad had been whittled down to him alone. The Empire metes out capital punishment to ordinary people found with firearms, so fights among handlers had reverted to the most primitive and most brutal collisions of cold steel and flesh. The roar of a motorcycle engine rose from the distance as a bike scratched and splattered with mud and blood rolled to the edge of the central square and stopped at the arena's entrance. On the saddle, Ziankai's face was ashen, his hands trembled on the grips, but the hunger for profit outweighed his fear. All eyes, whether those of the surviving handlers on the field or the viewers watching across countless screens, focused at that moment on the figure who climbed down from the rear seat. For an instant the central square fell into an eerie silence. Everyone knew him. The man who single-handed tonight had punched through 6 districts and engraved the name Manyu Shurong Shiwisuo into everyone's minds. But what was he doing here? Could he not see the situation he had walked into? This was not the small fry he had cleared before. This was the stage for the elites of the great agencies. A battlefield teeming with 3rd-rank handlers and perhaps even 4th-rank handlers lying in ambush. M.O. Manyu Shurong Shiwisuo, a burly man, wiped the blood from his face, incredulous. Damn, did this kid really dare come here? He had punched through 6 districts. Everyone knew this first-rank director had been hiding his true strength, which was not hard to believe. From a commercial standpoint, Luo Li's move had indeed showered him with an overwhelming tide of attention. Dongzheng University claims to be a school under the watchful eyes of deities and emperors where numerous rules abound. Different academies and areas within the school have their own distinct. Now that's a true commercial genius. Hiding strength for so long only to seize the spotlight on bidding day. The Huahua Shiwisuo director smiled shrewdly. He must know he cannot become the bid champion. He did not come to contest the district. He came to stage a commercial roadshow. Director, what would you say his strength is? Fourth rank handler level, an agency officer asked. As a border city, Lion City probably counted only about 15 fourth rank handlers and only 2 fifth rank on the register. High-tier handlers looked down on the meager spoils of bidding. The highest combat strength typically seen on bidding day rarely exceeded third rank. But some agencies could pay dearly to commission a fourth rank handler to participate in a bid. For other agencies, merely hiring a fourth rank was an achievement. What more could be said? Then just give it to them, the Huahua director said. If he truly has fourth rank strength, signing him for a commercial endorsement now would command a high starting price. But the risk is if he loses here or performs poorly, the heat he accumulated could instantly backfire. Director, shall we do something about him? The officer beside him spoke with a trace of awe. Watching someone convert their traffic into cash right before your eyes stings more than losing money. The Huahua director narrowed his eyes, a flash of jealousy crossing his face before reason smothered it. No need to hurry. The one who sticks his head up gets knocked down. This place is full of people eager to trample him to rise. Look, isn't something arriving now? Almost as the Huahua director's words fell, a dull, thunderous blast detonated from the opposite side of the square. A hulking silhouette like an out-of-control heavy truck barreled through and smashed aside every handler in its path, trailing a nauseating stench of blood as it hurtled toward Luo Li at terrifying speed. Where it passed, the ground cracked and dust billowed. He was a giant, over 3 meters tall, more than 70% of his body sheathed in metal augmentations. His left eye had been replaced by a crimson mechanical prosthesis, now fixed on Luo Li. Steelbone Ba Dun, someone cried. Isn't he the spokesman for Jianbing Zhizhuang Gongfang? Why is he meddling in bidding day? Fourth rank. A bona fide fourth rank handler. Ba Dun, long famed in Lion City as a fourth rank handler, was renowned for overwhelming strength and defense. He halted 10 meters before Luo Li, his crimson prosthetic eye sweeping over him. He grinned, metal-clad teeth bared. 2 massive metal palms collided with a ringing clang, sending sparks scattering. Kid, you and that outdated sword are today's perfect counterexample. Trying to use my spotlight to sell things. Luo Li thought, realizing the other's intent. Every high-tier handler stretched their commercial value to the limit. Taking endorsements was a common way to monetize attention. Luo Li instantly perceived the opponent's motive. High-tier handlers always exploited their commercial value to the fullest, and endorsement deals were a common way to turn fame into profit. Ba Dun bellowed. His immense body surged like a fired projectile, crushing all before it. The metal soles of his feet drove the paving stones to crack inch by inch. From afar, the Huahua Shuisuo director shook his head and murmured to the officer beside him, looks like his commercial roadshow will be cut short. Ba Dun ranked among the most powerful of the fourth ranks. Luo Li's earlier victories had mostly relied on technique and speed against weaker foes, before an absolute disparity in strength. Technique meant little. The handlers watching around them jeered. Haha, let him rage. Does he really think breaking through a few low-tier districts makes him invincible? Xiang Cai on the saddle felt ice run through him. It's over. Ba Dun is on a completely different level than those other opponents. I haven't earned enough yet. Just as nearly everyone believed Luo Li would be crushed to pulp faced with that thunderous charge, he did not even shift his stance. Deep in his consciousness, the miracle-wrought sword art trickled into his limbs as though it had always been part of him. The curved longsword in his hand flashed a barely perceptible petal-like glimmer at the guard. Ba Dun's colossal fist had already thundered close, its wind fierce enough to rend steel. Just as the fist was about to make contact, a blade light nearly swallowed by the rain swept by in utter silence. Ba Dun's forward momentum froze. His mighty metal right arm snapped clean at the forearm, the severed circuits and biostructures crackling with electric sparks. The heavy metal forearm and fist clanged to the ground. His hulking body then toppled backward with a roar, spraying great arcs of muddy water. One sword. He fell to fourth rank. Online, after a brief stunned silence, the live stream erupted into thunderous cheers and showers of tips. Every major platform fixed its spotlight on Luo Li. The names Man Yu Shorong Shuiso and Luo Li rocketed through the charts at unprecedented speed. Offline, the central square sank into a stillness deeper than the fighting had known. Wind and rain seemed to vanish. That had been a fourth-rank handler, and just like that, he was down. The surviving handlers, whether members of Huahua Shuisuo or other agencies, felt as if plunged into an ice-choked abyss. They stared at the heap of twitching scrap on the ground, then at the youth who slowly sheathed his curved longsword. He asked, "Who among you wishes to become my affiliated agency? Come with me and take the bid champion." The rain was icy, washing away the dark red that had yet to dry on the streets. Tixia walked cautiously, clutching a stack of bid documents carefully wrapped in plastic. Her boots crunched over broken rubble and indistinguishable stains, producing an unsettling creaking sound. She glanced at the soaring ranking of the law firm on her phone, feeling a wave of dizzying unreality. The sixth one. Her frost-white hair clung to her forehead from the rain and sweat, and her gray-blue eyes sparkled with excitement. Huaisheng, did you see it? The sixth bidding area? Luo Li. How on earth did he manage that? Huaisheng walked half a step behind her, his figure appearing somewhat frail in the rain. He did not look at his phone, his gaze calmly sweeping over the street. In the distance, some individuals who were injured but not dead were being surrounded by a few agents obviously looking to profit, enthusiastically pitching, "Brother, your leg is quite hurt, right? Our workshop is in desperate need of parts. No, we need rehabilitation specialists. Come sign a voluntary rehabilitation and employment agreement with meals, accommodation, and even money. Is your prosthetic broken? No worries. We offer low-interest loans using the profits from your future organs as collateral, and you can get a new one right away." On the other side, someone was forcefully holding down an individual with a broken leg, shoving a contract in front of them, urging them to sign, and vague phrases like debt restructuring options could be faintly heard. Following Huaisheng's line of sight, Tixia also saw this scene at the street corner. Coming from the 10th pillar, she had witnessed competition and the coldness of capital, but the sight before her still churned her stomach. "Do you feel uncomfortable, eh?" Huaisheng's voice was devoid of emotion as he pointed towards the massive advertising screens on the buildings flanking the street. Each of them was a dazzling advertisement for various loans, gambling, and equipment, vividly colorful, contrasting starkly with the dimness of the street corner. Huaisheng asked, "Do you know the purpose of bidding day?" Without waiting for Tizia's response, he continued, "The empire is too vast, the bottom layers are filled with too much anger that has nowhere to go, too many debts that cannot be repaid, too many souls without hope. They need an outlet for their frustrations. For those at the top, the empire's territories are stable, and the pillar wars have not been seen for a long time. But the workshops need orders, the banks need to lend, the media needs traffic, and the officials need taxes and activity. Thus bidding day was born, giving the lower classes a chance to climb, while the workshops, banks, and officials could all benefit from this frenzy." "It sounds like you despise this place," Tixia replied. "How do you expect me to kneel down and cry out in gratitude for the empire's care for me?" Huaisheng scoffed. "I don't know why you ran from the 10th pillar to this filthy, pus-ridden place. It's all the same." Tixia tightened her grip on the bid documents in her arms. "No matter where it is, being at the bottom is the same, so we must succeed and climb step by step." Under Huaisheng's scrutinizing gaze, Tixia instantly regained her energy, patting her employee's shoulder. "Don't be so pessimistic." Tixia was momentarily stumped, but quickly straightened her back, shaking her finger. "That means I found the right person. The most important thing in investment is vision." Tixia was momentarily stumped, but quickly straightened her back, shaking her finger. "That means I found the right person. The most important thing in investment is vision, understand. This is my unique investment insight. And you shouldn't resign. Oh, one day our firm will become a tier 5 firm, standing at the pinnacle of the handlers." A certain manager waved his hand, ready to paint dreams for employees anytime and anywhere. "Draw fewer dreams and pay more attention to your feet." Huaisheng's gaze swept across the figures at the street corner. "It seems those in Central Square aren't too foolish." "What do you mean?" "It means they know facing off against Luo Li is tantamount to seeking death, so they changed their strategy." Huaisheng's words quickened. While Luo Li is still in Central Square, they are dispatching personnel to seize the bidding areas he knocked down that haven't had their documents submitted yet. Before he finished speaking, a cold gleam appeared. "Dodged." Tixia stepped back to avoid the attack, while Huaisheng was knocked into a pile of garbage by the sudden assault. Tixia hastily pulled Huaisheng into a nearby shop, saying, "Aren't you a mystical practitioner? Why are you so weak?" "Shut up." Huaisheng wiped the grime off his face. "The hidden practitioner is not good at direct combat." "Did my unique investment insight go wrong? I thought you were impressive with how you flaunt it every day." Tixia looked disappointed. Huaisheng had never wanted to resign so badly. He felt a pressure in his chest, wanting to pry open the manager's head to see what kind of concrete was inside. But he still forced himself to speak. "They'll hold them off. You hurry and get the bid documents to Luo Li." "Is that?" Tixia looked at Huaisheng's disheveled appearance, revealing a hint of worry. Huaisheng did not respond, but seized Tizia's shoulders. You have dirt from the garbage pile on your hands. How disgusting." Tixia called out several times, but quickly realized her state had become a bit strange. Her senses seemed to blur, as if viewed through frosted glass. "What is this? Your mystical art?" "Just a little trick." Huaisheng released his grip. "Now in others' perception, your presence and that stack of bid documents will become very low, making it easier to be overlooked. As long as you don't actively run into others' blades or shout loudly, your chances of slipping past will be much higher. This is also an area of profit. Many law firms may come to compete, and I will find a way to secure this place." Huaisheng urged. "The effect of the mystical art is limited. Hurry and leave." "Huaisheng, once we become the bidding kings, I will definitely promote you and give you a raise." Tixia didn't forget to paint dreams as she was leaving. "If you can't win, don't force yourself. Just run away." After watching Tixia leave, Huaisheng's figure gradually vanished within the shop. On the external street, numerous handlers dispatched to this place began a new round of bloodshed, too preoccupied to care about the two fleeing members from the witch's sanctuary. Hiding somewhere waiting for the right moment, Huaisheng pulled out his phone, put on his headphones, and opened the live stream for Bidding Day, finding his boss. Go for it. That is a fourth-tier handler. He was taken down by a single sword. The fighting in the central square briefly paused, and all eyes were drawn to the young director. Did he just say he wants to win the bid? But there are only 3 people in their agency, how could they possibly win the bid? Whispers of doubt circulated among the remaining handlers, but more so there was a sense of confusion and fear from being overwhelmed by absolute strength. Luo Li was well aware that even if he went through all 24 bid areas without enough manpower to occupy them, it would be a futile effort. Moreover, in his current state, he lacked the energy to engage in so many rounds of combat. Thus he repeated his request, his voice not loud, but clear, echoing throughout the silent square. Who is willing to be my subsidiary agency? Since manpower was insufficient, he decided to recruit on the spot, knowing that the price would just need to be set higher. Without waiting for anyone to question or ridicule him, he directly presented the conditions. As long as you become a subsidiary agency of the Witch Containment Agency, once I become the bid winner, I will prioritize outsourcing the security of the bid areas to you. In the future, within these bid areas, you can earn money however you like. As long as you do not violate imperial laws, I will not interfere. Just make sure to pay me my share on time. Moreover, Luo Li raised his hand, pointing to the bloodstained square beneath him. I can even directly hand over this central square bid area to you. All I need is to gain the title of bid winner. Luo Li believed that the conditions he offered were already quite favorable, but the various agencies felt a sense of absurdity. Why should they? Any agency competing in the central square was a top-tier second-tier agency, and the handlers here were all elite among the elites from their respective agencies. They had their own pride, ambitions, and the reputation and connections they had built over the years in Lion City. To become a subordinate of a suddenly emerging unknown first-tier agency. This was simply preposterous. Yet no agency dared to be the first to voice opposition. After all, the opponent was guaranteed to be at least fourth-tier, and agencies without fourth-tier handlers chose to bide their time. The director of the Hejia Huanla agency was the first to sneer coldly, his voice particularly piercing in the silence. You want to give this central square to us? This place is something we all compete for based on our abilities. When did it become something you can freely bestow? Everyone's gaze immediately turned to the director of Hejia Huanla, who had been subtly promoting his agency's ties with the Tiangong agency before the bidding day, and it was even possible that they had already become a subsidiary of Tiangong. He stepped forward, surveying the crowd. I admit you are very strong, but winning the bid is not something that can rely solely on one person's strength. Although Hejia Huanla did not have a fourth-tier handler, do not forget that Tiangong has a total of 4 fourth-tier handlers, and Mr. Qin Xiang can arrive at any time. King Gong He. Luo Li nodded. That is indeed very impressive. Good that you understand. The director of Hejia Huanla smiled with satisfaction, then turned to the members of other agencies present. Everyone, do not be deceived by his momentary strength. He spread his arms, surveying the crowd, his tone becoming highly provocative. Tonight Hejia Huanla will definitely win the bid. I have already secured the promise of the Tiangong agency. No matter what, he could not allow other agencies to support the Witch Containment Agency on the spot. Although the likelihood was very small, if it happened, the difficulty for Hejia Huanla to become the bid winner would increase dramatically. This was something the director of Hejia Huanla did not want to see, so he had to step forward to eliminate that possibility. Do you want to join the Witch Containment Agency and directly confront the Tiangong agency? Do you need me to introduce what it means to face the Tiangong agency? On the other side, the director of Huahua agency couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it. Bring up Tiangong when the situation turns bad. As the director of an established agency, he understood the shifting tides better than the one from Hejia Huanla. The strength displayed by the director of the Witch Containment Agency was astonishing, and he had remained remarkably calm through. This was not the demeanor of an arrogant fool. Damn it, if the relationship with Tiangong is truly that good, those few fourth-tier handlers would have already come knocking on the door. The director of Huahua sneered inwardly. Hejia Huanla is betting that Tiangong's reputation can still hold the place, betting that no one dares to risk offending Tiangong to side with the Witch Containment Agency. The director of Hua's gaze returned to Luo Li. The young man still stood there calmly, rainwater dripping from his hair tips, his dead fish eyes revealing no sign of nervousness or wavering. The director of Hua's gaze returned to Luo Li. The young man still stood there calmly, rainwater dripping, just as the surrounding handlers were being stirred up by the director of Hejia Huanla and were dismissing the idea of joining the Witch Containment Agency. Luo Li had been standing there with his sword for a long time, with little time left on bidding day. He was not skilled in negotiation, nor was he adept at the twists and turns of business. Whether it was due to his own laziness in arguing, or because the other party was a seasoned player, the conditions he could offer were already laid out, and it seemed that only the most primitive and effective method remained. Whoever led the pace just needed to be beaten up. But a voice from the side interrupted his actions. Huahua Agency is willing to become a subsidiary agency of the Witch Containment Agency. Luo Li looked in the direction of the voice where a slightly chubby middle-aged man was wiping sweat and smiling as he raised his hand. It was indeed the director of Huahua Agency. This declaration was like a crack breaking through the surface of a lake that was about to freeze. All gazes instantly shifted from Luo Li and the director of Hejiao Huanla to the director of Huahua. Shock, confusion, and even a hint of incredulity. Huahua Agency was one of the top second-tier agencies in Lion City, powerful and well-connected. How could he possibly? The director of Hejiao Huanla's eyes nearly bulged. Bardna, are you crazy? Do you want to lead everyone from Huahua Agency to their doom? Director, what are you talking? How could we possibly join a first-tier agency? Director, please reconsider. Are we really going to give up this year's? We have already lost so many team members. The director of Huahua Agency, Bardna, paid no heed to the surrounding gazes, instead skillfully asked Luo Li, Director Luo Li, I am willing to become your subsidiary, but I have conditions. Luo Li looked at him, remaining silent, merely signaling him to continue with his eyes. My conditions are simple. First, we need your promise. In the event of a potential conflict with Tiangong Agency, you must stand in front of us. Bardna stared intently at Luo Li's expression, trying to catch a hint of hesitation or fear. Agreed. Luo Li's response was straightforward and direct, revealing no trace of fluctuation, as if he had agreed to a trivial matter. Bardna felt assured and continued to present the second condition. Second, we at Huahua Agency are willing to sign a one-year contract, after which the decision on whether to renew the contract with the Witch Containment Agency will belong to us. This time Luo Li did not even think, almost blurting out, agreed. Then let's sign a metal contract. Bardna took out a contract that shimmered with a metallic sheen from his subordinate's briefcase. The contract looked less like paper and more like a thin sheet of dark silver metal foil. Bardna held the contract level, lightly pressing on a corner, causing the surface of the contract to ripple with waves of light. Following that, a multitude of fine golden characters like ants emerged from beneath the paper, floating, moving, and reorganizing swiftly, filling the previously blank spaces accurately, presenting all the terms agreed upon verbally by both parties. Although it is merely the most basic metal contract, time is limited, and we can discuss more detailed terms later. Bardna handed the contract over. Please take a look, Director Luo Li. The metal contract was signed. Bardna felt the lingering sense of constraint in his consciousness, pointing to the terms on the contract. Director Luo Li, did you not say you would give us the central square bid area? Luo Li glanced at the countless predatory eyes around him and nodded. What I said naturally counts. Now it is yours. I will take you to claim it. Bardna, how dare you? The director of the Happy Family trembled with rage, pointing at the director of the Spark Agency, his voice cracking. Not just the Happy Family, but the remaining agencies in the plaza were instantly thrown into chaos. The Spark Agency. Have they lost their minds? What scheme is that old fox Bardna up to? They actually gave up on fighting for the title. However, the internal reactions within the Spark Agency were even more intense. Bardna listened to the commotion and doubts behind him, but remained unmoved. This year, the probability of the Spark Agency winning the title was already low, and more importantly, they had been stuck at the second tier for far too long. Resources were monopolized, high-end commissions were out of reach for them, and promising newcomers were either poached by larger agencies or deemed to have no future. They were like flies trapped in a glass jar, watching the later agencies rise rapidly, while they could only spin in place with their market share constantly being squeezed. Becoming a third-tier agency was extremely difficult, with only 5 third-tier agencies in the entire Lion City. And the emergence of Luo Li, along with the strength he displayed, was in Bardna's eyes the stone that could shatter that glass jar. This was a high-stakes gamble. If they won, the Spark Agency could break the deadlock by riding the wave of the Witch's Asylum, gaining unprecedented opportunities and tangible benefits. If they lost, they would only lose a year's worth of public security funding. He's just one person. Even with the Spark Agency, they're outnumbered. The deputy director of the Iron Wall Agency shouted, let's team up and drive them out. The title must not fall into their hands. Exactly, take them out. We can't let the Witch's Asylum seize the title. Attack together. No matter how formidable he is, he only wields one sword. Fear bred madness and profit drove alliances. In an instant, the previously wary and isolated agencies reached a fragile consensus under the common goal of preventing the Witch's Asylum from becoming the title holder. The remaining dozens of handlers armed with various gear, weapons, and armor converged from all directions towards the position of Luo Li and Bardna. The murderous aura surged like a tangible tide, instantly engulfing the central plaza. Bardna's flesh quivered, and he instinctively took half a step back, looking at Luo Li. Though he had taken a gamble, facing such an onslaught from so many elite handlers left him feeling uncertain. Take up your weapons. Defend against the attack. Bardna immediately reminded the handlers under him. The members of the Spark Agency were jolted awake. Despite their hearts being filled with humiliation, anxiety, and uncertainty about the future, their survival instincts and the discipline formed through long-term training compelled them to instinctively obey the command. Amidst the chaotic shouts, the remaining dozen members of the Spark Agency quickly regrouped using the scattered debris around the plaza as cover to form a rudimentary defensive circle. Meanwhile, Luo Li stood alone outside the defensive circle, facing the tide of enemies rushing in. Rain fell on him, and the curved long sword gleamed with a cold light in the dimness meeting the surging onslaught. The first enemy rushing towards him swung a power hammer, producing a piercing roar. Luo Li didn't even glance at him. With a flick of his long sword, he knocked the opponent down instantly. The second enemy attacked from the side, but Luo Li did not pause his steps. The third, fourth, fifth. He continued weaving through the crowd. Amidst the flashing sword light, someone would always grunt as they fell or staggered back. His swordsmanship was still exquisite. Each strike accurately targeted the enemy's vital points, dismantling their offensive and creating chaos. Yet the previous ease and composure were beginning to fade. His breathing was no longer as steady, and even as at the beginning his chest began to rise and fall subtly. Sweat beads started to form on his forehead, mingling with rainwater and sliding down his cheeks. There were too many enemies, and Luo Li was not adept at such group battles. Moreover, his stamina had already been depleted significantly in the earlier fights. Luo Li gradually became aware of the limits of his swordsmanship. He slowed down. A sharp-eyed handler from the Happy family shouted, trying to boost morale, "He's exhausted. He can't hold out much longer. Wear him down." This statement was like pouring a ladle of hot oil on a dying fire. The director of the Happy family, who had been conserving strength at the back, suddenly erupted with greed and ferocity in his eyes. Opportunity. He saw it. Luo Li's fatigue was real. That slightly hurried breathing, those less than perfect evasions, all indicated that this monster was nearing his limits. As long as they pushed a bit harder, they could crush this greatest threat completely, and personally defeating such a strong opponent would bring him and the Happy family supreme prestige. "Everyone get out of my way. Let me do it." The director of the Happy family bellowed, swinging the nearly equal-height heavy axe from the Rockbreaker workshop with one hand, creating a chilling wind. His target was aimed squarely at the slightly sluggish Luo Li due to fatigue. The director is mighty. The members of the Happy family cheered wildly as if they could already see Luo Li being cleaved in half by this axe. The remaining enemies, fueled by excitement, closed in again, cutting off all possible escape routes for Luo Li. Miracle the Uncut, / the blossoms scattered in the attack from the director of the Happy family seemed to plunge into a sea of flowers, instantly dissipating and transforming into petals that floated down. "What is this, eh?" His pupils constricted suddenly. The blossoms flashed and vanished as if they had never existed. Relying solely on swordsmanship might not suffice to deal with the chaos of the moment, but the miracle granted to Luo Li was not just simple sword skills, it also carried a power that could bring tranquility to all things. This was the miracle that Luo Yang had once been able to grasp up close. In the next moment, the figure of the director of the Happy family flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground. Silence. All eyes were fixed on Luo Li. He stood like a high wall on the battlefield, and all the frenzied attacks and shouts turned to nothing the moment they touched him. Should we keep fighting?" A member of the Happy family asked hoarsely, his hand gripping the weapon trim. The remaining handlers could no longer muster any fighting spirit. The commentator in the live stream was exuberant. "The 6th Mark Zone. The Witches Asylum Agency. This year's deserving dark horse. Even if they ultimately fail to seize the title, I believe that in the coming year, even the title holder cannot overshadow their brilliance." What? The director was repelled by the Witch Containment Agency and is retreating from the Qingshan Business District. Tyler couldn't believe her ears. Impossible. How could that pauper Luo Li? She instinctively wanted to refute, but saw the news flooding online. Breaking news. The director of the Witch Containment Agency defeated the 4th-year Steelbone Barton. The veteran agency Spark Agency has turned against us and announced its affiliation with the Witch Containment Agency. Urgent report. The Happy Family Agency has collapsed and the central square is about to change hands. Each piece of news hit her like a heavy hammer, leaving her dizzy. Other core members of Happy Family also fell into a brief silence, their faces filled with disbelief. The Witch Containment Agency. That first-tier agency with only 3 people. The one that Tyler mocked every day and claimed she would crush. They initially thought the Witch Containment Agency was too timid to come to the Qingshan Business District, but seeing the director break through 6 markers single-handedly, they felt nothing but relief. Luckily, they looked down on this place. It's Spark. It must be those useless people from Spark Agency who are secretly playing tricks. That old foxbaiter. Tyler tried to find a reasonable explanation for herself. She didn't want to believe that the agency she once looked down upon could actually be on top of her. More importantly, she had promised Riexi countless times that she would take down Luo Li. Confusion and anxiety spread like a plague among the other members of Happy Family. "Sister Tyler, I bet a lot of money on our agency." A young handler with fresh scars on his face lamented, "I misappropriated the agency's equipment maintenance fund. If we lose, the director will dismantle me and sell me for parts." "What does your money amount to?" Another core member with red eyes slammed the table. I borrowed money at high interest. If I can't repay, my whole family will have to go to the workshop to test medicines. It's over. I also borrowed a quick sum from Speedy Loan, and the interest is terrifying. I was counting on this to turn things around. Tylander looked at the group of gamblers, driven mad. Hadn't she also bet everything? To afford this set of gear, and its subsequent maintenance cost, the loan contract she signed was enough to keep her from eating or drinking for 5 or 6 years. Not to mention she had invested her last bit of liquidity into the bidding for the marker. Just thinking about possibly being completely trapped in this gamble made Tylander feel as if a piece of her heart had been carved out. What is everyone panicking for? She shouted sternly. The director has only made a strategic retreat. Don't forget we have the Tixiang agency behind us. We still have the gear from the Vanguard workshop. Mentioning Tixiang and Vanguard workshop seemed to inject a shot of adrenaline into the panicking crowd, and the gamblers instinctively grasped at any hope of a comeback, even if that hope was slim. That's right. Mr. Chun Xiang and the others must already be on their way. Maybe they're at the central square, now cleaning up the mess. The Witch Containment Agency and those traders from Spark can't bounce back for long. Once the Tixiang adults arrive, it's their doom. As long as we hold the Qingshan business district until the Tixiang reinforcements arrive, it will be a great achievement. Once we finally win the marker, we will earn a fortune that would take us years to accumulate. Hope and fervor reignited in some people's eyes, and they raised their voices to drown out their inner anxiety. In a corner, Rixi silently watched all of this. She clenched her fist gently, her nails almost digging into her palm before loosening her grip weakly. She looked at Tylander's face twisted with excitement and listened to the near-manic cheering from her colleagues that drowned out their inner panic and felt a wave of nausea. Tixiang. Will Tixiang really come? If they are coming, why has there been no movement until now? She couldn't help but recall her days at the Witch Containment Agency. Back then, although money was scarce and tasks were complicated, and she had to endure Huaisheng's rebukes and Tixia's whimsical ideas at least, it wasn't so nerve-wracking. Luo Li as the boss always appeared lethargic and seemed uninterested in everything, but he never forced them to undertake dangerous commissions beyond their capabilities, nor would he push them into such obviously perilous gambles. But what use is it to think about these things? She had already signed the contract with Happy Family. Although it wasn't the kind of ironclad contract that was impossible to escape, the breach of contract compensation was enough to bankrupt an ordinary person like her with no savings. Forget it, Rixi told herself in her heart. Let's take it one step at a time. Maybe Tixiang will really come. Maybe the situation isn't as dire as imagined. At the same time, the special live broadcast channel for the Lai Yin Xiu bidding day. When Spark Agency announced its merger with the Witch Containment Agency and began assisting in the elimination of the remaining enemies in the central square, the entire live streaming platform, especially the gambling section's comment area, instantly exploded. If the sudden rise of the Witch Containment Agency previously lit the fuse, then Spark Agency's last-minute defection was like dropping a heavy bomb onto the table piled high with chips. Damn it, Bader, I bet my entire fortune on you winning the championship. Traitor, shameless, commercial fraud. I'm reporting you to the Continental Association. My loan, my house, it's all gone. All gone. Spark Agency, you. Witch Containment Agency, you colluded to swindle my money. Huh. I saw the Witch Containment Agency was unusual long ago. I bet 1,000 ingots. I'm rich. Ha. Cries of anguish, curses, desperate shouts, and the mad joy of a few lucky ones intertwined, pushing the atmosphere of the live stream to a frenzied peak. Countless gamblers who had bet on Spark Agency now experienced the feeling of falling from paradise to hell. Their wealth, loans, and even hopes for the future vanished the moment Bader signed a contract. At the commentary booth, Lao Jin and Fatty were also shocked by this sudden turn of events. Fatty slammed the table hard, making the microphone buzz. Director Bader personally submitted the letter of commitment. What does this mean? This means that the Witch Containment Agency has almost instantaneously acquired the prepared markers and manpower capable of winning the bid. Lao Jin was relatively calm, but still filled with disbelief. Incredible, Director Bader. This leader of the veteran agency, known for his stability and astuteness, actually made such a decisive, even risky decision at the last moment of the bidding day. But Director Bader's choice is not incomprehensible. Spark Agency has been stuck at the second-tier agency for a long time, unable to advance. Director Luo Li clearly possesses strength comparable to the fourth tier. If Spark can seize this opportunity, advancing to a third-tier agency is just a matter of time. Lao Jin looked at the screen filled with frantic curses and laments, adding with a hint of sentimentality. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for countless people. Some will go bankrupt while others will become wealthy overnight. This is the allure of the bidding day, and its cruelty lies therein. But the bidding day is not over yet. If the fourth-tier handlers behind Happy Family make their appearance, it will still be the most difficult and suspenseful hurdle for the Witch Containment Agency to seize the marker. There have been precedents of fourth-tier agencies fully participating in bidding, and there still remains suspense for tonight. In the final moments of the bidding day, the mobile security officer team from the Public Security Bureau began to enter the bidding area. If only the unified examination for security officers had been tougher back in the day, I wouldn't have ended up in this godforsaken place. A young officer complained, the bidding day in a small city is really dull. There's hardly any profit to be made. I have a classmate who got into the Public Security Bureau in a first-tier city. He told me that every year on bidding day they can rake in a substantial amount, and if he stays for a few more years he could buy a house in the city center. Beside him, an older officer with a slight belly scoffed, the quality of this batch of candidates is still too poor. Their bidding methods are still stuck at the primitive level of mutual slaughter. If this were in a first-tier city, how could one possibly win a bid solely by killing? He said, if winning bids were that easy, why would we need security officers? The Public Security Bureau is a decent organization in the empire. Although it's busy, it has a high social status, decent pay, and more importantly, many opportunities for promotion. After spending a few years in the Public Security Bureau and learning how to handle matters flexibly, one can easily become a small cadre at the K3 level. The previous general manager of the Lion City Bureau came from the Public Security Bureau. After the old manager retired, the position of general manager was inherited by the current manager, who is now the mayor of Lion City. It is said that the old manager, having failed to reach the K8 level back, then exhausted his wealth to obtain a legal inheritance certificate for his position, which he left for his children, becoming a tale in Lion City. As the internal conflict in the bidding area gradually calmed, the two men drove in. The agency occupying the bidding area immediately surrounded them upon seeing the Public Security Bureau badge on their vehicle. They wore expressions of relief from surviving a disaster and an impatient excitement. This bidding area was not their primary target. When the Witch Containment Agency swept through other bidding areas, they saw the situation was unfavorable, decisively abandoned a heated confrontation, and instead seized the area that had been conquered by Luo Li but was unguarded. Of course, several other agencies shared their viewpoint, but in the end, only they managed to survive and present their, "Sir, over here." The leading director waved the bid document. "We have completed the clearing and are applying to submit our bid." The crowd behind him stirred, their eyes fixed on the officers. They just wanted to quickly complete the paperwork and pray that the Witch Containment Agency would not turn their attention to this remote corner. As long as they submitted their bid, they could win. A bright future was beckoning them. Once they obtained the jurisdiction, they could dominate this bidding area. The experienced officer did not immediately accept the bid document. He got out of the car leisurely, first critically surveying the surrounding environment. Broken shop windows, bloodstains on the ground, and a few candidates hastily dragged into the corners, before finally focusing on the expectant face of the other party. The director understood the unspoken cue and immediately pulled out a prepared envelope from his pocket, discreetly and swiftly slipping it into the old officer's hand. "Rest assured, we are all law-abiding citizens and will not shirk our social responsibilities. This small token is just for you and your brothers, to have tea moisten your throats and facilitate subsequent strict enforcement of the law." The old officer didn't even look at the envelope, and instead, as if offended, darkened his expression, his voice carrying undisguised anger. "What do you think this is, a market for buying groceries? Bidding day is a sacred administrative procedure of the empire. Are you insulting my professional ethics, or are you insulting the laws of the empire?" The young officer thought to himself, sure enough, the candidates in small cities have poor quality. They don't even understand how to deliver bribes properly. Bidding day is a very serious procedure in the empire. How could we dare to accept money so openly? Just as the two officers were musing, a voice broke their thoughts. The young officer thought to himself, sure enough, the candidates in small cities have poor quality. They don't even understand how to deliver bribes properly. Bidding day is a very serious procedure in the empire. Divine art. The young officer was startled. "Who are you? How dare you use divine art on security officers? We are employees of the pillars of the world." The old officer, experienced, raised an eyebrow and asked, "A hidden magician? Do you know the serious consequences of your actions right now? You two are commendably adhering to the procedure." Huaixing said, "Such diligence deserves reward. A small fee is the agency's token of gratitude for your fair enforcement of the law." Bribery. The young officer, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, sharply raised his voice, filled with insulted anger. "You dare to openly bribe the empire's security officers, especially in such a serious occasion as bidding day. We will report this as soon as we return and severely punish this law-desecrating madman." The old officer's expression darkened completely. He straightened his slightly protruding belly and reprimanded authoritatively, "Absurd. Do you think we are just anyone? Do you think you can corrupt the empire's pillars with such means? You are challenging the empire's dignity." In the face of the two men's fierce reactions, as if their sacred beliefs had been offended, Huaixing showed no sign of embarrassment from the rebuke. He flicked his fingers, and 2 checks appeared in his hand. The reprimands from the 2 security officers immediately ceased, and they both stared at the checks in Huaixing's hand. The young officer gulped. He had heard of such urban legends. that in certain top-tier transactions or gray areas there would be magicians skilled in hidden arts providing customized bribery schemes easily concealing the sources and flow of funds undetectable even by the Empire's strictest auditors. But he never expected to witness it firsthand in a small place like Lion City. He gently flicked his fingers and the two checks floated slowly towards the two officers hovering in midair with the amounts clearly visible, a figure that made the young officer's breath quicken. 100,000 taels. He was actually that wealthy. The moment his fingertips brushed the checks, the two documents spontaneously ignited, without fire, turning into two wisps of blue smoke that vanished without a trace. Yet the two officers clearly sensed that an amount totaling 100,000 taels had quietly flowed into each of their accounts, through some untraceable and fully compliant secret pathway. The young officer's cheeks twitched with excitement. He desperately tried to maintain his seriousness, but the corners of his mouth betrayed him, twisting his face into a bizarre expression caught between ecstasy and constipation. Huaisheng courteously handed over the bidding document from the Witch Containment Agency and gently inquired, "Now can we submit our bid?" Ahem. After our in-depth examination and rigorous risk assessment. The old officer deliberately paused as if weighing the importance of his words. On behalf of the Lion City Public Security Bureau, I acknowledge the outstanding capabilities, high self-discipline, and profound understanding and respect for the Empire's laws and regulations demonstrated by the Witch Containment Agency in this bidding process. Just as his words fell, Huaisheng discreetly withdrew the divine art. The surrounding scenery, like a faded oil painting, was once again painted with color. The broken streets, the heavy scent of blood, and that group of eagerly awaiting candidates reappeared on the street. They looked at the security officers who had suddenly vanished, and then reappeared, all with blank expressions. However, before they could react, the old officer's decisive declaration thundered in everyone's ears. Lida Commercial Area, Witch Containment Agency, wins the bid. How is that fair? The old officer ignored the group of losers, sneering inwardly. Ha, a bunch of idiots wanting to win a bid without money. Ridiculous. The blood-soaked night of the bidding day gradually yielded to the pale first light of dawn, signaling the imminent end of this all-night spectacle. The handler of Spark Agency and the manager of Witch Containment Agency have successfully converged. The Witch Containment Agency has submitted its 7th bid. Who could have foreseen that a dark horse would gallop so far? They are already tonight's bidding kings. They are this. The commentator, a portly man, shouted hoarsely with exhilaration. Below the live stream feed, a golden virtual banner blazed into view. Witch Containment Agency Bidding King. The agency's name would soon shine across the entire city. The gamblers' frenzy reached its zenith. Those who had wagered on the dark horse erupted in wild celebration, while those who had lost their fortunes stood frozen, faces ashen. The entire city of Lion pulsed with a feverish intoxication, a volatile blend of money and blood. This is not the end for the Witch Containment Agency. Their director has just departed the 7th bidding zone, confirmed as theirs, and now heads toward Qingshan Commercial District. What does he intend? Does he dare challenge the long-standing record of 7 zones held by Briefcase Agency and push for an unprecedented 8th? But less than 20 minutes remain until bidding day ends. Can the Witch Containment Agency possibly achieve it? The entire live stream seemed to fall into stunned silence. Then in an instant, a torrent of scrolling comments exploded across the screen. The 8th zone. He's lost his mind. He's already the bidding king. Does he even have strength left? History. We may be witnessing history itself. Will Briefcase Agency not intervene? Their record is about to be shattered. Qingshan Commercial District. That accursed pauper. Tilliner cried out, her cybernetic joints whining under overload. Hold the line. Just hold on until Briefcase Agency arrives. We will win. Yet even as she spoke, her own conviction faltered. No aid from Briefcase Agency arrived. With only 20 minutes remaining, even their intervention would no longer alter the course of events. This year's Family Harmony Agency was fated to miss the crown. Luo Li appeared at the street corner. He walked steadily toward the barricade held by Family Harmony Agency. The long sword that had accompanied him through the night's battles now bent beyond recognition, its tip dragging along the ground, scraping out jagged, grating sounds that pierced the sudden hush of the district with eerie clarity. Though he knew he had already claimed the title of Bidding King, Luo Li felt no surge of triumph. Victory? Then what? The thought flickered like foam upon water, vanishing before it could settle. He felt no joy, only a bone-deep weariness and a cloying distaste woven through the scent of blood. Faint distant roars rose from gamblers and commentators alike. Frenzied cries driven by wealth and hollow fame, faces contorted on screens, ecstatic or shattered over lives and fortunes not their own, all struck him as unbearably loud. People merely struggled to survive in this wretched world, and to live if only barely as human beings. Yet why must every breath of dignity be forged in slaughter? He did not know. Luo Li lifted his gaze toward the grimly assembled figures of Qingshan Commercial District, toward Tilliner's face twisted by fear and envy, toward Racy hiding behind them. I said I would take Qingshan Commercial District. His voice was low, but clear, cutting through the taut air and landing unmistakable in the ears of every Family Harmony member braced for battle. Kill him. Tilliner shrieked, her massive metallic gauntlet screaming through the air as it slammed toward Luo. Behind her, handlers surged forward like a breached dam, chainsaws roaring, blades flashing, converging from all sides, instantly swallowing Luo Li beneath a tide of steel and fury. Yet Luo Li merely shifted his weight. Tilliner's devastating blow grazed his sleeve and crashed into the ground, shattering stone slabs to dust. Simultaneously, the warped blade in his hand tapped lightly against the joint of a chainsaw, slashing in from the side. The machine seized instantly, its momentum hurling the wielder off balance into a comrade. The sword then slid downward, tracing along the wrist of a knife-wielding attacker, thrusting forward, guiding, redirecting. The blade veered wildly, intercepting an arrow shot from the flank. The swordsmanship granted to him by miracle had become instinct. His body now moved as if honed by decades of rigorous training, imbued with the accumulated wisdom and reflexes of a master swordsman. No screams echoed around him. Only the clang of disarmed weapons, the muffled thud of collapsing bodies, and the shrill whine of overloaded or damaged cybernetics. When he finally emerged from the ranks of Family Harmony's defense line and approached the patrol car of the Mobile Public Order Unit, not a single figure remained standing behind him. Family Harmony members lay strewn across the ground in various undignified postures, weapons broken, limbs locked or struck by stray projectiles from their own allies. Though none were dead, all were utterly incapacitated. Tilliner sat slumped on the ground, staring blankly at her intact but useless cybernetic arm, her eyes wide with disbelief and utter collapse. Racy leaned heavily on her sword, gasping for breath. Watching Luo Li's retreating back, only icy dread filled her heart. The chasm between their strengths was despairingly absolute. An officer stepped down from the vehicle. Seeing Luo Li approach, he slowly began to applaud. Impressive. Yet you refrained from killing. Was there some restraint holding you back? Is refraining from killing illegal? Luo Li countered. Not at all, the officer shrugged, then dryly announced, Qingshan Commercial District, awarded to which containment agency? Dong. A majestic glacial bell toll rang out, not from Earth, but as if dropped from the heavens, resounding across all of Lion City. This final chime, heralding the official end of bidding day, dispelled the last shreds of the city's blood-tinged night. Dawn's light poured unimpeded into the streets at last. It's over. Bidding day is over. 8 zones. Which containment agency has claimed its 8th zone, surpassing Briefcase Agency's long-held record? History of Lion City has been rewritten in this very moment. They are the bidding kings. Almost the instant the bell faded, Luo Li's long silent phone erupted in violent vibration. The lock screen instantly flooded with notifications. Lion show headlines: a dark horse emerges. Which containment agency secures 8 zones crowned bidding king? Dazhong Jianping Lion Edition low-tier agency rankings. Live update. Which containment agency rank 1? Swift license agency exclusive bidding king package. Murder permit, T-purchase permit, weapon carry permit. 70 discount upon issuance. Vanguard Cybernetics Workshop. To Director Luo Li. We sincerely invite you to become our brand ambassador. Ironbeard transfer 300 ingots. Ironbeard Director Luo Li. My earlier remark was in jest. Please don't take it seriously. You received a friend request. User Bunny Duck wrote, Director Luo Li, do you remember me? It's over. Luo Li glanced toward the distance, where a girl hidden in the shadows met his gaze. Go back to sleep. Tisha almost floated back to the witch containment office. Her boots stepped over the dark red-stained street, tightly clutching a heavy document that symbolized the jurisdiction of 8 districts. The morning air should have been crisp, but inhaling it brought a scorching excitement that made her tremble all over. 8 districts. District Monarch. These words echoed in her mind, causing her eardrums to buzz, yet they sounded incredibly pleasant. She could almost imagine how countless screens across the entire Lion City were crazily flashing the names, Witch Containment Office and Luo Li. Those who once looked down on them, even secretly mocking them, must now have a dumbfounded and enviously. He immediately took a selfie under the office sign, and after carefully editing the picture, she posted it in her friend circle with the caption, "Sign managing public safety across 8 districts is giving me a headache. I guess we will need to hire more people next month." Then she opened her friend request list, clicking accept one by one. As a new batch of friends flooded in, Tixia's selfie quickly accumulated a pile of comments. Rapid Certification Office Manager Wang. Congratulations, Manager Tixia. Congratulations, Manager Tixia. All document updates and expansion services at your office are at a 50 discount. Always at your service. Ironbeard fist salute, fist salute, fist salute. Congratulations. Spark Office Bedina. Happy Cooperation Fireworks. Hug Family Joy Office Lacey. Just as Tixia was enjoying the moment of being the center of attention and her vanity being greatly satisfied, a brief reply mixed among the flattery made her sit up straight. Huaisheng headache. Do you need my help to treat it? Smile. Tixia was about to retort at this always sarcastic guy when her fingertips suddenly froze. Because right below Huaisheng's comment appeared a name she never thought would show up in her friend's circle along with an interaction that was too simple to be true. Luoli liked this post. Tixiao. He actually liked it. The boss who had no interest in social media kept his phone on silent all year round and hardly touched his personal account except for debt collection and advertisements actually liked her post. Putting down her phone, Tixiao leaned against the office door and slowly sat down, breathing in the still bloody air. Boss. Too strong. She murmured. Luoli broke through 8 districts overnight, forcefully snatching the juiciest meat from those old established offices, even breaking the long-standing record held by the suitcase office. Although she knew the boss was extraordinary, it still shocked her. Tixiao couldn't help but laugh, beginning to envision the future. The funding for 8 districts. How much could that be? Shouldn't we get a better office? The boss' sword is also broken, so we should find a suitable weapon for him. The more she thought, the more beautiful it became, as if she could already see the dizzying zeros in the office account, envisioning their move from this shabby little house to a luxurious office building in the city center. Haha, it's all gone. All gone. Suddenly, a man's manic laughter echoed from the rooftop of a nearby building. Tixiao looked up and saw the man flailing his arms. The next moment, he fell straight down like a bag of old cement, hitting the corner of the street with a dull thud. Nearby passers-by gasped in shock, but quickly numbly walked around. Such scenes seemed not uncommon in today's Lion City, as every year after the bidding day a batch of gamblers who had lost everything would perform their jumping acts. Meanwhile, the Public Security Bureau also began to purge illegal activities during the bidding day, as those responsible for indoor killings were taken away by the Bureau, awaiting huge compensation for illegal killings. If they are unable to repay this compensation, the Imperial Collection Team will come to retrieve all the assets of the violators, and the Order Sorcerers of the Collection Team will excavate the violators from within, searching for every trace of value. Tixiao withdrew her gaze, landing on the lively comments in her friend's circle. It felt somewhat uncomfortable. But fortunately they won. Just then a bloodshot eye suddenly pressed against the office's street-facing window. It's you. It's you. A disheveled man stared fiercely at Tixiao inside the room. If it weren't for you winning, how could I have lost everything? Give me back my money. Give me back my life. He was clearly a gambler who had lost his mind, pouring all his resentment onto the new district monarch. While he screamed, he frantically slammed against the not so sturdy glass door of the office. Tixiao did not retreat. Instead, she took 2 steps forward. Since you know we are the district monarch, how dare you come knocking? The gambler's movement suddenly froze. He looked up to meet Tixia's gray blue eyes. The woman before him had snow-white hair and an icy demeanor, causing his frenzied mind to feel as though it had been plunged into ice water, extinguishing his anger. His legs went weak, and he directly knelt on the ground, his upper body sprawled out, almost hitting his forehead on the ground littered with shards of glass. His voice was filled with a crying tone and complete breakdown. Please. Please give me back my money. I want gamble again. I deserve to die, but I can't live without that money. Please. The collection team is coming for me. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic and orderly footsteps echoed from the alley entrance. The gambler's face was filled with a pale fear as he slowly turned his head towards the direction of the footsteps. Tixiao followed his gaze. 3 figures in crisp black uniforms wearing wide-brimmed hats adorned with the Order of the Hammer emblem stood silently at the alley's entrance. They were the Imperial Collection Team. Run. Taking advantage of the gambler's moment of daze, Tixiao urgently lowered her voice. Quickly find a place to hide. Don't let them catch you. The gambler was stunned. He did not expect the other side would let him run. Seeing his dazed look, Tixiao almost stomped her foot in frustration. What are you dawdling for? Run. Run. The gambler glanced back at the 3 approaching black figures like death, then looked at the white-haired woman inside the door, and immediately rolled and crawled towards the other end of the alley, trying to evade the collection team behind him. A deep and authoritative voice rang out. To evade the law, one must have their kneecaps severed. The running gambler let out a piercing scream that changed pitch. His legs seemed to be struck by an invisible hammer, halting his momentum abruptly. He fell forward like a puppet with its strings cut. Tixiao quietly covered her mouth and retreated into the office. That was the Order Divine technique, the foundation of the 13th pillar. A figure stumbled out of the small building that had left him with lifelong psychological scars. Night Love. Once a glamorous Tier 3 handler, he now resembled a rag doll drained of all moisture. His once sculpted face was now etched with exhaustion, humiliation, and a lingering hint of terror. He leaned against the wall, his legs trembling violently as he struggled to stay upright. Damn it. Damn that Luoli. Damn that Maiwa. He cursed hoarsely, each word forced out as if through clenched teeth. He dared not recall how he had spent the past few days. Not only had his body been hollowed out, but his spirit had also endured brutal torment. Every time he thought he was about to faint, the other party always found a way to make him regain his composure. He even suspected that if he stayed any longer he might die in some extremely undignified manner on the bed. Fortunately, the bidding day had ended. That Maiwa seemed to finally be satisfied, and after countless trips into the tiger's den, he had earned a slim chance to escape. The Maiwa named Mi Fu was simply a monster. His once proud stamina and skills crumbled before her abyss-like demands. Even more terrifying was that she held that damned legal prostitute certificate. Why? Why could a certificate allow her to infringe upon my rights so brazenly, trampling my dignity? Night Love seemed to sense the rot within the Empire's laws allowing a public figure like him to suffer such unjust treatment, especially when that Maiwa had only paid a few thousand taels. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Just as Night Love attempted to take a step forward, his disobedient legs trembled again, and as he leaned against the wall, a figure he least wanted to see, yet most wanted to tear apart, appeared downstairs. Luo Li seemed to have just returned from outside, still carrying the dampness of the night rain and a faint hint of blood. He looked at the disheveled star handler before him, his eyebrows slightly furrowed in surprise at encountering him here. "Oh, what a coincidence," Luo Li greeted. "Good morning." This bland greeting was nothing short of pouring oil on the flames for Night Love. "Fuck you." Night Love completely abandoned his previous facade of elegance, cursing loudly. You colluded with that Maiwa to illegally detain, violently harm, and abuse a Tier 3 handler from the Briefcase Agency. You're finished. You and your damn agency are both finished. I am now notifying you in the name of the Briefcase Agency that you are required to immediately pay the previous compensation of 12,000 taels and overdue fines, and you must also compensate for my mental anguish, physical injuries, and damage to my reputation. If you can't come up with it, brace yourself for the full wrath of the briefcase. I will have the director personally deal with you, wiping your witch containment agency off the map of Lion City. And that Maiwa don't think that just because you have a useless certificate you can act with impunity. The briefcase has ways to deal with her. Are you done? Luo Li pointed to his phone. This is a community area, a public space. Cursing here will cost you money. Night Love's roar came to an abrupt halt, his face turning an array of colors. He could naturally afford the fines for public insults, but the thought of letting this broke loser profit from it felt worse than watching a poor person eat his shit. I'll contact the agency right now. Just wait. I'll let you see what true power looks like. You broke bastard, have you ever seen someone kill first and pay later? Do you think you can withstand the wrath of the briefcase? He was just getting into it, trying to crush the other party with the briefcase's reputation, when he suddenly noticed the look in Luo Li's eyes. That gaze was strange, devoid of fear, anger, or even mockery, almost like looking at a clown performing poorly on stage, oblivious to the chaos unfolding below. Are you done? I'm going back to sleep now. Night Love was taken aback, not because of Luo Li's almost mocking tone, but because he saw the girl walking towards Luo Li from behind. GNG. It was her. The GNG, the supernova of the Briefcase Agency, a prospective Tier 5 handler, and the director's favorite. She must be here to support him, or to deal with that bastard Luo Li. Elation surged through him, washing away the prior panic and anger, and Night Love was almost moved to tears. Ignoring his physical weakness, he struggled to take a couple of steps forward, excitedly shouting towards GNG. Miss GNG. It's me, Night Love. Hurry. Take down this Luo Li. He colluded with the Maiwa against me. His voice once again cut off because he saw that the GNG he had high hopes for showed no reaction to his calls or accusations. She didn't even glance at Night Love. Her gaze was fixed entirely on Luo Li. Then, under Night Love's stunned gaze, GNG took a few steps forward, coming to Luo Li's side, and handed over a paper bag that emitted the aroma of bread. Brother, breakfast. Her voice was cold, yet carried an indescribable submissiveness. Brother. Thanks, it's a bit noisy outside, let's go inside. The girl nodded obediently. The two seemed to completely ignore the paralyzed Night Love, who stood there like a statue passing by him, as if he were an unsightly piece of trash, and walked straight towards the door. Bang! The door closed, leaving Night Love outside alone. GNG has betrayed. Night Love seemed to have learned some monumental news, his lips involuntarily curling upwards. Yes, it must be like this. GNG actually betrayed the briefcase. What a huge joke. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Night Love chuckled softly, his voice hoarse yet excited. GNG. You dared to betray the director, betray the briefcase. You're finished. You're all finished. He could almost see the fury on Director Lai Yaxisai's face when he learned of this news. GNG would be ruthlessly purged by the agency, while he would regain recognition for promptly reporting and salvaging the agency's potential losses, perhaps even seizing this opportunity to replace GNG in the director's eyes. As for Luo Li, in the face of the raging briefcase agency, he was not even worth a single ant. He fumbled to dial the director's private number, but only got a busy tone. The director was likely busy. Night Love then called his assistant at the agency, and after a moment of waiting, the assistant's voice came through the phone. Hello? Who is this? The assistant's voice sounded somewhat distant, with the background noise mixed with the sounds of things being packed up. It's me, Night Love. Night Love impatiently shouted. Where's the director? I have important intelligence to report. Upon hearing Night Love's voice, the other side fell silent for a moment before taking a deep breath. Fuck your mother. Important intelligence. Report your mother. The briefcase is fucking gone. The director's bones are already cold. You just crawled out to play dead now. Where the hell have you been these past few days? Are you lying on some rich woman's bed selling your ass, not even knowing the agency has collapsed? Night Love was stunned by this barrage of insults. His mouth opened, but he couldn't utter a single syllable for a long time. The assistant clearly had been holding back for too long, and was now venting without restraint. What the hell can you do besides posing in front of the camera, besides licking the director's shoes, besides pushing all the dirty work onto us? You really think you're somebody? Without the briefcase as a backdrop, you're just a fart. Not even as good as a stray dog. Without giving Night Love any time to react, the call was abruptly ended by the assistant. At the same time, Night Love saw the news notification from the Lion Daily that had already popped up on his phone. Breaking news. The landscape of Lion City has dramatically changed. The Tier 4 briefcase agency has been obliterated overnight, and director Lai Yaxisai has been confirmed dead. Core members nearly wiped out. The 100-faced GNG is missing, and it seems the higher-ups of the briefcase have all perished. A recap of the star handlers who vanished along with the briefcase. Night Love stood there holding his phone, dazed as if struck by lightning. The briefcase agency is gone. The clamor of the bidding day and the aftermath of the reckoning were isolated outside the 3-story house on the outskirts of the city. In the morning, Luo Li pushed open the door of his home, and sunlight slanted into the still empty living room where dust danced quietly in the beams. The doll, or rather Luo Yang, sat quietly in the living room. Her posture was indistinguishable from the real Luo Yang, yet her gaze carried a more ethereal quality. She wore a simple set of casual clothes which Luo Li had found for her in the wardrobe a few days ago, replacing the garments that had been damaged in battle. Brother. She saw Luo Li enter and called softly. Luo Li nodded. Go change into the clothes I prepared. Luo Yang obediently stood up and walked toward the basement. Moments later, she returned dressed in a simple black knee-length dress, its hem swaying gently with her steps, revealing her smooth, fair calves. Don't forget your socks, Luo Li reminded. Luo Yang tilted her head slightly, then immediately turned around and hurried back to the basement. When she reappeared, the black stockings snugly wrapped around her calves. It seems my taste is quite good, Luo Li assessed. We need to visit the suitcase office, let's go. The atmosphere in the area where the suitcase office was located felt vastly different from usual. Only the official personnel were busy sealing assets and counting people. The fall of Director Lai Yaxisai and several core 4th-tier personnel had caused this Quasi 5th-tier office to collapse overnight. Due to the internal chaos and lack of effective management, Luo Li faced little resistance and easily entered the dormitory area that originally belonged to senior officers. Relying on her memory, Luo Yang opened a door. The dormitory maintained an almost rigid cleanliness, as if the owner had only stepped out briefly. Inside a drawer, more than a dozen meticulously arranged masks of various designs lay clean and dust-free. Foxwolf faceless, and those with eerie smiles, a myriad of types. Why do you like wearing masks? Luo Li asked. Luo Yang answered earnestly. She believes it brings a greater sense of security. Luo Li carefully zipped up the backpack containing the masks and casually threw it over his shoulder. He did not glance at the dormitory that once belonged to the 100-faced sword maiden again, simply saying to Luo Yang beside him, let's go. Luo Yang nodded obediently and followed in his footsteps, the black skirt swaying lightly with her steps. The two left the already crumbling suitcase office in silence, heading towards the outskirts of the city where the wind blew from the wilderness, carrying the scent of soil and decaying plants, cleaner than the air within the city, yet more desolate. Luo Li drew out the already bent long sword, using it as a tool to start digging into the dry, hard soil, one strike after another. As he focused on his work, a highly recognizable voice rang out from not far behind. Sevi Lias. Is she that important to you? Huaixing asked, hands in pockets, his hair tousled by the wind. Luo Li did not look up. If you're here, help out, or just watch quietly. Is she that important to you? Huaixing asked, hands in pockets, his hair tousled by the wind. Luo Li did not look up. If you're here, help out, or just watch quietly. She wore a brand new black dress and long stockings, contrasting sharply with the surrounding desolation. I remember that the Desire Mage is quite proficient in that area. Even when the topic shifted to Luo Yang, the girl, I remember that the Desire Mage is quite proficient in that area. Even when the topic shifted to Luo Yang, the girl remained silently beside Luo Li, her head bobbing up and down with his digging motions. Luo Li spoke. Say what you want. Luo Yang is my sister. You don't need to worry. Director Lai Yaxisai and 3 4th-tier personnel are all dead, and the whereabouts of the 100-faced sword maiden are unknown. Huaixing stared at Luo Li. At the same time, the factory run by Lai Yaxisai was raided by the Public Security Bureau, revealing its smuggling of border populations and failure to pay taxes. The factory and related assets were completely sealed and confiscated by the Lion City Bureau. This is the empire. Even a top office like the suitcase office, once it loses power and lacks sustainable growth value, those officials will rush in to tear you apart. As the pit gradually took shape, Luo Li stopped digging. He carefully placed the tin can containing Sevi Lia's ashes at the bottom of the pit, then picked up the backpack full of masks and set it beside the tin can. Did you kill the director of the suitcase office? Luo Li paused. I'm just an ordinary first-tier handler. A person who can single-handedly break through 8 marked zones cannot be described as ordinary. Huaisheng said, don't forget what I've handled that surveillance device hidden in the car. How could I not know the location of the Huaisheng said, don't forget what I've handled that surveillance device hidden in the car. How could I not know the location of the suitcase factory? Reporting parking violations using the Public Security Bureau's car seizure gap to let me help you install the surveillance device on that bloodstained business vehicle. I can't believe I helped you do such a thing back then. That kind of damage could not be caused by simply hunting down fish. It indicated one thing. You had already undergone a battle of That kind of damage could not be caused by simply hunting down fish. It indicated one thing. You had already undergone a battle of an entirely different level before reaching the Lower Bin district. Isn't it believed online that the 100-faced sword maiden killed the core force of the suitcase office and then escaped? Luo Li said, you're overthinking it. Huaisheng paid no heed to Luo Li's response, instead asking to himself, why did you provoke the suitcase office? Just for a drifter you barely know. Is she really that important to you? No, she's nothing important. Luo Li gently pressed the last handful of soil down. It's just that thinking about how we are all alone if we die no one will remember us, it's quite pitiful. Huaisheng fell silent for a moment, finally speaking. You're strong, Luo Li, strong enough to act on impulse like this. Single-handedly breaking through 8 marked zones, toppling a giant like the suitcase office, this is indeed a power beyond what ordinary people can achieve. But in the Empire, as long as you haven't climbed to the higher position, haven't become a pillar staff member, have not become part of that set of rules, we remain fragile in the face of real power. You have said a lot today. Luo Li changed the subject. You mentioned that one big reason for joining the Witch Containment Office was because this office is inconspicuous enough. But given the current situation, do you still want to stay here? I never expected that an office ranked at the bottom of the industry with a name sounding like a third-rate folk tale, barely alive in business, with a director who seemed to have no future as a first-tier handler. Who would have known it would become the focus of Laiyin City overnight? So keep up the good work, boss. How I'm off. Luo Li waved his hand, saying no more, and turned to head home. Luo Yang immediately followed her black skirt, swaying gracefully once more. Huaisheng stood in place, taking one last look at that nameless grave, then stepped forward, keeping a distance as he followed behind. The bidding day has finally come to an end. Due to Luo Li's overly passionate performance, that night the witch's shelter has been busier than ever. Greetings from various sponsors, meetings of the association, and the disbursement of public security funds. Each matter has been enough to drain the already limited energy of Luo Li. Fortunately, manager Tixiao has silently taken on everything. Thus Luo Li had time to slack off at home with Luo Yang. Luo Li first checked the panel in front of him titled Mirwis Forbidden Doll Assistance Control Program. Thus Luo Li had time to slack off at home with Luo Yang. Luo Li first checked the panel in front of him titled Contractor Luo Li. Desecration of Enlightenment, Count 1. Possessed Miracle Uncut /. Beneath these lines of text was a glaring bold warning. Warning. A forbidden curse has been detected on the contractor. This is a high-risk curse. Please desecrate Enlightenment as soon as possible to continue unlocking system functions. Further down was a description of the curse. Forbidden curse. I will be your family, your lover, your best friend, your child. From now on, everyone you encounter will be me. Since Luo Li completed the first desecration of Enlightenment, the system originating from the doll seems to have been activated with more permissions, including the contractor's self-check function. It was also since then that this ominous warning has been hovering at the edge of his vision. Curse. Luo Li frowned, recalling when he had attracted such a thing, and the term forbidden curse sounded inherently whenever he attempted to concentrate and obtain more detailed information about this curse, such as its symptoms, origin, or specific harms. However, as soon as he shifted his thoughts, the panel would pop up a cold reminder. Current system function is incomplete. Please desecrate Enlightenment as soon as possible to continue unlocking system functions. Looking at that bold red blood-like warning, Luo Li initially thought he would die from this incomprehensible curse any second. Yet the truth is that even now he can walk, jump, eat, and sleep with no signs of abnormalities in his body. He carefully recalled every little detail since crossing over, struggling to survive at the borders, being cautious within the territory, awakening the doll, and battling the suitcase. Each matter danced on the edge of danger, yet seemed to have no direct connection with the forbidden curse, which sounded impressive. He had not encountered many divine sorcerers either. Is it the karma I accumulated in my previous life that has come to haunt me in this one? He couldn't help but mutter, rubbing his brow. This state of knowing there is a problem, but finding no source, and not even being clear on what the problem specifically is truly frustrating. Moreover, the description of this curse was exceedingly strange. But contemplating these matters without any clues is meaningless. Luo Li could only set a goal for his future actions to quickly find a witch, and then complete the second desecration of Enlightenment to obtain more information. Luo Li shook his head, closed the contractor section, and clicked on the Forbidden Doll section, causing lines of text to immediately appear. Forbidden Doll. Ability: Absolute Rebirth, Soul Segmentation. Absolute Rebirth Flesh possesses extremely strong rebirth capability. Soul Segmentation: The soul can be segmented to master multiple divine arts. Current segmentation count 2. Currently mastered divine art, Enlightenment. Remaining divine arts that can be mastered 1. Please desecrate Enlightenment as soon as possible to continue completing the doll. Looking at the abilities currently held by the doll, Luo Li increasingly felt the incredibility of this inheritance from his father. Not to mention how perverse the combination of the absolute rebirth capability with the Enlightenment divine art is. Generally speaking, a divine sorcerer can only serve one deity throughout their life, mastering the divine arts within that deity system. The ability of soul segmentation means that the doll before him can simultaneously become a sorcerer for multiple deities, accommodating powers from different systems, which is simply a miraculous defiance of common sense. Now Luo Yang can master a full 2 divine arts, and continuing to desecrate Enlightenment to complete the doll seems to enhance the doll's soul segmentation ability, allowing for mastery of more divine arts. He lifted his head, looking at Luo Yang, who was quietly sitting in the light dust. She seemed to sense his gaze, tilting her head slightly as her long black hair slid over her shoulder. Luo Yang. He spoke. Can you try the divine arts? Luo Li's dead fish eyes slightly lit up. Upon crossing into this world, he had already known of the existence of divine arts. At that time, he thought it was the legendary magic of another world, and had fantasized about becoming a powerful divine sorcerer. But reality is harsher. Luo Li had tried to serve several deities, but none had any effect. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to become divine sorcerers, which is why they usually appear as middle to upper layers of society. However, right in front of him was a powerful divine sorcerer who could perform for free. Who could refuse such a thing? I have mastered many Enlightenment divine arts. What type would you like to see? What looks particularly impressive? Luo Yang pondered for a moment. How about Sword of Spine? What is that? Luo Li instinctively asked, only to see his little sister gripping her neck, clearly about to pull her head off. What? Luo Li hurriedly stopped her. Stop. Luo Yang looked confused. Don't you want to see? It's just losing a head of my body can quickly recover. Is there something more normal? Luo Li was startled. Don't be so bloody. Normal? Luo Yang was even more puzzled. The foundation of Enlightenment divine arts is flesh and spirit. It's perfectly normal for flesh and blood to appear in Enlightenment divine arts. Luo Li realized that his sister's understanding was quite problematic, that she could calmly inflict such bodily harm simply because she wanted to see divine arts. Luo Yang, he tried to make his tone sound serious. Although your body can recover quickly, the act of harming oneself in many cases is wrong and unnecessary. Luo Yang blinked as if processing this information. You care about my body, but I am just a doll. Luo Li's heart felt as if it had been softly pricked by something. He fell silent for a few seconds, then looked very seriously into her eyes, and said word by word, I don't care what right now. Here you are, Luo Yang, my sister, my family. He reached out and gently held her hand, resting on her knee. Her fingers were cool, but exceptionally soft. Family cares about whether each other hurts or gets injured, even if the other has strong recovery abilities. His tone was unquestionable. This has nothing to do with whether you are a doll or a human. As long as I treat you as family, I will care. Luo Li pulled out the phone from Luo Yang. The screen lit up, and a message from the Iron Order Empire Trade Group Examination Center for Higher Education appeared before his eyes. Luo Li pulled out the phone from Luo Yang. The screen lit up, and a message from the Iron Order Empire Trade Group Examination Center for Higher Education appeared before his eyes. Dear candidate Luo Yang, your registration for the Pillar Communication 1048 Annual Iron Order Empire Trade Group Examination for Higher Education will commence promptly at 9:00 a.m. on July 20th. Please bring your admission ticket, identification, and exam supplies, and arrive at the designated examination room 30 minutes early. Examination discipline is strict. Please comply with the Empire Examination Law. Wishing you a successful exam, and may you soon become a qualified follower of order, contributing to the development of the Empire. Luo Yang is taking a college entrance examination. Luo Li was momentarily bewildered. Lyona's requires all handlers in the shelter under 22 to participate in the college entrance examination. Luo Yang said, it seems I registered for the exam this year too. The Code of Conduct for Citizens of the Iron Order Empire was updated on July 14, 1048. 1. There is no entity known as Tsangyin Funeral within the Empire. If you encounter someone claiming to be from Tsangyin Funeral, please promptly gouge out your eyes. Attention! Do not attempt to masquerade as Tsangyin Funeral. You will surely regret your actions. 2. Tsangyin Funeral has lost their sword. Where is it? Please return it promptly to the Ministry of Justice. 3. Rainwater is tasteless. If you taste a sweet and sour flavor, please consume the tears of Meiwa. Look, this is our new office. Sunlight poured through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, cascading onto the mirror-like floor and illuminating the spacious brand-new office. A faint, elegant scent of fresh renovation lingered in the air, a stark contrast to the musty odor of the old office on Rat Tail Street. Tixia spread her arms wide and spun around twice in the center of the empty office, her frost-white hair almost glowing in the sunlight. She was spirited, her gray-blue eyes sparkling with unprecedented brilliance. Outside the window lay the bustling central square of Lion City. City Center. Ha ha ha. She couldn't help but laugh again, giving a hearty pat on Luoli's shoulder. Boss. We have made it. We have truly made it. Luoli, dressed in a new outfit, lay lazily on the lounge chair, basking in the sunlight, filled with the scent of money. In the days following the bidding day, the name of the Witch Shelter office resonated throughout Lion City. As a first-tier office under the leadership of Director Luoli, it astonishingly occupied and successfully submitted bids for 8 project zones, undoubtedly becoming the top bidder of this session. Boss, do you know how much the initial security funding amounts to? She didn't wait for Luoli to respond. Several million. And this is just the beginning. We can take on higher quality commissions later and earn even more money. The profits are indeed considerable. Huaisheng's voice came from the doorway. At least we no longer need to worry about next month's rent or about a certain manager thinking of mortgaging the boss for startup funds. Hey, that's all in the past. Tixia blushed. We are respectable people now. Do you understand what respectable people are? Respectable people. Luoli withdrew his gaze from the window and looked towards the corner of the office. There Luoyang, dressed in a black long dress, sat quietly on the sofa, her posture elegant, reminiscent of the past girl who exuded a hint of loneliness. During this time, Luoli brought Luoyang to the office every day. At first he worried that Huaisheng and Tixia might have some objections, but surprisingly the two showed little reaction. Looking back, so much happened on bidding day. Tixia lay back on the sofa. We secured the top bid, and even added an affiliate office, but it still feels uncomfortable. Uncomfortable about what? The Sword Princess actually wiped out the suitcase office. Luoli slightly propped himself up from the lounge chair and glanced at the sighing Tixia. Is it the feeling of idle disillusionment? Uncomfortable about what? The Sword Princess actually wiped out the suitcase office. Luoli slightly propped himself up from the lounge chair and glanced at the sighing Tixia. Is it? Although the suitcase office wasn't anything good, this is too. She struggled to find the right words and could only hit the cushion a couple of times. Those high-level agents are so dazzling on television, clearly standing at a height that ordinary people couldn't reach in several lifetimes. Why would they still engage in such acts? Shouldn't they live freely and elegantly like in storybooks? Huaisheng and Luoli, both aware of what the agents truly were, chose to remain silent in the face of Tixia's naive question. Realizing she was being ignored, Tixia turned to Luoyang. Little Yang, don't you think so? Sorry, I don't. Luoyang shook her head, but just as she was about to say something else, Tixia's restless hands had already kneaded her face. Boss, your sister is really cute. When did you become so close to her? Huaisheng asked, watching Tixia's laughter gradually become bizarre. Just 10 days ago, Luoli was still competing with his sister in the examination hall. Now, not to mention why Luoli and Luoyang suddenly put aside their disputes, how did Tixia manage to get along with her so clingily? Don't ask about girls' matters, Tixia arrogantly snorted, finally, letting go of Luoyang's slightly red. As a newly established office, the few of them had very little leisure time. After a peaceful lunch break, the door of the office was pushed open and Director Badna of the Spark office walked in. Due to the Witch Shelter office winning the top bid, although the Spark office's reputation wasn't great recently, they still earned quite a bit of money. Badna arrived beaming, greeting everyone in the office with a smile. Director Luoli, have you decided on the sponsorship matters? Luoli sat up from the lounge chair and looked again at the open sponsorship report before him. Still considering, Luoli replied succinctly. These so-called sponsorships were essentially chains trying to exchange long-term control for resources and money while they were still on shaky ground. Once signed, the Witch Shelter office might very well become a vassal of these large workshops or banks, losing its. For example, the Zhanshuan Workshops contract appeared generous at first glance, but it actually required all equipment procurement and image endorsements of the office to be bound to them for 5 years, with a profit-sharing ratio that was extremely low, akin to a long-term servitude contract. Moreover, as merely the top bidder in Lion City, the Witch Shelter office had little say in sponsorship contracts facing these large workshops and banks with extensive business coverage. These giants, representing the solid foundation of the empire, offered quotes that were increasingly conservative, and meanwhile those smaller companies and workshops that caught the scent of opportunity flocked in, but they were looked down upon by the Witch Shelter office. For instance, invitations for Luoli to become a live streamer or to shoot advertisements for online games flooded the office's inbox. There were even offers for Luoli to be a spokesperson for vocational schools with hefty pay, all of which Tixia ruthlessly discarded into the trash, citing detrimental to the office's high-end image. These guys are simply insulting our brand. Tixia angrily cleaned out the inbox. We are the top bidder, aiming to become high-end agents of a fifth-tier office, not street-performing clowns. Badna didn't seem surprised by their reaction. The seasoned director pulled up a chair and sat down, being cautious is a good thing. Your office's destination is definitely not limited to a third-tier office. Signing an unsuitable contract could impact your future development. As a border city, the commercial value here is certainly not on par with first-tier cities. Those large workshops have a grandiose presence and likely won't easily make substantial concessions on sponsorship contracts. As for those small workshops and random invitations, while the contract terms might be looser, signing their sponsorships could be more detrimental than beneficial for your office's brand building and high-end image enhancement. He paused, then shifted the topic. However, Director Luoli, I came not only to inquire about your office's development, but also on behalf of someone to deliver a message. Oh. Luoli lifted his eyes to look at him. The owner of Lion Media, Badna, lowered his voice slightly to emphasize the seriousness, wants to meet you in person. Lion Media controls the media network in Lion City and the eastern region of the empire, encompassing news, variety shows, and online streaming platforms, almost omnipresent. The reason Lion City has a certain reputation throughout the empire is precisely due to the name of Lion Media. At the same time, Lion Media is also a leading enterprise and major taxpayer in Lion, and whenever Lion citizens introduce their city to outsiders, they invariably mention Lion Media first. Luoli felt a wave of confusion. Even if they wanted to discuss sponsorship, it wouldn't necessitate the owner of a large company to appear in person. Yet he did not refuse. All right. The catchy opening theme of the reality show echoed from Luo Li's phone. Before meeting with the owner of Lion Media, Luo Li quickly learned about the company's main business and products, among which the wildly popular Super Invincible Dead Lotto was one of its programs. In this program, the production team randomly selects a lucky person each episode, and a special agency issues a legal killing permit on the spot, staging a series of hunting performances in front of the audience. The main attraction of this show lies in the identity of each episode's lucky person. The themes vary greatly, and the lucky individuals range from high-level processors to pillar employees and company executives, covering multiple aspects of society, perfectly satisfying the audience's curiosity. Viewers love to watch these elites, who are usually out of reach, being gruesomely killed on television. Under the rule of law in the empire, as long as one complies with the rules, pays fees, and obtains permits, even killing the emperor is considered a lawful act. The director of the Super Invincible Dead Lotto program has repeatedly expressed online that the show is too intense and has led to attempts on his life by certain societal classes, yet he has always dismissed these threats and claimed he would continue the show. In an instant, this director gained countless followers, and many fans hailed him as the hero of ordinary citizens in the empire. In response, Luo Li did not wish to comment too much, as it is a serious crime in the empire to disseminate erotic materials to minors, yet a variety show filled with dismembered bodies can still run advertisements for children's diapers. This is the simple-minded empire. Luo Li knew that his agency was still lacking funds and urgently needed sponsorship. After all, the Public Security Bureau's budget could not all be embezzled. Moreover, if any issues arose within the jurisdiction, the Witch Containment Agency would theoretically be liable for compensation. The empire's rules are always interconnected, providing you with sweet benefits while shackling you. In the future, the agency also needs to expand, covering personnel salaries, upgrading equipment, obtaining more and higher-level permits. These are all bottomless pits consuming money, and relying solely on that public security funding is far from sufficient. Additionally, aside from the operational funds needed for the agency, Luo Li also needed to save tuition for Luo. Luo Li still remembered the words spoken by Lai Yashi before her death: in the empire, only by getting into college and becoming a order mage can one have the qualification to reach the heights of power. In the empire, no matter how wealthy a person is, without a college degree, they cannot become a pillar employee of the world or wield true power, so generally wealthy individuals seek to emigrate to other world pillars. However, the difficulty of getting into college is extremely high, especially for the Order University, where the challenge is enough to induce despair. But Luo Li is quite confident. He has tested that Luo Yang's learning ability is shockingly strong. Having perfect recall is just a basic skill. Her computational ability can even surpass the computer in Luo Li's hand. With her brain packed with calculations, Luo Li believes she will surely get into college. Recently, Luo Li also consulted institutions, discovering that nurturing a university student in order costs at least 300,000 ding per year, just for basic tuition and resource investment, not including any expensive ritual materials, academic exchanges, and inevitable social exchanges during college. Nonetheless, Luo Li decided to let Luo Yang develop in college, firstly, because Luo Yang could master a type of divine skill. In the empire, there is no divine skill more useful than that of the order, and only university students are qualified to become order mages. Secondly, being a processor is ultimately a profession that walks the gray line, which is not glamorous. Given Luo Yang's identity and background, if she continues to work as a processor, she will inevitably attract unnecessary troubles. Lastly, and most importantly, he has money now. The profits from bidding for the Daily Champion and the accompanying commercial value have allowed his earning capacity to achieve a qualitative leap. He has the confidence and capital to nurture a university student. The profits from bidding for the Daily Champion and the accompanying commercial value have allowed his earning capacity to achieve a qualitative leap. He has the confidence and capital to nurture. Outside the window, the neon lights of Lion City rushed by, quickly casting flickering shadows across his face. The Lion Media office building resembled a gigantic beehive. As soon as Luo Li stepped into the revolving door, a young man dressed in business attire approached him. Mr. Luo Li, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Ms. Furora's special assistant, and she has been waiting for you. The assistant bowed slightly to guide Luo Li. It was Luo Li's first time entering the company building, and he felt a wave of novelty, especially with a minty scent wafting through the air. After inhaling it a couple of times, he felt refreshed. Noticing Luo Li's reaction, the assistant smiled and asked, Mr. Luo Li, do you feel more energetic? Luo Li took another breath of the cool air and nodded indeed. What is this? The assistant proudly replied, this is the awakening mist, which effectively dispels fatigue, enhances focus and mental agility, ensuring that every employee can work at their best. You actually provide free medication for your employees? Luo Li asked curiously, and it covers the entire office building. Haha, I know you're joking. There's no way the company would incur extra costs for the employees' regular duties. Every employee has a portion automatically deducted from their salary each month for the optimization of the work environment. He continued to lead Luo Li through an open office area. The space was much more crowded than Luo Li had anticipated. Workstations were arranged densely, resembling the closely packed cells of a beehive, with narrow aisles barely allowing one person to pass sideways. Each workstation was surrounded by high partitions that obscured most visual communication, leaving only a head buried in work. The surrounding walls were plastered with bright red slogans: roll up your sleeves and work hard. Happiness is earned through hard work. Don't look away, it's talking about you. Furthermore, Luo Li noticed that above each workstation was a display screen showing various metrics like gaze rate, focus level, and work efficiency. Just then, a slight commotion arose ahead. A young employee unexpectedly slid off his chair and collapsed to the ground with a dull thud, while the display screen above him flashed a warning: low efficiency work. The supervisor rushed over and yelled at the employee, did you choose to die from laziness? Do you even care about the company? Do you know this will lower our entire area's average efficiency metrics? Luo Li looked towards the supervisor, momentarily at a loss for words. The assistant guiding Luo Li apologized to him and immediately stepped forward to check the situation, pulling off the deceased employee's badge and examining the information on it before smiling at Luo Li. It's fine, the one who died was just a vocational student. Luo Li fell silent for a moment and asked, does this happen often? Vocational students are like that. Their brain structure determines they cannot withstand high-intensity thinking and cannot distinguish between benefits and harms, even dying from exhaustion to avoid overtime. In this regard, we prefer to hire undergraduates. At least they understand that overtime is a privilege. Come on, Mr. Luo, the assistant smiled. Miss Furora is waiting for you. Taking the elevator, he arrived at the top floor. Mr. Luo Li, I cannot accompany you any further. Goodbye, and I wish you a pleasant life. After bidding farewell to the assistant in the elevator, Luo Li walked alone into the corridor, where the refreshing mint scent in the air vanished, leaving him feeling uneasy. At first, it was just a slight agitation, like ants crawling through his veins. Seconds later, the discomfort escalated, with his temples throbbing, throat feeling dry, and faint flashes appearing before his eyes. He instinctively reached out to steady himself against the wall. The mist spray in the company could actually cause withdrawal symptoms. This is not a refreshing mist, it is clearly an addictive substance. Luo Li cursed inwardly, gaining a deeper impression of the company's operations in this world. What kind of mindset would lead to distributing such a thing throughout the company? Aren't they afraid everyone will be hooked? Do you need assistance, sir? A gentle female voice spoke up. Luo Li looked up to see a beautifully made-up secretary standing by a set of double doors, holding a silver tray with several small spray bottles. Ms. Furora is waiting for you. The secretary smiled as she handed over a spray bottle. Those who come to the top floor for the first time often feel a bit uncomfortable. This is an antidote prepared for you. Without taking the antidote, Luo Li's right hand gently pressed against the hilt of his sword, fingers tightening as the gleaming blade slid out, accompanied by a waft of delicate floral fragrance. The withdrawal symptoms on his body instantly calmed, and the long sword returned to its sheath as Luo Li straightened up. Let's go. The secretary was slightly taken aback, but quickly bowed her head and said, after you. The door closed silently behind him. The office before him was astonishingly spacious, with a panoramic view of the distorted neon nightscape of Lion City through the floor-to-ceiling windows. You have arrived. The voice came from a square table by the window, warm and surprisingly soft, carrying a maternal gentleness. Furora was seated with her back to the city's dazzling lights, her head bowed over the table. She wore a finely tailored white silk blouse, and her light purple hair was casually tied up, revealing an elegantly long neck. She appeared much younger than Luo Li had imagined. Luo Li stepped closer and saw what she was doing. On a delicate bone china plate lay a piece of steak. She elegantly cut a small piece with her knife and brought it to her mouth, chewing it carefully. Please sit down and share a meal with me. In the interplay of light and shadow, a waiter placed the steak before Luo Li. The rich aroma of meat mingled with the fragrance of rosemary and black pepper, the evenly distributed fat glistening enticingly under the light. The aroma was entirely different from the pre-packaged meals found in supermarkets, piercing through Luo Li's nostrils with relentless intensity, yet he remained unmoved. Is it not to your taste? Furora set down her utensils and rested her chin on her hand, looking at Luo Li. Ms. Furora, why did you seek me out? Even if Lion Media wanted to sign him, it wouldn't necessitate the boss personally reaching out. Furora did not respond immediately. Instead, she gently wiped her mouth with a pristine napkin. Watching her calm demeanor, Luo Li understood. These wealthy individuals loved to feign mystery, using their lofty attitudes to display superiority and attempt to seize control. That's a good question. She finally spoke, her voice soft. I like the scent you carry. You are the talent I need, and I will not hesitate to invest in talent. Check your phone. This is a small gift for our meeting. Luo Li opened his phone and a transfer record of 1 million coins prominently appeared on the screen. Luo Li's breath caught. Seeing Luo Li's expression, Furora smiled slightly. This is a gift I voluntarily give to the witch's shelter. In an instant, Furora's image transformed in Luo Li's eyes. She was no longer distant and aloof. He had never encountered such an approachable lady, her charisma almost overwhelming. Dinner is getting cold, Furora reminded him. You must be hungry as well. She was so considerate, even caring about whether Luo Li was hungry. As Luo Li's knife just grazed the surface of the steak, Furora seemed to remember something and casually asked, since you're a handler, do you want to rise to a higher position? I do, but I'm just a tier 1 handler. Instead of aspiring for a higher position, I should be hoping for a lottery win one day. Even if he possessed miracles, Luo Li did not believe he could ascend to a higher position. The leap from tier 1 to tier 5 was different from the ascent to a higher position. It's not as simple as being above tier 5. Only those powerful enough to compel the pillars of the world to compromise in certain aspects would be bestowed the title of higher position by the association. The gap between higher positions and tier 5 is far greater than that between tier 1 and tier 5. Moreover, there is practically no higher position achieved through a step-by-step promotion. They often showcase their superhuman abilities the first time they appear in the association's view. If they fail to demonstrate such disruptive power upon their debut, they are likely to remain forever out of reach of higher positions. Most importantly, even Tijia, his manager, who constantly clamored to become a tier 5 handler and occasionally daydreamed, would never imagine herself becoming a higher position. This illustrates how unattainable that goal is. I believe you can achieve it. Furora's voice pulled him back from his tangled thoughts. After all, you easily killed a tier 5 handler. Wondering why I know. Strange, this isn't something that would embarrass you. Seemingly noticing Luo Li's fleeting surprise, Furora casually explained, this is a media company, we excel at seeing everything through the lens. Knowing this will not devalue you, in fact it makes me more optimistic about you. What are you worried about? Furora gracefully speared a small piece of meat from her plate and naturally brought it to Luo Li's lips. Her voice was as gentle as a lullaby, the piece of meat on the fork emitting an irresistible aroma nearly touching Luo Li's lips. Ms. Furora, we should talk business now. What a pity. Furora set down her fork, appearing somewhat disappointed. Since you are not interested in dinner, let's skip that part. A contract embossed with an iron seal was pushed in front of Luo Li. He glanced over it roughly, the terms astonishingly favorable. The Witch's Shelter will enjoy exclusive promotion from Lion Media. During this period, the Witch's Shelter's brand will be entrusted to Lion Media for operation with a guaranteed annual promotion budget of 8 million coins, while profits will be shared at a 7,030 split, with Lion Media taking 30%. Most importantly, the Witch's Shelter retains absolute autonomy. This contract sufficiently demonstrates my sincerity, and I have just one small request. I need your shelter to be promoted as quickly as possible. The faster your promotion, the more stable your popularity, making you all the more valuable. After comparing the quotes from Lion Media with other companies, the entire team of the Witch Containment Agency agreed to sign a contract with Lion Media. On the day the contract was signed, the marketing for the Witch Containment Agency flooded Lion City. The Spark members, who had initially felt ashamed of being part of the agency, found their chests puffing up as they saw the posters of the agency plastered all over the streets. Stop! A Spark member blocked several rushing yellow figures. Since the end of the bidding day, we have been the security for this area. Did you get our permission to deliver? Oh, you are from the Family Joy Agency. On the street, the personnel from the Family Joy Agency had swapped into leg prosthetics, dashing down the street, carrying delivery bags. The sudden disappearance of the delivery agency left the Family Joy Agency without support and abandoned by the Vanguard Workshop. To repay the exorbitant loan for the prosthetics, the entire agency had to collectively sell their bodies, switching to the Swift 3 delivery-specific leg prosthetics that were being liquidated by the workshop. Haha, Lacey, you can't say this prosthetic is better than my old legs. Tylenor quickly shook off the pursuing Spark personnel while talking on the phone. Once I finish today's deliveries, we can go for drinks. Stop. Who allowed you to deliver in this area? The ignored Spark member shouted angrily from behind, only able to watch as the yellow figure disappeared into the distance. Lacey, why aren't you speaking? Oh, I'm fine, don't worry about me. Delivering is quite profitable. If I keep this up for a few years, we can pay off the loan. Lacey, why aren't you speaking? Oh, I'm fine, don't worry about me. Delivering is quite profitable. If I keep this up for as long as we earn big money, we can buy a house in the city center. Don't worry. It will definitely be better than the office of the Witch Containment Agency. Tylenor painted a future blueprint for Lacey, still not letting her undergo the prosthetic surgery. Lacey was so beautiful that it would be too ugly to attach those metal lumps. Suddenly Tylenor felt something trip her ankle violently, and her vision spun as she uncontrollably lurched. The delivery bag slipped from her hands, the food containers crashing to the ground and spilling their contents everywhere. Hiss, she gasped, the prosthetic leg screeching against the pavement. She angrily raised her head to see a personnel in a Spark agency uniform wearing a smug smile as they pulled back their foot. You filthy delivery person, the Spark member said, arms crossed, looking down at her. Do you know the rules? Since the end of the bidding day, this area has been under the protection of the Witch Containment Agency. Who allowed you delivery folks to barge in here? Tylenor gritted her teeth, the hydraulic system of her prosthetic leg emitting a faint hum as she steadied herself. She looked at the scattered delivery items on the ground and the smug face of the Spark member, her anger boiling, but thinking of the heavy loan and Lacey, she forcefully swallowed her insults. I really want to curse, but I can't afford the fine. I paid the toll, she attempted to argue. That fee is for the city government. What does it have to do with our security? The Spark member snickered. Don't you understand the rules? 500 coins, or don't even think about entering our area again. 500 coins. Tylenor's vision darkened. That was nearly the profit she could earn after days of running. She clenched her fists, her metallic arm creaking. Want to hit me? The Spark member laughed. Am now an auxiliary member of the Lion City Public Security Bureau, rounding up and basically half a pillar staff. Can you afford to compensate? I'm sorry, Tylenor gritted her teeth, but I really have no money. She had promised to take Lacey out for drinks that night, and if she paid the protection fee, she wouldn't have money left. She didn't want to lose face in front of Lacey. Just as Tylenor was about to bite her lip until it bled and prepare to plead again, a flat voice came from nearby. What's going on? Upon hearing that voice, the Spark member's arrogant demeanor instantly faded, replaced by a nearly fawning expression as they turned and bowed. Director Luo. Director Luo, why are you here? It's nothing serious, just a delivery person who doesn't understand the rules speeding in our area and dirtying the ground. I was just educating her. Luo Li's gaze swept over the scattered delivery items, then looked at Tylenor in her bright yellow delivery uniform and the clearly low-end prosthetic legs finally landing on the Spark member. Educating? Luo Li asked. Yes. Yes, Director, according to the rules. The Spark member hurriedly explained. Who set the rules? Luo Li interrupted him, his tone flat. This is our area for cooperative defense to maintain order voluntarily. The Spark member began to sweat. Oh, Luo Li nodded, then said to Tylenor, you can go. Damn you, do you really think I have no money? The voice was hoarse, cracking loudly on the street. Tylenor pulled out a stack of cash from her pocket and shoved it roughly into the Spark member's hand. She picked up the delivery bag and nearly fled, leaving behind her uncontrolled roar and all her embarrassment. The Spark member stood agape, unable to speak. Luo Li exhaled, not looking back at Tylenor's departing figure, but instead said to his sister behind him, let's go. Luo Yang nodded, quietly following at his side like a weightless shadow. After walking a distance, the surrounding clamor of commercial advertisements weakened slightly. Luo Yang tilted her head slightly, looking at Luo Li's profile, her voice cold. Brother, she insulted you. Do you want me to help you get back at her? You actually took the initiative to ask me a question. Luo Li's eyes lit up as if he had finally seen his autistic sister smile. Luo Yang didn't know how to respond, so she chose silence. Forget about that, you have an exam tomorrow. Today let's take your mind off things. Little sister, don't be nervous about the exam tomorrow, just perform normally, Luo Li said. If you don't pass, it's fine. Getting into college isn't the only way out. Tomorrow is the unified exam of the Examination Institute, which will determine the future of countless eligible candidates within the empire, truly akin to a bridge that only a few can cross. During this time, Luo Yang had been studying tirelessly day and night, her learning speed astonishingly fast. What would take an average student a year to learn, she could memorize and comprehend in just one night. I won't be nervous, Luo Yang said, looking at Luo Li. Tomorrow is my exam, why are you so anxious? Luo Li instinctively retorted, me anxious? This is the 5th time you've mentioned it's okay if you don't pass. Brother, Luo Yang suddenly asked, if I don't pass, will you be disappointed? Luo Li's lips twitched. He suddenly recalled the days before the college entrance examination in his past life, then shook his head. I won't be. On July 20th, the Iron Order Empire Trade Group Examination Institute held the unified written test at the Rat Tail Street exam site. Go for it, little Yang Yang. Even amidst her busy schedule, Tizia still found time to rush to the exam site. She wore a striking red outfit today, her frost-white hair tied into a neat ponytail. Tizia gave Luo Yang a strong hug. "Go for it. After the exam, I'll take you out for a feast." Luo Yang, like a doll, remained motionless in Tizia's embrace, obediently accepting Tizia's affection. Releasing Luo Yang, Luo Li stepped forward, looking into his sister's black eyes, and with 1,000 words condensed into a single phrase, "Just take the exam normally, good luck." Luo Yang looked at him, nodded, then turned and handed her admission ticket to the security personnel for verification, her long black hair swaying gently behind her before disappearing into the throng of people. "Let's go, boss." Tizia patted his shoulder. "We've done her admission ticket to the security personnel for verification. Believe in her. She is your sister, a sister who almost surpassed you to obtain the family bond certificate." In his previous life, he had also experienced the college entrance examination, and the pressure of crossing the bridge amidst countless competitors still lingered in his memory. In this world, that competition seemed to have reached its peak, taking on an even more raw and brutal hue. Only by getting into college can one qualify to become a believer of order. Only by becoming a believer of order can one qualify to work for the world's pillars, forever isolating the vast majority from real power and core resources like a chasm. He recalled the roar of Layak Sisi before her death. That fifth-year operative had used everything, even transforming into a monster, only to seek a degree. Inside the exam hall, countless candidates had begun to take their seats one by one. They would be facing a 12-hour exam, most of them bearing the weight of their families, striving for results to elevate themselves. They cannot afford to lose. They have staked their entire families. If they waste this opportunity, their loved ones in factories and mines will weep. Not everyone possesses Luo Yang's inhuman learning ability. To pass the college entrance examination, they must enroll in various tutoring classes and purchase expensive learning-enhancing drugs. All of this requires money, an unfathomable amount of money. What does 12 years of hard study count for? What does the flesh and blood of the entire family count for? As long as I can get into college, I can rightfully exploit those who fail. I can watch them work for me with peace of mind. As long as I can become someone important, all these sacrifices will be worth it. A candidate threw back their sleeves, laughing wildly as they stepped into the exam hall. "Well said. This is the hope of our empire. For the sake of becoming someone important, everything is worth it. Studying is for exploitation." The scope of the Imperial College entrance examination is exceptionally broad. According to the syllabus, Luo Yang has already recorded all the relevant textbooks in her mind. A chief examiner dressed in a crisp uniform stepped onto the podium. His gaze swept across the entire audience without any unnecessary pleasantries. He directly raised his hand, and his voice, amplified by a speaker, clearly reached every corner. According to the Imperial Education Law and the examination safety regulations, this examination will be conducted under the watchful eye of order. Any acts of cheating, assisting in cheating, or attempting to circumvent monitoring will result in the immediate punishment of severing the hand, along with a lifetime disqualification from approaching the divine. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible pressure descended, enveloping the entire examination hall. Faced with the divine technique imposed upon them, the candidates did not feel fear. Most of them displayed a look of yearning. This was the Order Sorcerer, the very goal they longed to achieve. However, becoming an Order Sorcerer is extremely difficult. There are a total of 21 Order universities across the entire region, and the number of students admitted each year is pitifully small. In the border city of Lien, only a little over 100 students can hope to get into an Order university. Among the various Order universities, 5 are considered the top-tier institutions, collectively known as the 5 Greats of the Empire. Each year, no more than 2 students from Lien can gain admission to these 5 Greats. The class division among universities is very clear. Aside from the top-tier 5 Greats, if one cannot enter an Order university, the next tier consists of other divine universities, then comes the faithless colleges, and at the very bottom are the vocational schools. The long 12-hour examination began. For the subjects at the front, Luo Yang responded with utter composure. The content of the textbooks stored in her brain was sufficient for her to handle these questions, while many candidates around her had ashen faces with veins bulging on their foreheads, and some even had trembling hands holding their pens. Luo Yang's pen moved with ease, producing a steady scratch sound on the examination paper. The sound was not loud, but it seemed exceptionally grating to some candidates who were highly tense. Her pen barely paused, and neat answers filled the answer sheet completely. Some candidates accidentally caught sight of Luo Yang's answer sheet and looked back at their own large empty spaces, causing their hands to tremble even more. The written exam for the basic subjects had ended. Luo Yang calmly set down her pen, following the examiner's instructions to proceed to the square to gather and prepare for the submission of her preferences. The Imperial College entrance examination immediately follows up with the submission of preferences after the written test. Although the results cannot be known, candidates generally have a certain understanding of their answers, which they use to fill in their preferences. The square was already filled with candidates. The examiner stood at the podium announcing the rules. Candidates applying to the 21 order universities, please remain in the square. Other candidates, please proceed to the respective preference submission rooms. Instantly the crowd surged, and over half of the candidates left the square following the signs to different preference submission rooms. TSK. The examiner clicked his tongue. How can there still be so many people? Let me be clear, if you apply to an order university but are not admitted, you will be relegated to vocational school without any intermediate options or second choices. Is it understood? The phrase relegated to vocational school felt like a bucket of ice water poured over many candidates who were already uncertain, and in the silence of the square more candidates lowered their heads and left. However, some candidates gritted their teeth and insisted, I would rather become a vocational student than regret not taking this gamble years later. To actually be willing to take the risk of becoming a vocational student in order to strive for an order university, how brave. If you're not afraid of being a vocational student, such determination can achieve anything. Luo Yang quietly stood on the edge of the crowd, deaf to the reactions of the outside world. She had already promised Luo Li that she would get into an order university. The examiner looked at the remaining 90-odd candidates and nodded slightly. Now, we will begin the submission of preferences. According to the regulations, candidates applying to order universities must participate in a suitability level test, and the test results will be part of the final scores. Preference submission forms were distributed one by one to each candidate in the square. The form detailed the application numbers for the 21 order universities. Without any hesitation, Luo Yang filled in her first choice as the Eastern Law University of the Empire, one of the 5 greats and the most prestigious institution in the Eastern region. A girl peeking at Luo Yang exclaimed, you're applying to the 5 greats. Luo Yang raised her eyelids, cast a faint glance at her, and did not reply. The girl, who was passed over by that gaze, instantly understood something. She was too familiar with that kind of look. It was the look of rich people looking down on trash. This kind of look that treats others as trash is something that rich people definitely cannot imitate. Sister, do you have confidence in passing the suitability level test? Luo Yang tilted her head. I don't know. The girl was taken aback, clearly not expecting Luo Yang to respond. In her view, those who could fill in the 5 greats without hesitation were either wealthy or absolute geniuses with confidence in their own abilities. But, I don't know. How could someone so nonchalant about applying to the 5 greats not know? Then you. The girl hesitated. You just applied for the 5 greats. Aren't you afraid of being relegated? Whether I am relegated or not, what does it have to do with you? I was just curious. The 5 greats only recruit 1 or 2 people from Lyon every year, and many people who score full marks in the written exam still cannot get in. What does their inability to enter have to do with me? That's right, this attitude, this gaze, this aura. She must be an incredibly wealthy person. If she were poor, how could she dare to speak like this? Wouldn't she be afraid of becoming a clown? With a thud, the girl instantly knelt on the ground, banging her head on the floor. Mom, teach me how to pass the suitability. I really want to go to university. The surrounding candidates noticed the commotion next to Luo Yang and cast curious glances, occasionally accompanied by mocking remarks. You're only now anxious about the suitability level test. Perhaps you haven't even exhausted your loan limit by now. You know in your heart whether you have worked hard to study for the loan. If you haven't even prepared well for the suitability level test, how can you think about applying to an order university? After all these years of study, the greatest hardship you faced is probably studying for only 20 hours a day. However, those who spoke to mock were ultimately just a minority of the wealthy. Most candidates, upon hearing the ridicule from these rich people, unconsciously lowered their heads. The purpose of the suitability level test is to assess candidates' potential after entering an order university. Although it is still a written exam within the syllabus, the unique aspect of this exam is that each candidate will be subjected to the imposition of order divine techniques, and all actions during the examination will be restricted by various rules to test the candidate's overall performance under these constraints. However, the vast majority of people here cannot train for this kind of test in advance. After all, hiring a order sorcerer with a professional certification for guidance can be extremely expensive. This is the logic behind the elite selection of the empire. Beyond talent and hard work, it requires a massive accumulation of resources. In other words, having substantial resource support is precisely what is valued on the path to approaching the divine. The examiner clapped his hands. By the way, before we start the suitability level test, all candidates must first pay the test fees, which total 800 coins for materials and personnel. Luo Yang opened her phone and sent a message to Luo Li. Luo Yang, brother, send money. After paying the examination fee, all candidates headed towards the examination room for the suitability level test, which was about to begin. Yuan Jiuqiu felt that the family relationships of ordinary people in the current empire were extremely unhealthy, but he could understand. For ordinary people, without any initial capital accumulation, the most valuable asset is their own body and labor. Therefore, their only way to rise is to mortgage their relatives in exchange for a slim chance. It's truly pathetic. Yuan Jiuqiu shook his head, looking at the crowd in the square, feeling a wave of compassion in his heart. A truly healthy and efficient family relationship should be like that of his own family. His father was a mid-level employee at K6 level with many offspring. Yuan Jiuqiu defeated all his competing siblings and became his father's strongest son, successfully earning his father's continual and substantial investment, best educational resources, expensive study-enhancing elixirs, and even personal guidance from his father for an adaptation level test before the college entrance examination. This is what a healthy family looks like. His father believed he could achieve a sufficient return on investment, and he himself believed in his father's potential to continue climbing the corporate ladder. His gaze crossed over the anxious ordinary examinees and landed on the black-haired girl who had applied to the top 5 universities, calmly walking towards the testing area. Yuan Jiuqiu recognized the children of all mid to high-level employees in Line City, but this girl was not among them. Since she was not the child of a pillar employee, she was not worth mentioning. She was probably just a nouveau riche. But how could a nouveau riche compare to someone like him, a descendant of a deeply rooted imperial employee? Luo Yang entered the examination room, a metallic paper laid out on the desk. Unlike ordinary written tests, the left side of this paper did not contain questions, but a clear list of optional rules, each with different score bonuses indicated after them. Please select rules before answering. The chosen rules will take effect during the answering process through divine arts. 1. The paper cannot be altered. Violators will suffer the punishment of internal organ burns 5 points. 2. Answering time is reduced by 30%. Violators will suffer the punishment of hand severing 3 points. 3. The use of logical connectors such as because, therefore, but is prohibited. Violators will suffer the punishment of tongue extraction 8 points. 4. The seconds consumed in answering must be noted at the end of each answer. If the error exceeds 10 seconds, the punishment of eye gouging will be enforced 10 points. 5. Breathing frequency must not exceed 10 times per minute. Violators will suffer the punishment of asphyxiation 10 points. In the adaptation level test, all examinees aim to complete the entire paper, but they can also score by selecting different rules to constrain their answering behavior for additional score bonuses. The core difficulty of this examination lies in how to balance the extra points gained from rules against the risks posed by those rules. Yuan Jiuqiu quickly skimmed through all the rules, then looked up at the other examinees in the room. Most of them had pale faces drenched in cold sweat. Now was the rule selection phase, where each examinee had 10 minutes to choose the rules they could bear. The answering phase would officially begin only after the examiners confirmed each examinee's choices. They stared intensely at the list of rules, their eyes fiercely struggling between the desire for points and the fear. Some dared only to select 1 or 2 of the least punishing rules, or those they believed they could endure. Others, greedy for high scores, selected several rules, and were now trembling, unable to steady their hands on the pen. And some seemed paralyzed by the harsh punishment clauses, hesitating to select any rule, their faces ashen, as if they had already seen their future of dropping out to a junior college. I just want to get into college, not to risk my life. What are you afraid of? If I can't get into college, I'd rather die. They are all a group of pitiful people from the bottom. Yuan Jiuqiu felt a sense of compassion. The score bonuses from the selected rules totaled 200 points. Based on his previous training, he selected nearly half of the rules without any hesitation, bringing his total bonus score to 105 points. Once his score exceeded 100, it immediately caught the attention of the examiner. Examinee Yuan Jiuqiu. The examiner's gaze lingered between him and the paper with more than half of the rules selected. You have chosen rules exceeding 100 points. Do you confirm your choice? Once confirmed, the rules will be immediately bound by divine arts and cannot be reversed. 100. A student exclaimed in surprise. Is he crazy? 100 points. Even last year's lying top scorer only selected over 90 points right. Feeling the mixed gazes of shock, fear, and even a hint of viewing him as a madman, Yuan Jiuqiu suddenly felt a sense of superiority. These bottom-tier people probably have never encountered high-level order mages in their lives, let alone have the assistance of an order mage. He had already been endowed with divine arts by his father before the exam, significantly reducing the costs of the rules for him. This is permitted in the adaptation level test. After all, having the investment of a high-level order mage is also a form of academic potential. The adaptation level test is an extremely flexible examination. Regardless of the means used, as long as the exam is completed normally, it represents one's academic potential. There has even been a candidate who selected a total of 140 points, choosing to endure the costs of the rules. As a result, his internal organs completely rotted during the exam, and he could only rely on a special potion from the 10th pillar to survive being rushed away by a private medical team the moment he left the examination room. As long as the exam is completed normally, these methods are perfectly acceptable, and the Empire will recognize such a How to combat the rules is one of the points of this exam, but ordinary people usually lack the power and financial means to resist the rules. I confirm. Yuan Jiuqiu's voice carried a sense of pride as he clearly responded to the examiner. The examiner said no more and recorded it. Yuan Jiuqiu's confident aura instantly attracted the attention of all the examinees. Everyone realized that this candidate must have considerable family wealth. Whispers of awe and reverence spread throughout the examination room, and Yuan Jiuqiu could even hear someone quietly discussing, "Is this the confidence of a wealthy person? Their family must be employees of the world pillars." This feeling was wonderful, very wonderful. Yuan Jiuqiu slightly raised his chin, ready to wait for the rule selection phase to end and begin his answering under everyone's gaze. However, a voice broke his expectation. "Examinee Luo Yang, are you sure of your choice?" The examiner's voice came from one side, filled with surprise. 150 points. I must remind you that if you die due to violating too many rules, you will need to compensate for the hefty cleaning fee of the examination room. The examiner was not pleased to see candidates selecting too many rules. These examination materials infused with divine arts, from the specially made metallic paper to the materials required to maintain the operation of the rules, each was quite expensive. Every time a candidate selects a rule, it means that more materials will be consumed during the exam to maintain the operation of the rules, which is a significant financial expenditure. Every year there isn't much money available to be embezzled from the exam funds, and if candidates, especially those naive ones, recklessly squander resources or even die due to the backlash of the rules resulting in material damage, how will these examiners profit? 150. This time, even Yuan Jiuqiu, who had initially been immersed in a sense of superiority, was drawn back to attention, his heart filled with uncertainty. What on earth is this woman doing? How dare she select so many rules? Even with the divine arts bestowed by my father, I wouldn't dare to take the risk of choosing too many rules that could truly be deadly. No, I'm not sure. Luo Yang shook her head. The examiner breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to admonish such disrespectful behavior towards the exam, he saw Luo Yang select all the remaining rules. 200 points, I confirm. What? 200 points. The examiner almost thought he heard wrong. His frown deepened as he nearly believed that this girl was genuinely seeking death. If you want to seek death, at least don't do it here. Why must you die in my examination room? I will definitely earn less money. He could almost see his hard-earned money flowing away with the reckless choice of this black-haired girl. He originally planned to use this money to enjoy a trip to the most famous pleasure house in the imperial capital to experience the rumored ultimate service of the top courtesans. Now it seemed that plan was utterly ruined. Thinking of the long-anticipated joy slipping away, his heart bled. Candidate Luo Yang. The examiner's voice was laced with uncontrollable anger and impatience. I need one last confirmation, and this is your final warning. Are you sure you want to select all 200 bonus points? This will mean. Luo Yang replied, is there any violation of examination rules if I select all? Violation of examination rules? Of course not. The self-selected rules are the core aspect of this adaptive level test. Every option on the rules list is recognized and upheld by the Imperial Examination Law and the Divine Technique Order. The number of selections is the candidate's freedom. Since there is no violation of rules, Luo Yang withdrew her gaze. I confirm my selection, 200 points. She didn't give the examiner any chance to argue, directly picking up the pen and clearly writing her name at the bottom of the rules list, completing the final confirmation. The examination hall instantly erupted. Did she really select all options? Crazy. Absolutely insane. I think she's not here to take the exam, but to commit suicide. The examination hall instantly erupted. Did she really select all options? Crazy. Absolutely insane. I think she's not here to take the exam, but to commit. Listening to the surrounding discussions labeling Luo Yang as a madwoman and suicidal, he felt not a sense of relief, but rather a strange annoyance. Did he really manage to pass the exam smoothly with only 105 points? His goal was to get into the top 5, and his father regarded admission into the top 5 as a midterm evaluation of his investment. If he failed to get in, he would no longer be the strongest son, and the investment he received would gradually decrease. Yuan Jiuqiu knew how those children deemed to have no investment value would be treated. They would be collateralized and sent to the harshest, most laborious bottom of society, working alongside those poor people, ultimately dying in the sewers. Yuan Jiuqiu had accompanied his father in handling a few weak sons. The quota for entering the top 5 is limited in each region. Without the emperor's grace and knowledge of the backward resources of the border areas, the quotas for the top 5 would never flow out of the imperial capital. Yet even so, no more than 2 students from Lion City managed to enter the top 5 each year. Is 105 points really enough? Even in one of Lion City's smaller examination rooms, there are candidates who can score 200 points. Is 105 points too low in the entire Lion City? Is 105 points really enough? Even in one of Lion City's smaller examination rooms, there are candidates who can score 200 points. He couldn't help but glance at the girl. Luo Yang had completed her confirmation and was quietly sitting at her seat with her eyes slightly lowered, radiating an inhuman calm. Is she not afraid at all? That's a total of 200 points in rules. Yuan Jiuqiu recalled his father's stern words. Yuan Jiuqiu, you are my most promising child. The investment in you is to expect you to bring the highest returns. The top 5 is the bottom line. If you can't even achieve this, 120 points, is it really enough? Yuan Zhuqi's original confidence began to waver in the face of Luo Yang's shocking 200 points, just as he was torn inside hesitating whether to take the risk and add a few more points. Time for rule selection has ended. As the examiner's words fell, Yuan Zhuqi instinctively selected a few more rules, raising his total score to 145 points. All candidates maintained silence. Open the answer booklet and begin answering. In that moment, as the examiner's voice fell, Yuan Zhuqi felt his brain buzz. 145 points. Even with the cost reduction divine technique imposed by his father, this was a score far exceeding his initial plan. A tremendous pressure instantaneously engulfed his thoughts. Calm down. Yuan Zhuqi instantly gathered his mind. That person who selected 200 points would definitely pay a price. She absolutely could not answer normally under so many rule restrictions. Yuan Zhuqi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the panic within him, and opened the thick answer booklet. The questions were profound and obscure, involving the imperial legal provisions mathematical analysis. Each question was like a meticulously designed trap. What was even more terrifying was that the cost imposed by the 145 points rule was constantly closing in on him. Some candidates had already screamed in agony for violating the rules. 12. No sounds produced by vocal cord vibrations are allowed. Violators will face the punishment of drinking fire. Score 10. A flame erupted from the mouth of a certain candidate, who clutched his throat tightly, writhing in pain on the examination desk. 1. The paper cannot be altered. Violators will face the punishment of internal organ burns. Score 5. The girl who had previously pleaded for Luo Yang's guidance now lay on the ground, clutching her abdomen, as if her stomach was filled with flowing lava. Ugh, mommy, help me, mommy, save me. Every candidate turned pale, their hands trembling like leaves in the wind. They not only had to contend with the difficulty of the questions themselves, but also had to constantly be wary of the rules they selected. Any minor mistake could invoke terrifying punishments. Gradually regaining the feel of his daily training, Yuan Zhuqi stepped into his rhythm, no longer distracted by external disturbances. The examiner supervising the examination hall continued to stare at Luo Yang, originally thinking she was a fool seeking death who would soon turn to ashes under the total of 200 points in rules, providing a bloody lesson to other unsuspecting candidates. However, as time ticked by, the expected tragedy did not occur. Luo Yang remained seated, her pen steadily moving across the metallic test paper. No painful convulsions, no cries of rule violations, not even a furrowed brow. She seemed to exist in another dimension, oblivious to the surrounding whales, smells of burning flesh, and the scent of blood. The examiner attempted to find any signs of struggle from her, but found nothing. Her posture was even more relaxed than those candidates who had only selected a few points. This is not right. Too wrong. She must be the child of some high-ranking official with a divine technique that negates all rules. Oh no, was I too harsh just now? Will she report me? K6 level. No, a divine technique that can completely negate the total of 200 points must be at least K7 or even K8 level. How could a mere supervisor of a small examination room provoke such an existence? Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead, his face turning from ashen to pale as he looked at Luo Yang with regret. He wished he could turn back time to just now and treat this little ancestor with utmost respect. At this moment, Luo Yang was completely unaware of the psychological shock her actions had inflicted on others. She checked her current physical condition. Nearly all her internal organs were failing, her bones were covered in cracks, and there was hardly any intact place left in her body. If she were just an ordinary person, she would have died countless times by now. However, the revival effect brought by the doll-like body allowed her to face the price of violating the rules. The divine technique of order was crazily eroding every inch of her skin, yet her flesh was endlessly regenerating. Although she could feel pain, this pain was merely a signal of physical injury and could not affect her answering. All the examinees who still retained consciousness, including those enduring the backlash of the rules and struggling in pain, were horrified as they focused their gazes on the black-haired girl who raised her hand. Yuan Zhuqi's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sudden voice. "Submit your papers, eh?" These two words exploded like thunder in the dead silence of the examination room. How much time has passed? Not even half of the allotted time. And yet, under the weight of a total of 200 points in rules. In that moment of distraction, Yuan Zhuqi once again violated the rules. Even with a divine technique that weakened the penalties, the number of rules he had selected was far too many, and the accumulated burden had long exceeded the limit. An invisible force suddenly gripped his heart. The excruciating pain caused him to black out momentarily, and his pen slipped from his trembling hand, falling to the ground with a clatter. Just as Luo Yang was about to leave the examination room, Yuan Zhuqi used the last of his strength to lift his head just in time to meet her final glance. Why? What? Blood gushed from his 7 orifices. I clearly worked so hard. He recalled the nights of relentless study, the cold criticisms from his father, and how he had stepped over the bodies of his siblings to reach this point. He had given so much, endured so much, how could he fail? He was the strongest son of his father. He was and must always be. The questions. Let me solve them. Due to Luo Yang's early departure, some examinees had already lost their composure, making mistakes under the pressure of the rules like a chain reaction of falling dominoes, with several collapsing to the ground spewing blood. Luo Yang paid no attention to the chaos unfolding in the examination room. She quickly descended the stairs, stepping outside the examination hall. Outside the examination hall, a young man had been waiting for a long time. He was squatting under a tree teasing ants with a branch. Brother. Luo Yang tilted her head, looking at Luo Li in confusion. Off. Luo Li stood up. Congratulations, let's go home. Aren't you going to ask me how I did? How did you do? Very well. Luo Yang answered seriously, her tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable confidence. Seeing her like that, Luo Li couldn't help but smile. That's good. Luo Li admitted that he was quite nervous on the day of the results, but after seeing his little sister's score, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Lion City, the written exam ranked first in the entire city. Luo Li silently marveled. Dad, although the journey was a bit tortuous, at least I've helped you bring honor to the family. We now have a college student. Let's celebrate little Yang Yang getting into the Eastern University of Political Science and Law. That's amazing. It's one of the top 5 in the empire. Tithia hung a banner in the hall of the office, clapping excitedly. Luo Li, rarely joining in, also clapped his. Then the two turned their heads in unison, directing their gaze towards Huaisheng, who was leaning against the desk pretending to read a newspaper. Huaisheng. Unable to resist the hopeful gazes of the two, he reluctantly began to clap. Luo Yang stood quietly among them, her long black hair gracefully draped over her shoulders. She looked at Tithia, who was clapping, then at Luo Li, who was cooperating, and finally cast a glance at the perfunctory Huaisheng. She tilted her head slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in her clear eyes. She didn't quite understand the significance of this ceremonial act. Someone knocked on the office door, and a short-haired girl peeked in. Director Luo Li, the documents from Ms. Ferrora have arrived. It's Xiang Kai, the live-streaming handler who filmed Luo Li on bidding day. After the bidding ended, she transferred from Lion Show to the Witch Containment Office. Since Lion Show is also a brand of Lion Media, Luo Li welcomed this streamer, who captured his heroic moments, into the office. More importantly, Xiang Kai was willing to hand over all the live-stream earnings from the bidding day to Luo Li, whose such sincerity deeply touched him. At a glance, she was a promising girl with a great vision. The office became lively instantly as they spread the delivered documents on the table. It was a recommendation letter advocating for the Witch Containment Office to participate in the Eastern Special Project of the Continental Association's 13th pillar. For the office to advance, there are essentially 3 methods. One is through the annual assessment, where the association conducts various evaluations, allowing the office to qualify for promotion. This method is time-consuming, but is the most common way for most offices to advance. The second is through the association's special projects, which are conducted irregularly, selecting and training offices that meet the requirements. As long as they achieve results in the special project, the office can quickly advance. The third is exceptional promotion, which has extremely strict conditions. Only after the office independently completes an association commission that far exceeds its rating can it be exceptionally promoted due to outstanding performance. This method applies only to a very few offices, more like a product of the association's efforts to improve its regulations. Oh wow, Ms. Ferrora is so good to us, willing to give us a nomination for the special project. Xiang Kai, as a streamer, seamlessly integrated into the office discussion with her outstanding business skills. There are only 30 slots for this special project, which will continue until the end of this year. The top 10 offices that achieve results in the special project will directly advance to Tier 3 offices and receive freely assignable promotion slots for Tier 3 and Tier 4 handlers, while the first-ranked office will directly advance to Tier 4, also gaining slots for Tier 4 and 5 handlers. Tier 4. Tithia's eyes lit up instantly. As long as our office achieves results in the special project, we can directly jump to Tier 4, and even our boss can become a Tier 5 handler. What's there to be afraid of? Tithia was full of fighting spirit. We have a boss. Just in time, this special project will be held in the metropolis, and the Eastern University is also in the metropolis. As long as little Yang Yang quickly masters the divine technique, she might be able to help us out. Even the students of the top 5 schools, it's basically rare for anyone to master the order divine technique by the first semester of their freshman year. By the way, Luo Li suddenly thought, aren't secrecy and order closely related? Huaisheng, you should know a bit about the Order University, right? I know a little. If your sister is willing to trust me, I might give her some constructive advice. Little sister. Luo Li pressed Luo Yang's shoulder. Quickly call Huaisheng teacher. Luo Yang, Huaisheng teacher. Huaisheng turned his face away, coughed slightly. The Eastern University chooses majors after the first semester ends. The flagship majors of the top 5 in the empire are all law, but you have basically no chance of entering the law major. Since you can't choose law, you need to select other majors based on your future plans. I don't know. Seeing Luo Yang's confusion, Huaisheng continued. Then I recommend you apply for business administration. The competition pressure in this major is relatively low, and the divine techniques you learn are highly functional. Humanities and social sciences. Luo Li frowned. In his past life, he was a graduate student in humanities and social sciences, and he knew well the pitfalls of such majors. This is the empire, not some other pillars. Huaixing seemed to see through his thoughts and explained calmly, here rules contracts and order are everything. Humanities and social sciences, especially in areas involving management, economics, and legal applications, are precisely the disciplines that operate closest to the core rules of the empire. Metropolis, the economic and trade center in the eastern part of the empire, is also the most developed first-tier city in the eastern region. After a 2-hour journey, the staff of the Witch Containment Agency arrived in this city, where they were about to participate in a special program organized by the Continental Association and help the only college student in the agency with her enrollment. This was the first time Luo Li had entered such a big city in his life. Although he had learned about the bustling scenes of Metropolis through online media, he was still rendered speechless upon truly stepping into the city. This place was similar to the capital city of the province where he attended university in his previous life, with towering skyscrapers, bustling traffic, and bright lights. After wandering for more than 10 years, this country bumpkin with dead fish eyes had finally arrived in the city. As Luo Li and his companions stepped onto the city streets with their bags, they were met with curious gazes from passers. Smelly outsiders here to beg in Metropolis again. A well-made-up aunt covered her nose and muttered disdainfully as she brushed past them, her contempt evident in her eyes. Luo Li was instantly no longer moved. Following the arrangements of the Continental Association, they first rented a temporary office in a recommended business district. The place wasn't large, but it was conveniently located and fully equipped with basic office facilities, making it a decent landing spot for them as newcomers. After dropping off their luggage and tidying up a bit, Luo Li clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. All right, now that we've settled in temporarily, we'll split up for our next actions. He turned to Luo Yang saying, little sister, I'll accompany you to Dongjing University for your registration and enrollment procedures. The special program is set to officially start with a gathering and briefing 3 days later, according to the association's notice. Sigh. Tixiao looked a bit sad as she gazed at the modest office. We finally got an office in Lion City, and before we even got comfortable, we're off to Metropolis on a business trip. I said long ago not to be in such a hurry to change offices, Huaixing remarked. And now it seems all the benefits have gone to the Spark Agency. I bet they are surely holding a celebration in our former office, celebrating how effortlessly they took over the meager foundation we had built in Lion City. As the Witch Containment Agency collectively rushed to Metropolis to participate in the special program, they had no choice but to entrust all local daily business and commissions in Lion City to the relatively trusted Spark Agency. Thinking about how easily their hard-earned base was taken over, Tixiao felt a tightness in her chest. Most importantly, the director of Spark, Bedina, called Luo Li every day, telling him, Director Luo Li, the people of Lion have a high recognition of the Witch Containment Agency's brand, and there are significantly more clients willing to pay a premium for commissions than usual. This is all due to the solid foundation you laid during the bidding day. He continued, however, Director Luo Li, you know that maintaining the brand image requires investment. To meet the expectations of the clients and to uphold the hard-earned reputation of the Witch Containment Agency, Spark must invest more quality resources to accommodate these high-demand commissions, but recently, I have been feeling a bit stretched thin. In short, they came to ask Luo Li for gold coins. But Luo Li had no choice but to pay, as this was indeed necessary funding for normal operations. So he could only discuss with Tixiao about transferring 400,000 coins to Spark's account. Director Luo Li, I will definitely not let you and Manager Tixiao down. You can rest assured about Lion City. I, Bedina, guarantee with the credibility of the Spark Agency that I will make the Witch Containment Agency's brand shine even brighter in Lion City. The subordinates were even starting to paint a rosy picture for the boss. Fortunately, recently Luo Li received an unexpected influx of funds. The briefcase agency was shut down for tax evasion, and many bank accounts that had financial dealings with the briefcase were frozen, including Luo Yang's account. Luo Li initially thought that given the empire's nature, whether this money could be obtained this year was still questionable, and it was even possible that it would be intercepted by the bank midway. However, unexpectedly, Luo Yang's bank account was unfrozen so quickly. There remained over 4 million in the bank card, a miracle for someone in the group of high-quality loan clients to have such savings. Those seeking to enhance their capabilities often find themselves burdened with various loans. For instance, the long sword Luo Yang held from the Battle Falcon workshop required a monthly repayment of 30,000 coins. Holding on to meaningless savings is the most foolish behavior on the path of self-improvement for the people of the empire. It is estimated that once Luo Yang repays all her loans, this 4 million will shrink once again. The two siblings merged into the vast flow of people in Metropolis heading towards the Eastern Empire University of Political Science and Law. The subway carriage was overcrowded. Luo Li tightly grasped the handrail, while Luo Yang stood quietly beside him, her black hair neatly tied into a ponytail. Although her face remained expressionless, a trace of barely perceptible curiosity could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Stay close, don't get separated, Luo Li whispered, instinctively shielding Luo Yang from the crowd. This action was almost instinctual, even though he knew that Luo Yang's true combat power could likely take down a whole carriage of people with ease. Luo Yang gave a soft and glanced at the dynamic advertisement screens hanging inside the carriage. The screens glittered, looping advertisements from various workshops and recruitment plans from various companies targeting top graduates, all thriving and bustling. This was Metropolis, the most prosperous city in the entire Eastern Empire, which gathered countless resources from the east. Unlike the buildings in Lion City, which were at most 10 stories high, the skyline of Metropolis was made up of numerous skyscrapers. Stepping out of the subway, the imposing entrance of the Eastern Empire University of Political Science and Law came into view, with a gigantic statue of the Hammer of Orders standing at the subway station's exit. As they approached the school gate, they were stopped by security personnel. Even after Luo Li took out Luo Yang's admission notice, they were not allowed to pass. The security personnel looked at Luo Li saying, "Are you the accompanying person for this new student? Do you need to enter the school together? I am her older brother. Can I enter the school?" "No, of course you can." The security personnel smiled politely. However, before entering the university city, everyone must undergo an examination of the Order Divine technique. Please understand. Luo Li understood and thought that the security measures at this university were quite strict, with even the gatekeepers being practitioners of divine techniques. Just as he was preparing for the divine technique examination, he heard the security personnel softly reciting, "Order Divine Technique, check your education level." Golden letters rose above both Luo Li and Luo Yang. Undergraduate student of Eastern University of Political Science and Law. Illiterate. Luo Li looked at the large glaring words, illiterate, above his head, then glanced at the glittering, undergraduate student of Eastern University of Political Science and Law, above Luo Yang's head, and his dead fish eyes rarely showed a ripple. Did this just open his record on the academic credit network? What a ridiculous empire. The security personnel's face instantly fell, looking at Luo Li with the eyes of someone looking at trash. Go and don't block the entrance and disrupt the passage for other students and staff. Unlike the closed university of his previous life, Dongbu Zhongfa University is vast, located in the suburbs of a metropolis, and is essentially a small city with complete infrastructure. On the map, this university town is also referred to as Botan County. Within the university town, there are not only teachers and students, but also numerous permanent residents and workers. The commercial center of the university town is bustling with many migrant workers. In short, the prosperity of this place made Luo Li wonder if he had somehow crossed over again. When did this empire become so humane? However, the large characters, illiterate, above his head pulled Luo Li back to reality. He looked at the pedestrians around him, each marked with their respective educational qualifications, such as undergraduate of Dongbu Zhongfa University, associate degree from Lanxiao Vocational and Technical College, and undergraduate of Tsinghua Economic College. The label illiterate above Luo Li's head was particularly eye-catching, and passers-by often cast glances at him and his sister as if they were looking at some extraterrestrial beings. It's the ugly illiterate. My eyes are dirty. A college graduate cleaning the street covered his eyes. How dare a junior college student discriminate based on education? This is infringing upon the rights of us university students. To have a Dongbu Zhongfa University undergraduate actually bring along an illiterate is like going out to relieve oneself without toilet paper, but instead holding a clean little white rabbit. What kind of preference is this, eh? Mr. Luo Li. Someone called out his name from behind. Luo Li turned around and saw a man waving. I am Mr. Bolin, Miss Furora's assistant. You can call me Bolin. After shaking hands with Luo Li, Bolin said, Miss Furora heard that your sister has been admitted to Dongbu Zhongfa University, but due to her busy schedule, she couldn't congratulate you in person. Therefore, she sent me to connect with you. Luo Li was not puzzled, as he had already heard about Bolin from Furora. During this time, the witch's shelter needed to conduct business in the metropolis, which is why Furora sent an assistant to liaise with Luo Li. But Luo Li was more focused on the label above Bolin's head that read, Master's Degree from Dongbu Zhongfa. Noticing Luo Li's gaze, Bolin smiled and said, in the university town, educational labels are very important, as they allow both parties to instantly understand each other's identity and status. Although it is a measure to reduce communication costs, you might not be accustomed to it. Although I haven't received formal higher education, I can't be considered illiterate, right? Luo Li defended himself. I understand, and having the label of illiterate is not beneficial for you when moving around the campus later. Bolin nodded. Let's find a quiet place first. Following Bolin to a corner of the street, he snapped his fingers. Order Divine Art Beauty Filter. With a snap, Luo Li found that the label above his head had changed from illiterate to preparing for graduate school, with the words preparing being particularly small. He had evolved, leaping from an ugly entity to a renowned candidate. Can divine arts be used this way? Luo Li instinctively raised his hand to touch the label of preparing for graduate school, which seemed innate, radiating a gentle academic glow. Sister, you must study hard. Luo Li immediately pressed on Luo Yang's shoulder. I knew it was right to bring you to learn the Order Divine Art. Compared to the Order Divine Art, the Enlightenment Divine Art seems utterly weak. Sister, you must study hard. Luo Li immediately pressed on Luo Yang's shoulder. I knew it was right to bring you to learn the Order Divine Art. Bolin smiled as he observed the interaction between the siblings, appropriately interjecting, Mr. Luo Li, Ms. Luo Yang, let's go handle the enrollment procedures first. On the way, I can also introduce the features and rules of the university town to Ms. Luo Yang in detail. Leaving the corner of the street, Luo Li tentatively approached a nearby undergraduate. The student had originally been engrossed in his phone. Sensing someone approaching, he impatiently looked up. Upon seeing the label preparing small text for graduate school above Luo Li's irritation instantly transformed into a courteous, even slightly obsequious smile. He immediately stood up, bowed, and asked, Hello, senior. Is there anything I can help you with? Luo Li raised an eyebrow, mimicking Bolin's calm demeanor, and nodded slightly. No, just taking a stroll. The undergraduate immediately cleared the way, showing respect. The three of them passed through the bustling main road of the university town, filled with various educational labels, and arrived at the academic administration building. With Bolin, the master's degree holder, leading the way, the entire enrollment process went surprisingly smoothly, and the procedures were completed quickly. Luo Yang officially became a new student of Dongbu Zhengfa University. Just when Luo Li thought everything was going smoothly and was ready to breathe a sigh of relief, Bolin suddenly shifted the conversation, looking at him. Mr. Luo Li, how do you plan to arrange for Ms. Luo Yang's tuition fees, accommodation fees, and necessary living expenses? I have already prepared this money. Do you mean to invest your liquid funds here? Bolin shook his head. That is not a good choice. Learning how to leverage more funds with less cost is a crucial skill on the path to divinity. Coincidentally, I have a low-interest student loan option. I highly recommend that you apply for this student loan, Mr. Luo Li. As the one handling it, you should be able to understand my meaning. After being persuaded by Bolin, Luo Li ultimately decided to help Luo Yang apply for the student loan. However, when he saw Bolin leading him and Luo Yang into a small booth and having Luo Yang write down Bolin's name as the loan referrer, Luo Li couldn't hold back any longer. Are you trying to earn this little referral fee from me? Mr. Luo Li, you will need to apply for a student loan anyway. Why not do it through me? I can also offer you some interest-free limits. Bolin said earnestly. Moreover, I really need the money. If Ms. Luo Yang is willing to become my subordinate, that would be wonderful. By the way, Mr. Luo Li, Lion Media has recently reached cooperation with several implant companies to promote implant technology across various social strata. The university campus as a gathering place for social elites will be a key focus. You may need to take on some related promotional work afterwards. Of course you can refuse, but I would not recommend it. Luo Li asked in confusion, Isn't the Order University prohibiting students with implants from entering the campus? Any rule can be abolished. After all, our era is progressing and the empire needs a vast implant market. Ms. Furora values this cooperation highly, and she will soon come to the metropolis in person. You can prepare yourself. After enrolling Luo Yang at university and completing all the formalities, Luo Li returned to the agency and began his work in the metropolis. Haha, this is the metropolis. Utterly incomparable to that backwater town of Lian, said Tisha, hands on her hips, as she gazed out at the cityscape beyond the office window, radiating smug pride. Today we attend the briefing for the special initiative. We must not disgrace ourselves. Which outfit suits me best, boss? This knee-length skirt with the overcoat. And should I wear black stockings, or white? Luo Li looked up and sighed. The office was already buried beneath Tisha's luggage. In the cramped space, miniature mountains of garments and accessories cluttered every corner. Huaisheng, unable even to find a seat amid the chaos, stood glowering, his voice icy. I recommend you go naked. Guaranteed to make the entire audience remember the Witch Containment Agency. Shut up, fifth on the must-eat list. You have zero aesthetic sense. Tisha shot him a scathing glare, then turned back to Luo Li, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Boss, your verdict. Black stockings, Luo Li murmured, massaging his temples with a weary sigh. Really? Tisha's eyes lit up. He nodded, tone utterly flat. They make your legs look slimmer. Tisha glanced down at her slender legs, hardly needing enhancement, and huffed indignantly before snatching up her clothes. I'm changing. Minutes later, she emerged from the makeshift partition transformed. The charcoal gray skirt paired with the ivory overcoat exuded crisp professionalism. The black stockings and low-heeled leather shoes lent an air of refined formality. If one overlooked the incongruous self-satisfied grin plastered across her face, silently begging for praise. How do I look? She spun gracefully before Luo Li and Huaisheng. Luo Li appraised her carefully, then nodded. Acceptable. You almost resemble a human being. What kind of assessment is that? Tisha resolved not to waste breath on two men devoid of taste. She smoothed her collar before the glass pane, took a deep breath, and declared, ready. The Metropolis branch of the Witch Containment Agency makes its official debut. Mission commences. The Continental Ring Association maintains 3 major regional branches across the empire. one of which stands proudly in the metropolis. Precisely why this special initiative unfolds here. Unlike the modest, barely presentable association building in Lion City, which by metropolis standards might pass only as a minor satellite office, the metropolis branch is monumental, a gleaming skyscraper anchoring the city center crowned by the colossal luminous inscription Continental Ring Association. After presenting their special initiative recommendation letter, the trio passed seamlessly into the association. Inside a soaring atrium vaulted dozens of meters high, a light streamed through architecturally intricate skylights, casting upon the marble floor a vast radiant emblem of the Continental Ring Association. Countless operatives in vividly varied uniforms crisscrossed the hall, handling matters from across the continent. Tixiao whistled softly. Without Lady Flora's letter, we'd never have crossed this threshold. The Lion Media CEO seems eager to accelerate our advancement. So eager, in fact, that she's willing to grant us access to this exclusive opportunity. Huaisheng observed. I recall Lion Media has contracted numerous agencies, including several third-tier ones. Yet she invests disproportionate resources in our humble first-tier operation. Clearly Lady Flora believes in us. At last, a woman whose discernment rivals my own investment act. Luo Li had harbored the same doubt. He couldn't fathom how his fledgling agency held such commercial value, justifying Lion Media's lavish investment. Until now he'd found an answer. His perspective had been too narrow. A few million credits meant little to a corporate giant. Especially since Lady Flora knew he had slain the former director of Tixiang Agency, making her additional investment not merely plausible, but deeply understandable. Having mastered a miracle, Luo Li judged his strength surpassed that of most fifth-tier operatives, though this remained an untested hypothesis. He'd fought few fifth-tier adversaries, and thus lacked clarity on their collective baseline. Yet one truth he held certain: his earning capacity fell far short of fifth-tier standards, making advantage. Securing a top 10 finish in the special initiative would grant him direct, unrestricted promotion to fourth-tier operative status. In essence, immediate ascension. Should he claim first place, he'd ascend straight to fifth tier and elevate his agency to the stature once held by Compared to the years-long conventional progression, the special initiative represented Luo Li's singular golden opportunity, prompting inwardly a quiet tribute to Lady Flora. The trio wove through the grand atrium, following directional signage toward the briefing venue for the special initiative. Scores of operatives already filled the chamber, dressed impeccably, each wearing the distinctive uniform of their respective agency. Near the entrance, several operatives clad in shimmering circuit-embedded tactical bodysuits conversed in low tones. In the rear rows, towering figures resembling living fortresses commanded attention. Beside their seats stood alloy tower shields nearly as tall as themselves, silent, immovable, radiating sheer unyielding weight. And in shadowed corners, silent, unassuming operatives stood motionless, unobtrusive, yet unmistakably formidable. As Tixiao had predicted, the room gathered elite operatives from across the eastern provinces, utterly distinct from the ragtag, under-equipped lower-tier operatives still struggling for survival in line. These were the industry's seasoned core. Their attire gleamed, their uniforms were immaculate, each a testament to their agency's prestige and power. See them, boss. As Tixiao had predicted, the room gathered elite operatives from across the eastern provinces, utterly distinct from the ragtag, under-equipped lower-tier operatives still struggling for survival in line. These were the industry's seasoned core. Gazing upon these veterans, Tixiao's slate-blue eyes blazed with reverence. To her, they were not merely formidable rivals, but lifelong idols, the very paragons she pursued since entering the profession. Sharing this space with legends competing in the same special initiative, exhilaration surged so fiercely it nearly drowned out her dread of the grueling contest ahead. Beside her, Huaisheng emitted a barely audible scoff, mocking her untimely starstruck fervor. Just as Luo Li reached to restrain Tixiao from approaching a senior executive for an autograph, a man appeared atop the podium, tired-eyed fingers raking through disheveled hair, shoulders bearing two colossal greatswords. Silence descended instantly, every gaze fixed upon him, not with curiosity, but with profound. This time Luo Li needed no introduction from Tixiao. The man's fame transcended industry circles. Even Luo Li, who rarely followed operative news, recognized him instantly. Luo Li blurted, "I played him in Operative Mayhem 47. Wah, boss, shut up." Upper tier Xiaomu Wanshi. Up there. This was the first time Luo Li had encountered an upper-level individual in reality. Unlike high-level handlers who frequently participated in various business activities, most upper-level individuals seldom revealed themselves in front of the camera. Moreover, unlike the code names chosen by handlers, each upper-level title is conferred by the Continental Association headquarters, possessing absolute uniqueness. Anyone daring to use these titles privately would be reported to the association and face bankruptcy. After all, it has never been the upper levels that need the association, rather it is the association that requires the upper levels, which is precisely the strength of upper-level handlers. Xiaomu Wanshi is indeed an exception among the upper levels. He has long been active on the front lines of association affairs, serving as a mobile advertisement for the Continental Association, appearing at various important events, but this has also led to a loss of the upper level's mystique. What a coincidence I've played it too. Xiaomu Wanshi's gaze swept over Luo Li and the others, and Ti Xia immediately shrank her neck, while Huaisheng quietly took a step back, hiding in the shadows. Unfortunately, the game balance is terrible. What a hassle. Xiaomu Wanshi withdrew his gaze and rubbed his temples. Since you all know me, I want to introduce myself further. My time is precious, so pay close attention to what I say. I hate repeating myself. He did not look at the audience's reactions, but simply used 2 fingers to flip open the presentation in front of him. The sound of the paper rubbing together was faint but clear in the silent venue. First, the association places great importance on this special project, aiming to select and cultivate a group of excellent firms adept at handling association commissions, so you must take it seriously. Second, the form of this special project is based on a commission points system. Before November 30th of this year, you can earn points by accepting commissions from the association. Commissions of varying difficulties correspond to different point values, and ultimately firms will be ranked based on their points. Third, take commissions based on your own capabilities and do not be blindly confident. I will be staying in the metropolis for a while. I do not wish for the association to arrange for me to clean up after you one day. If such a thing happens and forces me to work overtime on my day off, I will surely kill you. Fourth, Xiaomu Wanshi suddenly paused, and after a long while he continued, the fourth is not important. Do you have any questions? Do not ask any foolish questions. The audience fell into a silence, including those 5th-level handlers who chose to remain silent. The further one goes in the handler profession, the clearer it becomes how terrifying the upper levels are. Xiaomu Wanshi seemed indifferent to the effect he had caused. He stood up straight and casually tossed the presentation onto the podium as if discarding garbage. Since there are no questions, you may leave. Go accept commissions to earn points. It's that simple. Oh, by the way, this upper level suddenly seemed to remember something. That guy who claimed to have played Handler Chaos 47 can stay. Others may leave. Luo Li, who was about to exit the hall, froze and pointed at herself. A multitude of gazes mixed with curiosity, sympathy, scrutiny, and a hint of barely perceptible schadenfreude were all fixed on Luo Li. Several handlers were discussing the identities of Luo Li and the others, but it seemed no one recognized this low-level handler who had come from a border city. Most handlers left the hall with an indifferent attitude. The atmosphere became eerily quiet until only the 3 members of the witch's shelter remained in the hall. Xiaomu Wanshi asked, "Would you like to spar?" "If it's just a spar, it's not impossible." Ti Xia immediately stepped in front of Luo Li. "Mr. Xiaomu Wanshi, our leader, is merely a first-level handler. How could he possibly spar with you?" Huaisheng quickly followed suit, also stepping in front of Luo Li, fearing Luo Li might say something unexpected. "Pardon my frankness, Mr. Xiaomu Wanshi, our leader, is of low strength. Sparring with you would not be a fair contest, and is utterly meaningless." Luo Li shrugged. "Sorry, it seems my companions are unwilling. Perhaps we should forget it." Hearing this, Ti Xia's eyes widened in shock. "Boss, wake up. This is an upper level." "An upper level? Do you really want to fight an upper level? Are you?" Xiaomu Wanshi waved his hand, his tone showing no concealment of disappointment. All right, you really are no fun. I was looking forward to having a wild brawl with him. Forget it, a forced game is like being forced to work overtime. It's unpleasant." After saying this, he turned and walked toward the side door behind the podium. It wasn't until that door closed completely that Ti Xia took a deep breath and said, "Is this what an upper level is like? Why does it feel more approachable than I imagined? But was it only about playing games? What a pity, I almost had the opportunity to meet an upper level." Ti Xia felt a bit regretful. In the commission hall, many handlers participating in the special project had already gathered here. Luo Li and the others received a guidebook. In the commission hall, many handlers participating in the special project had already gathered here. Luo Li and the others received a guidebook for the special project. Commissions within the association are divided into 2 types. One is commercial commissions, which anyone can issue by simply paying the required fee. The other is association commissions, which are jointly issued by the association and various pillar-related organizations and are mainly tied to Social Security. The special project primarily assesses association commissions. Association commissions are categorized into 3 areas in the hall according to their difficulty. Area 1 commissions are worth 1 point, Area 2 commissions are worth 8 points, and Area 3 commissions are worth 32 points. As for commissions that are even more difficult, they will only be issued at the association's headquarters stationed in the Empire. Huaisheng read the manual and said, "These are all commissions that the association has accumulated over time, now included in the special project. Moreover, except for specific commissions, it seems the association will not provide us with any monetary compensation, only rewarding us with corresponding points." Luo Li casually flipped through the beautifully printed guidebook and indeed found an unobtrusive note regarding compensation. Aside from points, there are no additional monetary or resource rewards. Luo Li expressed his dissatisfaction. "Is this using us as free labor to clear out stock commissions?" Ti Xia leaned over, pointing at the Area 3 commissions, but the Area 3 commissions are worth 32 points. If we can complete them. And then just as that upper level said, we let him clean up after us while he vents his overtime. Huaixing calmly interrupted her, pointing at the detailed description of commission difficulty in the manual. Area 3 commissions are recommended for teams composed of 5th level handlers or higher. Moreover, currently there is only one Area 3 commission in the special project. Luo Li pointed at the already crowded Area 3. It seems everyone is very curious about what the Area 3 commission entails. Area 3 commission, arrest or kill Stand 2, tell Luo Lan. Incident: Stand 2 tell Luo Lan massacred a branch of the Continental Association in the 5th pillar and is currently believed to have fled to the 13th pillar, where he may appear near the metropolis. Relevant intel: Stand 2 tell Luo Lan is a divine sorcerer of the deconstruction faction possessing multiple technological products from the 5th pillar, strength unknown, extremely dangerous. The Continental Association stationed at the 13th pillar headquarters promises anyone or any unit that kills Stand 2 tell Luo Lan within the 13th pillar will have the association assume all legal liability, while also providing a base bounty of 20 shield coins with additional rewards negotiable. A massacre of an entire association branch. Luo Li asked in confusion. How dare he come to the 13th pillar after committing such a grave offense? Isn't the Empire going to capture him? The 13th pillar has no extradition agreements with the other pillars, Huaisheng explained, and the other pillars have no authority to pursue fugitives across borders. The 13th pillar has no extradition agreements with the other pillars, Huaisheng explained, and the other pillars have no authority to pursue fugitives across borders. The Empire will not punish its own residents based on the laws of other pillars. The only organization capable of cross-pillar information sharing and unified coordination among the 13 world pillars is the Continental Association. Luo Li understood the special nature of the Continental Association. The Pillar Covenant clearly states that all pillars must work together to establish a system for handling association affairs, ensuring the rights of the association within each pillar. Colleagues, a woman's voice echoed in the commission hall. Our Sanctuary Affairs Office will definitely secure this 3-area commission. If anyone has relevant information, I will pay a high price for it. The attire of the Sanctuary Affairs Office was a uniform platinum armor, but it was not full armor, it merely decorated key areas. Regardless of its functionality, it certainly exuded an impressive aura. Luo Li stood at the back of the crowd and asked, "Isn't the Sanctuary a 4th-tier office? Why are they participating in the special plan? Even if they achieve the highest score, they cannot advance themselves. Boss, you don't understand this. If the Sanctuary Affairs Office were to secure first place in this plan, even if they couldn't directly advance to the 5th tier, they would gain significant extra points in the year-end assessment. Perhaps they could successfully enter the 5th-tier office next year. The same goes for 3rd-tier offices," Tixia continued. As long as they place in the top 10, they can also gain a substantial amount of extra points in the year-end assessment. In addition to extra points, the quota for freely assignable promotions is also crucial. The first-place team can obtain 1 promotion quota for a 5th-tier handler and 5 for 4th-tier handlers. This is truly a valuable asset, forming the foundation for an office. Luo Li nodded, continuing to browse through the guiding manual in his hands. This Eastern Special Plan has a total of 30 offices shortlisted, including 4 4th-tier offices, 20 3rd-tier offices, 4 2nd-tier offices, and 2 1st-tier offices. Surprisingly, there is actually another expert comparable to the Witch Containment Office. As Luo Li searched for the location of another 1st-tier office, a space was instinctively cleared in front of the commission area, where several 5th-tier handlers stood at the forefront, subtly forming a standoff. Among the handlers, their hierarchical distinctions were clear. Compared to the tense high-tier handlers in the center, the others on the outskirts looked like children who had escaped from a playground. In the children's area, Luo Li also recognized a familiar face. Iron-bearded. A short bear-like man with a full beard shuddered and turned to look at Luo Li behind him. "Director Luo." Luo Li. Luo Li asked, "You're here too? I didn't expect to meet a fellow from Lion City." "Director Luo, I beg you, while we are out, could you please refrain from mentioning Lion City or calling me a fellow townsman? Most offices participating in the special plan are local metropolitan offices." The iron-bearded man knew how exclusive the big city is, especially for outsiders like them from small towns who might be seen merely as poor folks polluting the air in the eyes of authentic city dwellers. It is said that outsiders eating cheap carbs on the streets of the metropolis might be chased and beaten by Seeing Luo Li's indifferent expression, the iron-bearded man chose not to say more. People like them from small towns are most wary of blind confidence. They must learn to keep a low profile in the metropolis. In Lion City, if you have the winning bid, even if you don't pay me, I would still call you Big Brother. But here in the metropolis, calling you Big Brother would lower my status. Luo Li looked at the iron-bearded man's cowardly demeanor and didn't know what to say. The iron-bearded man in front of him fled like a rabbit and dove into a group of handlers who were conversing. "Big Brother Grey Hawk, your combat suit is from the Sea Secret Workshop, right? This outfit must cost at least 500,000 coins to start with, the iron-bearded man said with a flattering smile plastered on his face. Greyhawk smiled faintly without answering. His companion, a woman with an icy demeanor, chuckled lightly, her voice laced with unabashed mockery. 500,000. The entry model from the Sea Secret Workshop is worth much more than that. It seems that those coming from smaller places need to update their perception of prices. The iron-bearded man thought to himself that this was bad, or indeed his perspective as a wild handler could not compare to that of the local handlers. His face flushed with embarrassment, the thick fur barely hiding the red hue. He quickly tried to amend. I must have remembered it wrong. In a recent auction catalog, the entry model seemed to start at 1,200,000. Although the iron-bearded man's fourth-tier office leader had grand ambitions to achieve results in this special plan, he knew he was too weak to compete against other offices. Not to mention those well-established local third-tier offices, they couldn't even win against the witch containment office. What he pursued was merely to gain connections and resources through the special plan, ultimately securing a household registration in the metropolis and transforming from a poor rural dweller into a local lord. How could the cost-effectiveness of the witch containment office compare to that of a local lord? As long as any local lord is willing to issue a recommendation letter resolving household registration issues wouldn't be out of reach. He was determined to cling tightly to the local lord's thigh. No matter how low his posture, as long as the other party could leak some resources, it would be enough for this rural man to skip a decade of hard work. He took a deep breath once again, putting on a more flattering smile. Big brother Greyhawk, you see. For this special plan, although my strength is limited, I can still run errands and gather information. If there is anything you need, just let me know. You just said your strength is limited, so why would I still need you, eh? Little bear. Greyhawk coldly replied, finding the lowly demeanor of the iron-bearded man uninteresting. Suddenly Greyhawk glanced over in Luo Li's direction and asked him, Do you know him? I do know him. He is the winning bidder from Lion City. But this kind of rural winning bidder is certainly different from you, big brother Greyhawk. You once were the winning bidder in the metropolis. How could you compare to such a rural office? Oh, a rural winning bidder. Sounds like you know them quite well. Seeing that Greyhawk seemed interested in this topic, the iron-bearded man seized the opportunity and eagerly nodded, wishing to spill everything he knew. I know. Of course I know. They have some fame in that small place called Lion City, having snatched a few districts through ambushes and luck during the bidding day. But at the end of the day, it's just a first-tier office. How can it be compared to you, the deeply rooted winning bidders of the metropolis? Their skills are simply not enough in the metropolis. Greyhawk remained non-committal and raised his hand to interrupt the iron-bearded man's speech, while his companion timely presented a phone to screen displaying the live footage of the Lion City bidding day. Watching the footage of Luo Li single-handedly breaking through various bidding areas and slashing down a fourth-tier handler, Greyhawk rested his finger on his chin, seemingly contemplating something. A first-tier office possessing such strength and able to participate in the special plan gave Greyhawk reason to believe that the other party must have some background. He looked down and saw that his bank account had received 300,000 coins, and the source was actually a loan. Luo Li looked again at the directional friendship certificate atop the other party's forehead. Is there a credential that can force a loan? Directional friendship certificate. Luo Li looked at him in confusion. Who are you? Open your phone. Luo Li's phone emitted a notification sound. He looked down and saw that his bank account had received 300,000 coins, and the source was actually a loan. Luo Li looked again at the directional friendship certificate atop the other party's forehead. Is there a credential that can force a loan? Greyhawk displayed a faint smile. You borrowed my money, we are friends. As long as we remain friends, you don't have to pay this back. Greyhawk displayed a faint smile. You borrowed my money, we are friends. As long as we remain friends, you don't have. The Empire's credential system is truly terrifying. Greyhawk, good morning, my friend. Here is today's fee. Greyhawk bank loan screenshot. Greyhawk, I heard you accepted a commission from Area 1. You may have your own judgment, but I still want to remind you that in the final score ranking, those with the same score will have the fewer completed commissions win. Therefore, the cost-performance ratio of the commissions from Area 1 is not high. He is truly a good person, and he even sent a message to remind Luo Li. However, Luo Li is not unaware of this. Rather, the Witch Containment Bureau has never undertaken a commission from the association and does not understand the processes and implications involved, so they chose to select a commission from Area 1 as practice. The commission Luo Li accepted this time is located in the surrounding cities of Metropolis, investigating the smuggling situation of Bottled Joy in Inbus County. As a commission from Area 1, this kind of investigation task is not very dangerous, just a bit cumbersome. However, Luo Li is not unaware of this. Rather, the Witch Containment Bureau has never undertaken a commission from the association and does not understand the processes and implications involved. Stand 2 Tell Roland comes from the fifth pillar known as the 10,000 Knowledge United Trade Group. One of its major foreign trade products is Bottled Joy. The intention behind the association's release of these investigation commissions is certainly related to Stand 2. On the way to Inbus County, Huai Sheng analyzed to Luo Li. It seems that this Stand 2 has angered the association. Presumably, Mr. Rottenwood Wansure was sent to Metropolis for this reason. Otherwise a superior wouldn't specially attend a briefing for a special project. They're actually sending a superior to hunt down a criminal. Luo Li exclaimed in surprise. Could this Stand 2 also be a superior-level powerhouse? Anyone capable of slaughtering an entire branch of the association and escaping intact is practically at the superior level, even if they are not. Moreover, the association's headquarters has promised that even if we kill Stand 2 without authorization, the association will bear all legal compensation responsibilities, and on top of that is willing to reward us with 20 shield coins. The shield coin is a digital currency issued by the 6th pillar currently, with an exchange rate of 19864815. 96 to the Imperial Ingot, which shows just how generous the association is. The bus stopped at the N-Bus County bus station. The three of them retrieved their luggage and weapons from the compartment and stood on the land of N-Bus County. Tigia said helplessly, just thinking about how we worked ourselves to the bone to come here, yet the association doesn't give us a single penny, not even reimbursing our travel expenses makes me angry. Bottled Joy is an extremely special drink, or rather a drug. It is said that the 5th pillar can bottle abstract emotions and resell them to customers in need. As long as one drinks these bottled emotions, they can feel a surge of overwhelming emotion. This sounds quite uplifting, but in reality there are too many types of joy that can be bottled. Purchasing bottled sexual pleasure may seem harmless, and even bottled drug-induced pleasure can be understood, but how could the sorcerers who master the bottling technique be satisfied with that? The pleasure of slaughter, the fear of the victims, and even the exhilarating pain experienced during muscle cramps can be bottled and sent across the continent. Luo Li hears every year about people who drink this stuff to death or lose their fortunes, and even on the borders this bottled joy is popular. Since they were going to investigate bottled joy, Luo Li and her companions found a taxi on the way. Luo Li opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, while Tigia and Huaixing climbed into the back seat. The driver was a middle-aged man with greasy hair and deep-eye bags, fiddling with the car radio in boredom, playing outdated pop songs. "Driver, take us to a place," Luo Li said calmly. "I heard there are some good little bottles in Bus County. Take us to a famous Kikek house to have a look. You all look like newcomers." The driver glanced at the two people in the back seat through the rearview mirror, slowly starting the car. "Not locals, are you? Here for some fun?" "Yes. Well, you came to the right place. Bus County has the best little bottles in the entire empire. When I go to other cities, they always claim to have the best goods in the entire empire." The driver chuckled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "You have to be a bit forgiving of your own home, right? Don't worry, I'll take you to a Kikek house I frequent." The taxi drove along the city's main road for a long time before Luo Li finally saw a brightly lit Kikek house with a sign on the edge of the city. Luo Li didn't know if this place was the most famous, but she knew it was the farthest. Indeed, the taxis in Metropolis are a bit more reliable, as they have professional taxi services backing them, ensuring the driver's attitude. Sure enough, outsiders can't compare to our Metropolis. The facade of Kikek house looked extremely formal, with neon lights flashing, resembling a high-end club from her past life, and even had uniformed attendants standing at the door. Luo Li frowned and said, "This is insane. They're selling this kind of thing so openly. Bottled joy is a legal trade product, and it's basically harmless to the body. Why can't it be sold legally?" Huaixing looked at Luo Li with curiosity. As they entered the door of Kikek house, young charm girls immediately crowded around Luo Li, while two delicate wand boys approached Tigia. Only the androgynous-looking Huaixing had a man and a woman sticking close to him. "Three newcomers. Welcome." A pair of hands intentionally or unintentionally reached for Luo Li's arm. One charm girl saw the long sword on Luo Li's back and tried to reach for it. "Guess your weapon can be stored outside the shop. Let go." Luo Li's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable chill. She despised the feeling of being without her weapon. Especially after obtaining a miracle, she was even reluctant to part with her long sword while sleeping. The charm girl's hand reaching for the long sword froze in midair, caught by the sharpness that flashed in Luo Li's gaze. She reluctantly withdrew, her previously charming smile faltering. "If the guest dislikes it, then we won't touch it. As long as you have a weapon permit, it's fine." Meanwhile, Huaixing looked disdainfully at the boy beside him. "I hate men touching me." Then he looked at the charm girl beside him. "You too." The manager in the hall noticed and immediately waved off the approaching attendants. "It seems that our three esteemed guests prefer peace and quiet. Please, this way. We have prepared a private room for our distinguished guests." He led the three through the bustling and intoxicating main hall toward a more private area in the back. Unlike the noise and debauchery outside the corridor, here was carpeted with thick carpets, the lighting soft, and the sound insulation excellent, making the outside chaos almost inaudible. Entering a luxuriously decorated private room, the manager respectfully handed over the drink menu, which listed various names and prices of bottled joy, from the basic Happy Time to the expensive Top Scholar. Everything was available. "You three must be processors, right?" The manager's question was abrupt, but certain, his face carrying an expression of "I understand." Luo Li neither confirmed nor denied it. "What does it matter?" "Of course it matters. The manager rubbed his hands together. Our Kikek House offers customized services to help guests choose the most suitable bottled joy. The most commonly ordered item by processors in Bus County is this one. The manager pointed to the name on the drink menu. The winning bid. A deconstruction sorcerer bottled the joy of a processor winning the bid in Bus County. Since you are processors, you must know how delightful winning the bid can be. It is something countless processors dream of. I strongly recommend you try it. Luoli looked in the direction the manager pointed, only to see a jaw-dropping price marked beside winning the bid king on the drink menu, with a small note stating sourced from the peak experience of a second-tier handler during the bidding day in Ember County, available in limited quantity. Luoli's task was to investigate the smuggling of bottled joy. Ordinary bottled joy did not require smuggling, and he aimed to find the potentially special variants that might exist. Luoli believed in the existence of order-related divine arts. The officials of the Empire could not possibly be unaware of the smuggling of bottled joy. However, the Association and Pillar officials were not entirely in sync, so the Association could only send handlers to investigate the situation. But isn't unlicensed smuggling illegal? Wouldn't the law catch them? They certainly would be caught, but how to catch them, when to catch them, and how to catch them were serious matters for the Pillar officials to contemplate. However, for a mere district task, it would be unacceptable to waste too much time. Luoli's gaze lingered on the line that read, winning the bid king, his fingertips lightly tapping on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. The Asian should consider the task. However, for a mere district task, it would be unacceptable to waste too much time. Luoli's gaze lingered on the line that read, winning the bid king, his fingertips lightly tapping on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. It's just the bid king from Ember County. There's no point in it. Luoli gently pushed the drink menu back towards the manager. The smile on the manager's face momentarily faltered. He forced a smile. Sir, you. Just as the manager almost thought the three were here to cause trouble, Luoli interrupted him. Open Dajong Review and search for the Witch's Containment Office. He instinctively pulled out his phone and quickly typed the name into the search bar. A moment later, the page loaded. Lion City, District 8, Bid King. Record-breaking. The manager's eyes widened in shock. You are the Bid King from Lion City. Although Lion City could not be compared to a metropolitan area, it was still a large city compared to Ember County. The other party was actually the bid king. It's no wonder he looked down on the bottled joy that was recommended. To secure the bid king, he must be a significant customer. If he served this major client, well, he could earn a sizable commission this month. The expression on the manager's face transformed rapidly from stiffness to shock, and then to obsequiousness, his smile beaming as if it were about to shine. Seeing the other party's demeanor, Luoli nodded slightly. That's good to know. Do you have any higher quality goods? These are just too boring and too cheap. So it is, Director Luoli. I must apologize for my earlier negligence. These ordinary items surely do not meet the standards of the three esteemed guests. As he spoke, he picked up the drink menu that Luoli had pushed back, slammed it shut, and tossed it aside. Please wait a moment, esteemed guests. We at Kiki Lu must have goods that match your status. Saying this, he stumbled out of the private room, moving much faster than when he entered. Inside the private room, Tixiao watched the manager's comical retreat and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh when the door closed. Boss, did you enjoy the show? If this Kiki Lu doesn't have what we are looking for, can I have a turn to show off later? No, please, just once. Huixing looked at the two as if they were fools. Are you two not enlightened beings? Aren't you worried about being overheard by outsiders? Luoli raised his hand innocently. I haven't said anything. Soon the door to the private room was knocked on again, and the smiling manager walked in carrying a box. Boss, these are the treasures of our Kiki Lu. I assure you there will be something that satisfies you. The manager's voice was filled with barely contained excitement as he gently placed the silver box on the table, skillfully inputting the password, causing the lid to spring open. Inside, the box was lined with black velvet, neatly arranged with 10 metallic bottles. Upon seeing these bottled joy, Luoli felt a wave of disappointment. There was nothing particularly special about them, as he had imagined. It seemed that the investigation task was indeed cumbersome, and they could not simply complete the task upon arriving in Ember County. While pondering where to go next, Luoli also listened to the manager's introduction. This is decisive moment, bottled emotions from a master of feelings who fought a charm doll for several days before ultimately overcoming it, capturing the emotions of that decisive moment. This is temptation of power sourced from a pillar official who, after using the rules to strip a factory owner's entire wealth and forcing the other party to death, experienced the thrill of power. This is celebration of the slayers sourced from a fourth-tier handler who rampaged during the bidding period, even wielding the knife against civilians in the premises, intoxicated by the thrill of slaughter. The manager recited these with the familiarity of a connoisseur, his tone fluctuating with intrigue. Even from a purely curious perspective, Luoli admitted to feeling a certain urge to explore. After introducing the 10 bottles of bottled joy, the manager rubbed his hands and looked at Luoli. Boss, is there anything that interests you? Is this all there is? Luoli feigned displeasure. I'm deeply disappointed. Let's go. Boss, I brought out our treasures. You can't just leave like this. The manager chuckled awkwardly. Please try them. It's hard to find better Kiki Lu in Ember County. The best Kiki Lu wouldn't treat guests with such an attitude. If it's only this quality, then let's forget it. Luoli did not want to linger any longer and went straight to push the door open to leave. Just as he opened the door, several uniformed handlers were already standing outside. Boss, they are external personnel from the security bureau of the district where our store is located. We at Kiki Lu pay our security protection fees monthly, so they are responsible for maintaining the normal business order of our Kiki Lu. Are you threatening me? Luo Li's gaze darkened. Boss, how could I dare threaten you? It's just that they also take a cut from our performance. I brought out all the good stuff from the store. You can't just leave without showing any appreciation, can you? Are you genuinely dissatisfied with the goods, or are you deliberately toying with me? The several uniformed handlers stood expressionless at the door, their hands seemingly casually resting on the weapons at their waists, their sharp gazes fixated on Luo Li and the others, the atmosphere suddenly becoming tense. Did I not say I was the bid king? How could I forget? But since you are the bid king, you surely know they have the security jurisdiction granted by the bureau. I trust you wouldn't want to confront them here, would you? Oh, this is a bad start. Luo Li sighed inwardly. If a conflict erupted here, there would be no need for the subsequent investigation task. It was likely that all the Kiki Lu in Ember County would know that someone from Lion City came here to stir trouble. He touched the long sword at his back, already formulating a plan. All right, then I will give it a try. Luo Li stepped back a step, re-establishing his stance in the private room. But this would be an act of coercion. I believe you do not possess the relevant documents to justify this, as it would violate the business law. Boss, you misunderstand. We have been operating in Ember County for so many years based on integrity and reputation. His tone was sincere with just the right amount of submissiveness. I would never dare to force you to consume. If you were to leave without even tasting a sip, word would get out and others would think our Kiki Lu has no qualifications. If you were to leave without even tasting a sip, word would get out and others would think our Kiki Lu has no qualifications to even let esteemed guests sample our products. He paused slightly, observing Luo Li's expression, and seeing that he did not immediately rebut, he continued in an earnest tone. 3 esteemed bosses, just consider it a small favor for me. Please choose 1 or 2 varieties to try to gauge the quality of our goods. If you truly feel they do not meet your expectations, I will not charge you anything. The manager had encountered too many customers like Luo Li who feigned modesty and were picky at first. He could almost envision how the 3 in front of him would, after inhaling the bottled joy, have their pretentious calmness unravel, replaced by intoxication, ecstasy, and even madness. Do you want a drink? Tuxia was a bit confused. Although bottled joy is harmless to the body, the medical institution often uses it as a standard medication for patients to relieve pain and anxiety. Tuxia had seen baby-specific bottled joy at her home in the 10th pillar, specially provided for those incessantly crying infants. However, this type is generally of low intensity, merely bringing joy to the body and mind, but what the manager took out was clearly not that. She had heard of cases where people, after consuming certain extreme joys, would lose control, tremble uncontrollably, or even die on the spot. For a novice who has never tried bottled joy to start with something so intense, this is a death wish, as Zyakunin intended to let the charming sister take the big risk. Tuxia glanced at Lolly for help, hoping her unexpected superior could say something, but she saw Lolly sit back down on the sofa in the private room, removing the long sword from behind and slamming it on the ground beside her. This is what you said. If I'm not satisfied, I won't pay a single cent. The manager said earnestly. You will definitely be satisfied. Noticing that Huai Sheng and Tuxia were looking at her, Lolly reached for a decisive moment. Next to it was temptation. Don't get me wrong, he was more curious about what kind of joy the power-wielding pillar employees possessed. The manager looked eager, desperately wanting to see how this pretentious guest would react after drinking the bottled joy. He was quite confident in his goods, believing no guest could resist such intense emotions. Luoli opened the metal cap. There was no strong fragrance as he expected. He looked at the liquid in the bottle, then up at the eager expression on the manager's face, and then under everyone's gaze he tilted his head and drank the liquid in one gulp. At the same time, Luoli's fingers pressed against the sword hilt, the sword slightly drawn, exuding a barely noticeable delicate floral scent. Tranquility, no painful spasms, no ecstatic tremors, not even the slightest change in expression. Luoli just sat there quietly, as if what he had just consumed was merely a glass of water. He even smacked his lips, as if savoring something. Time seemed to freeze. The smile on the manager's face gradually became stiff. The expected ugly reaction did not appear, which made him feel a twinge of unease. Luoli slowly raised his head, his dead fish eyes looking at the manager, boring to the core. Impossible. This bottle of temptation of power should have been enough to make anyone with even a slight desire for power succumb instantly. How could it be boring to the core? Could it be that he had worked in the world pillar, raising his threshold? But how could that be possible? Look at his age, look at his attire. He clearly looked like a nouveau riche handling things. But the manager would rather believe that Lawley had already experienced the pleasure of power in the world pillar than believe there was a problem with his goods. Try another one and maybe this bottle just isn't to your taste. The manager pushed another bottle of bottled joy towards Lawley. This one will definitely suit you. Lawley glanced at it casually, opened the cap, and drank it all down. Then he quietly looked at the manager, and then the manager's eyes twitched, not giving up, and handed over another bottle one after another, as Lawley gulped down the colorful liquids, as if drinking water. The anticipation on the manager's face shifted from eager to stiff, from stiff to bewildered, from bewildered to terrified, and finally turned into a complete doubt about life. He had been in this business for more than a decade, seen all kinds of customers, addicted, broken, ecstatic, dependent. He had never seen, nor could he understand, how a person could be completely immune to all these carefully refined and magnified extreme emotions, even feeling bored. Even Tixia beside him gasped, "Wow, so pretentious. Boring. Since that's the case, move aside. We should leave now." Lawley dropped the metal bottle in his hand, looking at the manager, who could no longer speak. He stood up, easily lifting the long sword again, and Tixia and Huaisheng also stood up, ready to leave this place that made the manager doubt his life. Just as Lawley's hand was about to touch the private room's doorknob, the door was pulled open from the outside. The handlers who had previously been lurking in the corridor had disappeared without a trace. In their place stood a solitary figure at the door. It was a tall, thin man dressed in a well-tailored dark gray long coat, the hem falling straight down. He wore a slightly retro dark gentleman's hat, the brim pulled low, casting most of his face into shadow under the deliberately dim light of the corridor, revealing only his sharply defined jawline and a pair of pale lips. "Please hold on. I have never seen anyone completely unresponsive to bottled joy like you. Are you a saint with no desires, or a debauched villain with a threshold so high that even these cannot touch your soul in the slightest?" Lawley's hand was already on the sword hilt. The man before him gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. After years of crawling and rolling on the borders, he could sniff out various dangers. The man entered the private room, seeing the trembling manager, and extended his gloved hand, gripping tightly with his ugh. The manager let out a shrill, inhuman scream, his whole body seemingly grasped by an invisible giant force around his throat, lifting him from the corner and suspending him in midair. His limbs thrashed and struggled wildly, his eyes bulging bloodshot, and the expression of collapse and bewilderment from earlier was now replaced with fear and pain. His limbs were contracting, bones twisting, as if the man was stuffing him into a metal bottle like dough. You people from the 13th pillar are truly disgusting. The more bound by rules, the dirtier the emotions become. As soon as he finished speaking, without giving Lawley any time to respond, he directly raised his right hand covered in a black glove towards the three, as if dealing with cockroaches at home, cold and indifferent. A clear sword whistle echoed. The sword, glistening coldly, suddenly tore through the silence of the private room. Lawley's sword was already drawn with no unnecessary movements, the sword's edge pointing straight at the man ahead, severing certain invisible presences in the air, and the fluttering petals instantly enveloped Lawley's sword. "Run!" Huaisheng simultaneously activated a hidden divine technique, causing the walls of the private room to vanish in an instant. He grabbed Tixia's waist and rushed towards the artificially created exit. Even as the turbulent waves surged within him, Huaisheng still recognized the identity of the opponent, Stanford Terrelin. Upon recognizing the face beneath the gentleman's hat, Lawley immediately recalled the image from the association's commission for Zone 3. Stan 2 had not even attempted to disguise himself. Why would a wanted criminal from Zone 3 appear in a commission for Zone 1? Yet Lawley had no time to ponder the reason for his presence. The long sword in her hand swung through the dim space, carving several silver arcs, and petals began to scatter. The opponent was formidable. The man before her was entirely different from any mystic she had encountered before, and what surprised Lawley the most was, "Do you have a license? How dare you kill without one?" In the Empire, this was a serious crime that required exorbitant compensation, enough to bankrupt an entire enterprise. If one could not repay their debts, the collection team would come to seize all of the offender's possessions. Stan 2, upon hearing this, seemed to have heard something utterly ridiculous, his eyes filled with mockery. "I've already killed, and you still ask me about a license?" Before his words had faded, he merely tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot. Boom! The floor of the private room instantly shattered and disintegrated like fragile glass. Before his words had faded, he merely tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot. Boom! The floor of the private room instantly shattered and disintegrated like fragile glass. The sturdy floor turned into countless tiny stones, and dust, losing all support. Suddenly feeling weightless, everyone was seized by a sensation of free fall. Lawley adjusted her center of gravity, her long sword traced an arc in the air. The tip lightly touched the falling debris, using it to flip herself over, her clothes billowing in the rush of air. With several muffled thuds, the three of them fell into the hall on the first floor. In the lavish hall, countless guests were immersed in their own pleasures, and the sudden loud crash along with the three descending figures instantly shattered this extravagant tranquility. Oh! Cries of shock erupted around them. The crystal chandelier swayed violently, casting fragmented shadows. Luo Li knelt on one knee to cushion her fall, her longsword embedded in the ground to steady herself. Huixing at the moment of landing forcibly twisted his body, rolling with Tixia to dissipate the impact. Though it was clumsy, they managed to land safely. However, the crisis was far from over. Debris and fragments of furniture continued to rain down from above, causing even greater panic. The crowd screamed and scattered, knocking over tables and chairs, shattering bottles, turning the once elegant venue into chaos. At the same time, Stan Tu's figure appeared at the center of the hall, ignoring the panicked crowd, fleeing around him, a hint of barely perceptible confusion on his face. Strange, why is my mystical art ineffective? Run! Huixing shouted again, employing a secret mystical art to conceal the three of their figures, hoping to escape amidst the chaos. Huixing's understanding of various mystical arts across the continent far surpassed that of Luo Li and Tixia. Because of this understanding, just a single encounter allowed him to be certain. This deconstruction mystic was nearly of the upper-tier level. They were simply not on the same level. Deconstruction mystics excel in disassembly and composition. The ability to bottle joy is one such manifestation. However, powerful deconstruction mystics can do much more than merely bottle human emotions. They can bottle human beings themselves, and even various abstract concepts that lack physical form. Huixing still remembered how easily Stan Tu had crafted a jar containing bottled humanity. This was no ordinary feat for a deconstruction mystic. With the secret mystical art in effect, the presence, breath, and even existence of the three were instantly erased from the hall, blending into the background noise and chaos. Using the cover of the panicked crowd, they hurriedly darted towards the nearest exit. Stan Tu stood still, not immediately pursuing. A hidden mystic? And quite skilled at that. It seems they are those dogs from the Department of Justice. How what good luck unexpectedly gaining some unexpected rewards. Deconstruction mystic art ceiling. The movements of the dozens of guests running ahead froze instantly, and amidst their piercing yet brief wails they rapidly collapsed and deformed, transforming into palm-sized metal bottles that clinked as they fell to the ground, rolling and spreading out. What is this? Tixia gazed at the horrifying scene at the exit, her footsteps halting. In the moment that the three were stunned, guests were continuously being sealed within metal bottles. This scene surged towards Luo Li and the others like a roaring tide. Can your mystical art withstand this? Luo Li asked. At the very least, it must be a mystic of the distinguished scholar level. Huixing's words carried his usual sharpness. If it weren't for the two of you, I might have had a chance to escape. A hidden mystic can escape without many being able to stop them. When he escaped from the Department of Justice, he certainly wasn't as indecisive as he was now. Indeed, a calm life could gradually rust one's brain. When he escaped from the Department of Justice, he certainly wasn't as indecisive as he was now. Indeed, a calm life could gradually rust one's brain. Yet for some reason, he could always recall that morning when Luo Li buried a girl named Sui. TSK. Huixing closed his eyes, clicking his tongue. I truly regret meeting you both. If you really wanted to escape alone, why would you say such forced words to us? Tixia shouted. Stop being dramatic, think of a way out. Huixing, take Tixia and leave. Luo Li's voice was exceptionally calm as she stepped forward, completely blocking the two from the wave of metal bottles. The long sword hung by her side, the tip lightly touching the ground. A rich floral fragrance had already begun. Are you crazy? Huixing exclaimed. That is a mystic specifically dispatched by the association, a powerful one. Without giving the two any time to react before their hands could even extend to stop her, Luo Li had already charged out with her sword, the long sword tearing through the hidden mystical art that had been cast upon her, entwined with floating illusory petals, heading straight for Stan Tu at the center of the hall. The sword blade descended. Stan Tu's mystical art became tranquil as if it had never existed. The tide of metal bottles in the hall abruptly halted, and the guests not yet sealed in bottles looked on in terror at the young figure that appeared out of nowhere along with that seemingly ordinary longsword. Stan Tu sidestepped to avoid the descending sword, his coat fluttering in the wind created by the blade. His sharp gaze turned to Luo Li. I found you. You actually made my mystical art ineffective. Stan Tu removed his hat, asking in a deep voice, are you a handler? Perhaps from some upper tier? I don't seem to have heard of you. An interesting trick. I originally just wanted to squash a few disgusting bugs, but I didn't expect today to bring me so many surprises. His words had not yet fallen, and the 5 fingers covered by gloves opened once more, directly aimed at Luo Li. The deconstruction divine art gravity dissolution caused the ruined hall to feel as if its foundation had been violently pulled away by an invisible hand, and Luo Li felt a sudden lightness beneath his feet, his body floating uncontrollably upwards. Not just him, but shattered tables, toppled wine glasses, crumbling stones, and even large carpets, along with the terrified screams of guests. Everything not anchored to the ground was lifted off the floor. This deconstruction sorcerer could even dissolve gravity. Luo Li forced his body to twist, his long sword pointing in the air, using the slight reaction force to adjust his posture, while the black hem of his robe floated silently in the weightless environment. He looked at Stan Tu, who remained firmly in place, as if the gravity dissolution had no effect on him. Luo Li's body twisted in the void, his longsword drawing a bright silver arc. The tranquility brought by the miracle acted upon the divine art enveloping the hall, and debris crashed down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before the dust settled, Luo Li charged like a released arrow. He gave no chance for his opponent to cast another divine art, the longsword cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh, aiming directly for Stan Tu's chest. A flash of ferocity flickered in Stan Tu's eyes, and that hand clad in a dark leather glove moved as swiftly as lightning, not dodging at all, but accurately grasping the sword's edge. Clang! The jarring sound of metal clashing erupted. Sparks flew where the glove met the blade. A tremendous force surged from the sword, and Luo Li felt a numbness in his arm. The sword's trajectory involuntarily veered, grazing past Stan Tu's shoulder and only tearing a small piece of his overcoat. Missing his strike, Luo Li slashed downward, aiming at Stan Tu's waist. Stan Tu reacted swiftly, again using his gloved hand to deflect Luo Li's attack. Their figures intertwined in the swirling dust. The sword light and palm shadows clashed like two entangled bolts of lightning, each collision erupting with the shrill clang of metal and flying sparks. Clang! Stan Tu's fist hammered down onto Luo Li's sword, causing Luo Li to stagger backward, leaving two shallow furrows in the ground beneath him. Breathing heavily, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, mixing with the dust on his skin. Looking at the clearly disadvantaged Luo Li, Stan Tu's brow furrowed deeper. He had encountered this feeling of being unable to use divine arts before. Facing certain top-tier sorcerers or powerful technological pillars could cause such effects. But someone like this young man, relying solely on a longsword and that strangely drifting pedal, could so precisely and thoroughly suppress his divine arts. This was far from ordinary. Yet he was undeniably too weak. The power behind his sword was akin to that of a child at play, and his physical strength was even inferior to that of a high-tier human processor. Stan Tu suspected that even if he made no defense, his opponent would not be able to strike his head off in the first instance. "We have no grievances or grudges. Why do you attack us?" With a wound on his forehead from the debris, Luo Li wiped away the dripping blood, and "We have no grievances or grudges. Why do you attack us?" With a wound on his forehead from the debris, Luo Li wiped away the dripping blood and faced Stan Tu with his sword. Luo Li simply could not comprehend why he and his companions were being attacked by such a high-ranking powerhouse. It may have been true earlier, but now it's different. Stan Tu's gaze swept over Luo Li, then over his shoulder, trying to find a certain figure behind him. "There's a dog from the Department of Justice here. If you're willing to step aside, I have no desire to contend with a powerhouse like you." Stan Tu's gaze swept over Luo Li, then over his shoulder, trying to find a certain figure behind him. "There's a dog from the Department of Justice here. It seems you are determined to die alongside him." Before his words fell, Stan Tu surged forth again. But this time his target was not Luo Li himself, but the area behind Luo Li where Huaisheng and Tixia were fleeing. He intended to use an area effect divine art to flush out the hidden rat. Deconstruction divine art, spatial dissolution. The space trembled, the vision blurred, and the concept of space was being dissolved and encapsulated by Stan Tu. Distorted light began to converge in his hands as he aimed to completely lock down this area. Luo Li gripped his sword with both hands, his eyes slightly closed as the unyielding sword technique surged within his soul, a fine dark sword mark cutting through the hall. "Open your eyes." In an instant, a burst of blossoms erupted, and where the sword mark reached, Stan Tu's divine art instantly collapsed. "Indeed, this divine art is ineffective against you." It seemed he had come to an understanding, and Stan Tu produced a vial of bottled human. He opened the metal cap and drank it down in one gulp. Gulp! The sound of swallowing echoed clearly in the silent hall. Most divine arts users, when faced with their relied upon divine arts completely failing, would likely fall into panic and terror. Not all divine arts users could maintain overwhelming combat power after losing their divine arts. But he was Stan Tu Telron. Stan Tu Telron massacred an entire branch of the Continental Association within the fifth pillar. All members were turned into bottled humans by him. Consuming bottled humans grants temporary access to the abilities of the original material, and at this moment Stan Tu possessed bottled humans from all the processors of that entire association branch. In an instant, Luo Li recalled the introduction from the association's commission, and the long sword in his hand felt heavy. This was not an enemy who simply relied on divine arts, but a monster carrying the abilities of every processor from that entire association branch. In the blink of an eye, Stan Tu vanished from where he stood, instantly crossing over 10 meters to close in on Luo Li's face. His overcoat had been torn by the previous sword mark, turning into countless ragged strips, yet his right hand, clad in a dark glove, reached for the long sword. "This bottled human's original material grants me confidence in my speed, and it seems to indeed be effective." Luo Li barely had time to fully raise his longsword. Relying solely on his fighting instincts, he desperately twisted his wrist inward, attempting to parry the grasp with his sword guard. But Stan Tu had somehow produced a second bottle of bottled human and drank it down. Gulp. The second swallow rang out like a death knell. This time what erupted from him was not speed, but overwhelming power. The muscles of his right arm bulged, and the 5 fingers beneath the dark glove seemed to transform into unbreakable iron claws grasping the sword guard that Luo Li had raised. Crack! A sound that made one's teeth ache. A metallic sound of unbearable strain suddenly exploded. Luo Li's cheap longsword could no longer withstand this force that far exceeded its limits. In the moment Stan Tu's fingers closed, the sword guard shattered first, followed by cracks that spread like a plague across the entire blade. Bang! The longsword completely shattered. Countless shards shimmering with a faint floral scent shot out in all directions like teardrops. Some shards even embedded deeply into Luo Li's arm and cheek, drawing fine lines of blood. The tremendous impact surged through the remaining sword hilt, and Luo Li's right arm holding the sword emitted a clear sound of bone cracking. The excruciating pain caused his vision to darken, and he was uncontrollably thrown backward. Fragments of the shattered sword blade swept past his eyes. In his hand, only the hilt and a broken piece of the sword remained. Even the crossguard had been smashed in the previous onslaught. This standard long sword had accompanied Luo Li for a long time, from the dilapidated office on Mousetail Street to the brilliant night of breaking through 8 districts during the bidding day, and now it was fracturing piece by piece in this battle. The sword is broken. Even with some money on him now, Luo Li was not in a hurry to buy a new long sword. After all, the suitability of a weapon was the most important. Moreover, with his current sword skills, it would be incredibly difficult to break the sword he held. But who would have thought that he would get involved in a high-level battle, like stepping out of the novice village with a bronze sword gifted by the blacksmith, only to encounter the final Demon King. Having used the sword for so long, he had developed some feelings for it. He truly felt sorry. Holding the broken sword in his hand, blood flowed down his right arm. He had delayed for so long that Huai Sheng and Ti Xia should have successfully escaped. Now Luo Li needed to think about how to make his getaway. Luo Li's miracle granted him the ability to bring tranquility to all things. He could even force divine techniques into silence, compelling the divine technique user to engage him in close combat. Logically speaking, most of these pampered divine technique users were not good at close combat, but Stan Tu was different. Stan Tu rubbed his wrist and said, "Your sword is broken." He took a step forward, his boot grinding over the glimmering shards on the ground. What a pity, such a poor weapon. Your ability to nullify divine techniques is wasted on this junk, like a pearl covered in dust. But it's still impressive that you've managed to hold me off for so long with this assembly line product. Luo Li coughed up blood, gasping for breath. The sword is indeed somewhat lacking, but it's enough to cut you. Stan Tu stared at the young man before him, tapping the hem of his trench coat with his fingers. Why would a powerhouse like you protect a lackey of the Empire? Or is it that you, the 13th pillar, have truly rotted to the core, assimilating with this nauseating pillar? I don't want to be accused by someone who indiscriminately kills others and turns them into bottles. I am a murderer and I am self-aware, but I won't hypocritically cover my crimes with legal documents. Stan Tu rubbed his brow. Discussing this with you is meaningless. That hidden sorcerer has already fled, and the divine technique users of the metropolis should be arriving soon. Are you equally dirty? Once you are bottled, you'll know. As Stan Tu's words fell, his dark-gloved right hand lunged toward Luo Li's face, while he swallowed the third bottle of bottled humans of violent power, surging through his body. Watching the movements of Stan Tu's throat, Luo Li felt a visceral disgust. At his feet rolled the bottled guests who had been sealed by Stan Tu. These are all humans. Luo Li lowered his gaze. Even though he did not know these guests, he still felt pity for himself and them. The first thought that crossed his mind upon seeing Stan Tu sealing humans into bottles was the audacity of killing without a license. Luo Li's eyes were devoid of joy or sorrow. He did not retreat. Instead, he faced the oncoming hand and slowly raised the remaining hilt of the broken sword along with a small piece of the blade. Even if it was just a broken blade in his hands, it was still a sword. Just as Stan Tu's palm was about to touch the hilt, in the stream of the uncut final form tranquil land, there was no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling brilliance. Only an endless tranquil sea of blooming flowers suddenly replaced the shattered hall, drowning all the blood and chaos. In the depths of the flower sea, Luo Li stood with the broken sword. He looked at this flower sea that he had once again caused. This was the miracle granted to mortals by the starry sky, but this flower sea could not directly provide Luo Li with any power enhancement. His body remained frail. Stan Tu found himself not in ruins, but standing on an endless expanse of fields laid with cherry blossoms. Absolute silence, absolute peace. The power contained within the bottled humans he had consumed had completely vanished, and the divine techniques he took pride in seemed to have never existed in this world. He felt as if he had become the most ordinary mortal, gently wrapped in this sea of flowers. This was the final form of the uncut stream, a manifestation of a miracle unleashed at full strength, seeming like an illusion, yet incredibly real. The flower sea swayed silently. Stan too stood within it, feeling a strange sensation of being completely restrained, causing him to momentarily lose focus as he looked incredulously at this scene that exceeded all his expectations. This is... The broken sword had already swung down. Stan Tusk's pupils contracted sharply. In a critical moment, his strong combat instincts made him jerk backward, simultaneously blocking with his left arm. Swish! The broken blade did not reach his throat, but fiercely slashed across the outside of his left arm, drawing a line of glaring blood droplets, instantly staining his dark sleeve red. A sharp pain hit him. Stan too grunted, but his right hand struck down toward the broken sword in Luo Li's hand again. The standard long sword that had accompanied Luo Li for so long finally shattered completely under this blow. The hilt exploded, and the last metal fragments flew from Luo Li's fingers like withering petals, completely rendered useless. However, Luo Li's right hand, naturally released forward due to the sword's shattering, did not retract or block. Instead, fueled by that momentum, his 5 fingers suddenly clenched tightly. Abandoning the sword, he made a fist. He gathered all the remaining strength in his body and seized Stan Tusk's attacks, recoil, his fist smashing toward the side of Stan Tusk's temple. Stan Tusk's vision went dark in an instant. His strong body uncontrollably staggered backward, losing balance and crashing heavily into the flower sea several meters away, splashing a flurry of petals. Almost at the same time, Stan too flew backward. The power maintaining the tranquil land also reached its limit. The cherry blossom sea violently fluctuated rapidly, becoming transparent like an illusion in water, ultimately vanishing without a trace. The scene of ruins returned. Chaos and dust rushed in. Luo Li maintained his punching posture, breathing heavily as the sharp pain from his fractured right arm and the emptiness of his body surged again, nearly causing him to falter. He looked at Stan too, who was struggling to rise from the rubble, his gaze cold. Stan too shook his head, dizzy from the pain, barely propping up his upper body with his hands. He touched his painfully throbbing temple, his fingertips stained with blood. He raised his head, his gaze toward Luo Li filled with a trace of panic that even he himself had not noticed. Luo Li's body had already reached its limit, while Stan too still had the ability to act. Damn! Stan too staggered to his feet, completely devoid of his previous poise. Suddenly, a clear, steady voice imbued with undeniable authority resonated throughout the ruined hall silence. I have made a contract with this place. The earth will remember this chaos. Anyone who violates my pillar's laws shall be punished. The official order sorcerer had arrived, and Stan too picked up the hat that had fallen to the ground, clutching it tightly. Since you've chosen to protect the Empire's lackey, perhaps I should remind you that the Judicial Department has acquired some serious items from the outskirts of the 5th pillar. You might regret your choice today in the near future. But it doesn't matter, we shall meet again. Watching Stan too disappear into the hall, the already exhausted Luo Li collapsed to the ground with a thud. He could only vaguely hear the sounds of battle outside. It seemed Stan too had fought through a bloody path amidst the official sorcerer's encirclement and fled far away. So strong. This was the last thought in Luo Li's mind before he fell unconscious. Boss, wake up. Don't die. I will cry, I really will cry. Aren't you a citizen of the 10th pillar? What happened to the potions produced by your pillar? Don't tell me you didn't bring any into the Empire. I was detained by customs when I entered. They still haven't returned them to me. Boo-hoo, how could these people be so bad? This is the Electrical Engineering College. If you do not put in the effort during your freshman year, allowing your thinking to stagnate, and lacking a profound understanding of the Empire's laws, humanity's history, and the logic of social operation, you will only be left to pursue engineering disciplines. Only those who do not grasp the liberal arts will choose the sciences. Considering your future employment, if you wish to enter the imperial system, liberal arts students have a natural advantage. Can science students achieve that? Even if science students enter the system, their promotion within the hierarchy will always be inferior. In summary, the arts surpass the sciences. I hope you can remember this clearly. The freshman year is the most crucial year of your college life. Your performance during the first semester will directly determine whether you can enter a liberal arts major or sink into the lower tier sciences. She looked outside the college where a group of freshmen was being educated by third-year seniors and felt a pang of discomfort. She was a typical science student studying in the Electrical Engineering College belonging to the lower strata of Dongjing University. She knew that what the senior said was true. Graduates in liberal arts, especially those from law and business management majors, indeed possess a natural advantage when applying for the imperial system, and their promotion paths are much smoother. As for their science students, no matter how skilled they are in the eyes of many, they are merely seen as those who screw and bolt. The vast majority of Dongjing University students aim to graduate and secure a position in a pillar of the world, ultimately becoming someone of importance, but once they are shifted to a science major, that goal would shrink by half, relegating them to a lesser status. She felt a heavy knot in her heart, wondering why she hadn't worked hard during her freshman year. What good was regretting it in her sophomore year? Moreover, she had yet to master a single order art, becoming an order sorcerer. Isn't that she? The short she lowered her head, biting her lip, unable to lift her face under the immense pressure of their rank. Electrical Engineering College sophomore ranking 98. Electrical Engineering College sophomore ranking 88. They were indeed top-tier students, and Vini, she grew more anxious. Students at this level had generally mastered several order arts. The short Vini, she lowered her head, biting her lip, unable to lift her face under the immense pressure of their rankings. Until one of them snatched her backpack and shook out the assignments for today. Please don't take my assignments. Vini's voice trembled with a hint of crying as she tried to reach for the assignment book held high above her, but the height difference rendered her efforts futile. Ha ha ha, the strong must harshly humiliate the weak. She was about to become a victim of academic bullying. The girls swiftly distributed the assignments, finishing all of Vini's work for the day with the aid of their sorcery. Ha ha ha, a poor student still wants to study. Oh, pay close attention to the answers. I won't look. I won't look. How did you secretly purchase a study guide? Hold her down. Seeing the humiliation on Vini's face, the top-ranking girl grew even more excited as she solved the problems, finishing the entire study guide in front of Vini, and then flashed a satisfied smile, saying, well, your study guide is quite decent, but there's just not enough content. Vini's questions were thoroughly exhausted, and only then did the girls leave. She felt so miserable. Vini cleaned up the mess on the floor, putting away the filled study guide and assignments back into her backpack, and with her head down she walked past the freshmen being educated at the college entrance. Vini cleaned up the mess on the floor, putting away the filled study guide and assignments back into her backpack, and with her head down she walked past the freshmen being educated, but fortunately she had actually obtained a single room, which was truly great for someone like Vini, she who was not good at socializing. Generally speaking, as long as one successfully enters the top 5, becoming an order sorcerer is almost a certainty. She had rarely heard of any student from the top 5 who could not become an order sorcerer. Even those with mediocre aptitude would typically master at least one order art before their junior year. Dongbu Zhengfa University offers students an introductory order art called Order Art Self-Discipline Control, and students strive for extreme self-discipline to pray for mastery of this introductory art, aiming to join the ranks of sorcerers. However, this kind of self-discipline is not something an ordinary person can accept. The essence of self-discipline is to set rules for oneself and strictly adhere to them, but rules without punishment are ineffective. Thus, every student learning order art self-discipline control must impose a harsh cost on themselves. For instance, if they wake up late by a few minutes, they must carve the phrase persist in self-discipline on their arm with a knife multiple times. If their score on a minor test fails to meet their set target, they must sever half of their hand, and then seek medical help at the school hospital to have it reattached. But this posed a dilemma for Vini. She could not harm herself. It was not due to fear of pain or lack of funds for treatment, but rather the literal meaning of being unable to harm herself. Once again, she took out the small knife, given as a welcome gift from the school, aiming it at her right hand. Because she failed to complete today's assignments to the required quality and quantity according to the self-discipline rules, she must pierce her palm. However, the moment the knife touched her hand, a layer of imperceptible membrane enveloped the knife tip, preventing Vini from exerting any further force. At the same time, only she could see the golden letters flickering before her eyes. Please protect my daughter, and let her grow up happily and safely. Time remaining 1,778 days. Vini, she once again thrust the knife into her right hand, causing that line of golden text to change. Time remaining 1,777 days. It was always like this. Every time she attempted to harm herself, or was harmed by the outside world, this layer of membrane would protect her. And that line reading time remaining would decrease with each instance of her suffering harm. Others could enforce the rules through physical pain by imposing severe costs on themselves to earn the favor of the sorcery. But for her, she could not even manage to harm herself. Yet Vini, she felt a pang in her heart whenever she saw that line of text. Feeling defeated, she let go of her hand, and the knife clattered onto the old desk. She looked at her intact right hand, and then at the wall where a sheet of paper filled with harsh self-discipline rules was pinned, a set of rules she was destined to be unable to implement. She felt so miserable. Vini, she did not know what would happen once the countdown ended, but at that moment, she felt trapped, confined within the humble identity of a science student, ensnared in this dilapidated dormitory, unable to even choose her own pain. She curled up, burying her face in her knees, her small figure illuminated by the flickering light. Vini, she fell asleep, her consciousness gradually sinking into a haze wrapped in fatigue and grievance. In a daze, she felt herself floating lightly, as if her soul had broken free from the shackles of her body, swaying upwards towards a misty sky. A compassionate lady enveloped her in a cloud-like embrace as she swayed in the wind. The lattice voice was ethereal and dreamlike as she leaned over a soft cloud, whispering in Vini's ear. You have heard the inspiration of miracles, miracle pain fire. Your suffering has received the mercy of the starry sky. Your frail body will ignite all things with pain fire. Cost, you will face a disaster once a week. If this week's disaster does not harm you, then the disaster next week will intensify. Can drinking this make me stronger? Vinixie nervously stared at the canister in front of her. Miracle Pain Fire. Cost: you will suffer a disaster every week. If this week's disaster does not harm you, the disaster you face next week will intensify. This line of text had been hovering in Vnyx's mind for some time. She did not understand what it meant. At first, she even thought she had fallen victim to some new form of divine scheme scam. Some unconventional sorcerers in the metropolis would cast spells on their victims, then reappear before them, informing them that they were cursed and that a hefty fee was required to lift it. However, several days passed without any mysterious sorcerer coming to demand money. The words simply floated quietly, as if they were an inherent part of her existence. Moreover, what terrified her the most was that she had indeed suffered the disasters mentioned in the cost. The first time was the day after the words appeared. The old chandelier in her residence fell without warning and crashed. The second time was a week later when she was eating in the cafeteria and unexpectedly encountered a gas explosion. If it weren't for the protective layer of light surrounding her, Vnyx suspected she would have already appeared on the Eastern Political University's list of critical incidents. Accidental death is not an excuse for skipping class, and the university despises students who break the rules. And the cost of being protected by the light layer was that her remaining time had drastically decreased by over 40 days. 2 accidents, 2 narrow escapes from death. This made her fully realize that she seemed to be entangled in something extremely wrong, yet she dared not report it to her teachers, as that would be equivalent to seeking her own demise. Miracle. Vnyx seemed to realize how high the level of this power was, yet according to the line of text, she should have already mastered this miracle. But why did she feel nothing at all? However, compared to this inexplicable power, Vnyx was more concerned about how to preserve her own life. As someone who wasn't even a sorcerer, yet she needed to find a means of self-defense. This week marked the 3rd week, and the disaster of this week had yet to occur. An anxious Vnyx arrived at Embers County, where she found a seller online dealing in products from the 5th pillar. She had long heard of this pillar, renowned for maximizing human resources, allowing every citizen to benefit from it. Entering a quirky shop in the outskirts of Embers County, the owner checked Vnyx's student ID from Eastern Political University and instantly beamed with joy, warmly inviting her to take a seat. "If I drink this, can I become a sorcerer of order?" The owner shook his head. "Student, this is bottled potential. After consuming it, you can only gain the potential to become a sorcerer. I cannot guarantee that you will definitely become a sorcerer." Vnyx's head drooped immediately, her eyelids hanging in disappointment. "But..." The owner shifted his tone. "Since you managed to get into the top 5, it shows that you are just one opportunity away from becoming a sorcerer. This can of bottled potential might just be your final chance." "Potential can also be bottled?" Vnyx asked. "Of course." As he spoke, the owner's interest peaked. "The 5th pillar is different from the Empire. There, when each of us is born, unnecessary potential is removed, and we can obtain the most suitable potential at a low cost." Perhaps describing it as potential is not entirely accurate. The bottled items can be more detailed, such as intelligence, physical ability, or certain talents. "Why remove unnecessary potential?" Vnyx instinctively asked. "Does the child of a craftsman need musical talent? Does the child of a laborer need the talent of a sorcerer? The child of a workshop worker does not need excessively high intelligence either. In our 5th pillar, these resources are allocated to the most suitable individuals." The owner suddenly remembered something. "I forgot, you might not understand. The 5th pillar is different from the Empire. Our social relationships are usually bonded by kinship." Vnyx couldn't comprehend. After all, she was merely a science student focused on trivial matters. "How fascinating," she murmured softly. "How are these bottled potentials made?" Sorry, I shouldn't pry into your trade secrets." "It's all right." The owner knew that students from Eastern Political University are significant clients. If he could introduce his business into the university, it would be a great honor for him. Moreover, as an immigrant from the 5th pillar, he was also keen to share about his homeland. It's possible to create bottled humans directly to achieve effects similar to bottled potential, but that is incredibly wasteful and the results are poor. Killing is also a very extravagant affair in the 5th pillar. Thus, later sorcerers developed gentler spells, allowing them to subdivide the various concepts that make up humanity for bottling, while ensuring that the raw materials remain unharmed. "Then what about this bottled potential? My skills are insufficient. I could only kill one sorcerer of order and turn him into bottled potential." The owner squinted, lighting a cigarette. "In the Empire, killing is much easier than I imagined. A stamped iron contract can force many people to their deaths, even if they are sorcerers. Killing. Ignoring this outcry, the owner pointed at the small bottle in front of Vnyx with his cigarette-clad fingers. "So this bottled potential is yours, student. Do you have enough money?" Vnyx cautiously pulled out a platinum shield-shaped coin from the depths of her pocket. "Can I use a shield coin?" The owner's finger paused, and amidst the swirling smoke, the casual demeanor and chatter on his face instantly disappeared. "Shield coin." He elongated his tone, nearly dropping the cigarette from his fingers. "If you're willing to pay with a shield coin, I'll accept one from you." Vnyx felt a bit reluctant, as she was torn over whether to spend her only shield coin. The owner did not rush her, merely squinting and leisurely exhaling smoke rings. He was patient, knowing that most young people desperate for power would ultimately choose to compromise, a lesson he had learned from years of smuggling and business. Just as Vinixie bit her lip, almost ready to hand over the shield coin. Heh. Vinixie suddenly turned her head, seeing in the shadow near the shelf a tall, thin figure dressed in a dark trench coat, leaning there unknowingly. He seemed to have always been there, merging with the shadows, until their perception finally captured him at this moment. The color drained from the owner's face, and his fingers holding the cigarette began to tremble violently, ash falling in clusters. He appeared to have seen something extremely terrifying, letting out a strange sound from his throat. St. Stan. The notorious name of Stan II had long spread throughout the Fifth Pillar. This powerful deconstruction master slaughtered an entire branch of the association and successfully escaped amidst the siege of countless official mages. Stan II ignored the boss' nearly collapsing fear. His gaze first fell on Wei Ni, she particularly lingering for a moment on the shield coin in her hand and the bottled potential on the table. Stan II ignored the boss' nearly collapsing fear. His gaze first fell on Wei Ni, she particularly lingering for a moment on the shield coin in her hand and the bottled potential on the table, his expression devoid of emotion, like that of a person examining an object. The boss trembled all over, wanting to plead for mercy or provide an explanation, but he couldn't utter a single coherent syllable. The instinct for survival made him abruptly turn around, and his plump body exploded with unreasonable speed, attempting to rush outside. But just as he took a step, his movements completely froze. Stan II casually raised his right hand, gloved in leather, and made a subtle grasp towards the fleeing figure of the boss. The boss' running motion instantly stiffened, following that his flesh, bones, nerves, and everything that constituted his existence were forcibly separated and collapsed at a visibly rapid pace. In the end, he transformed into a mass of flesh which Stan II stuffed into a bottle. Wei Ni's eyes widened in terror. She had no idea who he was, but everything happening before her almost left her mind blank. Could this be the disaster she was to face in her third week? The first time she was merely struck on the head by a heavy object. The second time, it was just a gas explosion. Yet how was it that the third time she encountered such a powerful mage? Wasn't the difficulty of this disaster too absurdly high? As a student of the Eastern Political University, her understanding of mystical theories far surpassed that of ordinary people. Thus, she immediately realized how powerful the opponent was. Did the protective light membrane that had always shielded her still hold any efficacy? Would she die? Would she also be turned into a bottle by him? She didn't want to die, as she hadn't even become a mage yet, nor had she understood the miracle and what that layer of light truly was. She bit down hard on her lower lip. The shield coin in her hand felt scalding hot. She watched as the man in the trench coat put away the bottle that had been the boss, and then those indifferent eyes turned towards her once again. "They'll give you the shield coin. Oh, please don't kill me." Wei Ni. She suddenly pushed the shield coin forward, her eyes so frightened she could hardly open them. She felt as if time was dragging on unbearably, her hand holding out the shield coin becoming somewhat numb, yet she heard nothing, felt nothing, as quiet as death. Until Wei Ni. She finally opened her eyes, the terrifying mage had already vanished. The instant she confirmed the threat was temporarily lifted, the breath she had been holding in her chest came rushing out. Her legs went soft, unable to support her any longer, and she collapsed directly onto the ground, her back completely soaked with cold sweat. But just as Wei Ni. She was doubting whether this was the disaster she had been scheduled to face this week, the ceiling above her suddenly shattered. She had no time to react at all as large chunks of plasterboard and concrete debris came crashing down like a landslide. Oh! Darkness engulfed her vision. "Please protect my daughter and let her grow up happily and safely." Remaining time 1,700 days. Remaining time 1,689 days. The light membrane once again shielded her, just as it always had. Only the remaining time decreased once more, but there were still several years left. Buried beneath the rubble, Wei Ni. She desperately dug at the stones in front of her, attempting to escape from the ruins. He appeared to be only a few years older than her, dressed in dirty black clothes in an extreme Wei Ni. She instinctively curled up. Through her fingers, she was horrified to see the terrifying man in the trench coat staggering up from the ground, and in front of him stood another man. He appeared to be only a few years older than her, dressed in dirty black clothes in an extremely bad state. His right arm hung unnaturally, clearly broken, his face smeared with blood and grime, but his eyes remained eerily calm. The powerful master who had treated the boss of Kukulu as if he were a mere insect had actually been taken down. She had to escape. Quickly. While the man in the trench coat was down, she had to flee. The desire to survive overwhelmed all curiosity and shock. Wei Ni. She dared not delay. Ignoring the pain and weakness coursing through her body, she scrambled out of the rubble pit, not daring to look back, even once, at the two confronting each other, staggering towards a gap in the collapsed wall. The street outside was equally in disarray. Distant screams of terror and chaotic running sounds echoed. Wei Ni. She blended into the panicked crowd, only wanting to get as far away as possible from this nightmare. She ran, gasping for breath, her lungs burning painfully, and the scene before her became somewhat blurred. At the same time, a voice of authority as thunderous as a storm reverberated through the area's silence. I have signed a contract with this place. The earth will remember this chaos, and those who violate my pillar's laws shall be executed. It was the official order mages. They had finally arrived. With official forces intervening, no matter how strong that mage was, could he still resist the organized order mages? In her education, organized order mages represented an irresistible force of rules. Any individual should bow before them. Yet that mage had actually torn a hole from the encirclement of official mages, vanishing into the intricate shadows of the streets in just a few moves, with a group of order mages closely following, disappearing into the distance. Citizen, report your identity. The order mage from the Public Security Bureau spotted Wei and I, she a cold reprimand breaking her daze. I am a student from the Eastern Political University. Wei and I, she took out her student ID and handed it over. Hello, student. Are you injured anywhere? Do you need us to take you back to school? The mage's demeanor instantly changed. Of course, if you have any understanding of what occurred at the scene, please cooperate with us to take a statement. Wei and I, she nodded, wiped the dust from her face, and prepared to leave with him. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something instinctively, turning her head to look in the direction of her feeling. A pair of frosty white hair danced in the air, and a pair of gray blue eyes were gazing her way, her attire exquisite and out of place amidst the ruins. Wei and I, she couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but the woman with a cold demeanor seemed to be smiling faintly at her. Her small body involuntarily shivered. Greyhawk opened his phone, preparing to pay his friends the friend fee for today. As a skilled social handler, he understood well how to maintain good friendships, and paying a regular amount known as the friend fee was the best way to sustain those relationships. It was akin to lubricating a precision instrument, effectively preventing relationships from rusting, saving both time and effort. He skillfully checked off names from the list: Hank, Maywall 199461118, a old pipe, and added a note: good morning, my friend, here is today's friend fee. Greyhawk categorized friends into lower, middle, and upper friends. He wasn't a stingy person. If maintaining friendships required spending money, he would not hesitate. Apart from friends, the only beings left in this world were those who refused to become his friends, and those unworthy of being his friends. Suddenly a message popped up. It was from a little bear named Ironbeard. Greyhawk initially did not want to reply, as the species, which barely managed to become a friend, could only be considered a pet companion. However, the content of the message caught his attention. Big Brother Greyhawk, Director Luo Li of the Witches Shelter, has been injured in Inbos County and is currently lying in a medical facility. Inbos County. He remembered this place clearly. It was the location of the next district's commission, where Luo Li, as his middle friend, was involved. The association recommended handlers of 3rd tier or above to undertake district commissions. How could anyone get injured and hospitalized in such a trivial commission? Greyhawk furrowed his brows. It seemed he had misjudged the other party's capabilities. Greyhawk immediately deleted Luo Li from his friend list and sent a payment reminder through the banking app, urging Luo Li to repay the friend fee. You are no longer my friend. Luo Li opened his eyes in bed, and the moment he realized he was in a medical facility, he immediately sat up. Why did they bring me to a medical facility? Such a minor injury could be treated by my sister. He was well aware of how high the medical fees could be, while Luo Yang's inspiration divine technique was free. Wait, practicing medicine without a license in the Empire of Grooves seems illegal too. Awake. A man was sitting by the bed, and Luo Li recognized his identity. You are that upper-level one. How impolite. Xiaomu Wanshi rubbed his brow, but given that you managed to confront Stan Tu alone, I will forgive your offense. Was Stan Tu caught? Luo Li asked. He escaped, but he sustained significant injuries. It is unlikely he will appear in the sight of the Order practitioners anytime soon. It seems you have doubts, Xiaomu Wanshi continued. He won't escape. The 13th pillar will not let a publicly law-breaking upper-level powerhouse go, but the matter in Inbos County needs to remain confidential. That group of Order practitioners does not wish for outsiders to know about their failure. I was injured while restraining a wanted criminal. Can the medical expenses be reimbursed? That might be difficult. My sister is a student at Dongzheng University. This is an act of heroism. Can it add to her overall score? If you were a pillar staff member, perhaps it could add points for your sister, but you are currently just an unlicensed social meddler. If you were a pillar staff member, perhaps it could add points for your sister, but you are currently just an unlicensed social meddler. Having been scammed countless times, Luo Li instantly became alert. Did he really look that much like a naive fool who could be manipulated? Did he think he could fish with a straight hook? Xiaomu Wanshi handed Luo Li a game controller. Would you like to try Hamler Battle Royale 47? Dongbu Political and Legal University. Welcome new students to my class. I am your professor for the Basic Divine Techniques Theory course, and you may call me. A middle-aged man with distinct facial features stood at the podium, and beside him floated his title and academic. Associate Professor of the Pre-College Education Institute at Dongbu Political and Legal University, Scholar of the Path to Meeting the Divine. You will complete a semester of study at the Pre-College Institute, and at the end of the term the institute will rank you based on your overall performance and recommend you to different colleges across the university. I will serve as your advisor during the first semester. If you encounter any economic issues regarding your study or life, you can contact me for assistance. I have all the contacts for loan companies in the metropolis, many of which have been verified by your seniors. Before I begin my lesson, let me clarify the rules for this class. Professor Hein lightly stepped on the ground and golden light patterns spread throughout the classroom, which were clearly the Order Practitioner's regulations. Every seat in the classroom must be arranged by me personally. No one is allowed to change seats privately. Violators will receive a score of 0 for their final grade in this course. This student sitting in the front row, what is the occupation of the person funding your university education? Do not lie, O liars will face punishment. Luo Yang, sitting in the second row, watched as a classmate shot up, straightened their body, and faced Professor Hein trembling as they answered, my funder is the general manager of a pre-prepared food factory. Professor Hein frowned. You think you can sit in the front row? Do you understand the rules? Go to the 5th row. Before the classmate could react, their body automatically walked towards the 5th row, taking their books along, and they were. Professor Hein's gaze scanned the 2nd row, and he pointed in the air. You, the one by the window in the 2nd row. What about your university funder? One of Luo Yang's roommates stood up confidently. She was named Sai Mu Si. Luo Yang had only sat with her in the first class due to her invitation. My father is an employee of a world pillar. Professor Hein nodded slightly. What is his rank? K8. The students in the classroom turned their gaze towards the girl who had straightened her back. K8. In the precise rank system of the world pillars, was already vaguely touching the core of the empire's upper echelon. Professor Hein was taken aback and hurriedly asked which department. Which bureau? The air in the classroom seemed to thicken again. The previous rank was merely a quantity, but now the question was about quality, the specific coordinates in the power structure. The department is the key to determining the power quantity. Just like being K8A, the energy and influence in the Commerce Development Bureau and in a department under the Examination Institute could be worlds apart. Sai Mu Si seemed to have anticipated this question, slightly raised her chin, and replied clearly and steadily, the Cross-Pillar Resource Allocation and Risk Assessment Committee under the Ministry of Justice. Professor Hein was overjoyed. Quick, please come to the front row. You really are too clueless. How can you hear the teacher clearly sitting in the 2nd row? Sai Mu Si thanked the professor and winked at her 3 roommates. Sorry, they'll go wait in the front row for you. What about the... With Sai Mu Si's presence, Professor Hein's tone became much gentler. Luo Yang stood up from her seat and answered Professor Hein's question without hesitation. My funder is my brother, and he is a handler. A processor. And Professor Hein's brows, which had just begun to relax, furrowed once more. Professor Hein bore no inherent prejudice against the profession. Rather, he viewed processors as avaricious, unclean parasites upon society. Low-status beings who disrupted social order and typically possessed limited intellect, rendering them ineligible for higher education. Yet he acknowledged that elite high-tier and upper-tier processors existed, meaning the profession's ceiling was by no means low. Indeed, it was a highly specialized vocation upheld by a rare few exceptional individuals. Professor Hein would not dismiss the entire field based on countless ordinary cases. Thus, with measured patience, he pressed further. What rank? In 1st rank processor, Luo Yang replied 6. A subdued murmur rippled through the classroom, so faint yet unmistakable that even Lai Musi, seated in the front row, instinctively covered her mouth in astonishment. In row 7, the seat beside the trash bin. That is yours. It was the last seat in row 7. Perched at the very edge of the classroom, bathed in dim light far from the lectern, and wedged tightly beside the corner where cleaning supplies were stacked, the classroom's exile seat. Luo Yang nodded calmly and strode toward the rear of the classroom, cradling her textbook and pencil case, utterly devoid of shame. Professor Hein then methodically assigned seats to each student one by one until every individual sat precisely where instructed. Only then did he nod in quiet satisfaction. The empire is founded upon an unwavering hierarchy, a pillar of ranked dignity. This is your first lesson. To advance within University City, you must first anchor yourself firmly within your proper station and honor every faculty member and peer whose status stands above yours. Having delivered this final pronouncement, Professor Hein commenced his formal lecture. In divine art originates from the divine. He began with textbook precision. Through faith ritual, or a singular celestial convergence, sentient beings attract the gaze and grace of a deity, and thus become its divine art practitioner, wielding power drawn directly from divinity. Each deity possesses distinct preferences and immutable laws, and the empire venerates order, the divine principle most inclined toward devotees who rigorously uphold rules and sustain systemic stability. In recent years, academia has debated whether the empire's documentation system undermines order, and whether legalizing acts traditionally deemed unlawful constitutes true adherence to order. Does anyone wish to share their perspective? In my classroom, thoughtful analysis and articulate expression will directly enhance your ongoing assessment scores. A young man seated in row 5 raised his hand. Professor Hein, I believe the documentation system does undermine order. True fidelity lies in abolishing such a system and adhering strictly to existing legal statutes. Professor Hein glanced at the student's seat, then erupted, "Dare you presume to critique the pillar's own decrees? Report to the disciplinary chamber after class." The young man slumped into his seat, met by glances oscillating between pity and grim amusement. At that moment Lime Yuzi, seated elegantly at the center of the front row, raised her hand with poised grace. "Professor Hein, I contend the Empire's documentation system does not erode order. Rather, it embodies a higher, more intricate manifestation of order itself." "An excellent response. I hold precisely this view," Professor Hein affirmed, warmly nodding. "Those who claim the documentation system violates order suffer from profound intellectual narrowness. Let us pose a question: does the concept of illegality even exist within the divine gaze? Would order itself deem murder a breach of order, theft a breach, or tea trading a breach? It does not care. And to impose humanity's fleeting, fickle, and inherently limited moral frameworks upon divine will is nothing short of sacrilege and a fundamental misapprehension of order itself. What order demands is never a rigid, inflexible list of prohibitions. What it requires is a sophisticated, all-encompassing system, one capable of integrating, tracking, regulating, and guiding all things, thereby ensuring the holistic stability, continuity, and operational efficiency of the entire cosmic mechanism. As Professor Hein spoke with eloquent authority, Luo Yang absorbed every passage in her textbook with swift, meticulous recall. Though she could not yet gauge its utility, she remembered her brother's solemn instruction: study well. She would master order divine art swiftly, and become a divine art practitioner of order. Unconventionally, mastery of even a single order divine art suffices to earn the title of order practitioner. Yet a single art is wholly insufficient. East Jung University students must accumulate 36 credit points in divine arts to graduate. Each order divine art carries a distinct credit value. For order practitioners, different divine arts function much like distinct cultivation techniques, each yielding unique effects, and thus vary significantly in potency. Take, for instance, order divine art self-discipline regulation, an entry-level technique whose perfected application enables one to entrust bodily functions to divine art, permitting autonomous learning, yet it yields only 1 credit point. Upon concluding foundations of lower-tier divine art, Luo Yang exited the classroom, first heading toward the cafeteria. Though in truth she required no sustenance, she could even metabolize her own flesh to satisfy hunger. Yet Luo Li, upon learning of this, forbade it outright. He refused to let his sister drift ever further into unsettling eccentricity, even if meals cost slightly more. After eating, Luo Yang prepared to return to her dormitory. East Jung University's freshman dormitories were commendably appointed, 4 students per suite each, with private bathroom and small balcony. As Luo Yang opened the door to room 301, an animated conversation spilled forth. Her 3 roommates were already inside. Their voices paused, just for an instant, as she entered, then resumed, though the atmosphere subtly shifted. Luo Yang's back. Lime Yuzi, seated at the window-side desk and delicately adjusting her hair before an ornately carved mirror, greeted her. "How was your first class?" "Professor Hein's lecture was profoundly insightful, wasn't it?" And Luo Yang responded with a quiet then moved toward her bed, positioned directly behind the door. "Insightful, yes, but rather intimidating," interjected Ailey, seated opposite Lime Yuzi. Her father held shares in a mid-sized manufacturing conglomerate. Ailey pressed a hand to her chest, feigning lingering shock. "That poor boy. Straight to the disciplinary chamber. Professor Hein's presence is overwhelming." "Still, Musi, you answered so flawlessly." The professor seemed genuinely pleased, and Lime Yuzi offered a modest, self-possessed smile. "It's nothing extraordinary. I'm aiming for the Faculty of Law after all. One must hold oneself to a higher standard." The Faculty of Law, the apex of East Jung University's academic hierarchy, renowned for its stringent admissions and its graduates' direct pathways to elite institutional leadership. The Faculty of Law. Ailey gasped, eyes wide with envy. "Musi, you're incredible. I've heard graduates are fast-tracked into the Pillar's core legislative bodies. Surely your family has already charted your course." Lime Yuzi merely smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Yet her gaze drifted, deliberate and subtle, toward Luo Yang, who stood quietly organizing her desk. "Luo Yang, what about you? Have you considered which faculty to join? Your brother is a processor, so perhaps, you'd lean toward a more practice-oriented faculty. And electrical engineering might suit you well." Luo Yang asked, "What are the requirements for entering the Faculty of Law?" And Lime Yuzi replied, "Not overly demanding. Simply attain practitioner status under order by the end of your first semester and meet the comprehensive evaluation benchmarks." "Not demanding," Ailey sighed. "Only someone like you, scion of high-ranking officials, could possibly achieve practitioner status so swiftly. I'd be delighted just to become a divine art practitioner by sophomore year." "Understood." Luo Yang made her decision instantly. "And so, Luo Yang, what faculty have you chosen?" And she opened her textbook, her voice cool and steady, utterly unruffled. "The Faculty of Law." Dongzheng University claims to be a school under the watchful eyes of deities and emperors where numerous rules abound. Different academies and areas within the school have their own distinct regulations which often encompass every aspect of students' daily studies and lives. Do you know why there are so many rules in the school? On the street, the dormitory leader of Dormitory 301, Osei Muse, took the lead in raising the topic. Do you know why there are so many rules in the school? On the street, the dormitory leader of Dormitory 301, Osei Muse, took the lead in raising the topic. Osei Muse began to educate her roommates to master or improve certain divine arts. An order mage must establish rules and ensure that a sufficient number of people adhere to these rules. For instance, Professor Hain has set seating and speaking rules in class that serve as a method for him to cultivate specific order-related divine arts. The broader the crowd covered by the rules, and the more thoroughly they are executed, the greater the assistance to the mage's improvement of their divine arts. It is said that our school's principal and academic who studies finance can establish rules in the imperial financial realm, compelling countless investors to abide by her regulations. Her divine arts could even impact regional economies, causing numerous companies to rise or fall into bankruptcy. Ailey inhaled sharply, her eyes filled with longing and awe for such distant power. Seeing her roommate's expression, Osei Muse bit her lip, feeling quite pleased. Her father had told her that to become a powerful order mage, one must possess a strong leadership personality. The ability to make others submit without using divine arts is a foundational skill that all top order mages possess. Osei Muse was not someone who aimed too high, so she wanted to start with the simplest things. First, she would turn everyone in this dormitory into her dogs. Then she would turn all the new students in the preparatory academy into her dogs. Finally, she would turn everyone in the school except those in the law school into her dogs. And now she was already the master of Dormitory 301, currently leading her dog companions to a dinner invitation from a third-year senior. Seeing Luo Yang, who had been silent throughout the conversation, Osei Muse felt a bit uncomfortable. This dog companion seemed rather out of place, as she did not like having a solitary husky frolicking in her team. Osei Muse disliked this feeling, especially in Dormitory 301, where she had just established her leader status. Luo Yang's seemingly passive acceptance of Osei Muse's arrangements constituted an implicit challenge to her authority. The dinner was a good opportunity. In such settings, new students often feel constrained, exposing their weaknesses, and they are more likely to sense the safety and convenience brought by a leader when compared to others. Osei Muse decided to use a more clever approach tonight to make Luo Yang clearly recognize her position. As for Luo Yang wanting to choose the law school, when can the dog companions be invited to the table for dinner? As a few people from Dormitory 301 pushed open the door to the dining room, they found the large room already filled with people. Over 20 new students surrounded the central round table, but dared not take a seat. Although Luo Yang noticed this scene, she had no intention of complying with the behaviors of these people, moving a chair aside to sit down. Ailey hurriedly reminded her Luo Yang. The third-year seniors haven't arrived yet. How can you sit down? Can I sit? Luo Yang tilted her head. No. Ailey quickly pulled Luo Yang aside, lowering her voice urgently. And this is the main guest seat. Main guest seat? Luo Yang asked in confusion. What is that? This is the rule of the dinner, and it cannot. Ailey knew that Luo Yang's financial backer held a low social status and might not understand the etiquette rules of higher society, so she kindly explained the position directly opposite the door with the best view is the main seat, where the senior hosting the dinner sits. The first position to the right of the main seat is the main guest seat, and the first to the left is the secondary guest seat, and so on. The closer one is to the main seat, the higher their status. And the seats facing away from the door next to the serving passage are often the end seats, generally occupied by those with the least experience. When there are no clear arrangements, the safest approach for us new students is to wait for the seniors to arrive and let them arrange the seating, or to gather near the end seats out of humility. Luo Yang was pulled by Ailey to a spot against the wall, her face still showing little expression. She merely glanced at the empty round table, then looked at the surrounding new students who were anxiously waiting for arrangements, and quietly stood there, as if it was not her, who had nearly overstepped moments ago. At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open again. 3 young men in dark uniforms from Dongzheng University entered, chatting and laughing, their aura starkly contrasting with the reserved new students inside. The leader was tall and hearty with a bright smile. As his gaze swept across the room and landed on the neatly standing new students, a glint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Everyone's here. Don't be shy, find a place to sit, he said in a loud voice, but his steps headed straight toward the indisputable main seat at the round table. It was undoubtedly a senior in his third year. 2 second-year seniors followed on either side of the third-year elder. With a casual wave from one of the second-year seniors, he established a rule sit according to Professor Hain's seating hierarchy. Another second-year senior followed suit, laying down another rule: boys cannot take a seat. Ladies, please proceed. With the second-year senior's words, the private room fell into a dead silence. The authority of the rules acted like invisible chains, instantly binding everyone. Several boys who had already approached the seats froze, their faces flushed as if their feet had rooted to the ground, unable to move forward a single step. These two second-year seniors were already order mages. Seima's pupils contracted, her mind racing. This was a test. It was not just about seating arrangements, but also a public examination of the new students' comprehension, obedience, and clarity of their self-positioning. Comprehending rules, abiding by them, and finding the most advantageous position within the framework of rules that embodies the essence of a future order mage's career. What powerful seniors. Just a dinner can cleverly incorporate the philosophy of rules into it. She elegantly stepped forward and spoke clearly yet respectfully. Thank you for the reminder, senior. We understand. Then she slightly tilted her head and whispered to Ailey and Luo Yang, ensuring that those nearby could hear her. Ailey, you're in the third row by the window, which corresponds to the fifth position, counting from the main guest seat on the right. Luo Yang, you're in the seventh row by the trash, and so you should be at the end seat. Don't panic, just find your place in order. Ailey looked at Sei Muse with gratitude, realizing that she was indeed the offspring of a K-8 level staff member, able to quickly identify seating according to the rules. The faces of a few students who failed to sit according to the hierarchy instantly flushed red and purple, their eyes bulging as they vainly opened their mouths, yet could not draw in a breath. Soon they lost balance and fell heavily to the ground, clutching their throats and gasping in pain. I'm sorry, senior, I shouldn't have sat in the wrong place. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please spare me, senior. I was ignorant of the rules. All right. The senior sitting at the main seat took a sip of tea and spoke. I'm the head of the student council, and I cannot stand to see my juniors suffer. Especially for the new students who have just entered, they are naive and make mistakes inevitably. The hierarchy at Dongjing University is evident. As seniors, they must firmly discipline their junior classmates. If they do not discipline their juniors, wouldn't their education be in vain? It's like seeing a vocational student on the street without mocking them. Surely that university degree is fake. Hearing this, a sophomore nearby shrugged and casually flicked his finger, instantly relieving the pressure around the necks of a few students on the ground. They gasped for air like fish tossed back into the water, tears and snot covering their faces, huddled in fear and not daring to get up immediately. Sei Muse looked at the calm upperclassman sipping tea and thought, what a charismatic leader. His method of establishing authority is commendable. He will surely become a high-quality employee at K5 level in the future. But he is still not as good as my father. If my K8 level father were hosting a banquet, these students wouldn't even have the qualification to sit down. They would have to lie on the ground and eat from dog bowls, wagging their tails in gratitude for the scraps. That would be true undeniable authority and order, rather than just prohibiting boys from sitting down like now. This kind of rule reveals a pursuit of women which instead lowers the tone of establishing authority and appears filled with base desires. A true leader should be like me, treating everyone the same, with all of them serving me. Sei Muse's sense of superiority became even clearer. She was almost certain that at this table, in terms of understanding power dynamics and the potential and determination to climb the hierarchy, no one could match her. Exquisite pre-prepared dishes were already served on the table, and the waiter kindly placed food on the ground for the boys who could not sit down. Thank you, senior. The senior chuckled lightly. Everyone is starving, go ahead and eat. And you junior sisters, don't just stand there, eat freely. Today I will treat you and let the boys pay for it. The students hurriedly began to eat. The timing was almost right. Sei Muse set down her cup and made a light, crisp sound, perfectly attracting the attention of the senior at the main seat. Senior. Sei Muse stood up, her face bearing a grateful and slightly admiring smile. She raised the cup filled with wine in front of her. Thank you very much for your hospitality and teachings tonight. As new students, we indeed have many things we do not understand, and tonight we deeply felt the significance of order. For this first cup, she lowered her cup slightly below the senior's wine glass, her posture respectful. I toast to you, senior. Thank you for your magnanimity and guidance, which has made us realize that mistakes must come with a price, and that adhering to rules is the cornerstone of progress. After saying this, she drank the wine in her cup in one go, her movements smooth and unhesitating. A glimmer of approval passed through the senior's eyes, and he smiled as he lifted his glass, taking a symbolic sip. Sei Muse did not sit down, but toasted the other two sophomores again. Through observation, she had already determined the hierarchy between the two sophomores. This was an essential ability on the path to seeking power. Seeing this, the other girls hurriedly tried to imitate her, but their movements and words appeared clumsy and deliberate compared to Sei Muse's fluid grace. Sei Muse secretly smiled at the effect she desired. There could only be one standard in this drinking party. Her peripheral vision swept towards the last seat. Luo Yang was still silently eating, seemingly unaffected by the previous toasting commotion, not even lifting her eyelids. This person, does she know that sitting at the last seat makes it inappropriate to toast before others? She seems to have some perception. After several rounds of toasting, the atmosphere began to calm, but a playful question came from the main seat. Huh? The senior at the main seat put down his wine glass, his brow slightly raised, and the usual gentle smile on his face faded a bit. I seem to see just now his voice was not loud, that a few students seemed to not have stood up. Those students perhaps were too nervous or had not even thought of toasting, but upon hearing the senior's words they all felt a chill down their backs. Please spare me, senior. I was confused just now, my mind went blank, I really forgot. I will toast now, please spare me, senior. I was confused just now, my mind went blank, I really forgot. I will toast now, I will bow and apologize. Not toasting the senior is my academic blemish. The room was filled with pleas for mercy. The other students who had already toasted held their breaths, secretly relieved that they acted quickly, while watching the few unlucky ones realizing the consequence of not keeping up with the rhythm and understanding the rules. Sai Muzi sat steadily in her seat, gently playing with the remaining food on her plate, with a fork, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the last seat. Luo Yang. She also did not stand up to toast earlier. Moreover, she still had not moved at this moment. Originally, Sai Muzi thought that Luo Yang, who managed to get into Dongjing University, must have a background far beyond a mere level 1 handler. Luo Yang must be hiding her true background. Although she did not know what significance this had, Sai Muzi did not believe that a person from the lower social strata could produce a student from one of the 5 top universities in the empire. But now it seemed that Luo Yang was utterly a person from the lower class who only knew how to eat at such a banquet. At this moment, the senior at the main seat did not immediately respond to the panicking students. Instead, he seemed to just notice, slowly directing his gaze towards the corner where Luo Yang was sitting. Oh, he lightly uttered a sound, successfully drawing the attention of the entire room from the sobbing students to the last seat. That student, it seems you also haven't expressed anything. Do you have any objections to me? Under everyone's gaze, Luo Yang stopped her fork, slowly raised her head, and looked towards the main seat. When Luo Yang's reply echoed through the banquet hall, every guest froze in stunned silence. The senior student from year 3, whose lingering smile had barely faded, suddenly stiffened before he could react. 2 year 2 seniors beside him shot upright with a sharp, wind-whipping motion. You dare speak so disrespectfully to your seniors, clearly ignorant of proper conduct. It seems the earlier lesson was far too lenient, and this year's freshmen truly decline with each passing cohort, utterly devoid of discipline. Do not blame us then when seniors enforce order. In perfect unison, the 2 year 2 seniors raised their hands, their order art already coalescing at their fingertips. They intended to teach this audacious junior how rigidly etiquette governed the dining table. Senior brothers, please forgive my roommate. She hails from the countryside and knows nothing of these customs. Lai Muzi's voice cut through the tension. She rose swiftly and stepped between Luo Yang and the 2 poised seniors, turning slightly to shield Luo Yang partially behind her. At the head seat, the year 3 senior arched one brow, his expression darkening, but remained silent for now. As the resident of dormitory 301, Lai Muzi could not afford to fail in protecting even her own roommates. Such weakness would invite doubt among peers and onlookers alike regarding her authority and resolve. A true practitioner of the order art must cultivate broad alliances, and the bedrock of any alliance lies first in one's ability to safeguard those within one's inner circle. Without that, how could one ever command support in the power struggles among the world pillars? Both year 2 seniors paled slightly. They knew full well Lai Muzi's status as a K8 level patron, far beyond their reach. Yet yielding here would wound the pride of the year 3 senior at the head seat, jeopardizing their academic advancement. Just as they hesitated, a low, commanding voice resonated through the air. I said, silence. Instantly, the order arts forming in their palms shattered. Their faces blanched. Simultaneously, they retracted all outward energy, bowed their heads submissively, and stepped half a pace backward. The year 3 senior rose slowly, every trace of amusement gone from his face. I despise punishing disobedient juniors. It serves no purpose. Today I gather you here by Professor Hein's commission to deliver your first lesson in social artistry. In order art, toast to me. In chairs scraped and clattered against the floor in rapid succession. Every student, male or female, seated or standing, rose abruptly as though pulled by invisible Even Luo Yang felt her body wrench free from her chair inch by rigid inch. This was a coercive ritual art designed expressly for social occasions, compelling its targets to raise their cups in obeisance. Raise your glasses. In the second command came crisp and terse. In schwa, Naviri's student's arm, whether holding a cup or not, lifted under that unseen force. Now, the year 3 senior did not lift his own glass. Instead, he observed the 20-odd freshmen standing like marionettes before him, his voice calm, unruffled. Toast me, and speak the words you ought to utter. An invisible pressure seized their vocal cords and mouths. To senior brother, NGR. Gratitude for senior brother's instruction. The year 3 senior ignored the others entirely. His gaze locked unflinchingly upon Luo Yang, who dared resist the rule. A wretched novice, not even an ordained art practitioner, daring to defy my order art. The moment the order art struck, Luo Yang had prepared to weave the enlightenment art, but Luo Li had warned her revealing her enlightenment art would draw perilous attention. Invisible edicts compressed every muscle in Luo Yang's body, manipulating her joints, forcing her toward the textbook gesture of raising a cup. Another force strained to pry open her lips and reshape her larynx, to compel her voice to utter the prescribed. Lime Yuzi could not fathom why Luo Yang stood apart, so defiantly, so singularly. Even high-ranking figures like herself would never risk offending a senior at such a banquet. Such conduct was profoundly uncouth. Yet just as Lime Yuzi assumed Luo Yang would soon crumble beneath the senior's art, bowing her head and lifting her cup, Luo Yang held fast, rigid as stone where she stood. The senior narrowed his eyes at Luo Yang's unmoving right hand, then noticed several others glancing covertly at his expression. This freshman was deliberately challenging his authority, and it appears you require stricter guidance. Before the words left his lips, the pressure of the order art doubled. Nearby freshmen began frantically downing drink after drink, glass after glass, flooding their stomachs. Luo Yang's already taut spine emitted faint brittle creaks as her fingers brushed the wine cup before her. And, let me make this clear, this is the Empire. Order art practitioners and ordinary citizens are two distinct species. Without mastery of order art, you are societal refuse, worthless, useless. Even if I spare you today, others will treat you thus tomorrow. And yet, someone who cannot even wield art dares openly oppose an order art practitioner. Foolish. To onlookers, Luo Yang resembled a wooden stake hammered relentlessly by an invisible mallet, slowly driven deeper into the floor. But within Luo Yang, engulfed wholly by the order art, the world revealed itself differently. She saw the order itself. Beneath each wine cup, countless filaments interwove and entangled, binding every person's body and spirit into a vast shimmering web. The torrential art did not break her. The searing agony outside seemed veiled behind frosted glass, distant, blurred. That sensation stirred a memory, strikingly akin to the moment she became an Enlightenment art practitioner. Through the ritual exchange of cups, she grasped it: obey the rule, comprehend the rule, master the rule, embody the rule, until one grows strong enough to resist it. She beheld the order. Malus alerts you the order has marked you. In currently mastered arts, Enlightenment art, order art, remaining arts available for mastery 0, and several freshmen, overwhelmed by pressure, collapsed, vomit mingling with spilled wine in humiliating disarray. Still refusing to yield, the senior's eyes turned glacial. In Luo Yang's hand suddenly closed around the wine cup. VVVVRRR. Across the entire private chamber, every soul ensnared by the art recoiled inwardly, the binding spell dissolving instantly, as if shattered by a single resonant note. All eyes converged upon the cool, composed girl seated at the far end. And she asked softly, "Is the order art truly difficult?" In the year 3 senior's face went deathly pale. His domain had been disrupted. Another order art practitioner. No, impossible. Ni's gaze locked onto Luo Yang at the far end, pupils contracting in absolute disbelief. In sensing the aura emanating from her, he realized with chilling clarity she had drawn the order's gaze and become an order art practitioner. Here, in this very setting. And how could it be? And she had apprehended the rule through the ritual of toasting, lived the order through reverence, and attained enlightenment, becoming an order art practitioner by the very act of raising a cup. Before awe at her prodigious talent could settle, his own body betrayed him, stiffening rigidly, lifting his cup, raising it to chest level. As he moved, every person at the table mirrored him precisely. 20-odd arms rising in flawless unison, 20-odd cups lifted high, each pointed unwaveringly toward one direction and far end, toward Luo Yang. A scene of utter ritual collapse. And then gently, she raised her own cup to chest height, meeting their 20-odd upraised vessels with quiet sovereign symmetry. Order art, toast to me. Luo Li was still unaware that his younger sister had made big news at school. He had been dragged by a superior to play games for an entire day in the hospital ward. It was hard to imagine that a superior could actually engage in such a boring activity, and more importantly, Luo Li had been relentlessly defeated all day. Feeling a bit upset after losing again, Luo Li asked, "Why did you make me choose the character Xiaomu Wanshi? Do you enjoy watching your game character being beaten up by others?" Xiaomu Wanshi cheerfully set down the controller, saying, "I used to love choosing my own character too, but even if I win against others, they would still say the association designed my character to be too much of a handicap." But now it seemed that the association's numerical planning was indeed too conservative. After a day of gaming, Luo Li felt something was off, though it was bizarre for someone to enjoy beating up a character based on themselves in a game. Luo Li rubbed his slightly dizzy head and said, "I seem to remember you saying you were busy during the special project. Although I don't want to discuss work during my leisure time, I am indeed quite busy." Xiaomu Wanshi yawned. "I really envy other superiors. They hardly ever show up except when they need to ask the association for money." "Oh, why is that?" Xiaomu Wanshi replied nonchalantly, "Because I am the weakest superior, a product invested in by the association, and cannot compare to the other carefree wild superiors." Luo Li turned to look at Xiaomu Wanshi, who was still lounging in a folding chair, appearing as if they had just casually commented on the nice weather. How straightforward, Luo Li thought. Even a weak superior was still a superior, and he was well aware of that. Never believe a rich person crying poor and never trust a top student estimating their scores. Seeing that the other party had no plans to continue gaming, Luo Li seized the opportunity to ask a pressing question. When I fought Stand 2, he mentioned the Department of Justice. Is there something hidden there? Who knows? It's hard to clarify the matters of the world pillars. The reason the association can maintain its position among the 13 pillars is primarily because it never interferes in the internal affairs of the pillars unless a pillar submits a commission to the association. It was unclear whether the other party truly didn't know or simply didn't want to say. The Department of Justice could be considered the core department of the empire, directly connecting to the emperor above, serving as the vast machine to convey the emperor's decrees. The Department of Justice could be considered the core department of the empire, directly connecting to the emperor above, serving as the vast machine to convey the emperor's decrees. Those who could enter the Department of Justice were truly exceptional individuals, but shouldn't the empire's staff all be order mages? Can hidden mages also enter the world pillars? Luo Li did not want to waste the opportunity to interact closely with a superior, and pressed, is it necessary for those who join the 13th pillar to be order mages? Xiaomu Wanshi glanced at Luo Li, seeming a bit surprised that he would ask such a question. To gain a rank 1 must be an order mage, but there are too many departments in the empire, and it is not impossible to recruit mages from other mystical systems. What about the Department of Justice? Aren't you being a bit greedy? Xiaomu Wanshi replied without answering further. You're in such a hurry to extract information from me without wanting to pay. He stood up from the chair and leisurely walked to the window, gazing at the city lights sinking into the night. Let's talk again when we have the chance. Xiaomu Wanshi raised his great sword, but if you're willing to call me Big Brother, I might just answer your previous question. Big Brother, Luo Li said in a flat tone. It's far less interesting than I expected. Do I prefer it when cute girls call? He sighed, appearing somewhat disappointed, yet the posture of holding the great sword seemed oddly relaxed. Forget it, I know what you're trying to ask. The path to becoming a hidden mage lies solely within the hands of the Department of Justice, but they are just tools of the department and cannot attain pillar ranks. The superior, exuding an aura of laziness and fatigue, suddenly stepped forward, his posture casual, as if he was merely taking a regular step, yet the great sword on his shoulder was swung up with one hand. Whoosh, boom. Without any charging, and even without a visible forceful action, the heavy great sword flew out like it had been launched by a giant crossbow, transforming into a blurred afterimage accompanied by a terrifying screech that tore through the air, instantly shattering the hospital's glass window and shooting out. See you later. As soon as the words fell, his figure vanished along with the great sword. Luo Li sat on the hospital bed, staring at the window that overlooked a large part of the city's night view, remaining silent for a long time. The wind was a bit cold. Then he received a call from Luo Yang. Brother, the school wants me to pay a fine. Can you help me with the payment? Luo Li felt a hint of unease. What fine? The copyright holder of the mystical art reported me for infringement, claiming I used their patented mystical art without purchasing the usage rights. Does your school even teach Enlightenment mystical arts? Luo Li instinctively thought his sister must have used the Enlightenment mystical arts, but after a moment's reflection, he realized how impossible that was. I am already an order mage. He quickly brought up the panel for the auxiliary control program. Forbidden Doll currently mastered mystical arts, Enlightenment mystical art, order mystical art, remaining mystical arts to master 0. Luo Li clearly remembered that Luo Yang had only been in school for a few days. How could she have become an order mage so quickly? Truly, she was his sister. But before Luo Li could celebrate, he saw that Luo Yang had already sent him the lawyer's letter she received. Luo Li stared at the lawyer's letter on his phone screen, stamped with a bright red electronic seal, feeling as if the night wind that had just been split by Xiaomu Wanshi's great sword was now rushing through the broken window, filling his mind. Infringement. Patented mystical art. Fine. Individually, he could understand these terms, but when combined, especially in connection with Luo Yang just becoming an order mage, it became utterly absurd. Wait, start from the beginning. What patented mystical art? Whose mystical art did you use? And how did you become an order mage? It's only been a few days. A compensation fee totaling 350,000 is quite painful for Luo Li, but upon reflection, spending that amount to become an order sorcerer is incredibly worthwhile. When Luo Li rushed back to the metropolis and arrived at the East Jung University town, Berlan, who had previously assisted Luo Yang with enrollment procedures and promoted student loans, was already waiting there. However, this time his expression was very serious, and upon seeing Luo Li, he immediately cast the Order Divine Technique Beauty filter on him. Mr. Luo Li, I didn't expect your sister to become a sorcerer so quickly, so there were some important matters I did not. The divine technique system controlled by the pillars of the world is not something that can be used casually, and order is the divine technique system of our 13th pillar. All order divine techniques have been developed through extensive research and investment by countless scholars, making any infringement a serious academic offense. Divine techniques are similar to a science requiring countless sorcerers and funding to promote their development and progress. Hence, the divine technique system mastered by the world pillars is far superior to that of wild deities. For instance, the Order Divine Technique system is generally stronger than the Enlightenment Divine Technique system because there are sufficient Order sorcerers researching Order Divine techniques day after day, creating powerful techniques one after another. Moreover, the strength of a divine technique system has no relation to the deities themselves. Human sorcerers merely seek to find ways to utilize the power found in the ocean of divine energy. Berlan continued, however, the divine technique that your sister infringed upon is merely a very low-level divine technique, so relatively speaking it won't cause severe consequences. Nevertheless, I still want to remind you that the path to divine encounters is fraught with dangers. A single misstep could completely derail your academic journey. Originally rather pleased, Luo Li calmed down and sincerely thanked Berlan. It seems your arm is injured. Berlan noticed Luo Li's right hand wrapped in bandages, and the serious look vanished, replaced by a smile that was a blend of enthusiasm and professionalism. Mr. Luo Li, the work of handling people is not without risk. Timely, efficient, and thorough treatment. Mr. Luo Li, the work of handling people is not without risk. Timely, efficient, and thorough treatment is crucial. He took out a palm-sized metallic box from his briefcase. Upon opening it, 3 transparent gel tubes were neatly arranged inside with a thick liquid that shimmered faintly in light green. I am currently handling the ground promotion business for that workshop. If you purchase now, I can also apply for a discount for you. No need. Before he could meet Luo Yang, Luo Li was informed that Ms. Ferrora was nearby and wanted to see him. Out of respect for the angel investor, Luo Li immediately followed Berlan to Ms. Ferrora's location. I originally planned to come to the metropolis later, but I didn't expect so many surprising things to happen here. Ms. Ferrora looked at Luo Li, her voice gentle with a perfectly timed smile. I heard you actually repelled a wanted criminal from the association, and your sister became an Order sorcerer within the first month of her enrollment. Quite impressive. Although her words expressed calmness, her every gesture emanated the aura of someone in a superior position. Luo Li said, this is nothing worth mentioning. Ms. Ferrora suddenly chuckled, lightly shaking her head gently, with her purple hair swaying on both sides of her cheeks. Excessive humility is not a virtue in the Empire, especially in front of investors. Her voice remained soft. In fact, I dislike these useless pleasantries. I am here today to offer you additional investment. Lion Media is currently involved in the field of colonization, and one of our major directions is to gradually promote students' recognition of colonization in the top 5 campuses of the Empire. Recently, I have reached an agreement with the school, and a colonization concept experience store will soon open in the university town. The experience store needs a chief experience officer, and I believe you would be very happy to take this job. Although the pay is modest, all you need to do is show your face at the experience store a few times a week, and you can freely enter and exit the campus as an experience officer. East Jung University does not completely prohibit outsiders from entering the university town, but the related procedures are rather cumbersome. Therefore, the ability to freely enter and exit the campus is quite appealing to Luo Li, considering he wants to visit his little sister from time to time. Luo Yang is so dull and looks rather dazed. What if she gets bullied at school? But I cannot undergo any colonization procedures. Luo Li did not agree directly. His past life's perspective made it hard for him to accept colonization surgery. This kind of behavior that harms one's own body for money or power, while he understands it, he does not support it. You don't need to undergo any colonization surgery. This is merely a side job. Promoting colonization within the Order University cannot be influenced by just a minor experience officer. I just need to have someone representing me in the experience store, and I suspect you would also like to see your sister frequently. Luo Li could always sense a completely different sense of approachability in Ferrora compared to the citizens of the especially among the many arrogant rich people he had encountered. Ms. Ferrora was like a butterfly larva in a sea of filth, a kind and gentle one. Just when Luo Li thought this was the additional investment she mentioned, he saw Ferrora clap her hands, and a long black box was placed on the table by her subordinates. On the black long box, there was a silvery white symbol resembling an open triangle sketching a White Tower Technology Group. Just seeing this symbol, Luo Li couldn't believe his eyes, widening them in dismay. The 7th Pillar White Tower is renowned on the continent for its alchemy sorcerers, and the characteristic weapons it produces are hailed as legendary weapons. Unfortunately, the production of characteristic weapons is extremely low, and their prices are exorbitantly high. Ferrora gestured, open it. The black long box was slowly opened by Luo Li, revealing a deep gray lining that was as delicate as velvet, and resting quietly in the groove was a single-edged longsword. Its appearance was not dazzling, presenting a warm matte black color overall, with the hilt and guard designed with a technical sense of ergonomics. The sword lay quietly there with smooth and stern lines, only the blade glimmered with a subtle dark silver metallic sheen at specific angles. It is called Changming, a characteristic weapon produced by the 7th Pillar. What is this? Luo Li reluctantly shifted his gaze from the long sword to Fu Ruola. With just a glance, he could confirm that this sword was no ordinary object. This is an additional investment in you, Fu Ruola said. Do you like it? It seems your eye for quality is commendable. Among various specialized weapons, Chongming may appear the least ostentatious, yet it is precisely the most suitable choice for your current circumstances. Chongming, as long as it is held directly in your palm, the sword body is nearly indestructible by any known. You can block any attack with it. As long as your hand grips it, it will not shatter, bend, or break. However, as a trade-off, once Chongming leaves the holder's grasp, whether intentionally set down or forcibly dropped, it becomes exceedingly fragile, even weaker than an ordinary iron sword. At the same time, after the initial activation of this sword, once Chongming is drawn from its sheath, its weight will dramatically increase. However, this increase in weight only affects the target indicated by the blade and the potential energy generated during the sword's movement. For the sword wielder, the feel and the effort needed to swing it remain unchanged from when it is sheathed. Luo Li listened to Fu Ruola's sudden introduction, momentarily unsure of how to respond. He instinctively moved his right hand, still wrapped in bandages, and his gaze returned to the matte black longs. The alchemist of the White Tower excelled at creating powerful weapons or constructs with various characteristics. On the panel of the Melrus Forbidden Doll Assistance Control Program, before Luo Li, a phrase constantly floated. All alchemists in the world are but dust. Only Melrus remains eternal. The forbidden doll left to him by his father was likely a creation of an alchemist, and based on the doll's extraordinary capabilities, Luo Li had reason to believe that his father must have had significant ties to the seventh pillar, the White Tower Technology Group. However, pondering these matters now holds little significance. The seventh pillar is far too distant from Luo Li. He had only heard that it was a dreamlike pillar of the world, technologically advanced, boasting the highest happiness index per capita, yet also the most challenging place to obtain residency. Ms. Fu Ruola, I cannot possibly afford the price of a specialized weapon. Luo Li's entire fortune might only suffice for a fraction of this sword. Currently, you indeed cannot afford it. This sword is considered luxurious even for me, but as I said, this is an additional investment based on your recent performance. You only need to pay the full amount within 4 years, and then this sword will completely belong to you. For someone at the first tier, this sword is indeed exorbitant, but for someone at a higher tier, it is merely an expenditure that may sting for some time. I believe in your potential for growth. Starting next year, you will repay 10 of the total in the first year, 20 in the second year, 30 in the third year, and settle the remaining balance in the fourth year. Luo Li asked, what about the interest? None. Fu Ruola replied succinctly. This is part of the investment, but I must remind you, should you fail to make timely repayments, both the sword and the amount you have repaid will belong to me. Luo Li fell silent. Even knowing the potential pitfalls, he felt drawn to such conditions. More importantly, he realized that this lady before him seemed to understand him exceptionally well. From killing Lai Yaxis in Lang City to encountering the Stantu attack in Enbos County, even his concern for Luo Yang seemed to be known by her. This understanding was always revealed unintentionally by her, mixed with sweet dates, and coupled with Fu Ruola's gentle demeanor, it gave one the impression of having drifted for half a lifetime before finally encountering a worthy master. If she were from the local empire, she might have already knelt down and called for her mother, but for Luo Li, a wild imperial citizen, he showed little extra reaction. This condition seems overly generous to me. Of course, I also have a few small requests. Fu Ruola smiled. Answer me one question. Why do you dislike implants? Please answer seriously. After all, the main business of Lion Media is to change the public's resistance to implants. It's not so much dislike. I just don't like the idea of harming one's own body. Elaborate a bit more. I'm listening. After being pressed by Fu Ruola, Luo Li organized his thoughts. If the body is replaced with machinery, can we still be called human? Fu Ruola nodded thoughtfully. The acceptance of full-body implants is indeed quite challenging. Lion Media's current promotional focus is on simple implants that improve lifestyle. There is no difference. Once you accept the first implant surgery, you will become accustomed to using external enhancements to compensate for bodily flaws. Today you replace your arm for strength. Tomorrow you might do so for efficiency with your eyes. Once you experience the convenience of implants, the concept of the body as a self-boundary becomes blurred, and more people will willingly accept further implant surgeries. Fu Ruola asked in confusion, isn't that a good thing? This is also the current marketing strategy of the empire's implant industry, allowing more people to experience the benefits of implants and gradually expanding this blue ocean market. Luo Li did not respond further. Suddenly, a delicate sensation touched his bandaged right hand. Fu Ruola leaned slightly, her fingertips gliding over the bandages. It really feels nice, Fu Ruola said, her eyes lowered, intently gazing at his wrapped right hand, her purple pupils reflecting the white of the bandages. Her fingertips stopped at the location of the fracture, applying slight pressure. How much would it take for you to ignore your own body? She raised one finger. 10,000 per gram. Is that enough? If you want to take this sword, I will seek to buy at least 100 grams of flesh from you each month until the full payment is settled. If you wish to sell more, I will gladly accept. Furuola slowly straightened up, withdrew her hand, and gently asked with a smile, "So do you want to take this sword?" Luo Yang knew that Luo Li was supposed to come to school today, but she had been sitting in the school park for a long time without receiving any news from him. She sat quietly surrounded by the hustle and bustle of the university town, but the golden lettering of third place in the new Student Preparation Education Institute that appeared beside her made everyone unconsciously step away. Anyone who could achieve such a ranking upon entering school was surely not to be trifled with. If one were to cross paths with her, they might face severe academic bullying. Luo Yang stood up, having waited long enough, and prepared to take the initiative to find her brother, who had missed their appointment. "Hey!" A girl who was a head shorter than Luo Yang bumped into her. Weinixi looked up and saw the ranking of third place in the new Student Preparation Education Institute. Oh no, it seemed she was about to be academically bullied by the junior. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Please forgive me." Luo Yang was bumped, but remained perfectly still. Even the hem of her dress barely swayed. She twitched her nose, watching the senior, who was fleeing in panic. Residue of enlightenment. When Luo Li heard Luo Yang mention an unusual female student in the university town, he began investigating alongside Luo Yang. He had followed that feeling the weight of the long sword in his hand. Luo Li effortlessly executed a beautiful flourish. It truly was a fine sword. With the sword sheathed again, Luo Li turned to look at Luo Yang, who was staring intently at Luo Li's movements, her eyes unblinking. "I signed a contract with the owner of Lion Media, committing to sell her 100 grams of meat each month." Luo Yang remained silent, and after a moment she asked in confusion, "Brother, didn't you say that hurting oneself is in many cases wrong and unnecessary?" "I did say that." Luo Li set the sword aside, "But I don't really know anymore. Although it seems hypocritical, if paying such a small price can improve our future lives, I think I can accept it. I can also sell my blood, which can earn quite a bit. Some organs wouldn't be a problem either, my body can recover quickly." Seeing Luo Yang naturally consider the possibility of selling her own organs made Luo Li's temples throb. "Stop. We are not in such dire need of money. Don't worry, our lives will get better. You are now an order practitioner, and I can earn quite a bit too. Haven't you noticed that since we became stronger, the good people around us have increased?" Some things Luo Li did not share with Luo Yang. Besides needing to quickly resolve the star secret curse on him, he also had a rather vague goal. If one day he could truly ascend to a higher position, he wanted to see the seventh pillar. Upon entering the pillar realm, Luo Li recalled the actions of his adopted father, feeling increasingly uneasy. But this was merely a vague goal. It didn't necessarily mean he had to go to the seventh pillar. The most important thing right now was to live well with his sister. "Brother," Luo Yang suddenly spoke, interrupting Luo Li's thoughts. "I met a noteworthy woman at university. She has traces of enlightenment residuals, but she doesn't seem to be an enlightenment practitioner." Lion City. The Witch's Shelter invites you to watch Lion Fun together every Wednesday and Saturday at 8 in the evening. Tune in to Lion Show. Safety comes from professionalism. The Witch's Shelter provides regional security services with the Tinder Day Top Team, protecting your property. Currently accepting comprehensive security commissions for private residences, business activities, and valuable on the streets. Advertisements for the Witch's Shelter appeared frequently. After the Witch's Shelter broke records to become the top bidder, various counterfeit and inferior shelters sprang up like mushrooms after rain. The Great Witch Shelter. Where is the Magical Witch Shelter? Witch Jail Shelter, Female Witch Shelter. Since the Witch's Shelter's main business is no longer in Lion City, a plethora of opportunistic shelters emerged to seize the market of this border city. Leishi, who had long since resigned from the Witch's Shelter, watched this flourishing scene and recalled when manager Tixia approached her using sweet words to lure her into the Witch's Shelter. She regretted joining the Witch's Shelter from the start, but now that she had left, she still felt regret. Tixia had not removed Leishi from her friends list, so Leishi could always see Tixia's posts in the metropolis. Most of them were selfies accompanied by inexplicable captions, while the comments were always filled with praise. After subscribing to a membership and deleting her browsing history on Tixia's posts, Leishi put her phone away. The Happy Family Shelter has now been renamed the Witch's Delivery Shelter. After the original director was cleared out by the auditing team, the investors completely restructured the Happy Family Shelter's business, attempting to save the nearly defunct shelter with the gimmick of fastest bioaugmentation delivery. In the restructured shelter, Leishi, as a former employee of the Witch's Shelter, was now given the title of Chief Delivery Officer, with her resume prominently stating previously declined offers from the top bidder. Shelter resolutely joined the Witch's Delivery Shelter. Her companion Tylener continued to deliver meals day after day. Previously, when members of the Spark Shelter had troubled Tylener, she was stopped on the spot by director Luo Li, making Tylener invincible in the delivery scene of Lion City. Where others cannot enter, she can. Where others cannot exceed the speed, she dares to surpass. Where others do not dare to tread, she dares to walk. A single phrase from director Luo Li directly endowed Tylener with the status of a delivery saint in Lion City, ensuring that no bidding shelter would dare to trouble her again. Moreover, Tylener worked harder than other delivery workers. Whenever she earned money, part of it was spent on buying things for Lacey, and the other part was entirely used to enhance her own bioaugmentation. Recently, Lion Media has been promoting bioaugmentation surgeries throughout Lion City. For longtime users like Tyler, Lion Media even rolled out exclusive coupons for loyal customers, allowing for significant discounts on surgeries. You went for another bioaugmentation surgery. Lacey frowned as she looked at Tyler returning home. Hey Lacey, surgeries have become so convenient now, though there are so many augmentation stores on the street. I can get a meal and conveniently get a surgery done. Tyler tossed her hair, proudly showcasing the small device around her neck. This is a neural interface. In the future, whether upgrading the motion module or loading new sensory enhancement plugins, I won't need major surgeries anymore. Just plug and play. As she spoke, she smoothly took a few steps in the cramped living room, looking at Lacey with anticipation, as if waiting for praise. Lacey looked at Tyler's fully augmented limbs, her brow wrinkling in disgust. Don't worry, it's not expensive. I'm a longtime user, and Lion Media has subsidies. Plus, I saved money to take you out for fun. Tyler suddenly wore a dreamy smile. I even installed a vibration module on my hand, you know. One night passed without a word, only the enticing fragrance and mechanical hum filled the air. Lacey stopped asking questions. She just watched. A few days later, Tyler's breaths began to be accompanied by the faint whir of an air pump. Later, when she returned home, there was a persistent smell of a mix of new electronic products and ozone emanating. In Lion City, Tyler, who had gained some fame, was signed by Lion Media to become the inspirational story spokesperson for the bioaugmentation workshop, delivering meals while live streaming daily, sharing her motivational story with bioaugmentation. Lacey had heard those stories, most of which were related to her. With her earnings from live streaming and Lion Media, Tyler's income quickly increased, often gifting Lacey expensive presents from aromatherapy workshop, clothing, to top-notch virtual reality equipment and luxurious cosmetics. That day, the door was pushed open on a rainy night as Tyler came home sporting a brand new head. Rough welding seams and rivets were exposed, sharp-edged, as if parts had been directly removed from the cockpit of some heavy vehicle. The front featured a rectangular dark observation window, currently glowing with two dim yellow lights serving as eyes. Below, a slender mesh opening served as a mouth, dark inside, barely revealing the outline of a heat sink. Lacey, do I look good? Lion Media promised me that as long as I complete full bioaugmentation, they would give me more exposure. My audience loves this type of content. I've mortgaged the rest of my body. Although I've taken on another loan, bioaugmentation is definitely the opportunity of the future. As long as we win the live streaming competition against other bioaugmented streamers, we can quickly earn big money and pay off the debts. I don't need to eat anymore, nor do I need sleep. I can work 24 hours now. Lacey, it feels great. Do you want? Lacey covered her mouth, looking at the metallic lump before her, her stomach churning. Tyler pushed her onto the bed, the cramped rental room, filled with a damp, smoky scent, while colorful neon lights flickered on the street below. It is a new week again. What disaster will this week bring? This thought will wrap around her heart, like clockwork, every Monday morning. Vinixie has not had a peaceful night's sleep in a long time. The first time it was the chandelier, the second time it was the gas, and the third time it was that monster named Stantu. Each time, that warm light film which consumes the countdown has saved her, but protection comes at a price. With each passing day, a part of her heart empties. She does not know what will happen when the countdown reaches zero, or perhaps the light film will disappear, or perhaps something even more terrifying will occur. She dares not think. On the campus of Dongjing University, figures adorned with dazzling labels of undergraduate and master's student come and go, discussing research topics, GPAs, and which pillar departments they will enter in the future. They are filled with hope, stepping forward with vigor. Vinixie walks among them like an old radio nearing the end of its battery, only able to receive static. She thinks she should drink that bottled potential. Unfortunately, that bottle representing the potential of the Order Mage is still buried beneath the ruins of Khalil in Mbosi County. It's all her fault for being too focused on escaping and forgetting that such a valuable item was there. Can she go back to Mbosi County once more to retrieve that bottled concept? This thought lasted only a moment before Vinixie immediately dismissed it. As a student of Dongjing University, she knows that major cities often have academicians of the Order Mages stationed there, and the level of safety is far superior to that of other second- and third-year cities. The entire empire is covered by the Erelatus Codex, secret ritual responsible for monitoring and handling all violations of the law throughout the territory. However, the core of this ritual still relies on Order Mages, and remote areas lack powerful Order Mages, which greatly diminishes the response priority and processing bandwidth of the ritual. In a place like Mbosi County, if something goes wrong, it would be considered efficient if the constable can arrive at the scene within an hour. In the metropolis, any supernatural fluctuations or signs of illegal activity beyond the norm would trigger various levels of response protocols within minutes. Leaving the metropolis is equivalent to leaving the strongest umbrella of protection. And the disaster of this week has yet to descend. Vinixie does not dare to gamble. Tonight she has just completed the cognitive internship arranged by the Electrical Engineering College. visiting the Metropolitan Power Grid Company for observation and learning. The bus filled with Dongjing University students is driving down the road, the cabin filled with a sense of fatigue after the internship. Vinixie curls up in her seat by the window, her forehead resting against the cold glass as the colorful neon lights outside create a mesmerizing trail in her pupils. The sounds around her gradually become muffled, and it feels as if the distance between her and the world is stretching. After a long period of insomnia, she unexpectedly falls into a deep sleep amidst the white noise of the moving bus. Her sleep is so deep that it borders on a coma with no dreams, only an absolute piece of darkness. Vinixie jolts awake, her eyes snapping open. The bus is empty. The university students from the Electrical Engineering College have vanished, leaving only 4 bodies without their upper halves quietly seated next to her, as if taken by some passing giant, casually plucking away their upper sections like removing the cap from a strawberry. Vinixie can even see the stark white cross-section of their spines alongside the dark red, not yet fully coagulated. Internal structures. Those bodies are not her classmates. The uniforms they wear and the fallen badges. Vinixie recognizes them as the insignia of the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice. One of the most feared gears in the Empire's violent machine, the primary maintainer and executor of the Aerolatus Codex secret ritual. It is said that they can trace back even a gram of extra sugar you added to your breakfast using supernatural means. Vinixie covers her mouth. She does not dare to make a sound. In an instant she realizes this is her disaster for the week, meaning that at this moment danger is lurking somewhere. Why would a commissioner from the Ministry of Justice appear here and in such a manner? No, why would anyone dare to kill a commissioner from the Ministry of Justice in the metropolis? Where is the killer? Has the power of the Order's supernatural forces not yet descended? Even stealing a napkin in the metropolis would be monitored by the Aerolatus Codex secret ritual, let alone something like this. She instinctively looks out the window to confirm her location, but she sees no trace of the metropolis' iconic skyscrapers, only a deep, dark void. This place is under the influence of hidden supernatural forces and has already escaped the monitoring of the Aerolatus Codex secret ritual. A male voice suddenly sounds from behind, and Vinixie quickly turns her head, her heart nearly leaping out of her throat. The voice comes from a seat diagonally behind her which should have been empty, but now there is a person sitting there. A young man dressed in dark, simple, yet good quality casual clothes, which accentuates his excessively pale. He leans slightly against the window, his profile appearing somewhat blurred in the dim light streaming from outside, yet the lines are strikingly beautiful, even described as delicate. I don't know anything, I didn't see anything, please don't kill me. Vinixie immediately covers her eyes, burying her face into her knees, curling into a smaller ball, leaving only a tuft of fluffy hair facing the direction of the voice, as if this would allow her to become a harmless wisp of air, letting this potential killer overlook her. She isn't even a supernatural mage, yet what else can she do in this situation? The cabin falls silent for a few. Covering your eyes is a good habit, especially in situations like this. Huaisheng's voice remains steady, making it hard to tell if he is complimenting or mocking her. However, if I wanted to silence you, whether you cover your eyes or not, it would make no difference in the outcome. But I also don't know what happened here. I only know that a hidden mage from the Ministry of Justice released a supernatural force obscuring this area, seemingly to capture you, without being monitored by the Aerolatus Codex secret ritual. But when I entered this concealed area, those mages were all dead. What did you do? Since encountering Stantu in Inbosi County, Huaisheng has begun to pay attention to the movements of the Ministry of Justice. With his experience as a former commissioner, he is quite familiar with the working methods of his former colleagues. Thus he noticed Vinixie, there are too many traces of the Ministry of Justice surrounding this student. Huaisheng is certain that more than one hidden mage is keeping an eye on this seemingly ordinary student. But recalling a certain director capable of battling high-ranking individuals at the first level, Huaisheng no longer dares to drop his guard against those who appear ordinary, especially now, with 4 terrifying corpses sitting next to this female student. The supernatural force in his hand is already charged and ready. He is always prepared to flee quickly. Crack. A crunching sound comes from above. Crack. The sound rings out again, clearer than before. A blood-stained maw reeking of the scent of blood suddenly bursts through the roof, lunging at the man in front of Vinixie through her rapidly constricting pupils. A massive maw piercing through the car roof, filled with spiraled serrated teeth and dripping with viscous saliva, suddenly snapped shut. The hidden divine technique had been released from Huaisheng's hands, but in the next moment, he forcefully halted the continuation of the spell. A long sword pierced out from that giant mouth, penetrating the writhing dark purple flesh wall, carving a clear and decisive silver line inside the filthy maw. Amidst the chaotic sword light, countless pieces of flesh fell like petals, and Huaisheng stared at Luo Li before him, his mind momentarily crashing. What are you doing here? As a veteran employee who had navigated the power structures of the Empire for many years, Huaisheng did not believe in coincidences. There must be a reason for Luo Li's presence here. This matter was clearly related to the judicial department. Did Luo Li's appearance here imply that he had significant ties to them? Was he sent on a mission? Was it an accidental involvement? Or was there another motive? Were he and the practitioners from the judicial department who were watching this student on the same side? Moreover, could the bizarre deaths of the 4 colleagues on the ground also be connected to him? In the blink of an eye, Huaisheng concealed his thoughts on the surface, yet his mind was racing. Having left the judicial department for so long, he could clearly feel his mind rusting and molding in the calm days, prompting him to reevaluate his encounter with Luo Li. He knew that Luo Li was inexplicably strong, but would such a powerhouse truly coincidentally appear in Lion City, beside his former self at that time? Huaisheng suddenly felt utterly foolish for losing all sense of caution after spending a few months with Luo Li. He instinctively took half a step back, distancing himself slightly from Luo Li. Oh no, that retreat was too obvious. He immediately realized how foolish that half step back was. Exposing his vigilance and distance in an unclear situation was not only pointless, but could also complicate matters further. When Luo Li heard Luo Yang mention an unusual female student in the university town, he began investigating alongside Luo Yang. He had followed that female student to find him. When Luo Li heard Luo Yang mention an unusual female student in the university town, he began investigating alongside Luo Yang. He had followed that female student to find himself here. He never expected to encounter an employee from his own firm here. Huaisheng pursed his lips and suddenly glanced toward the earlier seat of Vinny Shi. What about that girl just now? It seems she ran away. Luo Li pointed outside, indicating a girl sprinting for her life. Following Luo Li's gesture, Huaisheng saw a petite figure stumbling as she dashed away, her speed resembling that of a rabbit frightened out of its wits, desperately fleeing toward the depths of darkness. More people have arrived. Finally. No need to eat pre-made meals anymore. A man in a More people have arrived. Finally. No need to eat pre-made meals anymore. A man in a blood-stained shirt lay on the car roof. No need to eat pre-made meals anymore. He repeated, his body on the roof beginning to writhe slowly, turning his head toward the 2 inside the car in a manner that defied the natural movement of human joints. More blood, dark red and blackened, seeped down from the torn edges of his clothing and the cracks of the car roof, dripping onto the shoulder of a headless corpse below. It's a pirate sorcerer. Luo Li had already assumed his stance. Pirate sorcerer. That phrase gives me a bad feeling. Can you explain? When certain sorcerers cannot afford the exorbitant fees for divine technique copyrights, some godlike entities will tempt them into deals granting them cracked versions of the art network, but the divine techniques learned through these cracked versions will be embedded with ads and viruses from those entities. Huaisheng could sense that the area cloaked in secrecy had been torn open by Luo Li's earlier sword strike, but now it was slowly healing under the influence of that pirate sorcerer. Moreover, he could see clearly that the pirate sorcerer's shirt was the standard attire of the judicial department, leading Huaisheng to immediately make a judgment about the situation. A total of 5 hidden sorcerers had come to capture that female student, and they had used hidden divine techniques to conceal this place from the monitoring of the Ereludis Codex ritual, yet during the operation one of the sorcerers had actually gotten infected due to using pirated divine techniques. Having already entered the judicial department, how could they lack even the most basic awareness of copyright? It was simply a disgrace to the citizens of the empire. Faith, my lord, the great open-source mentor. Tree, I praise him. He detests monopoly and bestows the light of divine techniques upon us. The pirate sorcerer's body twisted as he uttered these seductive whispers. Praise the supreme open-source mentor. I spent so much money to buy legal divine techniques for my sister, and you dare to use pirated ones. Luo Li frowned in disgust. I despise people who use pirated versions the most in my life. And to promote piracy, it seems he is a thoroughly evil god. Luo Li's words seemed to awaken the scant awareness of the pirate sorcerer. His frenzied praises abruptly ceased, his throat seemingly choked with suppressed fury. Legal. Dog. If it can be free, why not use it? I will kill you. The moment he finished speaking, the entire car shook violently. The giant maw on the roof suddenly contracted, followed by countless slender dark purple tentacles, ending in eyeballs bursting forth from that mouth, enveloping Luo Li and Huaisheng like a living fishing net. Luo Li's reaction was astonishingly quick. With the instant the tentacles approached, the long sword in his hand suddenly lifted high. The sword light shimmered like a moonlit reflection on water, swaying yet deadly. This special weapon felt entirely different for Luo Li compared to the standard long sword. Every swing of the light sword could deliver the force of a heavy sword's full strike. Luo Li distinctly felt that the feedback from the sword hilt was almost weightless, as if he merely blocked with a twig, yet the tentacle struck by the sword instantly flattened and burst. That sense of lightness and handling versus heavy impact persisted with Luo Li, making him feel somewhat out of place. His physical fitness was far inferior compared to others handling such matters, but the characteristics of the long sword compensated for this flaw. The car emitted a groan under immense strain, the heavy force sweeping through the interior, carving countless rugged cracks into the floor, nearly shattering the entire compartment. The black long sword wielding tremendous force descended toward the pirate sorcerer. Luo Li's figure had already closed in on the opponent's face. Hidden divine technique disappearance pirate. In the chaotic consciousness of the pirate sorcerer, he finally remembered his pirated divine technique. The power from hidden gathered at his fingertips. Legal dogs. Why do you all look down on piracy? Go die. Buzz. A deep hum resonated from the sword body, sending countless petals soaring into the sky. With a roar that tore through the air, the long sword slashed downward, and within a radius of nearly 1 meter the floor and the tentacles trying to drill up from below seemed to be struck by an invisible giant hand. Boom. The deafening sound shook the surroundings. The floor along with the lower sections of the vehicle structure instantly formed a circular depression covered in cracks, and the immense force even caused the entire car compartment to jump upward briefly before crashing back down heavily. All unsecured items inside the compartment shattered, glass rolling eyeballs, and several corpses were violently propelled upward and then fell back down. Huaisheng had to reach out and grasp the nearby luggage rack to stabilize himself, watching in horror as Luo Li wielded a brand new long sword that still had not been stripped of its protective film. It seemed his boss had grown even stronger. The body of the pirate sorcerer had already shattered, and driven by biological instinct, he used his last bit of strength to escape. A mass of pus and blood-soaked flesh shot out, heading straight for a girl who was fleeing in the distance. He seemed to remember that this was the target of his appearance here. Huaisheng reminded, he went after that girl. I know. Aren't you able to disable the divine arts? Quickly make the concealment in this area ineffective, and let the Order Sorcerer notice this place. Don't rush him trying it out. He held Chong Ming high, the tip of the sword pointed at the side of the carriage, and several illusory, cherry blossom petals quietly materialized from his fingers, swirling around the dark sword hilt. Don't rush him trying it out. He held Chong Ming high, the tip of the sword pointed at the side of the carriage, and several illusory, cherry blossom petals quiet. Then he stepped forward, twisting his waist and turning his hips, channeling the coordinated power of his whole body into his arm, driving Chong Ming to slash at the void air. Flowers burst forth like the shattering of glass, exploding deep within the perceptions of Luo Li and Huaisheng as the lights, sounds, and scents of the metropolis surged in like a tide. The distant blurry streetlights, the taste of the damp night breeze, and the faint clamor belonging to the city's night returned. The divine art maintaining the concealment began to collapse, and the Erathus Codex secret ritual detected the activity here. This was the metropolis, no longer the remote Inbusi County or Lion City. The Order's divine arts descended in an instant. All living beings surrounding the bus were forcibly immobilized, and Luo Li saw in the distance that the petite figure was stuck on the gravel ground in a clumsy forward lunge, unable to move. Closer by, the figure of the counterfeit sorcerer was also frozen like an insect in amber, caught in a bizarre sprinting motion. The four of them were all unable to move, their muscles restrained. Although Luo Li had a way to escape this state, he would not choose to resist the Order Sorcerer here. However, he saw Huaisheng's lips moving silently, chanting a prayer. The next moment, Huaisheng walked toward the carriage. Luo Li said, resisting the Order Sorcerer's enforcement is illegal. Don't worry, the concealment sorcerers are best at evading the law, Huaisheng said nonchalantly, and I have proof that allows me to resist the enforcement. By the way, isn't that counterfeit sorcerer also a concealment sorcerer? Can't he regain his freedom like you and evade the enforcement? Both of them turned to look at the counterfeit sorcerer, whose bulky body was trembling as the counterfeit concealment divine art was being unleashed, and he directly vanished from sight. How much do you have to pay for resisting enforcement without a permit? Luo Li immediately asked. It depends on the situation, but if it's not in the hundreds of thousands of coins, those law enforcers will definitely not let you go. After casually answering Luo Li's question, Huaisheng's figure vanished from Luo Li's sight, appearing in front of Wei Nishi in an instant. At the same time, the recently vanished counterfeit sorcerer reappeared, a writhing blood mouth emerging from his body, lunging directly at Huaisheng and Wei Nishi. Huaisheng kicked the immobilized Wei Nishi out of the attack range while using divine arts to evade the assault. Huaisheng's kick directly expelled the light membrane from Wei Nix's body, and the moment the membrane appeared, Wei Nishi suddenly found herself regaining her ability to move. She still had no idea what had happened, and could only flee in panic. Her mind was a chaotic mess as she had just stepped out to participate in a school recognition internship. How could she encounter such a level of danger in the metropolis? So unfortunate, what terrible luck. Who were those two suddenly appearing men? Why did they want to? Too many questions crowded Wei Nix's small mind. She felt her brain was overloaded. She was just a low-level science student knowing nothing. Why was it so difficult for her? The monster behind her roared, ignoring everything, charging straight at her. Don't hurt me. Order divine art, toast to me, a cold yet authoritative voice echoed. The footsteps of the counterfeit sorcerer halted, and even Huaisheng's gaze was drawn to the voice from behind. I said toast to me. The black-haired girl stood quietly there, wearing the Order Sorcerer uniform of the Eastern Empire's University of Political Science, and Law with a dark suit jacket and knee-length skirt, a neatly tied bow at her collar, and her long black hair flowing smoothly over her shoulders. Her face bore no expression, just holding up one palm, facing the crazed charge of the counterfeit sorcerer. Above her head a line of golden letters clearly emerged against the backdrop of the night, and the Golden Light undergraduate of Eastern University of Political Science and Law. The counterfeit sorcerer's bulky body suddenly froze, his form beginning to contradict his intent to attack, slowly turning in the direction of Luo Yang. A tentacle that had grown from under his armpit ready to strike Wei Nishi drooped limply, the eye at its end blinking desperately, but unable to point at its original target. The sorcerer controlled by Luo Yang was preparing to construct divine arts again to shake off the influence of the Order's divine arts, but the official Order sorcerers had already arrived at the scene. Several golden gleaming lances shot down from the night sky, like the thunder of judgment, pinning the distorted counterfeit sorcerer in place. The battle seemed to end in an instant. Wei Nishi crouched behind the concrete pillar, not daring to breathe. She was too confused. Nearby the bus a crowd had gathered, and the corpses on the bus were sealed and protected by the arriving Order sorcerers. The two men who had protected her were also detained by the security officers for questioning. Wei Nishi unexpectedly found that the young man looked somewhat familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere. But Wei Nishi couldn't remember. She stood there in a daze, not knowing where to go, her clothes covered in dust and debris, hair disheveled, her face marked with undried tears and fear. A tremendous sense of helplessness and panic gripped her. She hugged her arms, trembling slightly in the night wind like a small animal abandoned on a strange street. "Hey, little sister." A clear voice, slightly brisk, suddenly came from the side and behind. Wei Nishi was startled and turned sharply, backing against the concrete pillar, looking at the newcomer with fear. It was a tall woman, her frosty white hair tied back in a neat ponytail, a few strands fluttering in the wind. She was beautiful, with gray-blue eyes that shone brightly in the night. Feeling confused? We've met before," the woman said, "in the ruins of Inbusi County, where there was a party. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous." The white-haired woman raised her hands in a soothing gesture. "I am the manager of an agency. The few people protecting you tonight are all agents from our agency. You should remember them, right?" Suddenly Wei Nishi remembered that it was that young man who had fought against that terrifying sorcerer in Inbusi County that day. "Why are you protecting me?" The woman smiled, but did not answer the question. "You have no place to go. Would you like to come to our agency?" "Don't look at me so warily. Although being an agent isn't a glamorous profession, we never betray our clients." Wei Nishi looked at the woman, who slowly bent down to meet her gaze. Behind her, the young man with the sword and the delicate-looking man also focused their attention here. In this chaotic night, amidst the clamor of the wind and the stench of blood, Wei Nishi found her reflection in those gray-blue eyes. She extended her hand toward Wei Nishi. "My name is Tijia Oliverson. Please entrust us. Our agency will do our utmost to protect you." The temporary office of the Witch Containment Agency in the metropolis. Luo Li looked at the circle of people in the office, feeling a headache, as the three members of the agency had intervened in tonight's event simultaneously, without any communication, seemingly all for a female student named Wei Nishi. Luo Li, Luo Yang, and Huai Sheng wore serious expressions, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere, while only Xia pleasantly introduced the services of the Witch Containment Agency to Wei Nishi. "Look, this is the certification medal from the popular review platform given to our branch in Lian City Annual Dark Horse Agency." Xia pulled out a somewhat rough metal plate from somewhere, which had the logo of the review platform and a line of small text made of pure copper. Although the coating might be a bit thin, it carries great significance. She placed the plate on the coffee table with a light clink, startling Wei Nishi. Xia's voice was filled with unabashed pride. "We are the champions of the Lian City Pillar for the year 1048. Genuine and true, we surpassed many established agencies, securing 8 bidding zones overnight and breaking the historical record of Lian City." She nodded in confusion. She vaguely remembered hearing the term champion in some news related to agents, seemingly implying something impressive. But as a science student, she really didn't understand much of this. And this? Xia pulled up a certain ranking page on her phone and showed it to Wei She looked the real-time ranking of low-tier agencies in Lian City. First place, Witch Containment Agency. The one below the low-tier agent ranking in Lian City. First place, Luo Li, our director. Noticing Wei Ni's eyes gaze towards her, Luo Li could only nod helplessly. Moreover, Xia emphasized, as if announcing something significant, "Our agency also holds the 5th place in the must-try list of Lian City." She was even more puzzled. Must-try list. It sounded quite impressive. Although she couldn't fully comprehend the introduction, looking at the numerous medals and the ranking list in the agency she could roughly understand that this agency was quite powerful. Furthermore, aside from these credentials, she had witnessed the agency's agents in battle, particularly the director named Luo Li, who was able to resist a powerful sorcerer that had broken through the encirclement of official sorcerers. The professors from Dongjing University probably couldn't escape from the attacks of a structured order sorcerer, which meant that this exceptionally young director might be even stronger than her professors. Wei and she could not afford to hire a professor for protection, but Luo Li was an agent whose daily job was to take various commissions, and she could easily hire such a strong individual to protect herself. Even though she had countless doubts in her mind, like how these people had found her, the white-haired manager gave Wei and she a sense of familiarity, one she had never felt within the 13th pillar, as if a husky had mingled in a pack of wolves, making her instinctively want to rub its big snout. Wrapped in the blanket brought by she holding a cup of hot cocoa. Wei and she lowered her head in thought. As she pondered, the office fell silent, yet Luo Li and the others tacitly took out their phones. Which containment agency chat group? Huaisheng, I don't want to ask why you're here tonight, but are you sure you want to accept this female student's commission? Huaisheng, perhaps you have your own considerations, but I wouldn't recommend this course of action. Xia, trust my judgment, this will definitely benefit our agency. Huaisheng, forgive me for not seeing it. Luo Li, we are agents, isn't accepting commissions our job? As long as the commission is legal, I see no problem. Xia, the boss understands me. Huaisheng, how much money can she have? Does the profit really match the risk? Wei and she took a deep breath, placing her now somewhat cold cup of cocoa down, her hands tightly clasped under the blanket. I want to commission your agency to protect me. She looked at the three faces illuminated by the glow of the phone. But I don't want to hide my current situation. I will face danger, and this danger may far exceed my imagination, even possibly affecting those who protect me like tonight. I don't know if this money is enough, but I want to commission you to protect me until I become an order sorcerer. A shield coin shimmering with metallic luster was carefully pulled out from her pocket, still warm from her body, and carrying a faint fragrance. Huaisheng was astonished for the umpteenth time tonight that a student would carry such a precious shield coin. Aren't you a student from Dongjing University? Why haven't you become an order sorcerer yet? Luo Li asked first. Many people only become sorcerers in their 3rd year. I'm still in my 2nd year. There's still a chance. Wei and she looked at the black-haired girl beside Luo Li, her voice gradually fading. Looking at Wei and she, who seemed inexplicably excited, Luo Li suddenly realized not everyone was as talented as his younger sister. Great job, Luo Yang. Huaisheng asked, what if you can't become a sorcerer during university? Are we supposed to be your bodyguards forever? 3 months. If I can't become an order sorcerer, just protect me for a maximum of 3 months. As Wei and she answered, her voice trembled slightly. She was beginning to understand what her cost truly meant. Given the current rate of disasters each week, she dared not imagine what she would face in 2 or 3 months. At that time, she probably wouldn't survive. But she had to live. Wei and she became resolute in an instant, extending the shield coin in her hand and defiantly gazing into Luo Li's eyes. At most, protect me for 3 months. With a commission fee of 1 shield coin, you will receive an average of 3 million ding each month. Will you accept my commission? I will do my best to protect you, but should any irresistible circumstances arise, I have the right to terminate the commission and refund the fee according to industry practices. But rest assured, I am a person of strong professional principles and will not terminate the commission lightly. Luo Li reached out to take the shield coin, but the moment his hand touched the coin, countless shimmering threads of golden light burst forth from its surface, wrapping around the hands of Luo Li and Wei and she where they touched. He felt an unexpected sense of restraint and raised an eyebrow slightly. Did you attach magic to the shield coin? Yes. Wei and she suddenly grasped Luo Li's hand. This is my only shield coin. It is truly precious, and I don't want it to be wasted, so I paid to have the school help me cast a contract-related magic. The contract has been established. Please protect me. Luo Li's first impression of Weiniki was that she was a timid girl with a bit of cleverness. Especially now Weiniki was actually negotiating terms with Luo Li. Director Luo Li, according to the contract, for the next 3 months you need to protect me. Weiniki spoke a bit quickly, revealing her nervousness. I might be afflicted by some special divine technique that causes me to encounter a disaster once a week, but as long as a disaster occurs within that week, I will be relatively safe for the rest of the week. So my first request is that starting from every Monday you need to stay by my side to protect me until the disaster of that week arrives. Huaisheng, who was beside them, frowned slightly upon hearing Weiniki's statement. He was skeptical about what she had said, but since the 2 shareholders of the agency had not spoken, he did not want to interject. Luo Li merely responded with a faint, A disaster occurring every week. It sounded like a curse. Could it be that the other party truly was a witch from enlightenment, and the weekly disasters were the price she had to pay? Luo Li did not know what a witch should look like, but the knowledge Luo Yang obtained from Liaxi mentioned that the miracles granted by the stars do not require payment, but when enlightenment bestows unclaimed miracles upon witches, it actively designs the most painful price for each witch. Each witch's price varies, but it is likely to reflect in their daily behavior, which is why witches often exhibit eccentric behaviors. Second, regarding my studies in life. The courses, experiments, and necessary social activities at Dongjing University. I cannot give these up. I hope to maintain a normal pace of life while ensuring safety and during this time I also need your protection. Third, you must keep communication open, ensuring I can reach you within 24 hours. Fourth, during these 3 months of protection, you will be responsible for my food and accommodation expenses, as I have no money for meals. Fifth, I need senior sister Luo Yang to teach me how to quickly become a order mage. Our contract mentioned protecting me until I become a divine mage, and if I can become one quickly it would also benefit you. Sixth, I hadn't thought of a sixth, but I must always have the right to add additional requests. Luo Li quietly watched Weiniki, racking her brain for demands. This little girl knew she had to establish herself as the dominant party and understood that mastering the initiative was key to not being bullied by the evil counterparty. With each demand, she voiced the tension in her voice increased, but the determination in her eyes shone brighter. Like a small beast cornered, fur bristling, yet baring its teeth, clearly trembling with fear, but stubbornly trying to carve out a small safe zone with its meager conditions. Is this really a student who could get into Dongjing University? In Luo Li's impression, university students all had the imperial mindset and logic, eager to squeeze every bit of benefit they could see dry, leaving nothing behind. Could there be some hidden agenda here? The other party's sponsor must be quite impressive. Luo Li interrupted her. I respect every one of your requests, but I have only one request. You may speak. No matter when or where, you are not allowed to refute me, you are not allowed to ask me why, and you must not hesitate to follow my orders. Weiniki. Weiniki suddenly felt that her earlier pile of requests seemed to carry no weight at all. With this director Luo Li interrupting her so casually, she found herself at a loss for words. Oh, her initiative. Luo Yang, it's getting late, take her to rest. You all have classes tomorrow. The next day, after the Stanto incident, the Witch Containment Agency directly detached from the association's special programs main force. By the time a few of them returned to the association building after dealing with a pile of messy affairs, the ranking of the Witch Containment Agency had been at the bottom for quite some time. Eastern Special Program points ranking 1. Temple Agency 19 points, 2. Aluomen Agency 18 points, 30. Witch Containment Agency 0 points. What a promising ranking. The moment Luo Li entered the commission hall, he saw his former friend the Grey Hawk, who had once given him a friend fee for several consecutive days. However, after Luo Li returned the still warm friend fee, the two had already become like strangers. Truly a lamentable friendship. The Grey Hawk was dressed in well-tailored dark casual clothes, exuding a composed elegance. Surrounded by several handlers, clearly there to curry favor or exchange information, he was akin to a star, surrounded by admirers. Ironbeard was also among that group, his short and stout body striving to stand tall, wearing a proud smile and energetically chiming in with something. His gaze inadvertently swept past the entrance, instantly catching sight of Luo Li and his party, but he quickly averted his eyes, fearing that the Grey Hawk would discover his connection to this zero-point agency. In Ironbeard's mind, the Witch Containment Agency from the countryside had already fallen to the level of a clown. With such a large influx of traffic, to end up injured in a Zone 1 commission, it could only be said that it was truly a low-tier agency that had never taken on an association commission. Just thinking about it gives one goosebumps. Today was the routine meeting for the project, and the association once again assembled all agencies in the building, but the figures of the few fifth-tier handlers did not appear, as this was not an important meeting. As of today, the Temple Agency and Aluomen Agency have completed 2 Zone 2 commissions, performing exceptionally well. The association looks forward to the future performance of these 2 agencies. However, there are certain agencies with a negative attitude, which have only actively taken on 1 Zone 1 commission since the plan's inception, and they have not successfully completed it. Their points have remained at 0 for a long time. The association criticizes such agencies for occupying plan slots while acting passively. The middle-aged man hosting the meeting pushed up his glasses, raising his voice, slightly adopting a tone unique to public announcements. The association has put in great effort, offering precious special plan slots, and investing a lot of resources and attention. For what purpose? Sensing the gazes cast toward him, Luo Li remained unfazed. Once the meeting ended, he immediately led, feeling as if he had returned to high school in his past life to listen to the principal's admonitions. Luo Li couldn't help but grumble. Forcing so many handlers to act as free laborers to help you clear backlog commissions, yet you still have the nerve to criticize us for not working. Sensing the gazes cast toward him, Luo Li remained unfazed. Once the meeting ended, he immediately led a few people from the agency to the commission hall, preparing to select new commissions. However, when he saw the commissions in the hall, he found that the previously backlogged commissions had nearly all been completed. This group of free laborers had actually cleared the association's long-standing backlog in a short time. With old commissions completed, the association had added many new commissions to the special program commission pool, covering various aspects. Luo Li was instantly attracted to one of these new commissions. Undetermined level commission, ongoing cooperation with the 13th Pillar's copyright department to investigate the pirated mages in the path to divine audience. After completing this commission, provide proof materials to the association. The association will assess and reward corresponding points based on the difficulty of the commission. The sudden surge in the ranking of the Witch Containment Office immediately caught the attention of the handlers in the commission hall. Greyhawk noticed the score of the Witch Containment Office and thought to himself, so they completed a commission from Area 2 during this time, not bad at all. The association recommends teams of handlers of 4th rank and above to take on commissions from Area 2. It seems the Witch Containment Office's previous failure in Area 1 might have been an accident. Handlers capable of tackling commissions in Area 2 could be considered friends. After reassessing the potential of his friends, Greyhawk decided to reconcile with Luo Li. Would Greyhawk feel awkward about befriending Luo Li again after having deleted her from his friend list? Not at all. Greyhawk knows well that his friends are only interested in his money. Who would have conflicts over money? Putting aside past grievances and generously transferring money is Greyhawk's principle as a handler. Hi, my friend. It was my intern who mistakenly deleted you from my friend list. I've since fired him, and this is the overdue friend fee I owe you. Just as Luo Li finished submitting the proof of capturing the pirated spellcaster last night and was awarded points for completing a commission from Area 2 by the association, she saw a substantial amount of warm friend fees forcibly deposited into her account, prompting her to reconcile with Greyhawk. Although this person seemed rather pretentious and rude, it now appeared that he was a genuinely straightforward individual. Recently, Luo Li had accumulated a significant debt due to acquiring Charming Echo, which spanned 4 years. If she couldn't repay it in time, Charming Echo would be forcibly returned according to the contract, so she urgently needed to make money. However, Luo Li noticed that the friend fee transferred by Greyhawk seemed considerably less. Greyhawk noticed Luo Li's confusion and smiled, saying, "You are now my junior friend, so you can only enjoy the benefits of a junior friend. If you continue to strive and perform, well, you can eventually be promoted to a middle friend or even become my senior friend, enjoying my daily offerings. Keep it up, I have high hopes for you." After encouraging Luo Li, Greyhawk turned and walked away, blending into the crowd as a junior friend was not worth his time. For some reason, seeing the reduced amount of the friend fee, Luo Li felt an inexplicable surge of motivation. After Greyhawk left, someone else approached Luo Li, who was busy selecting commissions from Area 2. Director, it was a mature woman with a neat bob haircut wearing an oversized yellow jacket, her brown eyes adorned with fire. "You can call me Zhu Ku. It's a pity we didn't get to meet during the last seminar," she said, extending her hand. "We are also an office under Lion Media participating in this special plan at the recommendation of Ms. Ferrora. We are not actually under Lion Media. The Witch Containment Office only signed a brand marketing contract with them," Luo Li corrected. "That's close enough. I've heard of you. You're the leading team in Lion City and share the same hometown as Ms. Ferrora. That's great, unlike our office where everyone is from the metropolis." Luo Li had reason to suspect that the other party was subtly expressing regional discrimination, but the woman who called herself Zhu Ku wore an unmistakable expression of envy and aspiration, as if she genuinely longed for Lion City. A metropolitan girl envying the household registration of a country person. "Since we are both part of Lion Media's team, I think we can cooperate." Zhu Ku naturally leaned closer to Luo Li, carrying a hint of an oil smell. Zhu Ku was the head of the 3rd rank Ash office, currently ranked 12th. Although it was already known that among the 30 offices in the special plan besides the Ash office, there was also a 1st-rank office recommended by Ms. Ferrora, Zhu Ku had never actively approached this office. Especially when the Witch Containment Office had maintained a score of 0 for a long time, Zhu Ku had even less interest. A connection that couldn't handle a commission from Area 1 seemed worthless to her, merely occupying a spot. Until today, the Witch Containment Office's ranking went from 0 to 8. 8 points for a commission from Area 2 meant they had at least successfully handled a rather tricky commission and with decent efficiency. To break through from 0 in a short time indicates they were not truly incompetent before. Luo Li quickly searched for the Ash office on the public review platform, confirmed their basic information, and asked, "How do we cooperate?" Zhu Ku played with her hair, revealing the scars on her neck. "Our office specializes in intelligence, which isn't highly valued in the special plan. However, if we cooperate, I can provide you with detailed information on commissions from Area 2, and we can split the points after completion. I can tell your goal is certainly to be in the top 10, but like us, you are short-handed. If you waste too much time on commission selection and preliminary investigations, you won't make it into the top 10. We'll discuss it later." Hearing Luo Li's response, Zhu Ku touched her neck and said, "That's a pity. I see your office has completed the task of investigating the pirated spellcaster. If you're interested in taking on similar commissions, I can help you out. Do you know where there are pirated spellcasters? Information comes at a cost." Zhu Ku blinked, but coincidentally our office is also handling a similar commission. "If you're willing to work with us, I can share the information for free." Luo Li did not respond directly, and Zhu Ku left after leaving her contact information, allowing Luo Li to continue searching for suitable commissions in the hall. Luo Li completely ignored commissions from Area 1 as they were simply too time-consuming. For a small-scale office like the Witch Containment Office, it was better to focus on completing the more cost-effective commissions from Area 2 or even Area 3. Temporarily overlooking commissions from Area 3, the experience with Stand 2 in Enbos County had left a significant impact on Luo Li. If commissions from Area 3 were at such a level, it would be better for the Witch Containment Office not to participate. Thus it seemed that the only suitable commissions left for her office were from Area 2. Faced with a plethora of commissions, Luo Li felt overwhelmed with work. Unlike commissions from Area 1, most commissions from Area 2 carried uncertain risks and were primarily outsourced by the Public Security Bureau. How is it? Hard to choose. Zhuku reappeared by his side, her transformed right hand raised, pointing at a commission on the board. If you really don't know what to pick, go for this one. Investigate unlicensed order spellcasters. Ha. Isn't this Wei Nishi the perennial underachiever? Back for another class. Are you waiting for me to take action, or will you hand it over yourself? Two top-ranked students, both ranked within the Academy's top 100, blocked Wei Nishi's exit from the teaching building, their sinister grins fixed upon the girl slinging a bulging backpack as if poised to rip it open and seize its contents on the spot. That overstuffed backpack swelled with unmistakable weight, clearly crammed with textbooks, workbooks, and assignments. Luo Yang. Wei Nishi spotted Luo Yang behind the two elite students and cried out like a drowning soul spotting salvation, her voice involuntarily rising in pitch. The two electrical engineering elites instantly turned, locking eyes on the raven-haired girl behind them, and on the freshman uniform she wore. Go away, you wretched first year. This is none of your business. If you don't scram now, we'll write your assignments too. Yet in the next breath, they beheld the ranking that shimmered into view above Luo Yang's head. Third place, Preparatory College for Freshmen. A wave of scholarly authority crashed over them, so overwhelming it buckled their spines. To rank third among freshmen meant certain ascension to the Law Academy. For these science-track students, such brilliance was nothing short of maternal, a towering, awe-inspiring force before which they could only cower. Apologies. Here are our assignments. Please feel free to write them. We're leaving immediately. As the two electrical engineering girls fled, abandoning their assignments on the floor, Luo Yang picked them up and handed them to Wei Nishi. Here, you may have them. Thank you. Clutching the reclaimed assignments, Wei Nishi gazed upward, starstruck at the luminous ranking hovering above Luo Yang's head. Though merely a freshman, Luo Yang's academic stature dwarfed even senior undergraduates. Revered, untouchable, almost mythic. Luo Yang spoke tersely, let's go have lunch. Yes, Wei Nishi replied, nodding vigorously. In the cafeteria, the sheer radiance of Luo Yang's ranking parted the queue like a divine edict. Students instinctively cleared space. Ignoring all around her, Luo Yang collected 2 trays and sat down with Wei Nishi at an empty table. Luo Yang. She looked up to find her 2 dormitory roommates already seated beside her, trays in hand. Lai Muzi's gaze first flickered away, hesitant, uncertain, before settling with sudden resolve into a warm, deliberate smile as she greeted Luo Yang. Luo Yang, may I Li and I join you here? Please do. Thanks. And who's the senior? Which faculty? What's her ranking? Lai Muzi had just noticed Wei Nishi beside Luo Yang. Wei Nishi murmured softly, I'm in electrical engineering. But before she could finish, Lai Muzi let out a soft, drawn-out, cutting her off mid-sentence. She didn't even glance at Wei Nishi's face flushing crimson or at her eyes hastily dropping downward, treating the revelation as utterly trivial. Then redirected her full attention. She didn't even glance at Wei Nishi's face flushing crimson or at her eyes hastily dropping downward, treating the revelation as utterly trivial. Then redirected her full attention back to Luo Yang, her smile brightening with renewed warmth. Wei Nishi bowed her head, heart heavy. She didn't protest, not because she disagreed, but because in the Empire STEM students were universally held in contempt. Having identified the lowest status person at the table, Lai Muzi exuded newfound confidence. With effortless poise, she offered, congratulations. We haven't properly congratulated you yet. How astonishingly swift your ascension to an order divine artisan. Our dormitory has become famous by association. Her words rang sincere, but beneath her pupils a fleeting, complex emotion flickered across her eyes. Ai Li nodded along, chewing heartily oblivious. By the way, Luo Yang, Lai Muzi added as if recalling something casual, the divine art you wielded at that banquet. I later looked it up on the Art Network. Its mastery threshold is exceptionally high. Did you possess prior training, or is your innate talent truly that extraordinary? Though the Empire forbade non-students of the Order University from attaining divine artisan status, elite civil servants often trained their children in foundational order arts early, ensuring rapid mastery upon enrollment, accelerating their path to artisanhood. Lai Muzi herself had long practiced order divine arts self-disciplined regulation, cultivating strict self-governance as a pathway to order. Her ambitions swift artisan certification and admission to the Law Academy. To Lai Muzi's question, Luo Yang replied simply, it's merely an uncomplicated art. Excellent. Luo Yang is just a prodigy. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Lai Muzi. Talent, after all, was the most negligible factor on the path of divine communion. The true determinant of scholarly height lay in familial resources. Far preferable to confronting a rival concealing formidable academic potential was encountering a commoner prodigy, a pauper blessed with rare genius ideal for subjugation. Such individuals lacked the wealth or influence to sustain ascent along the path, but their extraordinary aptitude would compel relentless striving. To advance, they'd inevitably surrender everything, signing binding onerous contracts. Did these paupers truly believe raw talent alone could secure advancement? The path of divine communion enforced rigid hierarchies. Undergraduate arts could never surpass graduate level ones, nor graduate arts exceed doctoral mastery. Not mere distinctions of diplomas, but immutable laws governing the entire path. What use was transcendent talent without higher degrees? Without them, one remained powerless, incapable of wielding greater arts, forever relegated to irrelevance. Empowered by this mental victory, Lai Muzi sat taller, radiating self-assurance. She turned toward Wei Nishi, who ate quietly, and smiled sweetly. Senior, look how accomplished Luo Yang is. Already an order divine artisan. You two seem quite close. Why not seek her guidance more often? Though your disciplines differ, her genius and insight might offer unexpected illumination. Surely that's better than grinding alone in isolation. Wei Nishi absorbed the thinly veiled contempt without flinching. She'd grown accustomed. This was East Jing University's culture, institutionalized discrimination deliberately cultivated to fuel competitive drive and even inflate student debt per capita. At that moment, Luo Yang set down her spoon. Do you have nothing better to do? Lai Muzi's smile froze mid-expression. What is her academic progress your concern? Luo Yang's voice remained calm, devoid of malice, as if posing a simple factual inquiry. Wei Nishi, we're leaving. Yais. Watching the two recede into the distance, Lai Muzi pursed her lips. She glanced at Ai Li, acutely aware her composure had cracked. Chafing inwardly, Lai Muzi immediately messaged her newest puppy, and within 10 minutes a young man knelt hard on the gravel path of the campus park. Mother! Yuan Zhuoqiu cried, his expression fervent and eager. Lai Muzi frowned. Call me. Yuan Zhuoqiu had never imagined a K8 scion would deliberately seek him, a mere K6 offspring. Even servitude felt like divine honor. The empire's hierarchy began at K6, each ascending tier multiplied power exponentially, each level constituting effectively a reproductive barrier. Do you know Luo Yang? Yes, I do. Yuan Zhuoqiu nodded eagerly. We sat side by side during the national entrance examination. Without her, I might not have scored high enough on the adaptation proficiency test to gain admission to East Jing University. Though gratitude held no place in his worldview, he still considered himself extraordinarily fortunate. Rumor held that this year's Lion City produced unprecedented talent. Had he not chosen the 145-point regulatory track, he'd have missed the 5 great academies entirely. By the way, Mother, my father has long wished to meet you. Though my father holds only K6 rank, he stands at the peak of his vigor, the prime age for ambition. Alas, he lacks a companion who shares his vision, appreciates his strategic ambitions, and possesses refined pedigree. Miss Lai, you are exactly the woman destined to be my mother. The blade of the long sword sliced through Luo Li's arm, blood oozing out and dripping, pooling in the bowl on the Luo Yang gently nodded, activating the enlightenment divine art on the blood in the bowl, causing it to boil and swirl, with flecks gradually rising to the surface. These flecks adhered to each other, combining and growing larger like a sponge, absorbing the blood in the bowl, leaving only a piece of bright red flesh. Luo Yang picked up the piece of flesh and placed it on the nearby electronic scale, which immediately displayed 105.7 grams. After sealing the piece of flesh made from his own blood, Luo Li placed it into an oil paper bag. According to the agreement with Fu Ruola, he was to provide 100 grams of flesh to Fu Ruola every month. Naturally, Luo Li wouldn't actually cut flesh from himself, so he had long planned for Luo Yang to handle this, as Luo Yang's enlightenment divine art could also help Luo Li avoid many potential risks. However, cultivating this flesh still required a considerable amount of his own blood. Selling blood for money and selling flesh for money seemed to be no different, which left Luo Li feeling somewhat uneasy. As for whether to create a few tons of flesh to extract money from Fu Ruola, Luo Li didn't want to treat the other party as a fool. Some things once gained should not be pushed further. But thinking about how easily he could earn 1 million, Luo Li felt a bit dazed. This thing truly makes money fast. He contacted Fu Ruola's assistant Bo Lan, who often cornered Luo Li to sell products, and he immediately came to pick up Luo Li's flesh. Luo Li was still puzzled as to why the other party didn't recommend those inexplicable products this time, when Bo Lan spoke up. Mr. Luo Li, Ms. Fu Ruola would like to meet with you today. The experiential store at Dongjing University has been completed, and she has asked you to wait for her there. By the way, you should probably change into something more presentable. Luo Li had previously signed a contract as the chief experience officer, and upon hearing that his work location was finished, he felt a bit curious and immediately took a ride to the Dongjing University campus. Upon arriving at the campus, Ms. Fu Ruola was already waiting for Luo Li at the school gate. Ms. She was dressed in a light gray suit made of matte fabric without any flashy decorations. Underneath, she wore a simple white silk shirt buttoned all the way to the top. Her long purple hair was meticulously styled into a low bun at the back of her head, exposing her smooth forehead and elegantly curved neck. "No need to add, miss. I don't want to be too ostentatious," Fu Ruola said, raising a finger to her lips. "Today I just want to walk around my old school." "Is this your alma mater?" Luo Li naturally dropped all his formalities. "Yes." Fu Ruola led Luo Li through the school gate, without any security asking questions. "I once entered here from Lion City, just like your sister. It's truly nostalgic." "Are you a order mage?" Luo Li asked curiously. "If you're an order mage, why didn't you join the World Pillar?" Fu Ruola did not answer, but gently asked, "Do you really want to join the World Pillar?" For these scholars, even when they encounter higher-ups, they secretly complain that the other party lacks a position. Luo Li shrugged. "It's rare to gain a position in the Empire and voluntarily give it up." "That's a valid point. Positions certainly have their allure." Fu Ruola's voice remained gentle as she turned her head, her gaze sweeping across the buildings on campus. "But it's too outdated. Ooh, I don't see a future on this road." Luo Li cautiously closed his mouth, no longer engaging in the topic. Hee. Noticing Luo Li's thoughts, Fu Ruola smiled and said, "Haven't you noticed? You've already embarked on the path to change the outdated atmosphere of this pillar. The colonization industry is breathing new life into this pillar, and the old rules will eventually give way to these new things." "We have arrived." The two stopped in front of a store on the school commercial street, a sizable establishment occupying an entire street corner with classrooms across the street where students attended classes daily. A large sign at the store entrance boldly proclaimed, "The first colonization ecological experience hall in the metropolis is grandly opening." Inside the store was quite different from what Luo Li had imagined. It was not filled with various mechanical limbs and splattered with the blood of surgeries. Instead, the space was spacious with soft lighting and cartoonish advertisements plastered everywhere. In one corner, there was even a small beverage area offering free tea and pre-prepared snacks. At that moment, many students were crowded in the beverage area, urgently stuffing snacks into their mouths. "Is it really free? I can't believe the Empire has free things. I'm dying. It's delicious. I won't need to eat in the cafeteria anymore." Looking at this scene, Luo Li suddenly felt a wave of warmth. These are provided for free to the students. Not exactly. If we opened up free snacks completely, this university's students would eat this store out of business. Fu Ruola greeted the students in the beverage area. "Is the taste good?" Fu Ruola Sr. "It's senior." The students all put down their snacks and lined up in front of Luo Li and Fu Ruola. These students are the experience officers of the experience store. They are responsible for the operation and promotion of this store on a daily basis. They earn additional scores and some compensation through shifts, of course, including these free snacks. These students are the experience officers of the experience store. They are responsible for the operation and promotion of this store on a daily basis. They earn additional scores and some compensation, but if you have the energy, you can also try to operate it yourself. Although the salary isn't high, the commission is still considerable. Luo Li nodded, indicating he understood. "Hello, senior." "Hello, senior." The students all bowed and greeted Luo Li. Luo Li was momentarily taken aback by the sudden coordinated greeting from this group of Dongjing University elites. He maintained a facade of calm, nodded at the students, and said little. What a lovely group of students. Hearing Fu Ruola's words, Luo Li couldn't help but scoff internally. If they had no money, these people would surely act differently.